EU, whose martial soul is the mutated Nine-Spirit Black Crabapple of the Nine-Hearts Crabapple, possesses not only formidable healing abilities, but also a terrifying augmentation of strength. SEU's reputation spread across the continent. The Nine-Spirit Black Crabapple was heralded as having surpassed the renowned Seven Treasures Glazed tile, establishing itself as the most powerful auxiliary martial soul in the Douluo Continent. When it seemed that Yiyu was destined to become the continent's mightiest auxiliary spirit master, her second martial soul emerged from concealment. The revelation of her second martial soul signified the impending downfall of the Spirit Hall. Yiyu was henceforth dubbed the endgame Douluo, Chapter 1, the mysterious heritage. In the Douluo Continent, in the southwest of the Tiando Empire, lies the three great sects, the Nine-Hearts Crabapple sect. Within the grand hall of the sect, a 6-year-old girl with cascading blue hair, deep blue eyes, and clad in black attire displayed a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Alongside her stood two imposing middle-aged men, their expressions mirroring her expectation. Overseeing the awakening of martial souls was a strikingly beautiful woman in her 40s, also possessing blue hair and blue eyes, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the girl. It was evident that this enchanting woman was her mother. Prepared for the awakening, the mother extended her hands, and with a subtle fragrance, a pink crabapple blossom unfolded in her palms. The 9 petals, composed of white and pink, were resplendent and elegantly formed. Instantly, a radiant glow of yearning ignited in the girl's beautiful blue eyes. The two middle-aged men also regarded the scene with profound reverence. For the woman's martial soul was the Nine-Hearts Crabapple sole possessor of this extraordinary martial soul in the Douluo Continent. The Seven Treasures Glazed tile is publicly acknowledged as the most powerful auxiliary martial soul, yet the Nine-Hearts Crabapple was originally the most potent. However, due to the limitation of having only one disciple at a time, its fame paled in comparison to that of the Seven Treasures Glazed tile. The Nine-Hearts Crabapple can have only one inheritor per generation, and, at any given time, only 2 spirit masters of this lineage may coexist. Only upon the death of one can the possibility of successor arise, making it one of the rarest martial souls. The Nine-Hearts Crabapple specializes in a singular ability regardless of the number of spirit rings it possesses. It wields only one spirit skill, which is precisely what renders it formidable. Its capability lies in comprehensive area healing. The degree of healing is contingent upon the spirit master's will. The higher the rank and the more spirit rings, the greater the healing energy available. With a Nine-Hearts Crabapple spirit master assisting, death becomes a challenging prospect. Hence, the Nine-Hearts Crabapple sect is often referred to as the Undying Nine-Hearts Crabapple. Mother, will I awaken the Nine-Hearts Crabapple martial soul? Ling Ling inquired anxiously. The mother responded with a warm smile. You certainly will. As she spoke, golden specks of light began to float from a prepared black stone on the ground, entering Ling Ling's body. Ling Ling, extend your right hand, the mother urged, her voice laced with a blend of anticipation and tension. Ling Ling nodded and extended her right hand. In an instant, all the golden specks surged forth, and a pinkish-white crabapple blossom materialized in her palm. Splendid. Ling Ling has awakened the Nine-Hearts Crabapple martial soul. The mother beamed with joy upon witnessing the martial soul in Ling Ling's hand, her heart releasing a sigh of relief. The two middle-aged men beside her also expressed their delight, for the Nine-Hearts Crabapple sect had once again gained 2 spirit masters of the Nine-Hearts Crabapple lineage. Subsequently, the test of soul power was conducted, and the beautiful woman felt a sense of satisfaction. Her daughter exhibited commendable talent, possessing an innate soul power of level 8. Upon leaving the grand hall, 2 middle-aged men smiled and remarked, Congratulations, sect master. The warmth that had adorned the woman's face was soon replaced by a shadow of malice as she exited the hall. This was to be expected after all. That woman was slain by us 6 years ago, and her child perished within her womb. It was a foolish decision for her to associate with that so-called human who resembles us more than anything. But for you, it turned out to be fortunate. Had she survived, it would have been you who had to make the sacrifice. Indeed, the woman replied with a hint of jealousy gleaming in her eyes. With full innate soul power, she could have become the youngest female titled Douluo, but alas, she chose the wrong path. The following day, in the southwestern region of the Heaven-Do Empire, within the Fasno province, lies the village of Holy Soul. As dawn broke, the sky was still a gentle shade of blue, but soon a crimson glow emerged from the east, gradually expanding and soon staining a good portion of the heavens. In Holy Soul Village, a 6-year-old boy stepped out from the village. Clad in black, with dark hair, the boy was strikingly adorable, his youthful face radiating innocence. Yet his physique boasted a robustness uncommon for his age. His attire was simple and clean, complemented by a neat crop of black hair and skin of a healthy wheat hue. Upon returning to the village, the boy greeted, "Yiyu, are you off to train beneath the waterfall again?" "Yes," Yiyu nodded with a smile. "Impressive," Tang San commended, though Yiyu remarked, "You rise earlier than I do every day." After exchanging a few words, they parted ways, with Yiyu heading toward the small mountain waterfall outside the village. Once alone, Tang San's face displayed a rare expression of helplessness, not typical for his age. It has been 3 months, yet the Xintian skill remains stuck at the first bottleneck. What could be the reason? Despite the progress of the Ziji Demon Eye, the Xintian skill fails to break through. Tang San furrowed his brow, then sighed softly. Perhaps it is because this world differs from my original one. At that moment, Yiyu approached the waterfall, the sound of rushing water resonating with vigor. Unbeknownst to Tang San, Yiyu was not of this world either. Yiyu was fully aware of Tang San's entire story. He too was a traveler, rising before dawn each day to cultivate the Ziji Demon Eye. Though he knew, Yiyu naturally chose to feign ignorance. Yiyu hailed from Earth, specifically from Huaxia after finishing reading the Douluo Continent novel. He fell asleep and awoke to find himself in the world of Douluo Continent. Reincarnated as an infant, his consciousness was hazy at first, becoming fully aware only at the age of 2 that he was discovered by the village chief, Grandpa Jack, outside the village. As a reincarnator, he had yet to encounter any miraculous abilities. Yiyu initially feared that upon reaching the age of 6, he might awaken a useless martial soul, destined to lead an unremarkable life. After all, in this world, among ordinary individuals, it was rare to find even one with a commendable martial soul. Like the tender age of 3, Yiyu discovered that his physique and strength were remarkably extraordinary, far surpassing that of his peers, even exceeding that of the average adult. This realization led him to understand that he was anything but ordinary. Lacking any supernatural abilities, he pondered whether his uniqueness stemmed from his lineage, questioning if his parents were the reason for his exceptional nature. He had inquired with old Jack, who mentioned that upon first encountering Yiyu, he had not seen any of his relatives nearby and was utterly oblivious to other aspects of his background. Old Jack frequently urged him to refrain from training beneath the waterfall, advocating instead for a tranquil existence as an ordinary individual. This suggestion made Yiyu suspect that Old Jack was concealing something significant. As the village chief, Old Jack surely wished for the children of the village to excel, especially since Yiyu was akin to family to him. Yiyu was certain that Old Jack possessed some crucial knowledge. With anticipation swelling within him, Yiyu thought, in 3 days, the village will hold the martial soul awakening ceremony. I shall soon discover what my martial soul is. Chapter 2. An extraordinary physique. Yiyu arrived at the foot of the waterfall, the cascading sound of water growing increasingly thunderous. Towering at 40 meters, the waterfall unleashed a torrent of water that crashed upon the smooth boulders below, producing a resonant rumble as countless droplets danced into the air. Yiyu shed his shirt, revealing a robust and athletic physique, remarkably well-defined for one so young. With a slight bend of his body, he propelled himself off the ground with his right foot, leaving an imprint in the earth. Whoosh! Yiyu soared upward, reaching a height of 2 meters, effortlessly spanning the 5-meter distance to land upon the boulder. The relentless battering of the waterfall had rendered the boulder exceedingly slick, making it difficult for an average adult to maintain their footing, let alone leap onto it. Yet, Yiyu landed with an unwavering grace, as if walking on solid ground. From the moment he launched into the air to his steady landing, he exemplified his remarkable abilities. At the tender age of 4, Yiyu had discovered his immense strength and physical prowess. Upon encountering this waterfall, he felt compelled to test his limits. Initially, when he leapt, he struggled to maintain balance upon landing due to the slick surface, but he quickly regained his composure and did not falter. His strength, physique, and reflexes seemed to flow from an innate gift, setting him apart from others. Thus, Yiyu found himself pondering the nature of his identity and his martial soul. Could it be that my body is extraordinarily unique, and when I awaken my martial soul, it will manifest as a beast martial soul? He mused. Those who possess a beast martial soul often have physiques that differ significantly from other types of soul masters. However, it is only after reaching level 30 that a beast soul master experiences a more profound transformation, culminating in a formidable physicality. As Yiyu contemplated this, he wondered if his already impressive physique might suggest he possessed a beast martial soul. But he decided to set aside those thoughts, knowing that in 3 days, he would have answers. If old Jack still forbade him from going then, he would have no choice but to keep him confined at home. Standing beneath the waterfall, With its powerful flow crashing down from 40 meters above, Yu felt no pain as the water pounded against his formidable body. Even as the force of the torrent pressed upon him, he maintained his stability atop the boulder. Bracing himself against the current, he began to adopt a horse stance, practicing to strengthen his foundation. After half an hour, he commenced 1,000 squats, his hands clasped behind his back, descending fully before rising rapidly. This exercise honed his leg muscles, enhanced his cardiovascular function, and improved blood circulation. However, after 2 years of relentless training, Yu had not perceived any significant enhancement in his cardiovascular capacity, perhaps because his innate abilities were already quite formidable. Upon completing 1,000 squats, he proceeded to execute 1,000 push-ups, the tumultuous water crashing against his back, increasing the pressure on his body. Nevertheless, Yu appeared remarkably unfazed, as if he were devoid of any burden. After finishing 1,000 push-ups, he transitioned to one-handed push-ups for another 1,000, followed by 1,000 using just 2 fingers. Once he concluded this rigorous routine, he paused, straightened his posture, and gazed upward, contemplating whether he might succeed this time. With his knees bent and his legs coiled with power, Yu exerted himself, launching both feet forcefully against the rock. Bang! Crack! With a powerful leap, Yu propelled himself upwards against the formidable force of the 40-meter waterfall, cleaving it asunder with his body. In an instant, he surged from beneath the cascade to its summit, landing atop the rocky precipice. Glancing downward, he observed distinct fissures etched into the stone below. Not only was Yu's physique extraordinary, but his senses were heightened as well. His body had grown even stronger. He mused to himself, "Continuing my training here has become less effective. It appears I must seek alternative methods." It wasn't fatigue that held him back. What others perceived as intense training left him invigorated, yet the pangs of hunger compelled him to stop. Arriving at his doorstep, he eagerly called out, "Grandpa Jack, what delectable meal awaits us today?" Before he could step inside, an elderly man in his 60s emerged. The elder, tall and slender, exuded vitality, clad in clean, neat brown attire, his hair meticulously styled. This man was Old Jack, the village chief of Holy Spirit Village. Once affable, Old Jack now wore a grave expression. His brow furrowed. "Shall you? Have you been training again? Did I not advise you against it?" He inquired sternly. "Grandpa Jack, I must grow stronger. Daily training is essential. One day, as a formidable spirit master, I shall bring honor to Holy Spirit Village, will I not?" Yi replied confidently. Old Jack admonished, "I have warned you. If you continue this path, I shall withhold your meals. You must choose between training and sustenance." "I choose training," Yi declared resolutely. "Yi would rather starve than partake of a single morsel prepared by you, Old Jack." With that, he clutched his growling stomach and turned to leave, contemplating a visit to the Tang family for a meal. Old Jack, feeling helpless, realized this tactic bore no fruit. Rubbing his forehead, he found himself at a loss. He couldn't bear to deny Yi food. "Very well, come inside," he relented. Upon hearing this, Yi spun around and dashed into the house like a gust of wind. Once inside, he began to devour his meal ravenously, grinning to himself. "Today's feast is truly delightful." Old Jack sighed in resignation. What am I to do with you?" Soon after, as Yi finished his meal, he curiously inquired, "Grandpa, you've dressed so neatly today. Is it because the spirit master responsible for the awakening ceremony is arriving?" Old Jack nodded. "Indeed. Then I shall awaken my martial spirit," Yi exclaimed with anticipation. Old Jack replied firmly, "You must not attend. I want you to live a stable life as an ordinary person, eventually inheriting the role of village chief." Yi, uninterested in the chief's position, responded, "Grandpa, while other parents aspire for their children to achieve greatness, why do you wish for me to remain ordinary? You should just tell me the truth about my origins. You must be concealing something." Old Jack shook his head in denial. "I have concealed nothing. The only thing I know about you is your name. The note found in your swaddling contained but a single line, the child's name, Yi. Beyond that, I know nothing. Grandfather, please allow me to go. Perhaps my martial soul will be a mere waste, devoid of any soul power, rendering me incapable of becoming a soul master, and I would then abandon the endeavor. Did you not mention that among 10 children, it is rare to find even one with soul power?" Old Jack's brow twitched in response. "Absolutely not." Yi chose to remain silent, rising to leave, casting a fleeting glance at a bundle of hemp rope in the corner. Chapter 3. Astonished Tang Hao. Yi speculated. Is he going to contact the soul master responsible for martial soul awakenings at the Notting City branch? Old Jack said nothing further and departed. Although Yi was merely 6 years of age, his thoughts were far more advanced than those of his peers. Before leaving the village, Old Jack visited the blacksmith shop, informing Tang San that he would come to collect him on the morning of the 3rd day for the awakening of his martial soul. "Tang San, possessing a limited understanding of martial souls and soul masters, inquired extensively and gleaned some knowledge, feeling a spark of interest and anticipation within. On the third day at dawn, as the first light of day broke, Yiyu entered the blacksmith shop, inhaling the fragrant aroma of rice porridge and hastening towards it. Tang Sen had already prepared 3 bowls of porridge, anticipating Yiyu's arrival. Even before dawn, Yiyu had come, bringing with him a bag of rice. Initially, Tang Sen hesitated to accept it, but Yiyu assured him it was not a gift, as he too would partake in the porridge once it was prepared, prompting Tang Sen to accept the offering. The reason for Yiyu's visit was that his household's reserves had been depleted, leaving only this small bag of rice. Although Yiyu was capable of cooking porridge, he often burnt it, hence he sought Tang San's expertise. Initially, Yiyu believed that the provisions prepared by old Jack would suffice, but he soon realized that his appetite had increased dramatically, now 3 times that of an adult's. As Yiyu indulged heartily, he remarked to Tang San, "This time, do eat more. You appear rather thin, and I suspect your diet is lacking. It is essential to nourish yourself adequately during this growth phase." Tang San glanced at his own frame, acknowledging his slightness. In the past, the grains in his porridge were few enough to be counted, and after 2 bowls, he felt satiated. However, he watched in astonishment as Yiyu consumed a 3rd bowl and then began on a 4th, 5th, and 6th. Tang San was momentarily awestruck. Although Yiyu possessed a sturdier build, he was not excessively large, merely healthy and a few centimeters taller than himself. Tang San pondered, how can a 6-year-old consume so much? Is his stomach a bottomless pit? As only 1 bowl remained, Yiyu ceased his consumption, reserving this final bowl for Tang San's father. At that moment, the door curtain to the adjoining room lifted, revealing a burly middle-aged man with bronzed skin and well-defined features. Though his hair was a disheveled mess resembling a bird's nest, giving him an overall unkempt appearance. The moment he emerged, a potent scent of alcohol wafted through the air. Yiyu recognized him as Tang San's father, Tang Hao, and was aware that he was not merely as he appeared. He was, in fact, the youngest titled Douluo on the continent. Tang Hao approached, reaching for the bowl on the table, intending to drink, but noticed the abundance of rice grains. He turned to Tang San, inquiring, "Little San, did you put all the rice into my bowl?" Tang San shook his head, explaining, "No. Brother, you brought a bag of rice this morning, and we have both finished our portions." Due to the fact that Yiyu is 2 months older than Tang San, Tang San refers to Yiyu as Brother Yu, while Yiyu addresses Tang San as Little San. This form of address feels somewhat awkward for Tang San, considering that his mental age has already surpassed 20. Tang Hao, remaining silent, tilted his head back and gulped down his porridge with great appetite. As he finished his meal and prepared to enter the house, Tang San pointed to a piece of iron in the corner and inquired, "Father, may I use that piece of iron?" Tang Hao cast a lazy glance at it, his eyes lighting up slightly. "Oh, this cast iron contains iron essence," he remarked. "Are you thinking of becoming a blacksmith?" "I believe I have grown up enough to assist you with certain tasks," Tang San replied. Tang Hao nodded. "Well, if you wish to help me now, you'll first need to demonstrate whether you can lift a hammer." Upon hearing this, Tang San dragged over the hammer that Tang Hao typically used. The hammer was taller than him by a few inches. A 5- or 6-year-old child could hardly move it, and even an ordinary adult man would find it strenuous to wield. However, Tang San, channeling his internal energy, managed to lift and swing it clumsily. Tang Hao observed with a hint of surprise, murmuring, "Such strength? Could he possess innate power?" Yiyu, witnessing the scene, naturally understood the true reason behind Tang San's desire to learn. He aspired to craft concealed weapons. After swinging the hammer 3 times, Tang San exhaled deeply and asked Yiyu, "Brother Yu, you should be able to swing it too, right?" Yiyu rose to his feet. "Let me give it a try." Tang Hao felt astonished once again. Could Yiyu, who was of the same age as Little San, also manage to swing it? Yiyu stepped forward, and Tang San extended the hammer towards him with both hands. Yet, Yiyu merely extended his left hand. Tang San, taken aback, reminded him, "Brother Yu, this hammer is quite heavy. You need both hands." "1 hand is sufficient," Yiyu replied as he grasped the hammer's handle with his left hand. "Little San, you may let go with both hands." "Very well." Tang San released his grip, his face a mask of astonishment. For once Yiyu held the hammer. His hand and arm remained utterly steady. He lifted it with just 1 hand. Tang Hao was even more astonished. Are all children these days endowed with such innate strength? Yiyu seized the hammer by its end and tossed it upward. It spun gracefully in the air before descending with a thud, which he effortlessly caught with his left hand. Both Tang San and Tang Hao stood there, somewhat dazed. Had it been a robust adult performing such a feat, it would not have been surprising. But Yiyu, only 6 years of age, not only lifted such a heavy hammer with 1 hand, but also tossed it into the air and caught it with ease. Tang Hao inquired, "Little Yu, are you left-handed?" Yiyu shook his head, "No." Tang Hao and Tang San exchanged looks of disbelief. Ignoring their astonishment, Yi lost interest and set the hammer down on the ground. It's too light. It won't serve as a proper exercise. I shall go lift the boulders by the village pond instead. Yi turned at the threshold, smiling and waving, little San, uncle, goodbye. His ability to lift the hammer stemmed from the circulation of his internal energy, which enhanced his strength. In contrast, Yi relied solely on his intrinsic power, rendering him exceptional, and he could be categorized only as a prodigy. Even Tang Hao shared this sentiment. Having never before encountered a child with such extraordinary strength, especially one who had yet to awaken a martial soul, yet possessed such formidable power. Yi arrived at the edge of the pond and began to move the colossal boulder. The stone was exceedingly heavy, weighing approximately 3 tons. With Yi's current physique and strength, the task proved to be quite arduous, each step a considerable challenge. However, it is through such difficulties that one hones their skills. After carrying the boulder for 100 meters and spending an hour on the endeavor, Yi took a deep breath and wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. His arms bore no trace of fatigue. Little San, you may go ahead. I will check on Xiaoyu at home. All right, Grandpa Jack. Tang San nodded in agreement. Old Jack hastened towards the house, unaware that Yi was already waiting with a rope in hand. Chapter 4. The Awakening of Martial Spirits. Old Jack pushed open the door, and suddenly, a shadow darted towards him from behind. By the time he reacted, he found himself bound by ropes. Turning around, Old Jack exclaimed in anger, Xiaoyu, what are you doing? His expression shifted as he urgently advised, don't go. Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Yi, however, merely turned to flee, seemingly impervious to Old Jack's frantic pleas. Watching Yi disappear from view, Old Jack sighed helplessly. Alas, I cannot stop him after all. A wave of self-reproach washed over him. You once advised me to prevent him from awakening his martial spirit, to allow him to live a normal life. Now, I have failed to restrain him. I am truly sorry. Sigh. Old Jack felt utterly helpless. As for whether Yi would possess soul power, he was certain he would, given his mother's legacy. In no time, Yi arrived at the central martial spirit hall of the village. Despite its name, the hall was merely a larger wooden structure. This martial spirit hall was just a branch, with such halls scattered throughout the continent. At this moment, 8 children had gathered, accompanied by a young man and a middle-aged man. The latter was the village's vice mayor, whom Old Jack had asked to entertain the soul masters present. The young man, in his 20s, had sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding a handsome demeanor. Dressed in white brocade with a black cloak draped over his shoulders, he bore a soul character the size of a fist emblazoned on his chest. This attire was standard for personnel directly affiliated with the martial spirit hall. Upon noticing Yi's arrival, the vice mayor inquired, where is the village chief? Grandpa slipped and fell earlier. He is unable to move. So he has entrusted the decision to you. Yi fabricated a convenient excuse. The vice mayor nodded and approached the young man, bowing respectfully. Honorable master of battle spirits. We may begin now. I appreciate your assistance. The vice mayor excitedly introduced, children, this is the master of battle spirits from Nodding City, a level 26 great soul master. Upon hearing this, the children's eyes sparkled with admiration, their reverence palpable. The young man's expression brightened further. Tang San had already learned the ranks of soul masters, soul scholar, soul master, great soul master, soul respect, soul sect, soul king, soul emperor, soul sage, soul Duel, and title Duel. Each title consists of 10 levels, with the entry level being soul scholar. Upon reaching the 11th level of soul power, one ascends to the title of soul master. Old Jack had told him that reaching the realm of great soul master was already indicative of considerable strength. Thus, Tang San regarded the young man with a hint of curiosity, while Yi remained unfazed. The youth naturally perceived that all the children either gazed in admiration or curiosity, save for one child who remained unmoved. The vice village head, noticing this, cleared his throat and remarked, Xiaoyu, this is a revered great soul master, possessing formidable strength. Are you not at all excited to hear this? Yi shook his head, causing the vice village head to feel somewhat awkward, casting a nervous glance at the youth. The youth smiled faintly and said, it's all right. Such occurrences are not uncommon. Occasionally, one encounters children in small places who lack understanding of what a great soul master truly represents, which is why they may not exhibit much excitement. The vice village head awkwardly nodded in agreement. However, Yi was not ignorant. He was simply unaffected. Internally, he scoffed. You've only just become a great soul master in your 20s. What is there to be proud of? Others in their 20s have already ascended to godhood. Having completed reading the Douluo series, he recalled how Tang San became a deity in his 20s, rendering it difficult for him to feel excited about someone who only just reached the status of great soul master at that age. The youth was eager to conclude the proceedings, having already participated in the awakening ceremonies of 6 villages without encountering a single soul power user. Such places rarely produced any, and he wished to finish promptly and depart. It was indeed challenging for an ordinary person to become a soul master. Only the heirs of prominent sects found it easier to attain such a status. The children stood in a line, beginning from left to right. The youth introduced himself. My name is Su Yuntao, and I shall now commence your martial soul awakening. Regardless of what transpires, do not be afraid. Su Yuntao produced the prepared awakening items, 6 dark, spherical stones, and a blue crystal ball. He arranged the 6 spheres on the ground in the shape of a hexagon and gestured for the first child to step inside. Once the child entered, Su Yuntao instructed, close your eyes and focus on your feelings. With a commanding shout, drink. 2 soul rings, 1 white and 1 yellow, manifested around him. Wolf of Solitude, embody. Su Yuntao's originally black hair transformed to gray fur sprouting from his hands, as his physique expanded, rendering him considerably more robust and muscular. Yi Yu observed Su Yuntao's martial soul and inwardly derided, a solitary dog remains a solitary dog, even if it's a lone wolf. The other children gasped in surprise, stepping back momentarily, but soon their eyes sparkled with admiration and longing. Is this what a martial soul is? A beast martial soul? Why does he suddenly have 2 luminous rings? You truly are naive. Those are not rings, but soul rings. They are a 10-year soul ring and a 100-year soul ring. Wow, how impressive. The children's admiration intensified. Yet, Yi Yu remained as stoic as ever. The first soul ring being white was rather disappointing. Yi Yu sighed inwardly. A great soul master in his 20s, and the first soul ring is still white. There's no hope for him. Su Yuntao swiftly clapped his hands, sending 6 faint green lights into the 6 spherical stones, which then burst forth with golden radiance, enveloping the boy in a pale golden light shield. Golden sparks continuously streamed from the stones into the boy's body. Su Yuntao commanded without doubt, extend your right hand. The boy instinctively stretched out his right hand, opening it to reveal a scythe emerging from his palm. Even a scythe can facilitate the cultivation of a soul master, provided there is soul power. However, when the boy placed his right hand upon the crystal ball, he found no trace of spiritual energy. Su Yuntao was not surprised. Such occurrences were quite common. He spoke indifferently. Next, the awakening of martial souls continued in succession. Among the subsequent 6 children, all possessed inferior souls, including a girl whose martial soul was the blue silver grass, a martial soul devoid of offensive, defensive, or supportive capabilities. None of the 7 children exhibited any soul power. Then it was Tang San's turn. Yi Yu was fully aware of the situation. Tang San's martial soul awakened as blue silver grass. Su Yuntao sighed in resignation. Another worthless martial soul. He is the last. Tang San interjected. Uncle, I have yet to undergo the soul power test. Su Yuntao shook his head. There is no need for that. It would merely waste time. I have never encountered a possessor of the worthless blue silver grass who exhibited soul power. Tang San persisted. Please, allow me to try. Su Yuntao, committed to his duty and unable to overlook any aspect, reluctantly nodded. Very well, let us begin. Tang San affirmed with a nod and swiftly placed his hand upon the azure crystal ball. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded, leaving all present, save for Yi Yu, in utter disbelief. The entire blue crystal ball radiated a blinding azure light. Su Yuntao's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it truly be innate full soul power? Chapter 5. Innate full soul power? Su Yuntao regarded Tang San as one mighty curious creature. He could hardly believe the revelation of innate full soul power. After the initial shock, he sighed, alas, even innate full soul power is wasted. The martial soul was the useless blue silver grass, yet the soul power was indeed innate full soul power. Su Yuntao lamented this egregious waste, pondering how splendid it would be if that full soul power were bestowed upon him. The coveted innate full soul power had manifested within a possessor of a worthless martial soul, a fact that would surely frustrate many. Tang San, intrigued, inquired, Uncle, what is innate full soul power? Su Yuntao explained, as a soul master, while the martial soul is important, the essence lies in soul power. Without soul power, even the mightiest martial soul cannot facilitate the cultivation of a soul master. If soul power exists, even in the slightest, those children we just witnessed could potentially become soul masters, yet none possess even a trace of innate soul power. You, however, are at the pinnacle, level 10, the highest soul power attainable innately, known as innate full soul power. This designation signifies your innate aptitude. The higher the level, the more rapid your future cultivation will be. Throughout the continent, instances of innate full soul power are exceedingly rare, so you must comprehend its unparalleled value. Tang San grasped the implications. pondering if his innate full soul power was connected to his internal energy. Had the azure crystal ball absorbed the essence of his Xian Tiangong, transforming his internal energy into this realm's soul power? Yi Yu observed, having anticipated this outcome. Su Yuntao's explanation was rather apt. Yet he remained unaware that the highest form of innate full soul power could extend to level 20. As exemplified by the martial soul known as the six-winged angel belonging to Qian Renxue. The other children gazed at Tang San with immense admiration. He possessed soul power, and it was the highest among them all. The vice-village chief was exceedingly delighted, for this signified that Tang San could indeed become a soul master. The children, filled with curiosity, turned their gazes towards Su Yuntao, inquiring, "Uncle, what level is your soul power? You appear so formidable. It must be quite high, right?" Initially, Su Yuntao felt no embarrassment in their questioning. However, upon witnessing the innate full soul power, he felt a stark contrast between his own level and that of the innate full soul power, a chasm as vast as heaven and earth. With a sheepish smile, Su Yuntao replied, "When I awakened, my soul power was merely at level 2, which is commendable in itself, as it is rare to find anyone with any soul power, let alone at level 2. As for Tang San's innate full soul power, it is a once-in-a-century occurrence." He then added, "All right, let the last child begin." Suppressing the envy and jealousy in his heart, he turned his attention to Yi Yu. Yi Yu stepped forward and entered the hexagonal stone. A flicker of excitement coursed through him, for the martial soul was of great significance, serving as a means to discern one's identity. Golden light emanated from the stone, flowing into Yi Yu's body, and in an instant, he sensed a transformation within him. He extended his right hand, opening it to reveal a 9-petaled black begonia flower blossoming in his palm. Su Yuntao was momentarily taken aback, failing to recognize it at first. What kind of martial soul is this? He murmured, bewildered, having never encountered anything like it before. As Yi Yu beheld his martial soul, he recalled the Nine-Heart Begonia. His martial soul bore a striking resemblance to it, though it was black in hue. Observing Su Yuntao's confusion, Yi Yu understood that Su Yuntao was unfamiliar with the Nine-Heart Begonia. It was not surprising. Few were aware of it, not even Master Flander. In the original narrative, it was Rong Rong who had highlighted the prowess of the Nine-Heart Begonia. All gazes were fixed upon the 9-petaled black flower in Yi Yu's palm, which seemed both beautiful and perilous. Tang San mused internally, "What sort of flower is this? It resembles a begonia, yet it is black. I've never seen anything like it." Even Tang San, of the Tang sect lineage, could not identify it. The vice-village chief inquired, "Master of battle souls, what martial soul is this?" Su Yuntao furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing with a sigh. It appeared that yet another useless martial soul had emerged. The vice-village chief felt a pang of disappointment. Black flowers were a rarity among martial souls, if not entirely unheard of. Yet in this world, black flowers did exist, and they were surely familiar to everyone. Upon hearing Su Yuntao's words, the vice-village chief and the children all thought of a certain flower, the blacktail flower. Su Yuntao sighed. It is akin to the blue-silver grass, a worthless blacktail flower. Aside from its distinct color and aesthetic appeal, it holds little value. He then retrieved a crystal ball, stating, "Well, let us proceed to measure the soul power." Standing nearby, Tang San felt certain that it was not a blacktail flower. Although it bore some similarities, it was reminiscent of a begonia, yet he could not articulate what it truly was, for there were no known black begonias. Yi Yu stepped forward, placing his right hand upon the crystal ball. In the next moment, the crystal ball illuminated brilliantly. Instantly, Su Yuntao's eyes widened, and everyone present, including Tang San, was taken aback in astonishment. For in that instant, the entire blue crystal ball shone radiantly. In typical tests of soul power, the crystal ball would illuminate gradually, spreading its light throughout. Even Tang San's innate full soul power had followed this pattern. However, now, the blue crystal ball gleamed in its entirety in an instant. A dazzling brilliance erupted, intensely blinding. Su Yuntao squinted his eyes, instinctively shielding them with his right hand. Simultaneously, everyone around raised their arms to shield their faces. As they gradually acclimated to the piercing blue light, they gazed in astonishment at their surroundings. Su Yuntao was rendered speechless by the sheer shock, while the children's eyes sparkled with wonder, captivated by the beauty of the scene. The entire wooden cabin was bathed in a resplendent azure hue. The room was suffused with this luminous blue glow. The deputy village chief exclaimed with delight, "Master of the battle spirit, is Xiao Yu also endowed with innate full soul power?" Su Yuntao observed the crystal sphere, its radiance undiminished, illuminating the wooden cabin with unparalleled brightness. Yet, he pondered why it was so brilliantly lit. Unable to grasp the reason, he decided not to dwell on it any further. But he could ascertain that it indeed indicated innate full soul power. Having two individuals with innate full soul power was remarkable enough, yet both children possessed waste spirits. When did innate full soul power become so commonplace? Or was it merely his extraordinary fortune to encounter not one, but two of such rare talents in a single day? Su Yuntao felt a mix of frustration, uncertain whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. Awakening to a soul power of level 2 had struck him hard. The deputy village chief voiced his curiosity. Is Xiaoyu truly endowed with innate full soul power? But why is it so bright? This too was a question in Tang San's mind, suspecting it might differ from his own situation. However, Su Yuntao had no doubts. There is no need for skepticism. It is indeed the same as Tang San's. The maximum for innate full soul power is level 10. Although I am unsure why it shines so brilliantly. It is certainly innate full soul power, and it is indeed level 10. The deputy village chief nodded, filled with excitement. Two instances of innate full soul power in their village were an extraordinary stroke of luck. In Yiyu's heart, excitement bubbled because, although he possessed innate full soul power, he was aware that it exceeded mere level 10. Chapter 6, The Innate Soul Master. At that moment, old Jack arrived, having spent considerable time untying the ropes. Upon seeing that the awakening of the martial spirits had concluded, he felt entirely hopeless. Casting an angry glance at Yiyu, he approached Su Yuntao with a demeanor of utmost respect. Master, how did it go? Is there any possibility for the children in the village to become soul masters this year? Old Jack's heart was anxious. He hoped the children would possess commendable martial spirits and attain soul power. He also wished that Yiyu would not possess soul power, though such a thought was impractical. Given his awareness of the terrifying abilities that could arise, Su Yuntao nodded. There are two children who might have that potential, but even if they become soul masters, they will possess waste martial spirits. Hearing this, old Jack was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised. A mixture of disappointment and joy washed over him. The deputy village chief congratulated. Village chief, Xiaoyu possesses innate, full soul power. And so does Xiao San. Instantly, old Jack felt a jolt of realization. Having served as village chief for many years, he was well aware of the significance of innate full soul power. And what of their martial spirits? Old Jack asked nervously. Su Yuntao sighed. Tang San's spirit is blue silver grass, while Yiyu's is blacktail flower. Old Jack was slightly taken aback, even more surprised, as he wondered. Isn't it supposed to be the pinkish-white begonia flower? The thoughts swirling in old Jack's mind remained unspoken. Two waste martial spirits paired with two instances of innate full soul power. What a lamentable misfortune. Well then, I shall take my leave, Su Yuntao concluded as he departed. Old Jack approached Tang San and comforted him, saying, Little San, although you possess the blue silver grass, it is still possible for you to become a soul master. It is unfortunate, however, that you lack a supportive father and a powerful martial soul to inherit. Upon hearing this, Yiyu could not help but curl his lips in disdain, internally mocking. Not at all unfortunate. He not only has a good father but also a wonderful mother. His martial soul is not merely an ordinary blue silver grass. It can evolve into the blue silver emperor. Yiyu was well aware that Tang San possessed twin martial souls, with the Haotian hammer yet to be revealed. Old Jack then turned to Yiyu, his demeanor starkly contrasting, filled not with regret, but joy. Little you, since your martial soul is deemed useless, perhaps you should consider giving up? Yiyu shot old Jack a glance of disbelief and retorted, Tang San is a blue silver grass, and you encourage him. Yet you urge me to abandon my path as well. Old Jack spoke earnestly. Becoming a soul master, while honorable, is fraught with peril. I merely wish for you to live a simple, ordinary life. That is impossible, Yiyu replied resolutely. Since I possess soul power, and it is innate full soul power, I must cultivate it. Yiyu had never heeded old Jack's advice on this matter and turned to leave. Old Jack, feeling helpless, was lost in thought. The black-tailed flower, could it be? Old Jack's heart raced at the thought. The black-tailed flower is similar to the begonia, yet there is no black begonia, which led Su Yuntao to believe it was the black-tailed flower. Had he not encountered that martial soul before, he too would have assumed it was the black-tailed flower. Could it be a mutation? Old Jack's heart trembled. Generally speaking, a soul master's martial soul has a certain probability of mutation. Some mutations are powerful, while others are weak. Old Jack silently prayed. Let it be that little Yu's martial soul is a weak mutation rather than a strong one. Tang San stepped forward to inquire, Grandpa Jack, what is a soul ring, and how does one obtain it? Being innately full of soul power at level 10, he could directly acquire a soul ring and ascend to the next title of Soul Master. A new title lingered in Tang San's mind, and his curiosity stemmed from the belief that perhaps the breakthrough of the Xiantian skill could rely on the soul ring. With a soul ring, he might achieve that breakthrough. Old Jack replied, Little San, you have the potential to become a soul master, and perhaps even the second soul sage of our village, provided you work hard. I believe you can. Old Jack encouraged him, though his hopes felt dim, considering the blue-silver grass. Nevertheless, even with the blue-silver grass, the mere ability to become a soul master was commendable. I will strive diligently, Tang San affirmed with a determined nod. Old Jack smiled and asked Little San, would you be willing to attend a specialized school to learn the methods of soul master cultivation? There, you would find more comprehensive and accurate knowledge regarding soul masters. Tang San was naturally interested but felt it necessary to consult his father first. Old Jack chuckled awkwardly, realizing he was reluctant to let Yu attend soul master school. Yu furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, could it be that my identity is related to the Nine-Heart Begonia sect? With his right hand outstretched, the black nine-petaled begonia flower materialized in his palm. Yu understood that this was not a worthless martial soul, the black-tailed flower, but rather a mutated martial soul, evolved from the Nine-Heart Begonia into the Nine-Spirit Black Begonia. The Nine-Heart Begonia possessed a singular ability, formidable healing. Yet, it seemed that his Nine-Spirit Black Begonia held capabilities beyond mere healing. Meanwhile, Yu was filled with a sense of perplexity. Was he not a dual martial soul? His unique physique was undoubtedly not a result of the Nine-Hearts Begonia. Initially, he had anticipated that his martial soul would manifest as a beast martial soul. However, this was not the case. Upon encountering the Nine Spirits Black Begonia, Yu contemplated the possibility that he might indeed possess a dual martial soul. Yet he could not sense the presence of another martial soul. Was it solely this one martial soul, or was there more? Yu recalled a certain type of martial soul, the divine beast martial soul. The divine beast martial soul could not awaken during the ordinary martial soul awakening ceremony. It required a special awakening ritual, an enhancement of cultivation, or the assistance of external forces for complete awakening. Deep within, Yu felt that it was not merely one possibility, but rather this second one. He channeled the surging soul power within him, yet found that a significant portion, 80%, remained untapped. Bang! Boom! Yu unleashed a punch upon a colossal boulder, 2 meters in size, creating an immediate indentation. Dense cracks radiated swiftly from the center of the dent, and after a brief moment, with a sharp crack, the entire boulder shattered into a multitude of fragments. Anyone witnessing this would undoubtedly be left in awe, eyes wide with disbelief. Without any soul rings, and relying solely on his soul power, his strength was formidable. With soul power now at his disposal, Yu felt his body becoming even more terrifying. Originally, his physical prowess was already impressive. One could only imagine the extent of his strength with the added capability of soul power. The reason Yu could only exert 1/5 of his soul power was that, lacking soul rings, he was limited to the soul power of the first 10 levels. What exhilarated Yu most was not merely the mutated Nine Spirits Black Begonia, but the potency of his soul power. Unlike Tang San's innate full soul power, or Qianrenshua's innate full soul power of level 20, Yu possessed innate full soul power of level 30, a natural soul sovereign. Chapter 7, The Importance of Self-Training. Innate full soul power of level 30 signified that he could directly accommodate 3 soul rings and ascend to the rank of soul sovereign. However, with no soul rings yet, he was unable to harness the soul power beyond level 10. Yu believed that his current strength could contend with 10-year spirit beasts, even those approaching 90 years. Yet, with his innate full soul power of level 30, alongside the mutated martial soul of Nine Spirits Black Begonia and his formidable physique, he deemed it necessary to attain the optimal soul ring configuration, thus refraining from hunting spirit beasts below the age of 100. In fact, he regarded 100-year spirit beasts with disdain. Yu commenced his self-training, for it was evident that his martial soul was primarily supportive in nature. Thus, as an auxiliary soul master, he recognized that enhancing his own abilities was of utmost importance. Auxiliary soul masters often fall into the trap of believing that they need not exert themselves in personal training, relying instead on powerful companions for protection while they focus solely on support. However, companions cannot be by one's side at all times. Lacking the ability to safeguard oneself means that, should one perish, the strength of their martial soul's support becomes irrelevant. Therefore, as an auxiliary soul master, one must strive even harder to hone and elevate their own capabilities. Approaching a towering boulder standing a meter high, Yu summoned his soul power to his arms and effortlessly lifted it. In the morning, before awakening his soul power, even taking a single step had proven arduous. Now, he could lift the boulder with ease and stride forward briskly. Yu believed that carrying the colossal stone had ceased to serve a significant purpose in his training. Nonetheless, he resolved to proceed with it. He hurled the immense rock upwards and then positioned himself on the ground, preparing to perform push-ups. With a resounding thud, the stone landed upon his back, causing his frame to sag slightly under its weight. The 1-meter-high boulder enveloped Yu entirely, without a careful glance. one would not discern the presence of a person beneath it. The gravitational pressure was just right, not too light, yet not overwhelmingly burdensome. With unwavering determination, Yi declared, "Then, 1,000 one-handed push-ups it shall be." He commenced his exercise, and from a distance, all that could be seen was the stone rising and falling rhythmically. Upon completion of the 1,000 repetitions, he transitioned to one-handed and then to fingertip push-ups, beads of sweat accumulating on his brow and cascading onto the ground, dampening the earth beneath him. After concluding his workout, he did not pause, but instead fetched a rope to secure the stone to his back. He made his way to the precipice of a cliff, ready to ascend. Yi began to scout for protrusions on the cliff face to commence his climb. The task proved challenging. He could not afford to grasp any loose outcroppings, for the weight of his body would shatter them, destabilizing his center of gravity and leading to a perilous fall. Despite his formidable physique, he knew that without any equipment, a fall from a height of 100 meters would likely leave him unscathed. However, burdened by the 3-ton stone, a fall with his back to the ground would be less detrimental, allowing the boulder to absorb the impact. In contrast, a vertical drop or one facing downward would result in his feet and torso colliding with the earth. Though his body was remarkably resilient, never having felt pain, fatigue, or soreness, he understood that a fall from such heights, even with his strength, could inflict injury. Thus, Yi ascended with utmost caution. As the sun reached its zenith, he had climbed to a height of 100 meters, with just 50 meters remaining to the summit. However, the surrounding area and the upper section were smooth, devoid of any protrusions. Yi then shaped his right hand into a claw, driving his 5 fingers deep into the rock face. With a crack, fragments of stone erupted. As his fingers penetrated the cliff, had it been any other soul master, relying solely on their own strength and spirit power, they would have shattered their fingers rather than the rock. Even beast spirit masters would hesitate to attempt such a feat without summoning their spirits. This exemplified Yi's extraordinary prowess, affirming his suspicion that his spirit was not merely the Nine-Spirit Black Hawthorn. While the Nine-Spirit Black Hawthorn served as a support-type spirit, it bore no relation to his formidable physique, hinting at something more profound. A quarter of an hour later, Yi reached the summit, exhaling deeply and wiping the sweat from his brow as he gazed downwards. Descending proved to be significantly more challenging than ascending. As he began his descent while still bearing the stone, he recognized the increased difficulty, yet this aligned perfectly with his intent. Only through adversity could he truly hone his abilities. After an hour, Yi successfully reached the ground, relieved himself of the boulder, and strode away briskly, feeling remarkably agile, covering 5 meters with each stride. Upon arriving home, he found old Jack had prepared lunch, and noticing Yi's drenched attire, he remarked with resignation, "Another trip to the waterfall, I see?" Yi simply grinned, refraining from further comment, and devoured his meal with gusto. As he ate, Yi remarked, "Grandpa, my appetite is growing increasingly voracious. Are you truly considering allowing me to remain at home? Aren't you worried about exhausting your resources?" Old Jack had indeed noticed Yi's remarkable increase in appetite and his extraordinary physique. With a sigh, old Jack replied, "Even if I wish to deter you, I find myself lacking in the ability to do so. Grandpa, will you not reveal the truth about my identity? Even if you are completely unaware, surely you must know something?" Yi inquired, filled with anticipation, curious if old Jack would finally relent. Old Jack hesitated, contemplating whether to divulge the little he knew to Yi. Yi shrugged in resignation, choosing to let the matter unfold naturally. As old Jack lay down, he grappled with uncertainty. Each year, the village had one opportunity for a student to attend the Nodding Soul Master Academy. Initially, he had intended to bestow this opportunity upon Tang San, yet he understood he could not prevent Yi from pursuing his own path. Allowing Yi to venture out alone filled him with apprehension. I shall visit Nodding City tomorrow to apply for another spot," he resolved. Early the next morning, Yi rose and hastened toward the outskirts of the village, where he began his training by lifting a massive boulder. From a distance of 500 meters, the stone appeared to move rhythmically. Any ordinary person witnessing this would undoubtedly find it bizarre and alarming, yet Tang San, having mastered his purple extreme magic eyes, could discern the truth. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a small figure nearly obscured by the boulder. It was Yi. Tang San's eyes widened in shock. The boulder, estimated to weigh 3 tons, was being effortlessly lifted by the 6-year-old Yi, who was performing push-ups with one hand. Tang San realized he could hardly manage even with both hands, given his current low strength at such a young age. Stunned, Tang San acknowledged Yi's extraordinary physical prowess, marveling at his capabilities. Is it the presence of soul power that renders him so formidable? He pondered. In his previous life, he had also trained diligently at this age. Yet the disparity between him and Yi was striking. Yi exhibited a level of determination that surpassed his own. Soon, Yi Yu transitioned from using one hand to balancing on his right index and middle fingers, leaving Tang Xin even more astounded. After the initial shock wore off, Tang Xin felt a profound admiration, convinced that Yi Yu would undoubtedly achieve greatness in the Douluo Continent. Chapter 8. Confronting the Turbulent Winds. After regaining his composure, Tang Xin departed, resolved to intensify his own efforts. Once Yi Yu finished his push-ups, he proceeded to climb. At that moment, Old Jack had prepared breakfast and was gathering his belongings for the journey to Nodding City. Upon leaving the village and traversing the mountain path, he was taken aback to witness a massive stone moving upward along the cliffside. Upon closer inspection, Old Jack's eyes widened in disbelief. It was indeed Little Yu. Rubbing his eyes and focusing intently, he confirmed that the boulder was being carried by the small frame of Yi Yu. Observing Yi Yu, drenched in sweat and resolutely climbing, Old Jack felt a wave of emotion wash over him. The sight of such a small child shouldering such a heavy burden tugged at his heartstrings, filling him with both pride and concern. Little Yu is merely 6 years old, and although his physique is extraordinary, his determination is astonishing. Do you truly aspire to become a formidable soul master? Old Jack wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, choosing not to intervene but to depart quietly. In his heart, Old Jack resolutely vowed, I must strive for another opportunity. Standing beneath the waterfall, Yi Yu felt a force greater than that of a colossal boulder. Henceforth, after completing his gravity training, he would come here to hone his skills. The previous waterfall had ceased to serve its purpose of sharpening him, but this one was perfectly suited to instill a sense of pressure. It is only under pressure that one finds motivation and achieves growth. 2 hours later, Yi Yu departed. With the awakening of his soul power, he increased his training duration from 4 hours a day to 10. For others, such a regimen would be unbearable. Yet Yi Yu's remarkable physique seemed impervious to fatigue. After a meal and a brief rest, he resumed his training. The high-intensity, prolonged exercises left no soreness the following day, allowing him to train daily without concern for physical ailments. Yi Yu tucked away his notes, seated himself, and began to eat, mentally devising his daily training regimen. After breakfast, he would continue at noon, engaging in weighted exercises for his limbs. In the afternoon, he would select a towering mountain as his target, striking it to build strength. In the evening, he would descend to the depths of a river, practicing his punches and kicks against the pressure of the water. Yi Yu believed this plan was feasible and could be adjusted in accordance with his physical advancement. After finishing his meal, Yi Yu made his way to the blacksmith's forge. As he approached, he heard the rhythmic clang of hammering. Upon entering, he found Tang Xin wielding an oversized hammer, striking a glowing piece of iron in the furnace. Noticing Yi Yu's arrival, Tang Xin paused and inquired, Brother Yu, what brings you here? Yi Yu set down a large sack of rice and asked, Do you have heavy iron? I need 100 pieces, and I can exchange it for this bag of rice. Tang Hao nearby took a swig of his drink and remarked, We do have it, but what do you need 100 pieces of heavy iron for? For weighted training. Yi Yu replied candidly, specifying, I need the densest heavy iron, each piece weighing at least 20 kilograms. Tang Hao was taken aback. Tang San, recalling the scene from that morning, was not overly surprised. Weighted training? Are you planning to bind them to your limbs? Indeed, Yi Yu nodded. Tang Hao cautioned, 100 pieces of 20-kilogram heavy iron totals 4,000 kilograms, or 2 tons. If you divide that among your arms and legs, that's 1,000 kilograms. Setting aside whether your limbs can withstand it, you are still quite young. You need not push yourself so hard, lest you suffer lasting injuries. Yi Yu replied confidently, I can manage. Tang Hao ceased his admonitions and acquiesced. Very well, I shall forge it for you today. Tang Xin chimed in. Father, may I assist you? Tang Hao nodded, and Tang Xin began searching for heavy iron, removing impurities to forge the densest iron possible. With a mighty swing of the hammer, Tang Xin struck with vigor. However, Tang Hao quickly interjected, Pause for a moment. With your current method, it would be impossible to complete this in a day. Taking the hammer himself, he instructed, the power should not originate from your waist, but rather from the muscles in your calves. Engage the calves first, then transfer the force through your thighs, waist, back, and arms in one fluid motion. Tang Hao gripped the hammer tightly with both hands. His feet firmly planted on the ground, his body turned slightly, his calves tensed with power, pivoting around his waist, resembling a tiger poised to pounce. With a fierce exhalation, the hammer swung through the air, cutting a resounding arc. The blow landed heavily on the iron block, producing a deafening sound that reverberated through the room, sending waves of force that shook the entire house. The heated iron block was dented by 1/3 of its mass. Tang Xin observed this spectacle, his eyes sparkling with astonishment at such tremendous strength. He began to imitate the technique, channeling his energy through the Xiantian skill. His calves unleashed power, which surged explosively from his legs, spreading throughout his body. As he rotated his waist, he felt an increasing intensity of force ascending within him. When the strength reached his arms, it transformed into an unprecedented might. The hammer struck the iron block with precision, creating a thunderous echo that caused the room to tremble slightly. However, the recoil was significant, causing Tang San to step back, while the hammer rebounded, numbing his arms. Utilizing the Xiantian skill, the numbness gradually subsided. Tang San realized that his strength had indeed magnified, and the effect was palpable. Yet, the recoil was formidable, destabilizing his stance. Especially since striking the iron block required continuous effort. Tang Hao continued to instruct him, delivering another strike. As the powerful shockwave rebounded, he executed a swift turn, channeling energy through his calves, and swung the rebounding hammer with finesse, delivering a resounding blow to the iron block, repeating the process. Witnessing this flawless synchronization, Tang San's eyes gleamed. It appeared simple, yet it was anything but. Mastery over timing was essential. At the moment the hammer reached its apex, his body would pivot and swing it around for another strike. Tang Hao relentlessly delivered 36 blows, transforming the iron block into a disc. Afterward, he spun the hammer 3 times to dissipate the force before standing still. Tang San comprehended the lesson, to leverage force against force. Yet to achieve fluidity like his father would require considerable practice. Tang Hao nodded, acknowledging the truth. Mastering a skill in a single viewing was implausible. Practice makes perfect. Yi Yu observed the scene, recognizing the essence of the chaotic wind hammer technique. As Tang San prepared to forge, Tang Hao stated, "Little San, apply the method I just taught you and strike Yi Yu with full force. If he can withstand it, I shall prepare 100 pieces of heavy iron for him. If he cannot endure, then there is no need for preparation. It would do him more harm than good." Tang San nodded and turned to Yi Yu, seeking his opinion. "Brother Yu, what do you think?" Yi Yu, unfazed, nodded decisively. "Of course, let us proceed." Chapter 9. The first 36 strikes. Yi Yu stood calmly, left hand behind his back, right hand raised horizontally before him. This scene left Tang San momentarily stunned. "Brother Yu, what are you doing? You can manage with one hand. Come on." Yi Yu appeared quite nonchalant, which astonished Tang San, while Tang Hao looked on in confusion, thinking, this kid is rather overconfident. Tang San cautioned, "Brother Yu, you saw the power of that strike. You should exert your full strength. Using one hand could be dangerous." "Do not worry. I am capable," Yi Yu replied confidently. Observing Yi Yu's serious demeanor, with no hint of jest, Tang San furrowed his brow. Though it may seem rather incredible, one cannot shake the feeling that Yi Yu's demeanor is not one of arrogance, but rather of confidence. Beside him, Tang Hao gazes at Yi Yu's unwavering resolve, his own heart wavering. Could it be that this young lad is serious? Very well, then I shall step forward. Tang San firmly grips his hammer, channeling strength through his calves, pivoting his body, and with a seamless flow of movement from legs to waist, waist to back, and back to arms. He raises the hammer high, unleashing it with a fierce howl. Initially, he considered holding back his full strength, thinking Yi Yu would select only one opponent. Yet he ultimately decided to unleash his might. Despite the incredulity of the situation, an inexplicable notion lingered in his mind. Perhaps Yi Yu possessed the strength to match him. As the Xiantian gong coursed through his arms, the hammer whistled with a powerful gust of wind, hurtling toward Yi Yu. Yet, Yi Yu remained motionless, responding with a punch that was devoid of any intricate technique, just a simple, unadorned extension of his arm. Earlier, while instructing Xiao San, Yi Yu had observed closely, and Tang Hao had assumed that his confidence stemmed from mastering such forceful techniques. But the punch he delivered was astonishingly plain. Tang Hao sighed inwardly, believing Yi Yu would surely be knocked back by this blow. Suddenly, however, Tang Hao's expression shifted dramatically as he heard an even more potent gust of wind approaching, this time emanating from Yi Yu's fist. His heart filled with astonishment. As a titled Douluo, he would typically dismiss such power, yet Yi Yu was merely 6 years old. At that age, even when employing the full might of the chaotic cloak hammering technique, he could not produce such a fierce gale, let alone with a punch so unassuming. Tang Hao, seemingly anticipating the outcome, stepped forward to stand behind Tang San. With a resounding crash, the fist collided with the hammer, and the disparity between the two was stark. One was the fist of a 6-year-old child, while the other was a 50-centimeter diameter hammer. Yet, the result was even more striking. In that instant of collision, there was no stalemate. Tang San felt a profound force surge through the hammer, traveling up the handle and striking his right hand with excruciating pain. He sensed the hammer slipping from his grasp and attempted to tighten his hold, yet the force was overwhelming. He contemplated employing the Xianyu hand, but realized that both his father and Yi Yu would notice, so he abandoned the thought. With a swift motion, the hammer slipped from his grip, only to be deftly caught by Tang Hao behind him. Simultaneously, Tang San's body was jolted backward, supported by Tang Hao. Rapidly, he activated the Xiantian gong, and the pain in his right hand and the numbness in his right arm gradually subsided. Yi Yu withdrew his fist, maintaining an expression of calm, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. Xiao-san, are you alright? Yi Yu inquired with concern. Tang San shook his head. I'm fine, just a bit of numbness in my hand, nothing serious. He gazed at Yi Yu in astonishment, exclaiming, Brother Yu, your utterly unembellished punch possesses such terrifying power. It's truly unbelievable. Yi Yu chuckled heartily. After awakening my soul power, my physical strength has increased considerably. Tang Hao, filled with astonishment, recalled Xiao-san's descriptions of Yi Yu, noting his extraordinary physique and formidable strength, almost monstrous in nature. Now, Tang Hao found himself witnessing it firsthand, and it surpassed even his expectations. He sighed inwardly, realizing he had misjudged the situation. In truth, it cannot be said that he misjudged. Rather, the situation was simply too astonishing. With the martial soul just awakened and having only recently acquired soul power, it is inconceivable for one to possess such formidable strength, even with innate full soul power. Even a battle soul master of over 10 levels, equipped with soul rings, would find it challenging to exhibit such overwhelming power, especially with a beast martial soul. Tang Hao remarked, Xiao-san, let us commence. Tang Hao and Tang San began the forging process, with Tang San applying the techniques taught by Tang Hao, initiating his hammering. However, initially, he could only sustain 7 consecutive strikes, far from achieving the uninterrupted 36 strikes that Tang Hao could execute. Observing the father-son duo engrossed in their work, Yi Yu rose and inquired, Uncle, do you have any more forging hammers? I would like to assist, to expedite the process and ease your burden. Tang Hao, without hesitation, paused to retrieve another iron hammer. He then asked, Xiao Yu, would you like me to teach you the forging method once again? Yi Yu shook his head, a playful smile gracing his lips as he replied, No need, I learned just by watching you. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao refrained from commenting, acknowledging that while it may appear simple to observe, the practical execution could be quite different. Suddenly, a whistling sound erupted, followed by a tremendous clang, causing the entire house to tremble. Clang, clang, clang. One strike after another, Tang Hao watched in astonishment as Yi Yu wielded the hammer against the iron block. Beside him, Tang San stood frozen in disbelief. Yi Yu's calf muscles tensed, his body pivoted around his waist, and his back propelled his arm in a fluid motion, unleashing a force several times more potent than Tang San's single strike. With each blow, the sound resonated deafeningly, shaking the very earth. The hammer rebounded as Yi Yu turned, his calves exerting power once more, the hammer swirling through the air, producing a whooshing sound. Clang. Another resounding impact echoed as the hammer struck the iron block with precision. Moreover, Yi Yu did not falter. His movements synchronized perfectly with the hammer's rebound, delivering blow after blow. After 36 strikes, Yi Yu ceased, having reduced the iron block by 2 full circles, all impurities eliminated, and the surface appearing remarkably smooth. A solid piece of iron had been completed. Even Tang Hao found it hard to believe. Merely by observing once without any practice, he had mastered it directly, and not just a few times, but in an uninterrupted series of 36. Tang San was even more astonished, pondering how immense the power of a punch would be if Yi Yu harnessed such technique. Surely, even with the use of the Xinyu hand, he would struggle to maintain grip on the hammer as it would likely be sent flying. Tang Hao and Tang San exchanged glances, both equally surprised, realizing that it was inappropriate to describe Yi Yu merely as a monster. Genius would be a more fitting term. After the 36 strikes, Yi Yu proceeded to hammer another piece of red-hot iron. The rhythmic clanging continued, each piece of heavy iron forged anew, culminating in 5 completed pieces after a total of 180 strikes. Yi Yu did not pause, continuing his relentless effort. The astonishment of Tang Hao and Tang San surged with each passing moment. Were his arms not sore or fatigued? Was he truly human? Chapter 10, Understanding. After the astonishment, Tang Hao curiously asked, Xiao Yu, what type of martial soul do you possess? Yi Yu candidly replied, it is of the supportive type. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao and Tang San were taken aback, an auxiliary martial soul, yet possessing such formidable physical prowess. They refrained from further inquiries, perhaps considering the possibility that, like Tang San, he too might possess dual martial souls. Subsequently, the sound of hammering resonated continuously. In just half a day, 100 heavy iron plates had been forged. Tang Hao crafted 50 plates, Yi Yu 40, and Tang San 30. The black iron was intricately woven, resembling a layer of armor, dawned upon their arms and legs. Instantly, Yi Yu felt a heaviness in his limbs. As he moved his hands and feet, though somewhat hindered and uncomfortable, he realized it served to enhance his training. Thank you, Uncle, and Xiao-san, I shall take my leave now. With a gentle wave of his hand, Yi Yu departed, each step leaving a distinct imprint behind. Even Tang Hao regarded Yi Yu with optimism, believing he might one day surpass his own records and become the youngest title Douluo. Tang Hao marveled. As an auxiliary soul master, he does not rely on battle soul masters, but instead diligently hones his own abilities. This lad's future is boundless. Tang Xin nodded in agreement, resolutely stating, "Father, I too shall strive harder." After Yi Yu left, he ventured to an open area to practice punches and kicks. Due to the weight of the iron, his strikes were not swift enough to produce even the sound of rushing wind. Yi Yu set a goal for himself. By the time he reached the Soul Master Academy in 3 months, his punching and kicking speed would generate a resounding whoosh. Observing Yi Yu's every step, which echoed with a dull thud and caused the ground to tremble, old Jack scrutinized him closely, noting that his limbs had grown significantly more robust. Lifting his shirt, old Jack's eyes widened in astonishment. Yi Yu had wrapped 4 layers of heavy iron around his arms and legs. Old Jack advised, "Xiaoyu, I no longer oppose your training, and I have secured a spot for you. This year, our Holy Soul Village has 2 slots for students. In 3 months, I will accompany you and Xiao San to the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy." Yi Yu's heart swelled with joy. Old Jack had finally come to understand. However, he added, "You must not overexert yourself. Be mindful of your health. Although I am not your biological grandfather, seeing you like this pains me." After 6 years of companionship, old Jack had come to regard Yi Yu as his own grandson. Yi Yu reciprocated this sentiment, patting his chest confidently. "Grandpa, you need not worry. You know how resilient I am. Such intense training cannot wear me down. Moreover, since you have come to terms with my desire to become a soul master, I shall exert even more effort to improve myself. After all, if I venture out with insufficient strength, it would be perilous." Old Jack was left speechless by these words. Simply nodding in agreement, one must sacrifice to gain. The current hardships were far preferable to facing danger and losing one's life later on. "This lad, I have never been able to reprimand you. Do as you please," old Jack chuckled wryly. Curious, Yi Yu inquired, "Grandpa, what prompted this sudden change of heart?" "Alas, I can no longer stop you. It is futile," old Jack sighed lightly, then hesitated before resolutely deciding. "Xiaoyu, aren't you eager to learn about your origins?" Upon hearing this, Yi Yu's heart raced. Old Jack was about to reveal something significant. "Yes, I wish to know." Yi Yu nodded earnestly. Old Jack sighed deeply. "Let me share this with you today, though my knowledge is limited. Just when I was engulfed in despair, a woman staggered towards me. The moment I laid eyes on her, that scene became etched in my memory for eternity." At this point, old Jack's expression was filled with horror. Yi Yu's heart tightened, wondering if the woman he spoke of was her mother. Her garments were stained crimson with blood, yet her body bore no wounds, save for the gaping void where her heart should have been. As he recounted this, Yi Yu's face turned pale, her fists clenched tightly. I was utterly astonished. How could she still move without a heart? I was taken aback. As she approached, her right hand opened, revealing a stunning pale pink begonia blossom in her palm. And around her, 8 soul rings began to rise. Old Jack's eyes widened in astonishment. I distinctly remember the colors of the 8 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Black, black, black. This indicated to me that she was a formidable soul Douluo. Moreover, the 8th soul ring glimmered faintly with a hint of red, possibly indicating an age of 80,000 or even 90,000 years. I was astounded. She appeared to be in her 30s yet had achieved the rank of soul Douluo. Upon the appearance of her martial spirit, the beautiful begonia flower, she uttered the words of healing. I was enveloped in a radiant light of restoration, and within moments, my injuries were mended. I found it utterly incredible. Was this the terrifying power of a soul Douluo? After healing me, she appeared even weaker and implored me for assistance in finding a midwife. She was pregnant, seemingly nearing 10 months, with the child about to be born. Subsequently, I sought out a midwife, who regretfully informed us that the child in her womb had already perished, stillborn. Upon hearing this, she urgently inquired about the date. And upon receiving our answer, she was overwhelmed with emotion. At that moment, both the midwife and I were perplexed, but soon we understood. She had expended her last vestiges of soul power. The 8th soul ring radiated a dark red glow as she invoked her 8th soul skill. The midwife and I were left speechless. She expressed relief, noting that she had not been dead for more than a day. And the terrifying healing power of her 8th soul skill could revive those who had perished within this time frame, provided they were below the rank of title Douluo. After she performed the skill, a miracle unfolded. The child revived. The midwife, noticing her pallor and weakness, hastily prepared for the delivery. Though she was on the brink of death, she gritted her teeth, determined to bring forth the child. Initially, she could have used this ability on herself. Without a heart, she would soon succumb, yet she persisted, perhaps employing other healing powers for her own survival. Had she chosen to use it on herself, the skill would have activated post-mortem, leading to her revival and recovery. However, without a moment's hesitation, She chose to save her child. Perhaps her ability to endure despite the absence of a heart stemmed not only from a temporary healing, but also from the unwavering resolve to bring her child into the world. She told me that the child's name was Yiyu. Upon hearing old Jack's tale, Yiyu fell silent, her fists tightly clenched. She turned and exited the room. While old Jack gazed at her facade of strength, little Yu. Once outside, Yiyu's eyes brimmed with tears. Drip. A single tear cascaded down her cheek, landing softly on the ground. Who says that a man does not shed tears easily? It is merely that he has not yet encountered the depths of sorrow. Chapter 11. Dragon Scale. Yiyu's silhouette appeared desolate as he approached a small hill on the outskirts of the village. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, dark clouds gathered. And soon a torrential downpour cascaded down. The rain drenched Yiyu from head to toe, his face wet not only with rain but also with tears. Yiyu yearned to uncover the truth of his origins, to learn about his parents. However, having discovered a portion of the truth today, he realized that his mother was no longer alive. To ensure his survival, she had endured the absence of her heart, persevering solely for the sake of bringing him into the world. Such love is profoundly magnificent. What exactly transpired? Who was responsible? Yiyu's fists clenched tighter, his heart ablaze with fury and hatred. With the revelation of his lineage, the knowledge of his mother's demise weighed heavily upon him. It was through her death that the truth was concealed, resulting in his own stillbirth. Yet, his mother had summoned immense healing power to revive herself from a state of apparent death, gritting her teeth to survive, all for the purpose of giving him life. Yiyu's inner rage surged, his entire being trembling with an overwhelming hatred. Yiyu let out a piercing scream, the news of his mother's death igniting a profound pain and wrath within him. Simultaneously, a certain force within him seemed to resonate with his turmoil. The anger was not solely Yiyu's, it was also the power deep within him that reacted to this revelation. Gradually, as he screamed, darkness enveloped his eyes, his consciousness beginning to blur. With the roar filled with boundless hatred, a sinister black energy surged around Yiyu's left arm. The black mist coiled around his arm, causing it to swell ominously. The density of the black mist was so profound and pure that it obscured the true form of Yiyu's left arm. The black energy spread, stirring the winds and clouds above, as this malevolent force emerged, seemingly making the very heavens tremble. Meanwhile, at the blacksmith shop in Holy Soul Village, Tang Hao, preparing to rest, felt a sudden chill and looked out of the window towards the village outskirts. Father, what is it? Tang Xin noticed Tang Hao's grave expression. Astonished. It is nothing. Stay at home and do not go outside, Tang Hao instructed, his tone unusually solemn. Tang Xin nodded in compliance. He sensed that something was amiss. A weighty pressure that was not merely due to the dark clouds and rain, yet he could not articulate what it was. Straining to sense the energy, he found nothing. While Tang San was unable to detect it due to his insufficient strength, Tang Hao could. The reason Tang San could not sense it was akin to a lower dimension being unable to perceive a higher one. Tang Hao approached swiftly, his heart racing. What terrifyingly pure, malevolent energy is this? In the span of 2 breaths, he arrived, but the sight before him left him shaken and incredulous. Shall you? Boom. In the next moment, under Tang Hao's astonished gaze, the unhinged Yiyu, consumed by rage, began to wreak havoc. His left hand enveloped in black mist crashing against the towering hill. With a deafening roar, the entire hill collapsed instantaneously, reduced to a heap of ruins. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Hao was profoundly shaken. With a single strike, he obliterated a hillside measuring 100 meters. Although such destruction could be achieved at the peak of a soul sect's power, little Yu was merely 6 years old and had yet to become a soul master, only having attained the rank of a level 10 soul scholar. Little Yu, what has transpired? Tang Hao swiftly darted to Yiyu's side, his expression shifting as he noticed that Yiyu's eyes had turned completely black, the whites entirely consumed by darkness. With a sudden exhalation, Tang Hao retreated swiftly, his brow furrowing slightly. He raised his right hand, a colossal artifact materializing in his palm, while 9 soul rings ascended around him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red. This was the optimal configuration for soul rings, and the final ring, though predominantly black, emanated a faint crimson glow. It appeared to be a soul ring nearing 100,000 years in age. It seems I must render you unconscious, little Yu. You should be able to withstand it. The 9 soul rings surrounding Tang Hao vanished, yet the immense artifact in his grasp remained, which he wielded casually, with a mere flick of his hand. A howling wail akin to the cries of ghosts and wolves erupted, sending tremors through the very fabric of space. The irrational Yiyu unleashed a blow with his left arm, colliding with the colossal artifact. The resulting explosion was deafening, drowning out the ominous rumblings of thunder overhead. In an instant, Yiyu was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the ruins and falling silent. Yiyu had succumbed to unconsciousness. and the malevolent black energy enveloping his left arm began to dissipate. As the darkness faded away, Tang Hao's pupils constricted, revealing the state of Yi Yu's arm. The patches of black scales were vanishing, and in the blink of an eye, his arm had returned to its original form. Tang Hao's heart raced. Was that just now dragon scales? He regarded Yi Yu with a deep gaze, sighing lightly. It seemed this child was indeed extraordinary. His body so resilient due to this potent energy. Tang Hao meticulously probed Yi Yu's internal energy, yet he sensed nothing. As if the previously overwhelming malevolent force had vanished entirely. This was for the best, he reasoned. Such uncontrollable energy should remain undetected before it erupted again. It was preferable it did not manifest at all. Although he was uncertain what triggered such an outburst, Tang Hao surmised that if even his tidal Douluo strength could not sense it, it must be well concealed. A re-emergence would be arduous. Perhaps he had been subjected to some tremendous stimulus, he speculated, glancing at the tear streaks on Yi Yu's face. At that moment, old Jack arrived, concerned for Yi Yu, who had ventured out alone in the torrential rain. He rushed over after hearing the commotion. Upon arrival, old Jack was astonished to find what had once been a hill transformed into a wasteland. Tang Hao approached, cradling the unconscious Yi Yu, prompting old Jack to express his worry. Tang Hao, what happened to little Yu? He's merely fallen asleep. Tang Hao reassured him. Old Jack sighed in relief, gazing at the expanse of ruins with a mix of shock and inquiry. What on earth transpired here? All is well, Tang Hao affirmed. Old Jack nodded and gently lifted Yi Yu, making his way home. Once there, he laid Yi Yu softly on the bed, initially apprehensive about whether to summon a doctor. However, as soon as he heard the sounds of snoring, all his concerns dissipated. The slumber was indeed profound, suggesting that there was nothing amiss. What could the sinister dark energy and the black dragon scales signify? Chapter 12. It must not be less than a millennium. Tang Hao surmised that Yi Yu was likely unaware of the energy residing within him. The events of the previous night would surely be lost on him. The following morning, upon awakening, Yi Yu found himself puzzled by the absence of memories from the night prior. Peering through the window, he noticed that the sun was already high in the sky, and he had slept far longer than usual. Typically, his body would rouse him early. But now he awoke feeling somewhat fatigued, a sensation he had never experienced before. Additionally, he noted a peculiar numbness in his left hand, leaving him bewildered. What had transpired? Seeing Yi Yu awake, old Jack approached with concern. Little Yu, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Yi Yu shook his head. No. It's just an unprecedented feeling of fatigue, considering I've slept until this hour. Old Jack replied. That must be due to your recent intense training. Yi Yu disagreed, sensing that something more significant had occurred. He had clearly ventured to the base of the small mountain outside the village. How was he now back at home? He chose not to dwell on it further, his expression darkening. Grandfather, where is my mother buried? Old Jack shook his head. I do not know. After giving birth to you, she departed, claiming she would not survive the day and wished to be with your father in death. Could my father also be? Yi Yu's brow furrowed, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. Old Jack cautioned. Little Yu, although I am unaware of your mother's martial soul, should you discover it in the future, do not seek it out directly. Yi Yu understood old Jack's concerns and reassured him. Rest assured, if I learn of it, I will not pursue it without sufficient strength. That would only lead to my own demise. Old Jack nodded, feeling somewhat relieved. Yi Yu was well aware that his mother's martial soul was undoubtedly the Nine-Heart Begonia, while his own was a mutated form, the Nine-Spirit Black Begonia. The cause of this mutation might be linked to his father's genes. He pondered that his formidable physique could also stem from his father. Grandfather, did my mother ever mention anything about my father? Old Jack shook his head. No, I have shared all that I know. Regarding your father, I am entirely in the dark. Little Yu, your mother wished for you not to be told, nor did she want you to become a soul master. She desired you to lead a normal life, likely due to the formidable enemies she faced, not wanting you to be ensnared in their web. Old Jack hesitated, his thoughts trailing off. Yi Yu declared resolutely, Grandfather, I understand your concerns about me being discovered by enemies. However, I must uncover the truth of what transpired. This vendetta shall be avenged. Old Jack, resigned, nodded, silently praying for Yi Yu's safety. He then relayed the events he had witnessed the previous night. Armed with this knowledge, Yi Yu made his way to the small mountain outside the village. Upon arrival, he was astonished to find the entire mountain had been reduced to ruins. What had occurred? Could it be the work of Tang Hao? Yi Yu was aware of Tang Hao's identity as the son of the Lord of Haoyan sect, the most exceptional genius of the sect and the youngest titled Douluo in history. If it were Tang Hao, then this small mountain would undoubtedly be obliterated effortlessly. Yi Yu proceeded to the blacksmith shop, seeking to glean insight, for Tang Hao must certainly know what transpired. Upon arrival, Tang Hao's gaze met his, characterized by an unremarkable calm, devoid of any sign of the recent events, as if nothing had occurred. Yi recognized that Tang Hao was undoubtedly concealing the truth. Uncle, although I am unaware of what transpired last night, I thank you, Yi expressed, realizing Tang Hao had indeed aided him. Tang Hao replied, you merely fainted, and I happened upon you. It is but a trivial matter. Yi inquired, is there nothing else? Tang Hao replied cryptically, knowing it now holds little significance for you. If you truly wish to know, I would disclose it. Upon hearing this, Yi comprehended and refrained from further questioning. After departing, he commenced an arduous regimen of training. Understanding that with formidable adversaries potentially lurking, he must strive even harder and accelerate his path to strength. Day after day, his training intensified, with both the intensity and frequency of his exercises continually escalating. Unbeknownst to him, 3 months slipped by. With heavy iron bound to his limbs, the weight had doubled, rendering his extremities subject to a staggering 2,000 pounds of pressure. Despite this daunting burden, the speed of his strikes remained swift and fierce. He then approached the base of a 100-meter waterfall, bent his legs, and with a powerful leap, surged upward, cleaving through the cascading waters. Within 3 breaths, he had withstood the overwhelming force and soared above the waterfall. Subsequently, he arrived at a vast expanse of ruins, where once stood a series of small mountains. Daily using the mountains as targets for his training had resulted in 8 of them being reduced to mere debris over the course of 3 months. At this moment, Tang San was seated in meditation atop the last remaining mountain, facing the rising sun in the east. As Yi reached the mountain's base, he unleashed a punch, causing the entire mountain to tremble, startling Tang San, who initially believed it to be an earthquake. Upon looking down, Tang San could only manage a wry smile, calling out, Brother Yu, please show some mercy. This is the last mountain. Eager for the world beyond, Tang San had not forgotten his aspirations. Yi acknowledged, understood. I shall see you at the village entrance shortly. After breakfast, Yi followed Old Jack to the village entrance, where soon, Tang San arrived with his belongings. Old Jack felt immense pride, for this year, 2 soul masters had emerged from Holy Spirit Village. Since both Tang San and Yi possessed innate full soul power, Old Jack regarded them as soul masters, anticipating that once they acquired a soul ring, they would officially earn that title. Old Jack sighed lightly. Once you both enter the Junior Soul Master Academy, you should be able to graduate within 6 years and advance to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy for further training. Tang San, still curious about the knowledge of this world, asked, Grandpa Jack, what distinguishes the Junior Soul Master Academy from the Intermediate Soul Master Academy? Old Jack explained. The Intermediate Soul Master Academy imparts more profound teachings, and the instructors there possess greater strength. Soul rings before level 20 can be obtained with the assistance of other soul masters, but beyond level 20, one must hunt to acquire them independently. Tang San comprehended that since the first 2 soul rings could be attained with the assistance of other soul masters, the more formidable the aid, the better the soul rings he would acquire. He understood that the maximum limit for the first soul ring that the human body could endure was below 400 years. Any higher, given his current strength, would result in catastrophic consequences. Tang San had resolved that his first soul ring would not be less than a century old. Simultaneously, Yi had also devised a plan for his own soul ring, aiming for one no less than a millennium. Chapter 13. Who is unfortunate? Throughout their journey, Old Jack incessantly shared his knowledge. The primary academy imparted only fundamental teachings, accepting only those children who had just awakened their martial spirits, operating on a 6-year curriculum. To graduate, one must achieve a level of 20. However, if a student reaches level 20 ahead of schedule, they may apply for early graduation. Xiao San. Although both of you possess innate full soul power, your martial spirits, one being blue silvergrass and the other blacktail flower, will present significant challenges in cultivation. Thus, reaching level May 20th take considerable time. Nevertheless, I firmly believe you will graduate within 6 years and proceed to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. As for the Advanced Soul Master Academy, entry will likely be difficult. Only the most talented individuals gain admission, paving the way for boundless prospects in the future. Both the nation and the Spirit Hall will vie for such talents, bestowing noble titles upon them. Of course, my expectations for you are not excessively high. Graduating from the Intermediate Soul Master Academy is already a remarkable achievement, bringing honor to our Holy Soul Village. Old Jack cautioned. While the first 2 soul rings can be obtained with assistance from other soul masters, the third and beyond must be achieved through your own efforts. Those from noble families with prestigious sect backgrounds often have skilled companions, reducing their risk, while as commoners, you will have to rely solely on yourselves. Exercise caution when the time comes. Yi nodded. Grandfather, I understand. Soon, they arrived at Nodding City, where Yi first sought out a burden shop. The items within were not like the black iron weights. Instead, they consisted of sandbags and various weighted accessories such as belts and leg guards. The sandbags possessed a greater density than black iron due to the enhancement of gravity soul techniques. The burden shop was a frequent haunt for battle soul masters, who purchased weighted items to wear at all times, effectively training their bodies and gradually adapting to become more agile. Yu, encumbered by layers of black iron, found them uncomfortable and naturally sought to acquire some gravity-enhanced weights upon arriving in Notting City. His gaze skimmed past the sandbags, which, while suitable for adults, appeared excessively large for his 6-year-old frame. Yu's attention shifted to the leather arm and leg guards, adorned with numerous iron plates. These plates, composed of pure iron, resembled small memory chips from a past life, each weighing several pounds and further augmented by gravity, making them quite hefty. Yu observed that each piece bore varying levels of gravity, with higher weights commanding greater prices. Each item was placed on a massive stone that had sunk into the ground, the stone riddled with cracks, on the verge of being unable to bear the load. Despite being mere arm and leg guards, they were indeed quite substantial. Yu's gaze lingered upon the 8,000 gene gravity device. Presently, his limbs bore the weight of 2,000 gene each, allowing him to move with ease and agility. However, the thought of suddenly bearing 8,000 gene was overwhelming. For now, he could not afford it. Yet, he anticipated that upon graduating from the primary Soul Master Academy and receiving his reward, he would likely have enough funds. By that time, he would at least have reached level 20. It is noteworthy that with his innate full soul power of level 30, acquiring a soul ring would elevate him directly to level 20, enabling him to obtain a second soul ring. Therefore, by then, having each limb capable of withstanding 8,000 gene should be achievable. Yu inquired, "Boss, what is the total cost for the 8,000 gene gravity suit, comprising 2 arm pieces, 1 chest piece, and 2 leg pieces?" The proprietor scrutinized Yu, noting his coarse, albeit clean, tattered clothing adorned with several patches. It was evident to the owner that the youth before him hailed from the countryside. "Boy, are you inquiring on behalf of someone?" the owner asked. "No, I am purchasing for myself," Yu replied. The owner chuckled heartily at this, ready to dismiss Yu as a mere child. "Little brat, hurry along and stop jesting with me. I have no time for such nonsense." Yu, feeling exasperated, insisted, "I genuinely intend to buy it for myself. I cannot pay at this moment, but soon I will be able to. Please, just tell me the price." The owner gestured toward the vest on the stone table, stating, "This is not a clothing store, but a gravity suit shop. Just one vest could crush you, do you understand?" Upon hearing this, the owner was astonished. Noticing that the child exhibited no signs of fear, Yu confidently asserted, "I can lift it." The owner, now incensed, thought the child was mocking his intelligence. Just as he was about to erupt with anger, Yu proposed, "If I succeed in lifting this vest, you must give it to me for free. If I fail, I shall return in 2 days with 5 gold soul coins. What do you say?" By this point, a crowd had gathered, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle. Upon hearing Yu's words, they began to murmur amongst themselves. "What is this child saying? His claims grow increasingly absurd. Does he possess a sound mind? Boss, you should agree. This boy might be a lucky charm. Even if he cannot produce the money, he could work off his debt." The proprietor, sensing an advantageous opportunity, readily acquiesced, feeling no trepidation as he was certain of his victory. He believed himself fortunate to encounter such a potential laborer. Though young, the boy appeared quite robust. The onlookers collectively assumed Yu was merely offering free money, destined to repay through toil should he fail to pay. The owner replied earnestly, "You better be prepared to uphold your end of the bargain if you cannot lift it. Though you are a child, at 6 years old, you are not too young to be responsible for your words. And with so many witnesses present, there can be no backing out." Yu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I shall. The same goes for you." The owner stifled a laugh, choosing not to say more, eager to commence. A man of average height, slightly lean, with an unremarkable appearance, ambled toward Notting Academy. Despite his plain looks, he possessed a unique aura, marked by a semblance of languor and despondency in his demeanor. The man in question is Master Yu Xiaojing. The master paused, intrigued and astonished, pondering whether the child was truly jesting. Yet, it was evident to him that the boy exuded confidence. However, how could a 6-year-old possibly lift the gravity vest, which bore a staggering weight of 8,000 pounds? The master, like others, deemed it impossible, yet for some inexplicable reason, a flicker of curiosity ignited within him, compelling him to witness the spectacle. Yu stepped forward, his right hand reaching for the vest, provoking laughter among the proprietor and the onlookers. "Huh, one-handed grasp. This lad seems destined to squander his fortune." Observing the boy's ragged attire, they presumed he hailed from the countryside, and 5 gold soul coins seemed far beyond his means. Clearly, he was destined to become a laborer here. The proprietor's grin widened, convinced of his impending profit, regardless of whether the boy could produce such a sum. In the next moment, The proprietor's thoughts came to an abrupt halt, his smile frozen in disbelief. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 14. The dog's eye sees not the worth of a man. Yi Yu advanced, hand outstretched towards the vest. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the vest was effortlessly lifted by Yi Yu's single hand. The gravity was substantial, yet Yi Yu, undeterred by the astonished gazes around him, assessed the weight and found it quite manageable for his current self. Turning to the proprietor, who stood aghast and incredulous, Yi Yu remarked with a calm smile, "May I take it now?" As he prepared to don the vest and turned to depart, the proprietor's expression shifted dramatically. This 8,000-pound vest was worth 3 gold soul coins, a considerable sum in Notting City. The proprietor opened his mouth to protest, but Yi Yu interjected sarcastically, "What's wrong? Are your previous words no longer valid? There are so many witnesses. Do you wish to go back on your word?" The proprietor glanced at the crowd, initially hoping they would vouch for him to prevent Yi Yu from reneging. Yet now he found himself ensnared. The onlookers were equally astonished. Is this child truly 6 years old? This is extraordinary strength. Surely, one born with such power cannot be so fearsome? After their astonishment subsided, the crowd rallied in support of Yi Yu. "Proprietor, you've lost. Do you wish to retract your statement? We are all witnesses. And if you go back on your word, it would tarnish your establishment's reputation. Indeed, don't default on a child," they advised. The proprietor, who initially believed himself fortunate to have gained a laborer, now found himself the unfortunate one. Reluctantly, he nodded. "Very well, take it." Yi Yu donned the vest. Discovering its remarkable elasticity, it could shrink or expand as needed. After putting it on, Yi Yu turned and jogged away, leaving behind a parting remark. "I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Proprietor, save the other items for me. I shall return in a few days with the payment." Meanwhile, the proprietor stood there, eyes wide and mouth agape, watching Yi Yu sprint away in a daze, his mind swirling with shock. Concurrently, the crowd shared in the collective astonishment. Not only did he don the 8,000 gene weighted vest, but upon wearing it, he appeared to be entirely unburdened, effortlessly jogging away. This is truly monstrous. How astonishing it is. Bearing such immense weight, yet still moving with ease, is utterly unbelievable. The onlookers were left in awe. Even the masters were struck with trepidation, as they had never before encountered a child like this. Indeed, he surpassed any monster. At that moment, Tang San and Old Jack had arrived at the entrance of Notting Academy, ready to enter when they were halted by a guard stationed at the gate. "What do you want? This place is not for country folk," the guard sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Old Jack and Tang San, whose coarse, patched clothing unmistakably indicated their rural origins. Old Jack replied with a polite smile, "We come from St. Sol Village, and this year our village has 2 slots for students. And he is one of them." Upon hearing this, the guard scoffed in disbelief, further deriding them. "A grass hut can't possibly produce a phoenix. It's impossible for anyone from a small village to possess soul power. Otherwise, soul masters would be everywhere." Despite the guard's incessant mockery, Old Jack, though furious, maintained a courteous demeanor, knowing that as a countryman without status, he had to keep a calm facade. "This is the certification provided by Master Su Yuntao of the Spirit Hall. Please take a look." As the guard received the 2 certificates, he burst into laughter. "Blue silver grass, innate full soul power. Blacktail flower, innate full soul power. Ha, ha, ha." The guard guffawed, mocking, "I am terribly sorry. I simply cannot help it. This is the funniest joke I have heard this year, or even in the past 2 decades. Ha, ha, ha. 2 useless martial spirits, both supposedly with innate full soul power. Could you make your fabrication any more ludicrous? If you had claimed a soul power of level 1, I might have believed you. Country folk really know nothing of what innate full soul power signifies. There are hardly any on the entire continent." With that, the guard tossed the certificates to the ground. Old Jack quickly bent down to retrieve them, wiping off the dust with his sleeve. Old Jack could no longer contain his indignation. Though the 2 certificates appeared to be mere pieces of paper, they represented his greatest pride, and the guard's careless dismissal filled him with rage. "How can you behave this way? This certificate is absolutely genuine." The guard coldly retorted, "Do you take me for a fool? Take your fake certificates and get lost." With that, he raised his hand to push Old Jack. Though the guard was not a soul master, but merely an ordinary man, he was robust, while Old Jack, being elderly, stumbled backward from the force. Just as he was about to fall, Tang San swiftly supported Old Jack. With a piercing gaze, Tang San's intense stare caused the guard to involuntarily shudder and take a step back. The guard inwardly cursed. "It's just a little brat. What is so frightening about him?" He coldly challenged, "What's the matter? Do you want to fight me? Go ahead, you country bumpkin. I am a guard of Notting Academy." Suddenly, a figure surged forward, and the guard felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, sending him flying 5 meters away. He let out a cry of anguish as he collided with the iron gate, crashing to the ground, grimacing in pain and howling in distress. The guard clutched his abdomen, writhing on the ground, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he glared ominously upward. Before him stood a 6-year-old boy, equally clad in tattered garments. Old Jack was taken aback. It was little Yu. Shaking his head, Old Jack said, "It's nothing." Yu gazed down at the guard, cold glints flashing in his eyes. Old Jack was his only kin, and the guard's contemptible attitude was utterly intolerable. Furiously, the guard shouted, "You little brat. How dare you strike me? Do you wish for death? I am a guard of Notting Academy." Yi responded with disdain, "A guard? Merely a doorkeeper. You are nothing." At the same time, a flicker of lethal intent flashed in Yi Yu's eyes. The guard's anger intensified. How could a country bumpkin look down on him? He bellowed, "I am a doorkeeper, but I am also a guard of Notting Academy. You, a mere villager, cannot compare to me. Can a soul master even be compared to you?" As Yi Yu spoke, his entire being erupted with soul power, causing a whirlwind to whip around him. The guard felt an overwhelming dread as he sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Yi Yu. Although he was merely an ordinary man, he could discern that this was an extraordinarily potent soul power, certainly not of just 1 or 2 levels. The guard's face paled in fear, instinctively retreating as his anger dissipated. Replaced by awe. Initially believing the child had struck him due to innate strength, he now realized that the boy's soul power was formidable. He was struck with astonishment. Could it be that his soul power was indeed innately complete? The thought sent a shiver through him, and he realized he was in grave danger. Yi Yu presented his credentials, looking down coldly. "Now, do you think this proof is genuine?" Chapter 15. The martial spirit unknown to the master. The guard, utterly terrified, fell to his knees. "It is real," he stammered, his voice trembling. He pleaded, "I was blind to your greatness, esteemed soul master. I beg you, spare me. Leave." Yi replied coldly, "Yes, yes." The guard, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly departed. Heart pounding with fear, he felt as if he had narrowly escaped death. Although he hailed from the countryside, his identity as a soul master set him apart. Even if he were to be killed, little would come of it. Once the guard was a distance away, Yi Yu remarked meaningfully, "Little San, it's up to you." Tang Sen understood immediately. Not long after, the guard, who had fled 100 meters, suddenly collapsed to the ground, shocking the onlookers, who quickly gathered around. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the guard's throat had been pierced by a needle, blood staining the earth. None knew who had committed this act, save for Yi Yu. The moment the guard uttered his threats, he had already been marked for death by Yi Yu. Had he not been a soul master of innate completeness, or had he been an ordinary villager, provoking the guard would certainly have led to retaliation, even death. Thus, those who harbor murderous intentions towards oneself must not be spared. Tang Sen understood Yi Yu's earlier words immediately. The guard was, without a doubt, his doing. Had Yi Yu not appeared, he would have acted. Tang Sen had employed the hidden weapons of the Tang sect, silent sleeve arrows, leaving no one the wiser. At that moment, the master arrived and introduced himself. "Greetings. I am from this academy. May I see your credentials?" Old Jack sensed that this individual possessed an air of distinction and handed over the credentials. The master glanced at them and said, "I shall take these 2 children under my wing. I will escort them into the academy." "Thank you very much." Old Jack expressed his gratitude. The master led Tang San and Yi Yu into the academy, where Tang Sen curiously inquired, "Teacher, what do you teach at this academy?" The master corrected him, "I am not a teacher at this academy. You may call me master." Yi Yu remarked, "It seems your status in this academy is quite elevated." The distinction between a master and a teacher is significant. To be addressed as master indicates exceptional abilities. Tang Sen asked with curiosity, "Oh, is it because we possess innate full soul power? Yet our martial souls are considered useless. I shall explain in detail later. For now, let us proceed to my office." The master replied, guiding Tang San and Yi Yu through the campus. Students and teachers alike showed profound respect for the master, bowing in reverence as they passed. This made Tang San realize that the master before him indeed possessed unique qualities. Before long, they arrived at the office. The master closed the door and candidly stated, "Today, I am fortunate to encounter 2 dual martial souls. You are the 3rd and 4th dual martial souls to emerge on this continent in nearly a century." Hearing this, Tang Sen felt a jolt of surprise. Only his father was aware of his dual martial soul. How could the master know? He looked at Yi Yu in astonishment. Pondering silently, "Brother Yu is also a dual martial soul?" After a brief moment of shock, Tang San was not overly surprised, given Yi Yu's formidable physique. It was certainly not a result of the black-tailed flower. Observing Tang San's astonished expression, the master recognized his accuracy, but furrowed his brow as he turned to Yi Yu. Yi Yu did not display any signs of surprise, as if he had misspoken. "Shall you? Did I err in my assessment?" The master trusted his theory, yet Yi Yu's demeanor did not seem faint. Yi Yu shook his head. I am not a dual martial soul. I possess only one martial soul. He opened his right hand, revealing a black begonia flower. The master was taken aback upon witnessing this martial soul, for it was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon, and he could not even name it. Although it resembled the black-tailed flower, he sensed it was something else entirely. This piqued the master's intense curiosity. Xiaoyu, what kind of martial soul is this? The credentials state that your martial soul is the useless black-tailed flower, but I believe it is not. While they are quite similar, I perceive it to be a begonia. Despite the resemblance between the black-tailed flower and the begonia, the master was convinced it was indeed a begonia. Although he had never heard of a martial soul resembling a begonia, while he might not know every martial soul, he was familiar with most, save for those exceedingly rare. Yiyu then asked, Master, are you familiar with the Nine-Heart Begonia? The master furrowed his brow, having not heard of it. Yiyu explained, the Nine-Heart Begonia exists only in 2 instances on the continent, and is a martial soul exclusive to the Nine-Heart Begonia sect, one of the lower 3 sects. Much like the 9 Treasures Glazed sect. The 7 Treasures Glazed sect is renowned alongside the Haotian sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect as one of the 3 dominant sects of the Douluo Continent. Thanks to the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, the strongest auxiliary martial soul in the land. Similarly, the remarkable aspect of the Nine-Heart Begonia sect lies in its namesake. The Nine-Heart Begonia. The sect can only have 2 possessors of the Nine-Heart Begonia martial soul at any given time due to its lineage being passed down solely through one descendant per generation. As such, only 2 soul masters of the Nine-Heart Begonia can coexist. If neither of the 2 were to perish, future generations would be unable to produce new Nine-Heart Begonia soul masters. The auxiliary capabilities of the Nine-Heart Begonia are not inferior to those of the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, and indeed, the Nine-Heart Begonia is considered the most formidable auxiliary martial soul. However, because only one disciple can inherit it, its renown pales in comparison to that of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Listening to Yiyu's account, the master felt a twinge of embarrassment, smiling wryly as he remarked on his own ignorance. Although the master was unaware of the full extent of the Nine-Heart Begonia's prowess, Yiyu held him in high regard. It is only natural for one to be oblivious, aside from the Nine-Heart Begonia sect. Only a handful from the 7 Treasures Glazed sect and the Spirit Hall possess knowledge of it. The master expressed curiosity. What abilities does the Nine-Heart Begonia possess? Healing. Yiyu replied. Regardless of the number of soul rings one may have, the skill remains singular, healing. Upon hearing this, the master's eyes brightened with intrigue. As the conversation drew to a close, a hint of sorrow flickered in Yiyu's gaze. The master, profoundly moved, exclaimed, Indeed. The Nine-Heart Begonia is a powerful auxiliary martial soul. Tang San, standing nearby, was equally astonished by the existence of such a terrifying martial soul. Yiyu raised his right hand, gazing at his martial soul with a blend of emotion and reverence. Although his parents had departed from his life, he felt their essence remained, transformed into his martial soul, accompanying him always. My martial soul has evolved from the Nine-Heart Begonia into the Nine-Spirit Black Begonia. Perhaps due to this mutation, it differs from the Nine-Heart Begonia, leading to its unique existence. With conviction in his eyes, Yiyu asserted, I feel that my Nine-Spirit Black Begonia possesses auxiliary capabilities that surpass those of the Nine-Heart Begonia. Chapter 16. Can you slay a 1,000-year soul beast? The master and Tang San were further astonished. If the auxiliary capabilities of the Nine-Heart Begonia were already formidable, how terrifying might the Nine-Spirit Black Begonia be? The master understood the nature of mutated martial souls, which could either weaken or strengthen their bearers. However, the likelihood of a weakening was overwhelmingly high, akin to how offspring of closely related lineage might inherit diminished faculties, although there exists a marginal chance for the emergence of exceptional intellect. The master's own martial soul was a malignant mutation, forever unable to transcend the 30th level. He remarked, since your martial soul is a stronger mutation, you will undoubtedly possess unimaginable auxiliary capabilities in the future. Yet, are you truly not a twin martial soul? Yiyu replied with a wry smile, No, or rather, not at present. The master frowned, pondering, this is indeed peculiar. According to my theories, you should be more likely than Xiao San to possess a twin martial soul. Yet you do not. The master's realization of his own miscalculation took him by surprise. He inquired, Xiaoyu, do you believe your future soul skills will solely revolve around healing? The Nine-Heart Begonia has but one skill, healing. However, since the Nine-Spirit Black Begonia is a mutation, it may differ in this regard. The master hoped fervently that Yiyu's Nine-Spirit Black Begonia would offer more than just healing assistance. Yiyu responded, though I am uncertain, I sense that my abilities encompass more than mere healing. I can feel that the Nine-Spirit Black Begonia possesses not only gentleness, but also great strength. Upon hearing this, The master surmised that there must be more than one skill involved. If one could possess strength, defense, and other attributes, it would indeed be formidable. Coupled with Yi Yu's extraordinary physique, even as a support-type soul master, he would likely be a challenging opponent for any battle soul master. Typically, support-type soul masters are inherently weak and rely on others for protection. The master believed that in the future, a combat-oriented support soul master would emerge. Yi Yu turned to Tang San, feigning surprise despite knowing that Tang San possessed twin martial souls. Little San, you are a twin martial soul? The master felt a sudden awkwardness. He had assumed both were aware of each other's abilities. Yet it was clear that Yi Yu was uninformed about Tang San's twin martial souls. Had he known this, he would have engaged them in private discussions. The master expressed his apologies. Little San, I am sorry, I thought you both knew about it. Tang San replied, I am a twin martial soul. But Little Yu is unaware. Master, you need not feel apologetic. Little Yu is my good friend, and it's no issue. Yi Yu nodded, assuring, yes. I want to speak of it. The master nodded in acknowledgement, feeling less conflicted. Tang San, curious, inquired, Master, how did you know I possess twin martial souls? Although the master had erred in his predictions regarding Yi Yu, he likely had his own theoretical reasons for considering Yi Yu an exception. The master elucidated, I once investigated 647 individuals with the blue-silver grass martial soul. Only 16 possessed soul power, and none exceeded the first level. However, you, on the other hand, possess innate full soul power. According to my studies on the 10 core competencies of martial souls, soul power is directly proportional to the quality of the martial soul. High soul power indicates a remarkably strong martial soul, and since your martial soul is blue-silver grass, it implies that you must possess another martial soul, one of exceptional caliber, corresponding to your innate full soul power. The master felt confident in his deductions. Tang San's martial soul was undoubtedly illustrious. Tang San nodded in understanding, simultaneously filled with admiration for the master's unique insights. Master, I wish to be your student. Tang San earnestly declared. Yi Yu naturally echoed this sentiment, recognizing the profound benefits of the master's guidance. Although the master's strength may not be formidable, he was invincible in certain respects. Accepting the master's teachings would be advantageous. The master was delighted. Very well, from this moment on, you may call me teacher. He then turned his gaze back to Yi Yu, still puzzled as to why there was no second martial soul. Had he not witnessed Yi Yu's terrifying power beforehand, he might have mistakenly dismissed Yi Yu's martial soul as insignificant. However, now he realized that the mutated Nine-Spirit Black Tang was indeed proportional to innate full soul power. Yet, he pondered why Yi Yu's physique was so robust. It certainly could not be attributed to the Nine-Spirit Black Tang, as support-type martial souls do not alter one's inherent strength. Clearly, there was much knowledge yet to be explored. The master turned to Tang San and asked, Little San, may I see your other martial soul? If it is inconvenient, there is no need to release it. It's no trouble, I will release it now. Although father advised against revealing one's second martial spirit too easily, Xiao Yu is a friend, and the master, akin to a father figure, is also his teacher. As the saying goes, once a teacher, forever a father. Tang San disregarded any reservations, raising his left hand, from which a brilliant azure light erupted, revealing a small hammer. The sight of this hammer brought a profound astonishment to the master. He recognized that Tang San's second martial spirit was extraordinary, yet he never anticipated it would be this. It should have been obvious that Tang San's surname was Tang. The master suppressed his excitement, saying, All right, put it away. Remember, do not use your second martial spirit lightly. And certainly do not attach soul rings to it. The master's words deepened Tang San's curiosity. My father said the same thing, master. Why is that? The master, equally intrigued, inquired, Tang San, what does your father do? My father is a blacksmith. Upon hearing this, the master was taken aback, aware that being merely a blacksmith was an oversimplification. It seemed Tang San was unaware of his father's true identity, thus he could not divulge the intricate details at this juncture. The master stated, It is not yet the time for me to reveal this to you. You only need to know that my request, like your father's, is for your own good. Tang San nodded, refraining from further inquiries. The master continued, Now, let us proceed to register you. The opening ceremony is tomorrow, and classes commence the day after. Following the ceremony, I will assist you in seeking suitable soul rings. This evening, I shall contemplate what kind of soul rings would best suit you. Tang San felt a surge of excitement, as he was on the verge of acquiring a soul ring. And perhaps the Xiantian skill would also advance as he stepped into the realm of soul masters. The master, with a serious demeanor, clarified, Although I will assist you, the absorption of the soul rings will depend on your own efforts. If the soul rings are in the range of 10 or several decades, you should manage. But I require you to aim for the optimal configuration. The first soul ring should be at least 100 years old. Tang San nodded in agreement. Yes? I believe the first soul ring should not be less than 100 years. The master elaborated. Ideally, the first soul ring should be 300 years, which, with my strength, I can handle, making it feasible for you to absorb. After making this statement, the master prepared to take Yi Yu and Tang San for registration. At that moment, Yi Yu posed a question that left the master momentarily speechless. Teacher, can you kill a 1,000-year soul beast? Chapter 17. The master was astonished. He was utterly bewildered, pondering how Yi Yu suddenly posed such a question. A 1,000-year soul beast? With my strength, I could not possibly defeat one. The disparity is immense. The master responded, his surprise evident as he asked, Yi Yu, why do you inquire? Yi Yu candidly replied, because I want my first soul ring to be 1,000 years. The master, Tang San. The master and Tang San exchanged incredulous glances, both deeply shocked. The master, who rarely exhibited astonishment, had been taken aback multiple times today due to Yi Yu. He explained, Yi Yu, it seems you are not fully aware of the nature of soul rings. For a 10th level soul master, the maximum limit for the first soul ring is 423 years. Exceeding this threshold could lead to a catastrophic explosion of one's body. Even a 400-year soul ring is a perilous endeavor, fraught with life-threatening risks. The second soul ring, even for a soul master of level 20, can only withstand a maximum of 764 years, let alone the first soul ring, which is a millennium, something no one has ever achieved. Even if the second soul ring were a millennium, it remains an unattainable feat. After the master concluded, Yi Yu maintained a serious expression, devoid of any jest, unwavering in his resolve. Master, I have long contemplated that my first soul ring should indeed be a millennium. My physique is extraordinary, perhaps I can endure it. Yi Yu proclaimed with confidence. The master furrowed his brow, still unconvinced. Today, I witnessed your ability to lift an armor weighing 8,000 pounds, which attests to your uniqueness. However, the might of a 1,000-year soul beast is such that only a soul king could contend with it. With this in mind, do you now grasp the formidable nature of a millennium soul ring? The master's astonishment grew, for Yi Yu's expression revealed no hesitation or wavering, only steadfast determination. Teacher, believe in me. I am capable. I do not aim for lofty ambitions. I merely feel that I can achieve this, Yi Yu insisted earnestly. At this moment, Tang San interjected, Master, perhaps this continent has never seen an individual absorb a 1,000-year soul ring as their first, yet Xiao Yu is different. He might be capable of it. I am acutely aware of Xiao Yu's terrifying potential, even more formidable than I had imagined. The master began to waver, ceasing his discouragement, and inquired, Xiao Yu, please detail your current physical data. Yi Yu nodded. I can currently withstand a gravitational force of 16,000 pounds. My bodily defense allows me to endure the impact of waterfalls from heights of 200 meters or even greater. My internal organs and bones feel remarkably resilient. Having witnessed Yi Yu's capacity to bear such weight while effortlessly moving in an 8,000-pound vest, the master found it astonishing. A 6-year-old child enduring 16,000 pounds seemed implausible. Yet the master believed in Yi Yu's ability. The aspect of bodily defense astounded him further. Not only was Yi Yu immensely strong, but his body was also exceptionally robust, capable of withstanding such terrifying forces. The master's curiosity was piqued. Xiao Yu, the cultivation of internal defense is the most challenging. How have you accomplished this? Yi Yu shook his head. I have done nothing. Indeed, the enhancement of internal prowess is arduous, and I possess no particular methods. Perhaps my resilience is simply innate. The master conceded that it was indeed possible. Being naturally gifted, one could be prodigious in every aspect. Tang San, listening from the side, felt a pang of envy. The master nodded. Very well, I shall seek assistance shortly. Initially, I intended to lead you both to hunt soul beasts for your rings alone, which posed some danger. So I thought to enlist the help of the Academy's principal. However, it appears that even the head of the intermediate Nodding Soul Master Academy, with a cultivation level of 42 as a tool spirit master, would find it perilous to confront a 600-year soul beast unless he had a restraining spirit, making his involvement futile now. Yi Yu understood that the master could find a suitable candidate, yet there was one more matter. As the master prepared to take Yi Yu and Tang San to register, Yi Yu's next words halted their steps, leaving them in astonishment. Master, the assistants you find should ideally be capable of hunting soul beasts in the range of 8 to 9,000 years. The master and Tang San were momentarily taken aback. What could Xiao Yu's words possibly mean? The master, astonished, inquired, Xiao Yu, why? Because after obtaining the first spirit ring, I can directly acquire the second spirit ring. The implications of Yi Yu's statement left both the master and Tang San utterly dumbfounded. When Yi Yu elaborated, their astonishment deepened. It is because I possess innate full spirit power at the 30 level. 30 level. The master and Tang San were rendered speechless in disbelief. Tang San stammered. Innate full spirit power? And at 30 level? The master, equally taken aback, could hardly fathom it, despite his vast knowledge. He had never heard of someone with innate full spirit power at 30 level. Even a 20 level innate full spirit power was unheard of, let alone someone who had surpassed that threshold to reach 30 level. If someone were to appear with innate full spirit power at 20 level, it might not be entirely impossible. But 30 level directly? Xiaoyu, are you truly at 30 level innate full spirit power? The master was profoundly astonished. Even a 10 level innate full spirit power was exceedingly rare. He was uncertain if a 20 level existed, but believed it would be a rarity across the continent for centuries. Now, however, 30 level had emerged. Was this a natural spirit master? Gaining 3 spirit rings would elevate him to 31, thus becoming a spirit master. Yes, there is no mistake, Yu affirmed with a nod. The master was both astounded and elated. Initially, he thought he had encountered 2 prodigies today. But now he realized that Tang San was merely a small prodigy, while Yu was a true marvel, a genius. Tang San recalled the scene from the awakening ceremony and exclaimed, "No wonder the radiance emitted by the crystal ball was so much stronger than mine, illuminating the entire room in a brilliant azure. It turns out your spirit power, Xiaoyu, is at innate full spirit power 30 level. How impressive." Tang San had already grasped the rarity and terror of a 10 level innate full spirit power. Upon awakening, one could directly acquire a spirit ring and become a spirit master, with a subsequent cultivation speed that would far surpass ordinary individuals. Innate full spirit power equated to exceptional talent. What might be the cultivation speed of Yu, who possessed innate full spirit power at 30 level? It was beyond imagination. With a gentle sigh, the master remarked, "It seems, Xiaoyu, you are likely to break records in the future, becoming the youngest title Douluo." The speed of cultivation at 30 level innate full spirit power was unfathomable, especially considering Yiyu's own extraordinary nature, which instilled confidence in the master that Yiyu would undoubtedly shatter records. Yiyu interjected, "Although I possess innate full spirit power at 30 level and can quickly acquire spirit power, I sense that a portion of my spirit power will dissipate within myself." Upon hearing this, the master was intrigued. A portion of spirit power will dissipate? Nevertheless, he continued, "Even though a part is absorbed and disappears, I feel that each time it happens, I become stronger." This revelation left the master increasingly astonished, contemplating whether it was related to Yiyu's unique physique or perhaps due to his second martial soul. The master speculated that Yiyu might indeed have a second martial soul, but even during the awakening ceremony, it could not be revealed, though some spirit power might dissipate. The enhancement of his own strength was undoubtedly a splendid occurrence. "I intend to first acquire 2 spirit rings," Yiyu stated. "As for the 3rd spirit ring, I cannot rely on others for assistance in hunting. Therefore, I shall wait until my strength is sufficiently robust to hunt for the 3rd spirit ring myself." Yiyu's gaze was resolute and fervent, as he set for himself an exceedingly arduous goal. 6 years hence, I shall hunt a 10,000-year soul beast. For my 3rd soul ring, I desire one that is 10,000 years old. Chapter 18, The Leader? The master and Tang San exchanged glances, simultaneously exclaiming in astonishment, "Truly extraordinary. Can you find another term to describe it?" Yiyu felt a certain discomfort in their words. The master chuckled, "Indeed, that phrasing is rather lacking. It would be more appropriate to say it is transcendent." The master marveled. A 10,000-year soul ring for a soul master of the 30th level is unimaginable. No one has ever harbored such thoughts. To hunt a 10,000-year soul beast with the strength of a 30th level soul master is an endeavor beyond comprehension, a tale fit for fantasy. However, it is not entirely impossible to rely on external assistance in hunting soul beasts. Your unique physique allows you to absorb a portion of your soul power to enhance yourself. Thus, with your martial spirit as an aid, if you were to enlist a formidable soul master, there might be a glimmer of hope. Yet, this is not an undertaking that can be accomplished in a year or 2. Yiyu nodded. "Yes, I intend to dedicate 6 years to this. After acquiring 2 soul rings, I will remain at the 30th level of a soul master, refraining from obtaining a 3rd soul ring. Over these 6 years, I shall continuously cultivate, absorbing soul power until my body reaches saturation. Although I am uncertain as to how much my body can absorb before reaching this limit, there certainly exists a threshold." The master grew increasingly convinced that Yiyu's physique was the most formidable aspect. Tang San shared this belief. The ability to absorb soul power, once saturated, would allow the body to assimilate it and subsequently continue the cycle of absorption, thereby perpetually enhancing one's strength. Over the past 3 months of rigorous training, Yiyu had come to comprehend the terrifying potential of his own physique, akin to a cheat in a game. The master approached the doorway but hesitated to cross the threshold, wary that Yiyu might utter something astonishing once more. Yiyu said, "Master, let us proceed. This is all for now." Only then did the master dare to step outside, leading Tang San and Yi Yu to register. Nodding Academy was modest in size, consisting of only a few buildings, classrooms, a playground, dormitories, and restrooms. The central room on the first floor of the teaching building housed the Academic Affairs Office, where a man in his 60s, along with two younger men in their 30s, attended to new students. Upon the master's arrival, he placed the documentation on the table and regarded the older man. Director Su, here is the proof for this year's new student from Shanghun Village. Please take a look. Director Su beamed. Master, I did not expect your presence. It is indeed a rare visit. Shall we sit and chat for a moment? Not at this time. I have matters to attend to. Xiao-San, I must take my leave. Understood, teacher. Yi Yu was aware that the master was preoccupied with selecting suitable soul beasts and seeking powerful soul masters capable of confronting those of 1,000 years and beyond. After the master departed, Director Su and the two men beside him corrected. You address him as master? He is not a teacher at the academy. Tang San nodded. I am aware. We have already taken him as our mentor. Director Su and the two men exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a desire to smile. Director Su cautioned that any soul master may only acknowledge one mentor, lest they incur societal disdain. Do you truly believe the master is suitable? Or perhaps you do not fully understand him? Yi replied nonchalantly. What makes him unsuitable? Should we take you as our mentors instead? Upon hearing this, the two young men nearby expressed their irritation. Director Su subtly indicated them to endure, casting a glance at the certificate and sighing. Regrettably, they possess innate, full soul power. Yet their martial spirits are utterly useless, such a waste of potential. Perhaps you both would benefit from becoming disciples of the master. Although your martial spirits are deemed worthless, his knowledge is unparalleled, and he can impart invaluable lessons to you. After signing the documents, Tang San and Yi Yu prepared to exit the room. Just as they were about to step through the door, Yi Yu caught the sound of the two young men conversing, their voices laced with faint disdain and mockery. Though it is said that the master is invincible in theory, theories must be realizable. Regardless, it all seems to be fabrications. And what is this about the top 10 core competencies of martial spirits? How absurd. The two men continued their derisive discussion, prompting Director Su to caution them. Refrain from discussing such matters within the school. Be careful not to attract the dean's attention. The master is a friend of the dean, and we must not speak ill of him. While his theories have never been proven, neither has anyone been able to disprove them. In the realm of martial spirits, the master is indeed a prominent figure. The two men laughed, replying, Director, I believe it is the so-called famous clown you refer to. Many may feign respect towards him, but in reality, they regard him as a mere joke. At this moment, Yi Yu paused, his expression growing slightly indifferent. Tang San also heard their words, feeling a twinge of displeasure. The two young men, upon noticing their reaction, scolded. What did you say? Humph. Are we leading our students astray? The most formidable among those we have trained have reached the soul sage level. You two will likely only achieve the same fate as your master, stagnating at the great soul master level 30. We are not the clowns that everyone laughs at. We have no such master renowned in the martial spirit community. With narrowed eyes, Yi replied coolly, in the future, the master's name will shine even more brightly across the continent because of us, inspiring reverence from all. The two young men scoffed at this. Even Director Su found it amusing. What? Are you suggesting that you will become formidable? That the master will gain fame through your glory? I foresee two more clowns and jokes, only serving to enhance the master's notoriety. Indeed, given your useless martial spirits, what level could you possibly achieve? The two men derided them. Yi Yu chose not to waste further time on such insignificant characters, turning to leave with a parting remark. Time will prove everything. When you reflect on today, do not harbor regrets. As Yi Yu and Tang San departed, the two young men snickered. Regret? That is utterly impossible. With martial spirits like yours, you are destined for mediocrity, to remain at the bottom tier of soul masters on this continent. If I ever regret today, I shall stand on my head and urinate for a month. Director Su, you can bear witness. The two men were exceedingly confident, certain that regret was out of the question. Shortly after, Yi Yu and Tang San arrived at the dormitory building, which was quite large, comprising 7 stories. After all students were required to reside in the academy under unified management. The first-year dormitories were located on the ground floor, with 7 rooms in total. Yi Yu and Tang San were assigned to room number 7. Just as they were about to enter, a notably tall boy among their peers blocked the doorway, declaring haughtily, You must be the new students? Indeed, Tang San nodded in response. My name is Wang Sheng, the leader of the 7th dormitory. Wang Sheng glanced at his 2 lackeys behind him and inquired, Xiao Li, Xiao Shun, which of you will explain our rules to these two? Allow me, boss. Very well. Xiao Li, go ahead. Xiao Li proudly introduced. Our leader possesses the martial spirit, the battle tiger. Level 12. Yi Yu interrupted impatiently. Enough. I'm not interested. Step aside quickly. Xiao Li was momentarily taken aback, and Wang Sheng shared a similar look of surprise before irritation took hold. Humph. Do you dare claim your martial spirits are superior? What martial spirits do you possess? Tang Sen replied, I wield the blue silver grass, while brother you has the blacktail flower. Since most believed it to be the blacktail flower, it was best to state it as such. Master forbade revealing too much. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng and his two accomplices laughed. They had expected something grand, only to find two worthless martial spirits. Listen well. I am the boss here. The rule of the 7th dormitory is that everyone must obey the leader. From now on, I shall refer to you as Xiao San and Xiao Yu. Yi replied coolly, silence. What? Are you not convinced? Then let us have a fight. Whoever wins will be the boss. Wang Sheng declared with arrogant confidence. Yi turned to Tang San and asked, shall I take this one, or will you? Tang San answered, I'll handle it. If you were to strike, he might be bedridden for days. Chapter 19. I shall take this one. Yi made his move. Days of immobility for Wang Sheng? The latter chuckled with self-assuredness. Even if you both band together, you are no match for me. Yi replied, you are not worthy. With gritted teeth, Wang Sheng prepared to retaliate. However, Tang San, swift and decisive, employed the ghostly shadow stealth technique. With a mere step, he materialized behind Wang Sheng. Without even a glance, Tang San anticipated Wang Sheng's inability to react and delivered an elbow strike to his back. Wang Sheng stumbled forward, nearly losing his footing. Had he not practiced the horse stance, he might have fallen flat. Steadying himself, he quickly turned around, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It seemed he would need to take this seriously. Wang Sheng charged forward, delivering a powerful punch, a whirlwind of force. Tang San evaded to the side, simultaneously grasping Wang Sheng's wrist and pulling him forward. Wang Sheng instantly felt a tremendous force pulling him, unsteady on his feet. As Tang San stepped forward with his right foot, Wang Sheng was tripped and sent flying onto a bed with a resounding crash. Wang Sheng clenched his fists, utterly humiliated. He had been thrown aside. As the leader, where was his dignity? A faint white glow enveloped him, and a white soul ring emerged from beneath his feet. At the same time, the battle tiger manifested behind him, letting out a regal roar. In an instant, Wang Sheng's demeanor transformed, empowered by the strength of his martial spirit, significantly increasing his might. Yet, Tang San remained unflinching. Wang Sheng charged like a ferocious tiger, his right hand clawed and enveloped by the ethereal battle tiger, resembling a tiger's paw. Tang San did not evade. Although his strength paled in comparison to Yi Yu, he was formidable among his peers. With his legs driving his waist propelling his back, and his back guiding his arms, Tang San unleashed a punch while employing the mystic jade hand. Bang! The hands of varying sizes collided, and Wang Sheng felt certain that the one sent flying was undoubtedly Tang San, having harnessed the power of the battle tiger. His strength must have surpassed that of Tang San. However, Wang Sheng's expression abruptly changed. Upon impact, he felt not a hand, but rather a solid mass of steel. Simultaneously, a tremendous force surged forth, numbing his arm and causing his body to lean backward. Could his strength truly be superior to mine? It was evident that he hadn't even utilized his martial spirit. Wang Sheng was astonished, but in the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply. With a sudden leap, Tang San thrust his knee forward fiercely, and Wang Sheng, unable to evade as his body tilted back, could only watch as Tang San's knee loomed larger in his line of sight. Bang! Tang San's knee collided with Wang Sheng's chin, sending him careening backward, flipping through the air before crashing down onto the ground. Wang Sheng winced in pain, his teeth clenched, as he struggled to rise in shock. As Yi Yu approached the door, his two companions dared not obstruct him, retreating swiftly to the side with expressions of awe. Wang Sheng, astonished, inquired, did you just use a soul technique? No, merely a combat skill, Tang San replied. The astonishment grew among Wang Sheng and his two companions. To defeat Wang Sheng without employing a soul technique, but rather with mere combat skills, was indeed remarkable. Wang Sheng conceded, expressing admiration, you are impressive. I was in the wrong earlier. However, in other dormitories, you may encounter opponents far more formidable and arrogant than I. My companions, Xiao Li and Xiao Shun, and I, as working students, are often looked down upon by other students, which is why we wish to select a strong leader to unite us against bullying. Tang San understood. Wang Sheng continued joyfully, you have defeated me. From this day forth, you shall be the leader of Dormitory 7. Tang San, puzzled, asked, you seem happy about no longer being the leader after I defeated you? Wang Sheng chuckled, raising his arms to reveal sleeves rolled up, prompting Tang San's surprise at the 8 dark purple bruises adorning his arms. We working students come from impoverished backgrounds and are often scorned and bullied by others. As the leader, I had to stand up for my brothers, but they are indeed formidable, and I am no match for them. Thus, I eagerly await someone stronger to take on the responsibility of leadership. Tang San smiled at Yi Yu, saying, "Brother Yu, it seems this burden now falls upon you." Yi Yu replied, "I will be leaving soon. As long as you are here for a day, this leadership belongs to you," Tang San remarked, leaving Wang Sheng astonished as he recalled Tang San's earlier words. Would Yi Yu truly be incapacitated for several days? Wang Sheng asked in disbelief. Could it be that Brother Yu is even more powerful than you? Tang San nodded, indeed. Although I have yet to face him, I feel certain I am not his equal. Despite having mastered the Tang sect's ultimate skills in my 2 lifetimes, I believe my full strength would still fall short against Yi Yu. Wang Sheng's excitement grew, filled with admiration. Brother Yu, then you shall be our leader from now on. Yi Yu nodded, all right. Wang Sheng, curious, asked, Leader, why do you say you will leave soon? Transferring schools? No, it is more accurate to say that I will graduate. Yi Yu responded. At this, Wang Sheng was taken aback. Graduate? Isn't that still far off? Yi Yu replied calmly, although I shall depart soon. Let the students of noting hold us, the 7th dormitory, in awe before I leave. Wang Sheng was taken aback, but my leader, setting aside the upperclassmen of the 2nd and 3rd years, even the leaders of the first 6 dormitories surpass me in prowess. The senior students are even more formidable. It would be wise not to provoke them. Should they bully us, we will retaliate. Yi Yu reassured him, do not worry. I do not delight in instigating trouble. Wang Sheng felt a sense of relief at this. At that moment, a melodious voice chimed in. Excuse me, is this the 7th dormitory? Following the sound, Wang Sheng and his 2 companions gazed in astonishment. Without needing to look, Yi Yu already knew who had arrived. A charming young girl stood at the entrance. Her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue. She wore a simple pink dress that accentuated her slender legs, which were adorned with pink knee-high socks. And her long black hair cascaded into a ponytail that reached her waist. With her hands clasped behind her back and her toes lightly tapping, her large, curious eyes sparkled, making her appear both adorable and beautiful. Wang Sheng nodded repeatedly. Yes, indeed, this is the 7th dormitory. The girl's sweet smile brightened her face as she introduced herself. Hello, I am Xiao Wu, the dance of the dance. Wang Sheng turned to Yi Yu, gesturing. Boss, you are aware of the dormitory rules, since she is new. It is your turn. Tang San stepped forward, saying, let me take on this villain. Wang Sheng agreed. Brother San, you can also handle this. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San, perplexed, and asked, what are you doing? Are you not letting me in? Tang San hesitated, finding it difficult to confront a young girl. At that moment, Yi Yu spoke up, surprising Tang San. Let me handle this, Yi Yu said. Tang San expressed his astonishment. Brother Yu, you intend to step in personally? I can manage. Yi Yu replied earnestly. Do not underestimate her, because she is a girl. She is quite formidable. You may not prevail against her. Tang San was taken aback. Chapter 20, Xiao Wu's defeat. Tang San was intrigued and anticipated the ensuing contest between the two. Yi Yu advanced, stating, as a new student, you should demonstrate your capabilities, and as the leader of the 7th dormitory, I shall engage you in a spar. Should you defeat me, you will become the leader of the 7th dormitory. Xiao Wu was intrigued by the title of leader, exclaiming, then, I shall be the leader of the 7th dormitory. Yi Yu smiled gently. Do not speak too soon. The match has yet to begin. Xiao Wu, confident in her skills, displayed excitement, seemingly convinced that she would soon claim the title of Big Sister. Then come. Xiao Wu moved with remarkable speed, her right leg swiftly lifting. Her toes aimed at Yi Yu's chin. Yi Yu deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding her foot as it whistled past his face. With a swift motion, Yi Yu seized her ankle, stepping forward with his right foot and leaning his right shoulder against her. Tang San recognized Yi Yu's formidable strength. This shoulder charge was akin to a human tank barreling forward. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng observed with keen interest, realizing that Yi Yu's combat skills were on par with Tang San's. Although the movements were simple, they proved to be remarkably effective. Xiao Wu, unfazed, executed a gentle twist the moment Yi Yu grasped her ankle, allowing her foot to effortlessly slip from his grip. With a swift motion, she leaped, her left leg ascending to rest upon Yi Yu's left shoulder, as both legs clamped around his neck like a pair of scissors. Leaning back, her hands pressed against the ground, her body appeared both supple and resilient. Xiao Wu, akin to a coiled spring, suddenly unleashed her strength, attempting to throw Yi Yu off balance. Tang San marveled at this display. Despite Xiao Wu being a girl, she was indeed formidable, as Yi Yu had claimed. Had it been himself in her position, he too would have been ensnared, unable to resist. For the human neck is fragile. A forceful counter could lead to injury. One must yield to the momentum, while a lesser force might be resisted. Tang San could discern that Xiao Wu's explosive power in her legs was formidable, reminiscent of the techniques imparted by his father. Xiao Wu exerted her strength, her hands firmly planted, her legs, waist, back, and arms working in unison, generating tremendous force. She anticipated that Yi Yu would be flung away. But the next moment left her astonished. Despite her efforts to twist his neck, Yi remained utterly immovable, his neck as unyielding as steel, unperturbed by her attempts. Xiao Wu was aware that the human neck is vulnerable. She had expected Yi to yield to her strength, but to her disbelief, he resisted. Initially worried that he might sustain an injury, she now realized that not only was there no harm, but he did not even flinch. Was this truly the neck of a human? It was anything but fragile. It was more robust than steel. Beside them, Tang San was not surprised. While others would have been easily tossed aside, Yi possessed a physique akin to a monster. Yi suddenly seized Xiao Wu's ankle, gently pulling apart her legs entwined around his neck. Then with a powerful lift, he separated her hands from the ground. Xiao Wu found herself lifted, her feet attempting to escape only to discover Yi's strength far exceeded her own, rendering her efforts futile. With a forceful swing of his hands, Yi released her, sending Xiao Wu flying uncontrollably through the air. As she was about to land, Yi swiftly swooped in to catch her. Are you all right? He inquired. Xiao Wu rose, replying, I'm fine, thank you. Wang Sheng watched in awe, feeling fortunate that it was San Gu who intervened rather than the leader. Otherwise, he would have been bedridden for days. Xiao Wu, astonished, remarked, Your physique is incredibly powerful. I could not twist your neck at all. Your strength is immense. I tried to stabilize and retract my legs, but in your presence, I felt like a leaf caught in the wind. Xiao Wu conceded her defeat with grace, declaring, From now on, I shall call you boss. Yi praised her in return. You are quite impressive as well. Once I depart, you shall be the leader. The 6 members of the 7th dormitory gathered, introduced themselves, and prepared to attend class. Wang Sheng explained, The cleaning duties at the academy are managed by us, the co-readers. I am responsible for the playground, while Xiao Li and Xiao Shun have the unfortunate task of cleaning the restrooms. Boss Yu Sengu and Xiao Wujia will be in charge of the cafeteria. The academy holds merely 2 classes each day in the morning, one dedicated to the study of martial spirits and the other to cultural knowledge. The martial spirit class delves into the intricacies of martial spirits, while the afternoons are reserved for self-cultivation. At the Notting Junior Academy, there are 3 grades in total. Freshmen belong to the 1st grade, and upon reaching level 13, they may advance to the 2nd grade. The 3rd grade requires levels 16 to 19. Upon attaining level 20, one can acquire a 2nd soul ring, thus becoming a rank 21 soul master and graduating to the intermediate academy. The 1st grade comprises 2 classes, each with 21 students. The 2nd grade also has 2 classes, each with 15 students, while the 3rd grade consists of a single class of 10 students. In total, the Notting Junior Academy comprises 5 classes, of which we are Class 5. Class 5 is the lowest in standing at the academy, comprised of all students who struggle academically, as well as some who, despite not being struggling students, possess inferior qualifications. Through Wang Sheng's elucidation, Yi Yu and his companions gained considerable insight. The 3 official students appeared strikingly similar, clearly siblings. The trio scrutinized Yi Yu and his friends, their gazes filled with disdain. At the podium stood a woman in her 40s, of unremarkable appearance, exuding a rather stern demeanor. I am the homeroom teacher of Class 5. You may call me Teacher Wang. Now, please introduce yourselves, she instructed. Following her prompt, the 3 official students introduced themselves with great self-satisfaction. I am Wang Da, with a martial spirit of the rock squirrel, possessing a soul power of level 2. I am Wang Sha, with a martial spirit of the snow squirrel, also with a soul power of level 2. I am Wang Bai, with a martial spirit of the golden squirrel, likewise at level 2. After their introductions, they cast a haughty glance at Yi Yu and his companions, evidently believing them to have only level 1 soul power. Wang Da arrogantly proclaimed, I see no need for them to introduce themselves. It would only serve to humiliate themselves. Teacher Wang praised, level 2 soul power is commendable, indeed. However, they must still introduce themselves so that I can allocate seats according to your potential. Xiao Wu glared furiously at the 3 condescending individuals before introducing herself. I am Xiao Wu, with a martial spirit of the soft-boned rabbit, possessing innate full soul power. I am Tang San, with a martial spirit of blue silvergrass, also with innate full soul power. I am Yi Yu, with a martial spirit of black-tailed flower, equally endowed with innate full soul power. Gasp! Instantly, the entire classroom inhaled sharply, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. The students found it hard to fathom that all 3 possessed innate full soul power. They understood the significance of innate full soul power, as it was a rarity across the continent. Yet here, in their class, were 3 individuals with such extraordinary gifts. They erupted in skepticism, convinced it must be a fabrication. Wang Da scoffed, innate full soul power? Surely you jest. Wang Shao affirmed, it must be a lie. We 3 brothers are only at level 2. Wang Bai derisively remarked. 3 country bumpkins, How could they possibly possess innate full soul power? It's absurd. Meanwhile, Yi remarked nonchalantly, could you three refrain from always being together in the future? Why? The three brothers frowned in confusion. Remove your surnames and combine your names. What do you get? Yi inquired. The three brothers pondered momentarily, then mumbled. Deshabai? Suddenly, Xiao Wu burst into laughter. The other students could not suppress their amusement, and Wang Sheng erupted in laughter, exclaiming, the silly bai. Ha ha. The three brothers wore grim expressions, casting a fierce glare at the laughing Wang Sheng, who, seemingly oblivious, continued to chuckle heartily. How infuriating. What do you mean? Wang glared at Yi Yu with palpable anger. Nothing much. I merely admire your parents for their foresight, Yi Yu replied. Instantly, the three brothers gritted their teeth. Their tempers flaring. Had they not been in a classroom, they might have resorted to violence. Just wait. Today you are fortunate. Wang shot a menacing look at Yi Yu. Teacher Wang, taken aback, glanced at the certificate and confirmed its authenticity. Indeed, it was true. Yi Yu possessed innate full spirit power. Yet it was regrettable that two of them were deemed useless martial spirits. Simultaneously, a twinge of jealousy stirred within him as he thought, if only that innate full spirit power could be bestowed upon my son, what a waste it is. All right, Wang Da, Wang Sha, Wang Bai, you three will sit in the second row. Xiao Wu, you will take the first row. Tang San and Yi Yu, you will sit in the last row. In Teacher Wang's eyes, despite the innate full spirit power, the presence of useless martial spirits rendered them incapable of significant cultivation. At most, they would reach the rank of Great Soul Master. Thus, he had already categorized Tang San and Yi Yu as inferior students, positioning them at the back of the classroom. Xiao Wu, displaying her loyalty, refused. I want to sit in the first row. I'll sit in the last row with them. Casting a disdainful glance at the self-important students from the city occupying the front row, Xiao Wu was determined to avoid their company. Very well, Teacher Wang nodded before proceeding to introduce some fundamental aspects of the school to the newcomers. First and foremost, let's discuss scholarships. Graduating within the standard time frame grants a scholarship of 100 copper soul coins. Equivalent to 1 gold soul coin, 100 copper soul coins equal 10 silver soul coins, which in turn equal 1 gold soul coin. The full scholarship amounts to 110,000 copper soul coins, or 100 gold soul coins. However, do not hope for the full scholarship. It is nearly unattainable. The scholarship calculation begins from the moment you enter school at the age of 6 until your graduation. If one graduates in 3 years, they will receive 1 gold soul coin. If one graduates in 2 years, the amount would be 100 minus 730, allowing for a total of 370 gold soul coins. Therefore, the calculation is based on how quickly you graduate. The earlier you graduate, the more you receive. The new students understood. Realizing this was an encouragement for them to diligently cultivate. Tang Xin grasped why obtaining the full scholarship was impossible, as it would require graduating in less than a day after entering the school. To others, this seemed utterly implausible. No 6-year-old, having just awakened their martial spirit, could reach level 20 in a single day. Yet, Tang Xin thought of Yi Yu. The teacher continued, currently, at our Notting Junior Academy. The graduation record stands at 1,000 days. This remarkable achievement belongs to our academy's most outstanding genius, who graduated with 100 gold soul coins. At this, most students' eyes lit up. Even for those from the city, 100 gold soul coins represented a substantial sum for them and their families. At this point, Teacher Wang, brimming with pride, declared, however, this record is about to be shattered by my son, Wang Zhe. Some students began to murmur. Here goes the teacher boasting about his son again. Teacher Wang, self-satisfied, thought, surely the newcomers are unaware of my son's capabilities. At this moment, Yi Yu, with a hint of impatience, interjected, we truly do not know, nor do we have any interest in knowing. Teacher, could you please commence the lesson? Suddenly interrupted while basking in his own self-satisfaction. Teacher Wang's expression darkened as he cast a disdainful glance at Yi Yu, sarcastically retorting. What is the matter? Are you afraid of being disheartened by the excellence of my son? I must say, such a revelation is a blow to the inept, yet it serves as motivation for others. Disregarding Yi Yu, Teacher Wang believed that the young man was merely envious of his son's genius, contrasting him with the likes of the blue-silver grass and black-tailed flower, which were deemed useless martial spirits, hardly capable of graduating from the academy. He continued, my son is the foremost student in Class 1, the most formidable among all the novices at Notting Academy. A true champion. Upon his soul awakening, he manifested a soul power of level 4. Indeed, a prodigy. Now at the tender age of 8, he stands as a level 19 soul master. And I am confident he shall reach level 20 within a month, obtaining his second soul ring and becoming a great soul master, thus graduating. He will set a new record, one that shall remain unchallenged. 900 days to graduation. He shall earn 200 gold soul coins. Upon hearing this, Yu could not help but scoff inwardly, thinking, excellence, my foot. Just wait. Tomorrow, you and your son will face an insufferable blow. Yu aimed to graduate in less than a day, obtaining a staggering 1,100 gold soul coins. However, he felt a flicker of concern. Could Nodding Academy truly dispense such a sum? Observing Yu's demeanor, Tang Xin cast a sympathetic glance at the smug teacher Wang. Silently contemplating, your son will never achieve such a record. The cafeteria was divided into 2 levels. The first was spacious enough to accommodate over 300 individuals. The variety of dishes was plentiful, delicious, and highly nutritious. In contrast, the second level was considerably smaller with mediocre food. The first level was evidently frequented by children from the city, while the second catered to those from rural backgrounds. Meals on the first level were expensive, whereas those on the second were affordable. Xiao Wu, with a flourish, declared, "Today, I shall treat everyone. Let us dine on the first level." Wang Sheng and his companions cheered, "Hooray! Sister Xiao Wu is truly generous. Sister Xiao Wu is magnificent." Upon entering the first level, a derisive voice rang out. "Aren't those the country bumpkins from Wang Sheng's group? How dare they come to eat here?" 6 students, all of Yu's age, sat together at a table, lifting their heads with disdainful sneers. "What business is it of yours?" Wang Sheng rolled his eyes and ignored them. The 6 students continued their meal, picking out the greens from their bowls and tossing them onto the floor rather than leaving them on the table. "This food is truly unpalatable," grumbled a boy with an effeminate appearance. "Oh dear, Kai Lauda, if those commoners see this, they'll be heartbroken. To them, these vegetables are a delicacy." At that moment, seeing the discarded vegetables and soup on the floor infuriated Wang Sheng. "The cafeteria is maintained by our dormitory. What do you mean by behaving this way? What? Are you angry? I certainly intend to throw it on the floor. If I leave it on the table, what will you do when you clean up?" The effeminate boy's words prompted laughter from the other 5 students. "Ha ha, Kai Lauda makes a valid point. Those bumpkins might indeed act like this." Just then, Yu's expression darkened, and in a low voice, he commanded, "You lot, get on the floor and eat the vegetables. Lick the soup clean." Chapter 22, Martial Soul. Upon hearing Yu's words, the 6 students were momentarily taken aback, then surged to their feet, their faces flushed with anger. "You insolent brat, what did you say? How dare you address us in such a manner?" The leader, Kai, interjected, "Allow me to teach them a lesson." One of his lackeys immediately unleashed his martial soul, manifesting as a wild boar, with a white soul ring shimmering around him. Wang Sheng, unfazed, retorted, "Are you afraid of us?" He, along with Xiao Lizzie and Xiao Shunzi, promptly released their own martial souls, displaying no hint of trepidation. "Humph," scoffed the effeminate Kai, as he proudly revealed his martial soul. A sphere materialized in his right hand, a vibrant orange ball the size of a basketball. Behold, the martial soul of Kai, the elastic ball. It possesses tremendous elasticity, and once thrown, it travels at incredible speed with immense force. Moreover, with each rebound, it accelerates and gains even greater power. "Look closely. Kai boasts a soul ring nearing a century," exclaimed onlookers as a ring of white, glimmering with faint yellow light, rose from beneath Kai's feet, clearly indicating a soul ring close to 100 years. Yet, it remained merely at the decade level. The remaining 4 also released their martial souls, each adorned with a decade-level soul ring. The surrounding students, sensing the brewing conflict, murmured in anticipation. Wang Sheng and his companions are in for it. Kai Kuan and his group belong to Class 4, though they are all first-year students. Their individual strengths are around level 13, soon to ascend to the second year. Furthermore, Kai Kuan's martial soul is formidable, albeit his execution is somewhat unsightly. Indeed, Yu remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Kai Kuan and his entourage. "I expected at least one of you to possess a century-level soul ring, but it appears you are all merely at the decade level, utterly pathetic." Fuming, Kai Kuan retorted, "Humph, and what of your soul ring? Let us witness it." "I don't possess a soul ring. No soul ring." "Ha ha, what audacity you have to provoke us while lacking even a soul ring. You dare to look down upon our abilities?" Kai Kuan found the situation laughable, convinced that this newcomer was merely seeking humiliation. "Kai, the freshman is clearly oblivious to our prowess. Let him understand our strength." "All right, handle them. They are not worth my effort," Kai Kuan replied, his expression dripping with contempt. Furious, Xiao Wu prepared to engage, but Yu interjected, "No need for you to intervene. Leave it to me." Recalling their previous spar, Xiao Wu recognized Yu's formidable skills. "Brother Yu, then I entrust this to you. Teach them a proper lesson," she declared, her disdain for the group palpable. Kai Kuan, seeing that only one person was taking action, noted the absence of a soul ring, deducing that Yu's soul power was likely at most level 10. Without a soul ring, he wouldn't even possess a soul skill, while they were all level 12 or 13 soul masters. It seemed this boy was truly seeking a beating. "I'll handle it," declared the martial soul wielder of the wild boar, charging forward with a fierce cry. "Wild boar charge. I have no desire to be gored by a pig," Yi replied coolly, executing a simple kick. This effortless motion elicited laughter from Kai Kuan and his four companions, who deemed him utterly delusional. He is surely unaware of his own limitations. His leg will surely be broken. The power of the wild boar charge is formidable enough to fell a great tree. Surprisingly, instead of evading, he chose to kick, a foolish decision that revealed his ignorance. With a resounding thud, the two collided, and Kai Kuan and his companions had already begun to sneer, seemingly anticipating the imminent spectacle. Yi, clutching his leg, would be sent hurtling through the air. A piercing scream echoed as a figure was propelled 10 meters away, crashing to the ground. Kai Kuan and his group were momentarily stunned, for it was not Yi who flew out, but one of their own. How could this be? They found it hard to believe that without employing a soul technique, a mere kick from raw strength had sent the minion of the wild boar tumbling. Moreover, the minion did not rise but lay dazed, seeing stars, with darkness encroaching on his vision. Evidently, the force of that kick had induced a mild concussion. Not only Kai Kuan, but also the onlooking students were incredulous. This was astonishing. Unbelievably, he, at most a level 10, had managed to send Du Tao, who was utilizing a soul technique, flying with a single kick. Was he endowed with innate divine strength? Wang Sheng looked on with admiration, exclaiming, "Boss, you are magnificent." Xiao Wu also felt a sense of relief, cheering joyfully. "Well done, you go." The question now remained, should he face them one by one or all at once? Yi cast a calm glance over Kai Kuan and his four companions. Kai Kuan's expression darkened, his disdain evident as he retorted, "Do I need to team up to deal with you? Kai, allow me to take him down." Du Tao felt humiliated after being knocked down by a new student. "No need, I will handle this myself." Kai Kuan stepped forward, flipping his right hand downward, striking the bouncy ball, which thudded against the ground, causing the entire cafeteria floor to tremble ever so slightly. The minions retreated, watching Yi with disdain, thinking, "You are finished. You're about to be thoroughly beaten." With Kai Kuan making his move, he would surely be bedridden for days. Do not underestimate Kai. Although he appears delicate, his martial spirit possesses immense strength. Kai Kuan was indeed a prodigy from Notting, a level 13 soul master. The minions quickly changed their tune, showering him with flattery. Only then did Kai Kuan turn his cold gaze towards Yi, stating in a deep voice, "Apologize now, and then kneel to eat your food off the ground. Licking the soup clean, perhaps I might spare you." Yi, indifferent, replied, "That is something I ought to be telling you. Humph, if you seek punishment, then so be it." Kai Kuan spread his fingers wide, gripping the bouncy ball, and leaped high above Yi's head. "I shall slam it down upon you." Yi cast a disdainful glance and retaliated with a punch. Bang! The fist collided with the ball, causing it to indent. However, Kai Kuan remained unfazed. His martial spirit could withstand immense force and rebound. Yet, his expression soon shifted dramatically as he felt resistance in his hand. Could it be that the bouncy ball could not bear his strength? Whoosh! The bouncy ball reached its limit, forcefully pushing his hand back and nearly fracturing it. The ball flew from his grip, ricocheting against the upper corner of the wall, bouncing erratically. The 5 minions stared in disbelief, their eyes wide. Had Kai Kuan's bouncy ball been sent flying by him? The bouncy ball, which could withstand significant force and rebound with a power of 5, was now a source of astonishment. The rebounding force proved utterly ineffective, for the elastic ball could not withstand such power and failed to bounce back. How remarkably strong is this fellow? They were astonished, a sense of relief washing over them as they realized that it was Big Brother Kai who intervened. Had it been them, they likely would have met the same fate as Du Tao. Bang! 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 Kai Kuan shook his numbed right hand and spoke in a deep voice. "Some skills are indeed impressive. No wonder even I, Kai Kuan, am not intimidated. However, next, I shall employ my soul technique." Prepare to wail in despair. Kai Kuan began to strike the elastic ball with flair, dribbling it through his legs and sending it from his arm to his shoulder, where it spun on his fingertips. He found himself quite dashing. Yet there were no shrieks of admiration from the girls nearby. Yi, with a piercing gaze, uttered a phrase that left Kai Kuan utterly perplexed. "Your style of playing resembles that of Kai Shukuan." Chapter 23, Special Soul Technique. Kai Kuan could not comprehend Yi's words and chose not to dwell on them. He declared solemnly, "Soul Technique, conscious rebound." Whoosh! The ball shot from Kai Kuan's hand, not flying directly towards Yi, but instead rebounding erratically around him, gaining speed until it wove a series of blurred images in rapid succession. As the rebounds intensified, the velocity increased, creating a cascade of afterimages. Almost all the students around were unable to track the ball's trajectory, let alone evade it. It was Big Brother Kai's soul technique. Conscious rebound. Why such an odd name for Big Brother Kai's soul technique? You may not know, but Kai Kuen's first soul ring was derived from a 90-year-old beautiful feather chicken. The beautiful feather chicken is one of the most exquisite breeds, boasting stunning plumage. Hence its name. The soul technique acquired from this soul ring allows the elastic ball to possess consciousness, enabling it to rebound with intention rather than haphazardly. Otherwise, employing this technique would render it uncontrollable. As the rebounds grew faster and more forceful, even Big Brother Kai found himself struggling to maintain control. To instill consciousness in the elastic ball, the beautiful feather chicken was essential. By invoking conscious rebound, the chicken's awareness would guide the ball in targeted assaults. Now it made sense. No wonder the elastic ball did not bounce aimlessly but rather approached that lad with purpose. Soon, he would be subjected to a rapid onslaught from the ball. The other students began to grasp the formidable nature of Kai Kuen's first soul technique. Wang Sheng, observing the erratically darting ball, glanced worriedly at Yi Yu, realizing he could not track its movements, let alone evade it. If it were him, he would undoubtedly be helpless against the relentless barrage of the elastic ball. Xiao Wu furrowed her brows, a hint of concern evident. Tang San, utilizing the purple extreme magic eye, could perceive the ball's motion, though he was uncertain if Yi Yu could do the same. Yet, he was the one who understood just how formidable Yi Yu truly was. He believed that even under these circumstances, the elastic ball would not harm Yi Yu. Yi Yu, however, could not suppress a chuckle. That name for your soul technique truly suits you. Kai Kuen, coldly watching as the elastic ball bore down on Yi Yu, was taken aback to see Yi Yu laughing. How could he still find amusement in this situation? Was it a facade of composure? Kai Kuen contemplated. Convinced that Yi Yu could not evade the oncoming force, even he struggled to track the trajectory of the rubber ball. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed, catching everyone off guard. Yet, all were aware that Yi Yu had been struck by the rubber ball. Kai Kuen smirked, anticipating Yi Yu's anguished cry, envisioning him clutching the impacted area in torment. However, Yi Yu remained utterly still, devoid of any sign of pain on his face. Kai Kuen was taken aback, bewildered, pondering why Yi Yu's body showed no signs of yielding. The force of the rubber ball was such that it could shatter even a small rock. The surrounding students were equally incredulous. That kid seemed unscathed. Was he merely enduring the pain? But enduring could not account for his expressionless demeanor. Did he feel no pain at all? How could that be? The astonishment was palpable among all the students. Even Wang Sheng and Xiao Wu were taken aback. Tang San, however, was unfazed, stating, "Rest assured, although the rubber ball's force has increased with acceleration, it poses no threat to Yu Ge. I am well aware of his formidable physique." Wang Sheng, misinterpreting, remarked, "Sang Ge, you seem to be quite familiar with how resilient the boss is. It appears there are secrets between you two." Tang San shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, "Stop your wild imaginings. I witnessed Yu Ji's training every morning back in the village. The impact of a 200-meter waterfall couldn't faze him, let alone this rubber ball, which has a force of merely 1,000 pounds at most." Xiao Wu exclaimed, "Yu Ge is even more formidable than I had imagined. His body is astonishingly strong, and he suffered no internal injuries?" Tang San affirmed, "Not a scratch on him. His external defenses are robust, and his internal fortitude is equally impressive. The latter is difficult to hone, his strength is innate. Yu Ge is truly a monster among monsters." Xiao Wu nodded in astonishment, realizing why her scissor kick, executed using her first soul skill, could not budge Yi Yu's neck. He could not be regarded as merely human, but rather as a monstrosity. The waist bow was Xiao Wu's initial soul skill, instantly enhancing her waist strength by 100% and increasing her resilience by 50%. The sounds of the rubber ball incessantly colliding with Yi Yu's body rang out, leading to a startling scene. Yi Yu stood motionless, occasionally shifting his neck and raising his arms, allowing the rubber ball to strike him repeatedly. His face bore no trace of discomfort. Instead, he appeared to relish the experience. As if indulging in a massage. "The force is quite agreeable. It feels just right for a massage." The words from Yi Yu reverberated, leaving everyone profoundly shaken. Kai Kuen, particularly, felt utterly crushed, his anger boiling to the point of wanting to spew blood. To him, the power of his first soul skill, the rubber ball, was equivalent to a mere massage for Yi Yu. Yi Yu's demeanor, actions, and words were an affront to him. Fuming, Kai Kuen gritted his teeth, resolved to exert his utmost effort as he swiftly called out the name of his first soul skill. With each invocation, his soul power dwindled more rapidly. Yet the rubber ball's strikes grew fiercer and more relentless. The cacophony of collisions intensified, and Kai Kuen declared with a steely resolve, "I refuse to believe you will not feel pain. With a single strike causing no pain, I refused to believe that being struck repeatedly in the same spot would not hurt. Yiyu subsequently focused his mind, his eyes darting from side to side as he tracked the trajectory of the bouncing ball. Stretching his body, Yiyu remarked, "The massage has been sufficient. My body feels at ease, and continuing is pointless." Observing Yiyu seemingly tracking the ball's movement, Kai Kuan sneered, "Do you think you can catch the trajectory of the ball? Impossible. You are merely in the midst of relentless assaults." Kai Kuan gritted his teeth, his complexion growing pale as cold sweat broke out. Evidently, his spiritual energy was being severely drained. Nevertheless, he persevered, determined to injure Yiyu. However, the next moment unfolded in a manner that left Kai Kuan and the surrounding students wide-eyed with astonishment. Yiyu raised his right hand, palm open, and began to move it rapidly in all directions before him, fast enough to create a blur of motion. With each swift movement of his right palm, everyone was astounded to see that he was successfully blocking the incoming balls with astonishing precision. Yiyu could indeed track the trajectory of the ball. Moreover, his right hand was adeptly deflecting the erratic strikes of the balls. Kai Kuan was left in a state of shock, unable to comprehend. This is impossible. How could this be? In disbelief, he repeatedly shouted the names of his spiritual techniques, while Yiyu, raising his left hand to his ear in annoyance, replied, "Enough already. It's unbearable to listen to." Chapter 24, Selling You Some Face? This scene also surprised Tang San, as he knew that he could not possibly block them all. The ball's bounces were entirely unpredictable, while he could track the trajectory. Anticipating and blocking the ball with his right hand before it arrived was a daunting task. He could manage to block a few, but beyond that, it would become exceedingly difficult. One had to predict where the ball would land before it even approached. Tang Sen marveled, as expected of Brother Yu. How impressive. Although Yiyu lacked the purple extreme demon eyes, his innate sharp senses allowed him to concentrate and respond with such skillful anticipation. Bang! After blocking more than 20 strikes, Yiyu suddenly slapped down with his right hand, sending the ball flying out of control with tremendous force towards Kai Kuan. Bang! A piercing scream erupted, causing all the boys to instinctively clench their legs together. For the ball had struck Kai Kuan squarely in the groin. He immediately crumpled to the ground, writhing in agony and screaming. Even the other students, though not directly attacked, could vividly imagine the pain. "Brother Kai!" His companions rushed forward to assist him, and Kai Kuan cried out, "Take me to the infirmary." As his friends helped him prepare to leave, Yiyu stood at the entrance of the cafeteria, causing them to halt in their tracks, fear evident on their faces. "Finish the vegetables on the floor and lick the soup clean before you leave." One of the companions, looking grim, reminded, "We are from Class 4. In Class 4, Brother Kai is not the strongest. That title belongs to Brother Rong." While Kai Kuan was the strongest in their dormitory, he was not the mightiest in Class 4. The companion warned, "It would be wise to let us pass. If Brother Rong from Class 4 finds out, you will be in serious trouble." In Class 4, the formidable leader, Glory, reigns supreme, while his cousin stands as the most formidable student among the current cohort at Notting, a true champion of the 3rd grade. Surely, you have heard of Glory, the esteemed chief of Class 4? His lackeys, having witnessed the prowess of Yiyu, hesitated when commanded to consume the leaves strewn on the ground. Instead, they resorted to invoking the name of their revered leader, Glory, as a threat. In the past, any wrongdoing could easily be remedied by merely mentioning Glory's name, for none dared to disregard his authority. However, the mention of any champion or Glory was of no consequence. If they refused to comply, they would face a fate akin to that of a fool. Yiyu's indifferent words startled the lackeys, casting a pall of seriousness over their expressions. At that moment, a boy with red hair entered, accompanied by a dozen or more students. With his hands in his pockets, dressed flamboyantly, and bearing a defiant countenance, the boy was none other than Glory himself. The lackeys, upon seeing the red-haired boy, exhibited expressions of delight and relief. Glory. This boy was indeed the leader of Class 4. Glory, upon glancing over, appeared slightly taken aback. "What has happened to Kai Kuan?" The lackeys pointed accusingly at Yiyu. "Is it true that one of my Class 4 members has been struck?" Glory demanded. "Did you not proclaim yourselves to be from Class 4? Yet, he scorned us completely. Not only did he beat Kai Kuan to such a state, but he also commanded us to eat from the ground, to lick the soup off the floor." As the leader of Class 4, Glory felt compelled to defend his comrades. However, the fact that this newcomer had so thoroughly bested Kai Kuan suggested he was no ordinary freshman. With an air of arrogance, Glory declared, "Freshman, I am Glory, the leader of Class 4. I beseech you to grant me the courtesy of your respect." Yiyu retorted dismissively, "Your respect holds no value. Just because you have red hair does not elevate you to any status." Glory's expression darkened. "You ought to show me some respect. Allow them to leave unscathed, and we shall consider this matter settled." To disregard my request is quite unwise. Initially reluctant to engage in conflict, Glory felt compelled to retaliate now that he had been provoked. With so many witnesses in the dining hall, as the leader of Class 4, he could not afford to back down. Freshmen, prepare to witness my might. Glory unleashed his martial soul, summoning a grand and powerful black bear that emitted a thunderous roar. Simultaneously, a white soul ring appeared around him, faintly shimmering with a golden hue, indicative of a 90-year-old soul ring. The surrounding students regarded the scene with trepidation, whispering among themselves, "This newcomer is quite unfortunate to encounter Glory. He is nearly at level 13, with a beast martial soul, a mighty black bear. While this newcomer may be impressive, can he truly contend with Glory? It seems unlikely. Glory is far beyond the likes of Kai Kuan." Sensing the wariness and respect from the onlookers, Glory's demeanor grew even more arrogant as he solemnly stated, "Freshman, I am on the cusp of level 13. Wielding a beast martial soul, the formidable black bear. Now, if you would merely apologize and concede, we can leave it at that. Otherwise, I shall be forced to take action." Yet, his words fell upon deaf ears. Yi Yu appeared oblivious to Glory's presence, striding toward the lackeys with a cold demeanor. "Since you refuse to comply, I shall take it upon myself to bring you down." Glory clenched his jaw, fists tightening, incensed by the sheer audacity of being ignored. "You insolent brat, how dare you disregard my authority? Today, I shall teach you a lesson, so you understand the proper demeanor before the leader of Class 4. As the words fell, Glory surged forward, exuding an imposing aura, his fists clenched tightly. The shadow of a black bear enveloping him, intensifying his already formidable power. With a forceful exhalation, Glory's punch, imbued with the raw strength of a mighty bear, carried the weight of 3,000 pounds. He declared with a deep voice as his fist hurtled toward Yi Yu's back, "Those under my protection in Class 4 shall not be touched." As Glory's fist approached, Yi remained unfazed, a hint of disdain evident in his demeanor. "It appears to be less formidable than I imagined." Suddenly, with a slight shift of his body, Yi Yu did not turn to face Glory's attack head-on. Instead, he executed a swift strike with his side facing backward. The two fists collided, producing a resounding thud, abruptly silencing Glory's words. In that instant of impact, a ripple surged outward, causing the surrounding tables to tremble. To the astonishment of all present, a figure was sent flying through the air, crashing out of the cafeteria and landing outside its doors. Eyes widened in disbelief as it was none other than Glory who had been propelled away. Kai Kuan, initially reveling in the anticipated spectacle of Yi Yu's defeat, was now stricken with horror, realizing it was Glory who had been vanquished. Several of his followers trembled in fear, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yi Yu swiftly kicked Kai Kuan and his companions down, forcing them to face the remnants of food on the floor. "Will you comply now?" Yi Yu asked indifferently. "Yes, we will," the followers hastily replied, their eyes filled with trepidation as they nodded vigorously. They knelt on the ground, grasping the scattered vegetables, and began to eat, even licking the spilled soup clean like dogs. Though humiliated and enraged by the onlookers, they felt they had no choice. Yi Yu's power was simply too terrifying. Even Glory, with his beast's spirit and immense strength, had been struck down with a single blow. "Have we cleaned it all up? May we leave now?" Kai Kuan and his group quickly consumed the remnants, casting fearful glances at Yi Yu. "Begone," Yi replied coolly. "Yes, yes." The followers hurriedly assisted Kai Kuan in his disheveled retreat. Meanwhile, the other students regarded Yi Yu with profound respect, vowing to themselves never to provoke anyone from Dormitory 7 again. As Yi Yu and his companions began to eat, Wang Sheng's admiration for Yi Yu deepened. "Boss, you are truly remarkable. The way they now look at us is filled with awe. They will never dare to look down on us again," he proclaimed. "I told you, before I depart from here, I will instill a sense of reverence for Dormitory 7 in all of Nodding Academy." However, Wang Sheng's joy was soon shadowed by concern. "Boss, the senior known as the King is his cousin. He will undoubtedly seek him out. You know the King is the son of our teacher Wang, a formidable level 19 soul master at Nodding Junior Academy." Despite having witnessed Yi Yu's might, Wang Sheng knew the King was a different caliber altogether, far beyond Kai Kuan and Glory. He feared that should the King come looking for trouble, Yi Yu might not prevail. Yet, Yi Yu was unperturbed. If they dare come, let them meet the same fate as Kai Kuan. Wang Sheng chose to remain silent. If the King truly arrived, he would exert every effort to assist Yi Yu. At that moment, Glory, who had been struck outside the cafeteria, felt a throbbing pain in his fist and numbness in his right arm. He struggled to his feet, his heart racing with disbelief. How could this be? Without unleashing his martial soul or employing soul techniques, he was nonetheless overpowered. Glory was utterly astonished and filled with indignation. As he felt humiliated, he had intended to support his subordinate, only to be sent flying by a single punch. Realizing that Yi Yu was not to be underestimated, He refrained from charging in, acknowledging that even with his utmost effort, he would find it difficult to prevail. Glory departed to seek out his cousin, the king. Meanwhile, Kai Kuan was assisted to the infirmary by several lackeys. After a thorough examination, the doctor's expression darkened. Kai Kuan's heart sank. "Doctor, is there truly nothing serious?" The doctor sighed and replied candidly, "To be frank, your injuries are severe. Even if the pain subsides, it does not imply complete recovery. You may suffer from permanent ailments." Kai Kuan anxiously inquired, "What ailments?" One of the lackeys seemed to have an inkling of the answer. "In the future, you won't grow facial hair, and your voice will gradually become high-pitched." The doctor's implication was unmistakable. Although Kai Kuan was merely 7, he understood enough of the gravity of the situation. At this revelation, Kai Kuan was struck dumb, deeply affected by the implications. He would become a true effeminate. Having absorbed the soul beast, the beautiful feather chicken, he had begun to exhibit more delicate traits, subjected to hidden ridicule for appearing less masculine, more like a woman. Now, the situation had worsened. Gritting his teeth, fists clenched, rage surged within him. How infuriating. All of this was because of that guy? Kai Kuan harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Yu. One of the lackeys cautioned, "Kai, you must not confront him again. He is far too formidable. However, you can rest assured that he will not have an easy time ahead. He has struck Glory, and Glory will surely seek the king. No matter how talented that newcomer is, he cannot possibly contend with a level 19 king." Kai Kuan felt a slight sense of relief, believing that Glory would indeed seek out the king. As Kai Kuan recuperated in the infirmary, his lackeys departed. Once outside, they laughed and speculated. Will Kai become more effeminate in the future? It seems so. We may need to find another leader for the dormitory. The thought of our future leader being a sissy is quite embarrassing. Indeed, it was manageable before, but ever since he absorbed the soul ring, he has become much more delicate. It is unbearable. Master spoke. "Xiao San, I have matters to discuss with you." Yu and Tang Sen nodded and followed the master into his chamber. After closing the door, the master stated, "Xiao, I have found individuals to assist you in hunting soul beasts." Yu nodded. "Thank you, teacher." He pondered who it might be, Flander or Zhao Wujia. Yu was not concerned about the master's ability to find help, for he had a friend like Flander. The master turned to Tang San. "Xiao San, let us discuss your future development direction." Had he heard this before attending class, Tang San would have been perplexed, but after a lesson on martial souls, he now understood the master's intent. Martial souls are divided into two main categories: beast martial souls and tool martial souls. Plant-type martial souls fall under the category of tool martial souls. Thus both Yu and Tang San possess tool martial souls. However, there are also divisions within them. During the midday class, you must have learned that a soul master must initially choose a direction for their development. It goes without saying that Xiao Yu, with his martial soul, the Nine-Spirit Black Tang, is clearly inclined towards the support category. As for your martial soul, the blue silvergrass, you have various options to consider, such as the food system, combat system, control system, reconnaissance system, and so forth. Tang San chose to trust the master, believing that he had already determined the path most suitable for him. "Master, as a renowned expert in martial souls, what direction do you think I should pursue?" The master replied candidly, "Well, I have given it some thought. Your blue silvergrass should develop towards the control system. This is because the blue silvergrass incurs minimal soul power consumption, arguably the least among all martial souls, while control requires endurance. Furthermore, the blue silvergrass can absorb most soul rings without experiencing rejection. For instance, a beast martial soul attempting to absorb a soul ring with added toxins would face rejection. Since martial souls are also considered living entities, if a beast martial soul absorbs a toxic soul ring, the toxins would transfer to the host, resulting in poisoning upon successful absorption. In contrast, as a plant, the blue silvergrass can wholly absorb toxins." Tang San nodded. "I will heed your advice and choose the control system. Perhaps it will allow me to fully unleash the true potential of the blue silvergrass." The master instructed, "You may rest now. Tomorrow morning, I will come to find you, and we shall head to the soul hunting forest to procure your first soul rings." Both Yu and Tang San nodded in agreement and departed, their hearts filled with anticipation. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wang Sheng inquired curiously, "Third brother, boss, what did the master summon you for?" Yi replied, "Tomorrow, the master will take us to the soul hunting forest to hunt soul beasts." Wang Sheng expressed his delight. Third brother and boss are about to obtain their soul rings, thus becoming soul masters. Given how formidable you both are now, I believe you will only grow stronger with your soul rings. Hearing about the hunt for soul beasts made Xiao Wu feel slightly uneasy, though she didn't show it. Wang Sheng added, "I hope third brother and boss can each acquire the most suitable soul rings." After chatting for a while, Yu and the others retired for the night. The following morning, Yu and Tang San, accustomed to rising early, quietly left their dormitory. The master was also awake, and the three made their way to the soul-hunting forest. It was not far. A carriage ride of 2 hours brought them to their destination. Upon entering the soul-hunting forest, they had to pass through a bustling marketplace filled with various shops and the sounds of vendors calling out. Since the soul-hunting forest is a government-sanctioned area, a marketplace had naturally been established. Where there are soul beasts, there is profit. And as soul masters are a wealthy group, earning money from them is quite lucrative. The master had already prepared the necessary supplies in Notting City, where prices are often double those outside. As they walked, Yi heard a vendor's call and curiously glanced over. He saw a middle-aged man making noodles, introducing himself. I am a rare food system soul master. Would you like to purchase my noodles? They have excellent supportive effects. Do not miss out. Yi was astonished. Is there really a food system soul master here? The rarity of food system soul masters is comparable to that of innate full soul power. The master remarked. His martial soul is indeed noodles, but it is not truly a food system. Rather, it is control. He initially chose the wrong direction for development, which rendered him ineffective. Even if his noodles are edible, their supportive effects are negligible. Yi nodded, acknowledging the unfortunate circumstance. Originally destined to become a rare food-type soul master, Tang Hao initially embarked on the wrong path. He has come to realize the significance of selecting a suitable direction for one's development, believing that apprenticing under the master was indeed the wisest choice. As Yi and the others prepared to depart, a man called out, Master, please don't leave. Your presence here brings me as much joy as when I serve noodles. The master corrected him, saying, Do not be joyful, nor serve any more. We shall not make a purchase. Without further engagement, the master continued along the path. As they walked, the shouts persisted. Upon nearing the soul-hunting forest, the calls shifted from selling goods to forming hunting parties. Is anyone interested in hunting soul beasts? I am a level 26 attack-type soul master with a fire gun as my martial spirit. Despite my short stature, I am incredibly capable. For just 5 gold soul coins, you can enlist my invaluable assistance. Absolutely no deceit involved. I can shoot soul beasts from afar and also engage them up close. Entering the forest. If I fail to slay 50 soul beasts, do not call me the premier soul hunter capable of defeating the formidable Liu Ban. If I cannot procure the most suitable soul ring for you, I shall demand no payment. Tang Hao, upon hearing such proclamations, remarked, Is it truly so impressive? The master replied, Merely boasting, pay it no mind. Very well, came another voice. Is there a big brother forming a party to hire me? I am a support-type soul master, and my fee is 6 gold soul coins. A steel-toothed girl shouted, I will give you 6 gold soul coins. Just ensure you provide support for us. We are a team of 5 battle soul masters, and will assign 1 to protect you. All right, big brother. She responded, Little sister, though your combat prowess may be lacking, your steel teeth are quite charming. The master observed these teams with a look of disdain. Xiao-san, Xiao-yu. You must understand that a truly exceptional team comprises at least 5 components. Food type for sustenance, support type for status maintenance, agility type for reconnaissance, strength type for defense, and attack type for annihilating foes. Given that soul beasts are formidable adversaries, teamwork is essential. With the aid of others, success is far more attainable, requiring only that you deliver the final blow to the soul beast. Yi and Tang Hao nodded in agreement, recognizing the importance of companions until their own strength is sufficiently formidable. Approaching the soul-hunting forest, they encountered a 10-meter-high iron fence, bristling with spikes and guarded by soldiers clad in full steel armor, armed with long spears. Their disciplined formation exuded a sense of foreboding. The master explained, As this area is maintained by the state, it is under the watch of soldiers, and entry is not permitted without an official order. Obtaining such an order is not overly difficult. One merely needs to reach the requisite strength to hunt soul beasts, and can then apply at the spirit hall. The master produced a dark token for Yi and Tang Hao to see. Remember this emblem. It is one of the exclusive marks of the spirit hall. There are 6 types of marks corresponding to the 6 types of orders. The lowest rank is signified by a single sword mark. This mark symbolizes the martial spirit of a former chief officer of the spirit hall. A higher rank would include a hammer mark alongside the sword, representing a powerful elder of the spirit hall. Curiously, Tang Hao inquired, Master, both of these are weapon martial spirits. Yet I have heard that beast martial spirits are stronger than weapon martial spirits. The master shook his head, stating that there is no clear distinction between strength and weakness. It depends on one's own soul power, cultivation method, and the soul rings one possesses at the time of awakening. Before reaching level 30, beast martial soul masters seem more formidable due to their ability to attach their beast martial soul to themselves. But beyond that, the differences diminish, and strength relies on individual cultivation. Tang Hao glanced at the master's token, which bore the symbols of a sword and a hammer, along with an additional dragon emblem. Curiously, he inquired, "Teacher, the dragon emblem on your token represents an exceptionally powerful beast martial soul, does it not?" The master nodded, "Indeed. This emblem signifies the blue lightning tyrant dragon, which is considered a top-tier existence among beast martial souls. Its owner is not affiliated with the Spirit Hall, yet the family it represents is held in high esteem by the Spirit Hall." As the master spoke, a sense of unutterable melancholy flickered in his eyes. Yu slightly furrowed his brow. When the master claimed that the blue lightning tyrant dragon was a premier beast martial soul, an inexplicable disdain surged from the depths of his heart. Yu was perplexed. He held no contempt, recognizing the undeniable strength of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Yet he wondered why he felt this way. This disdain seemed to arise instinctively from his subconscious. Why did such a sentiment suddenly surface? I do not harbor such thoughts. So why this instinctive reaction? Noticing Yeyu's slight frown, the master asked, "Little Yu, what troubles you?" "It's nothing," Yeyu replied, shaking his head. Deciding not to dwell on the matter further, the master continued, "The subsequent tokens, each bearing an additional emblem, signify a higher rank. The highest tier consists of 6 emblems, each representing 6 extraordinarily powerful soul masters and their families. 3 are located in our Tiando Empire, while the other 3 reside in the Xinglua Empire." Tang Sen inquired with curiosity, "Are these 6 powerful individuals soul sages or soul Douluos, or perhaps titled Douluos?" "They are titled Douluos, and among them are the 6 most formidable titled Douluos. Even if someone were to ascend to title Douluo, they could not shake their standing. But let us not dwell on that. Such matters are still too far removed from you." The master glanced at the time, muttering to himself, "He should be arriving soon." Yu asked, "Is it a helper you summoned, master?" "Yes," the master affirmed. His lengthy discourse was merely a means to await the arrival of his summoned aide. "Xiao Gang, I hope I am not late." At that moment, a figure appeared in a flash. Even with Yeyu and Tang Sen utilizing the purple extreme demon eye, they could not discern his speed, a testament to his swiftness. Once the figure came to a halt, Yeyu's eyes brightened. He instantly recognized him. Yeyu marveled inwardly. The master has truly summoned him. Chapter 27, The Adorable San Pao. The master introduced, "Little Yu, little San, this is the helper I called upon. You may refer to him as Dean Flender." "Greetings, Dean Flender." Yeyu and Tang Sen both bowed respectfully. The master stated, "Flender is a level 78 agility type soul sage, with sufficient strength to handle soul beasts of 9,000 years." Yeyu nodded, feeling not particularly surprised, as he had recognized Flender upon seeing him and understood he was a soul sage. Moreover, he is the founder of Shrek Academy and currently serves as the dean. Tang Sen exclaimed in astonishment, "Soul sage?" His gaze towards the master was filled with disbelief. It was indeed remarkable that the master could summon a soul sage. Flender scrutinized Tang San and Yeyu before turning to the master for confirmation. "Xiao Gang, are you certain you want me to assist him in hunting 1,000-year, even 9,000-year soul beast?" Upon receiving the master's message, Flender found it hard to believe that he was expected to help a mere 6-year-old child obtain a soul ring. At that moment, Flender was utterly shocked. Helping a 6-year-old child secure their first soul ring seemed excessively extravagant, especially with a soul sage like himself having to intervene. As he read further, he realized that not only was he to assist in acquiring the first soul ring, but also the second, which was to be 9,000 years old. Flender was momentarily stunned, wondering if Xiao Gang was jesting with him. He looked at Yeyu in astonishment. "Xiao Gang, is this truly the child with innate full soul power at 30 levels?" "Indeed," the master nodded. Flender gazed at Yeyu in astonishment, while Tang Sen felt somewhat overlooked. Despite being a rarity himself with innate full soul power, he would typically draw attention. However, he found himself overshadowed by the more formidable 30-level innate full soul power of Yeyu. The master, upon initially hearing Yeyu's words, was equally taken aback. Not just Flender. Even now, a hint of concern lingered in the master's heart regarding whether Yeyu could withstand the 9,000-year soul ring. "Let us converse while we walk," the master suggested as he led the way into the soul-hunting forest. Upon entering the forest, he urged Flender not to rush. "Remember what I mentioned before. When hunting soul beasts for Xiaoyu, you must exert your utmost strength. The more forceful, the better. Through my research, I have discovered 2 scenarios in which the death of a soul beast is advantageous for a soul master absorbing the soul ring. One is when the soul beast harbors extreme resentment, and the other is when it relinquishes all hope of living and voluntarily allows itself to be slain." Flender understood, "So, I must be rough, making the soul beast eager for a swift release." With a playful smile, Flender remarked, "Xiao Gang, you should handle such matters." Before Flender could elaborate, the master, perceiving the sentiment, was struck by a wave of helplessness and sorrow. Frowning as he said, "Do not speak further." With a sigh, Flender refrained from continuing the conversation. Tang Sen mused to himself, It seems my teacher bears a heavy burden. Yi was well aware of whom Flinder referred to. But it was clear that the master could not seek her assistance. The master continued. These two situations not only allow for the perfect absorption of the soul ring, but also negate any limitations on age, with an almost guaranteed drop of soul bones. Tang San, astonished, inquired. Then, if 1,000-year soul beast willingly allows us to kill it, we could absorb it without backlash? The master replied, Xiao San. According to our original plan, securing a soul ring of approximately 300 years should suffice. However, such an occurrence is almost impossible. How could a soul beast willingly allow itself to be killed or to have its soul ring absorbed? This is merely an ideal scenario, perhaps entirely unattainable. As for pushing a soul beast's resentment to its extreme, that is equally challenging. To evoke such resentment, one must take matters into their own hands, without any external assistance, as even the slightest interference would dilute the soul beast's resentment. Under normal circumstances, the soul beasts that soul masters are tasked to hunt are generally stronger than the masters themselves. Thus, assistance is typically required in such endeavors. I have instructed you to pair the optimal soul rings, naturally facing soul beasts that surpass your own strength. My directive for Flinder to strike decisively was merely to instill a sense of despair in the soul beast, allowing Xiaoyu to absorb the essence with greater ease. However, deep within my heart, I still harbored doubts about the likelihood of successful absorption, for the lingering resentments of the soul ring would undoubtedly resist the process, fueled by extreme bitterness that would seek to thwart your efforts. Hence, the first soul ring, being a millennium in age, appears to me as an insurmountable challenge, an endeavor fraught with peril, akin to a near-certain death. While previously Yu expressed confidence in attempting it, the master remained apprehensive, fully aware of the substantial risks involved. A millennium for the first soul ring has never been achieved, nor has anyone dared to pursue such a feat. Xiaoyu, do you still wish for your first soul ring to be a millennium in age? Your physique is indeed exceptional. Perhaps a ring of 500 or 600 years might be more feasible. Noting the master's concern, Yu resolutely declared, I wish to attempt it. Although the risks are monumental, the potential rewards are equally great. Furthermore, if my first soul ring is not a millennium, achieving the goal I have set for 6 years hence will become exceedingly difficult. The master nodded in acquiescence, refraining from further discouragement. This would be his final counsel, and he could only pray for Xiaoyu's success. Flinder, intrigued, inquired, Xiaoyu, what is this goal you have set for 6 years hence? With unwavering determination in his gaze, Yi responded, in 6 years, I aim to hunt a 10,000-year soul beast. What? Flinder stumbled, momentarily taken aback, his expression one of utter disbelief. To hunt a 10,000-year soul beast? The master and Tang San were not overly astonished. Observing Flinder's incredulity, they sighed. We have grown accustomed to such declarations. Flinder was incredulous, asserting, the master said you are an auxiliary soul master. I have never seen an auxiliary soul master capable of slaying a 10,000-year soul beast at level 30. I have not even heard of anyone defeating a 300-year soul beast. The master replied, you do not understand Xiaoyu. Perhaps he will one day become the first combat auxiliary soul master, the kind capable of defeating soul beasts with a single strike. Flinder, astonished, remarked, if you believe that, then he is destined to become a combat auxiliary soul master. Very well, let us prepare to hunt the soul beast, the master asserted. Sensing it was time for him and Tang San to take action, Flinder proposed, Xiao Gang, shall I assist you in eliminating a 300-year soul beast while we are at it? The master shook his head, no need. I am confident in handling a 300-year beast. You should escort Xiaoyu deeper in search of the Millennium Soul Beast. Upon concluding his statement, the master's previously despondent expression brightened as he intoned, come forth, Ro San Pao. With his arms crossed before him, 2 yellow soul rings materialized around him, and his soul power radiated outward. In the next moment, a creature materialized before the master. It bore a resemblance to a dog, yet its body was plump like a pig, with drooping fan-shaped ears and large, sparkling deep blue eyes that blinked adorably. As it walked, its rotund body swayed from side to side, its chubby rear jiggling, while its short legs rendered its movement slow. Yi mused that if Xiao Wu were to see this creature, she would undoubtedly scoop it up immediately, for it was simply irresistibly cute. In Yiyu's heart, he mused, this is the master's martial spirit, San Pao. It bears a striking resemblance to Meng Qi. Chapter 28. Flinder was astonished. Tang San, upon witnessing this, expressed his surprise, asking, Teacher, shouldn't the manifestation of a beast martial spirit be an attachment? Why is your martial spirit? The master, with a hint of bitterness, replied, because my martial spirit is a mutation, unlike Xiao Yu's, which has mutated to a stronger form. Mine has taken a turn for the worse. Realizing he had touched upon the master's sorrow, he apologized. I am sorry, teacher, for bringing up your painful memory. San Pao, please lead the way. San Pao emitted a series of chattering sounds, swaying as it walked while sniffing around. Its keen sense of smell allowed it to detect the presence and strength of soul beasts, and due to its mutation, it consumed very little soul power, enabling me to summon it for extended periods. The master produced 2 sharp daggers, handing one to Tang San and the other to Yiyu. When it comes to delivering the final blow to the soul beast, I entrust this task to you. Use these daggers. Tang San accepted his, but Yiyu declined, raising his fist and stating, "Teacher, I believe my fist is more useful than a dagger. Xiaoyu, this belt is for you." The belt was entirely black, adorned with dark patterns, and embedded with 24 white jade stones. Each jade was round and the size of a thumb. Yiyu instantly recognized its significance. 24 bridges on a moonlit night. "Thank you, teacher." Yiyu graciously accepted it and fastened it around his waist. The master sighed softly. "This belt would only be overlooked in my possession. Perhaps it will shine brilliantly on you." Each jade stone contains a cubic meter of storage space. Through my research, I can assure you that this belt is a top-tier soul-guiding device. Tang San, intrigued, inquired, "Soul-guiding device? This is yet another completely unfamiliar term." The master explained, "A soul-guiding device is an instrument created by soul masters using soul power. Generally, it is of little use to anyone, merely capable of storing items without any offensive capability. Soul masters do not require weapons, so soul-guiding devices are not held in high regard, nearly becoming relics of the past. Xiaoyu, why don't you give this belt a name?" Yi responded, "Let us call it 24 bridges on a moonlit night." The master nodded. "Indeed, a beautiful name." Tang San, eager for a similar item that could store weapons, exclaimed, "Teacher, could you find one for me?" As he accepted Tang San and Yiyu as disciples, he intended to bestow a gift upon each. Having given Yiyu the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, he would certainly not favor one over the other and would provide Tang San with an equally valuable gift. The master turned to Flender, stating seriously, "I will accompany Xiao San to seek out suitable soul beasts. Flender, I entrust Xiaoyu to you." Flender, though confident in his strength within the soul-hunting forest to protect Yiyu, felt uncertain, knowing that if Yiyu sought to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring, he might not be able to safeguard him. The master and Tang San followed San Pao into the depths, while Yiyu and Flender ventured straight ahead. As the master and Tang San approached the area of 100-year soul beasts, San Pao suddenly emitted urgent sounds. Chatter, chatter. The master recognized it as an indication of a formidable soul beast's presence. Tang San detected a faint aroma of tea, and his expression subtly shifted as he covered his mouth and nose. "Master, there is poison present." The rustling sound persisted as Tang San employed his purple extreme magic eye to gaze into the distant thicket, where a pair of glimmering, dark green diamond-shaped eyes met his gaze, sending a chill down his spine. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a triangular serpent's head reared up before him. The master ignited a fire stick to illuminate the area, inhaling sharply, a flicker of excitement crossing his features. It was a mandragora serpent. One could not tell if it was fortunate or unfortunate. With a grave expression, the master explained, "I initially intended for you to hunt a 300-year-old spirit beast. But if it is the mandragora serpent, then a century will suffice. Even a century-old one could prove somewhat challenging. Let us hope it is merely 100 years old. If it is 200, we must flee at full speed." "Understood, Master," Tang San nodded. The master cautiously approached with the fire stick, striving to ascertain the age of the mandragora serpent. Stimulated by the flames, the triangular serpent's head tilted upwards, its forked tongue flicking in and out, emitting a chilling hissing sound directed at San Pao. Suddenly, the mandragora serpent moved with astonishing speed, prompting the master to issue an immediate command. "San Pao, attack! Let forth the thunderous might of your flatulence." The explosive sound echoed like thunder, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Though the mandragora serpent was swift, San Pao immediately retaliated. Remaining within range of attack, the serpent was sent reeling, and the master fixated on the airborne creature, keen to determine its age. However, in an instant, the master's eyes widened, pupils constricting as he shouted at Tang San, "Xiao San, run." Without hesitation, Tang San turned and fled alongside his master. The master sighed with a wry smile. "It seems fortune has favored us with a 400-year-old mandragora serpent. Its body measures 4 meters in length. It is undoubtedly 400 years old, and I lack the strength to contend with it." He lamented the missed opportunity, wishing the mandragora serpent could have been Tang San's first spirit ring. Meanwhile, in the central area of the soul-hunting forest, Yiyu and Flender encountered numerous spirit beasts aged 100, 300, and 500 years. Flender enthusiastically introduced each beast to Yiyu, proclaiming their suitability. "Why not choose this one?" Flender pressed, resembling a persistent sales promoter, eliciting a wry smile from Yi. Director Flender. There is no need to recommend a 100-year-old spirit beast. Even a 900-year-old one would not suffice. I desire a millennium-old. You rascal. Flender sighed in resignation, nodding. Very well. I shall not deliberately slow my pace. Yi replied. Indeed, Director Flender, please quicken your pace. Flender accelerated, moving with the swiftness of a cheetah, yet to Yi, it still felt sluggish. Director Flender, do hasten. Do not concern yourself with me. I can keep up. Though Yi was only exerting 1% of his speed, he found it astonishing that he could match Flender's pace. Now, he was requesting that Flender quicken even more? Flender, bewildered, asked, Are you certain you can keep up? Yes. If I shed my burdens, I should be able to, Yi replied, removing his outer garments and discarding his vest onto the ground. Are these garments enhanced with gravity? But how heavy can they truly be? Flender speculated that the weight was no more than 500 pounds, considering that Yi was merely 6 years old. Even though the master claimed that Yi's physique was extraordinary, Flender believed that 500 was the utmost limit. Xiaoyu, even if I were to move swiftly, you wouldn't be able to catch up after shedding your weight vest. Boom. At that moment, as the vest hit the ground, a tremendous roar erupted, causing the very earth beneath Flender's feet to tremble. He widened his eyes and looked down, astonished to see the ground where the vest landed had caved in and cracked, revealing numerous fissures extending 10 meters away. Flender stood frozen in disbelief, his expression one of sheer shock. In Chapter 29, The Suitable Soul Beast, Yi removed the heavy iron weights from his arms and legs, and instantly felt as light as a feather. After jumping a few times on the spot, he sighed. My body feels much more agile now. Flender was astonished and inquired, Xiaoyu, what is the total weight you were bearing? He recognized that the combined weight of the gravity vest and the heavy iron must certainly amount to thousands of pounds. Altogether, it must be 16,000 pounds, Flender exclaimed. How is this possible? This is unbelievable. You're only 6 years old. Even if your physique is exceptional, this is utterly extraordinary. As Flender bent down to pick up the gravity vest, he found it remarkably heavy, weighing around 8,000 pounds. He marveled, It seems you surpass my expectations. You truly are the first monster I have encountered. As the head of Shrek Academy, Flender had seen numerous extraordinary beings, yet Yi was undoubtedly a monster among monsters. Unlike any other young prodigy that could leave him so astounded, it seemed that creatures of Yi's caliber simply should not exist. Yi took the gravity vest, placing it alongside the heavy iron weights at his waist before entering the space of the 24 bridges on a bright moonlit night. Director Flender, let us commence. Yi expressed eagerly. Very well. Flender increased his pace, moving deeper into the soul-hunting forest, while Yi kept up effortlessly. The sounds of rushing winds filled the air as the surroundings whizzed past them. Upon reaching the inner regions of the soul-hunting forest, they began to search for a suitable soul beast. If it were the Nine-Heart Tang, there would be no need to consider which soul beast to acquire. For regardless of the beast, the soul skill it offered would be healing. However, Yi felt that the Nine-Spirit Black Thorn possessed more than just healing abilities. Therefore, the master advised seeking a soul beast with potent healing capabilities, as well as one with formidable strength and defense. While traversing the area, they encountered several Millennium Soul beasts that attempted to attack Yi, but Flender's soul power emanated outward, scaring them away. Soon, Flender's eyes lit up. It's a rapid growth tiger. Judging by the purple glow it emits and its size, it is a soul beast just over a millennium old. This is the one. Yi glanced over, noting that the rapid growth tiger bore a resemblance to a gecko, albeit on a much larger scale. Flender explained, the rapid growth tiger has an exceptionally strong regenerative ability, making it one of the most suitable soul beasts for you. As the master described, even when faced with a soul master of corresponding strength, it would undoubtedly evade being hunted. Its combat prowess may not be the strongest, but it will never be killed due to its remarkable vitality and rapid regeneration capabilities. Yi nodded and said, Thank you, Dean Flanders. Not at all. Flanders replied with a casual demeanor. As a soul sage, dealing with a 1,000-year-old soul beast is quite straightforward. However, despite its age, I shall exert my utmost efforts to overpower it, ensuring it relinquishes all hope of survival, ultimately perceiving death as a release. This will facilitate your absorption of the soul ring. Yi was well aware that the master had previously advised Flanders to exert full force when confronting soul beasts. Flanders unfurled a magnificent pair of wings, his entire form adorned with feathers, his eyes transforming into a striking yellow with vertical pupils akin to those of a hawk. 7 soul rings encircled him in a mesmerizing display. Yellow, purple, black, black, black. Without needing to showcase his soul rings, it was evident that he possessed the optimal configuration. As soon as the speeding tiger sensed the palpable threat, it bolted away, its crawling speed remarkably swift. making it difficult for Yi Yu to keep pace even at full throttle. However, escaping from a speed attack type soul sage like Flanders was simply impossible. In no time, the speeding tiger was caught, and despite its futile attempts to resist, it was thoroughly dominated. Observing the speeding tiger emit its anguished cries, Yi Yu sighed. You really drew the short straw. Flanders' one-sided assault on the speeding tiger revealed its formidable vitality and self-healing capabilities. If it were any other 1,000-year-old soul beast, it would have perished long ago, yet the speeding tiger's life force remained robust. It bore numerous wounds, yet they healed at an astonishing rate. Even as its severed tail began to regrow, Flanders coldly remarked, "Why bother? This will only prolong your suffering." The sounds of impact and the beast's mournful cries resonated continuously, causing Yi Yu to avert his gaze, as the scene resembled an adult bullying a child. While Flanders utterly dominated the soul beast, the situation was perilous for the master. The moment the mandala snake landed, its serpentine body coiled and launched itself forward at an alarming speed towards the master and Tang San. Panic filled the master's eyes. Should he perish, it would be one thing, but for Tang San, who had only just begun his journey in life, to meet his end here would be a tragic loss. Determined to escape at all costs, the master shouted, "Release the gas like a cloud of smoke, hypnotic slumber." Rosen cannon. With a thunderous sound, a burst of yellow gas surged backward, but the mandala snake swiftly maneuvered through it. Unaffected by the hypnotic effect due to its innate immunity as a top-tier poisonous creature, the master regretted not enlisting Flanders' help. Subduing a 300- or 400-year-old soul beast would have taken mere moments. "I'm sorry, Tang San. I was overly confident, not anticipating the encounter with a 400-year-old mandala snake." The master lamented. Tang San resolutely replied, "Teacher, we may not necessarily face doom. Let us give our all and seize every chance for survival." Seeing Tang San face the 400-year-old mandala snake with unwavering resolve and a fierce desire to survive, the master silently admired him, thinking, "Indeed, I did not misjudge my disciple." With a firm nod, the master affirmed, "Yes, we shall not give up until the final moment." Although he felt the odds were slim, Tang San possessed his own trump cards. Without a solid foundation, no amount of will to survive would suffice. At this moment, the rapid growth tiger was on the verge of death, having been mercilessly battered by Flander, resembling a pitiful, swollen creature akin to a pig. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yi Yu's forehead as he marveled, "Director Flander, your wrath is truly formidable. Were it not for my vigilant observation, I might question whether this soul beast is indeed the rapid growth tiger." Flander chuckled heartily, a tinge of embarrassment crossing his features as he reflected on the humiliation inflicted upon such a millennium-old soul beast. "I must admit, I feel somewhat ashamed. It would have been more appropriate for Xiao Gang to handle this. She excels in such matters." The rapid growth tiger, though still able to heal itself, had relinquished its will to fight, perceiving further attempts at self-recovery as mere self-inflicted torment. For it, death had become a form of liberation. Observing the tiger's loss of the will to survive, Flander recognized that he had achieved his objective. "Xiao Yu, shall I deliver a few more punches? After all, it is a millennium soul beast, renowned for its vitality. Even in its current state, to slay it with a single blow remains an arduous task." Suddenly, Flander's eyes widened. His unfinished thought abruptly silenced. Yi Yu had clenched his right fist, the muscles in his arm bulging with power, and he unleashed a fierce punch at the rapid growth tiger. Bang! With a heart-wrenching howl, the tiger was sent soaring 100 meters away, crashing through several large trees along its trajectory. Flander found himself questioning reality. Is this truly an auxiliary spirit master? Chapter 30. Absorbing the Millennium Soul Ring. The rapid growth tiger crashed against a boulder, leaving a dent before sliding to the ground, its life force waning. Flander exclaimed in awe, "What a monster! Although I have nearly brought it to its demise, it is still a Millennium Soul beast, possessing extraordinary vitality. Not even a level 10 Soul Master, let alone a level 20, could dispatch it with a single punch." In less than an hour spent with Yi Yu, Flander had been astonished numerous times. No wonder Xiao Gang permitted you to absorb the Millennium Soul Ring. Your physique is indeed remarkably robust. Perhaps it is truly possible. Nonetheless, he conceded that they must first seek out Xiao Gang. Purple light coalesced above the rapid growth tiger, swiftly forming a radiant, violet soul ring. Even from a distance, the immense energy it contained was palpable. Flander stated, "Xiao Gang instructed that after hunting your first soul beast, you must seek him out before absorbing the soul ring. This ring is over 1,000 years old, and with Xiao Gang present, he can guide you should you encounter any issues." Yi Yu nodded, aware that the soul ring would dissipate automatically after an hour, providing them with ample time. Clutching the soul ring, he grasped Flander's arm, and Flander, with a powerful flap of his wings, soared into the sky above the forest, racing towards the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest at breathtaking speed. The wind howled fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, they covered vast distances. Yi Yu marveled internally, what incredible speed. This is the true velocity of Director Flander. Before long, they reached the forest's periphery, where Flander's hawk-like eyes swiftly scanned the surroundings, soon locating Master and Xiao San. However, Flander's expression shifted in alarm, for it appeared that the Master had sustained injuries. Without hesitation, Flander and Yi Yu hurtled forward with urgency. Flander felt a sense of unease as his gaze fell upon the lifeless body of the mandala snake, which measured an impressive 4 meters in length and had lived for 4 centuries. The Master lay on the ground, his body rigid, his face marred by a dark hue, and his lips turned black. Xiao Gang was poisoned, and Flander was anxious. Although Tang San had exerted every effort to slay the mandala snake with his concealed weapon, he had also received assistance from the Master. Tang San swiftly rolled up the Master's sleeve, revealing a swollen right arm, the bite mark a patch of dark purple. He checked the Master's pulse and exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the poison had not yet reached the heart, and there was hope for salvation. With a dagger in hand, Tang San made 2 swift incisions near the Master's wound and under his armpit, allowing the dark purplish blood to flow forth. Simultaneously, the Master's complexion began to improve slightly. The Master's swollen arm returned to its normal state, the dark purple gradually fading, and his color began to restore. Once the blood ceased to be black, Tang San quickly bandaged the wound with the prepared white cloth. The Master awoke slowly, still feeling weak and in pain, as the poison within had yet to be entirely eradicated. Yi Yu, he said, I should absorb my spirit ring now. The first skill may be healing, which might completely restore the Master. I'm fine. The Master, mustering his strength to appear undeterred, inquired with concern, Little Yu, from which spirit beast did your spirit ring originate? The rapid growth tiger, Yi replied, his heart stirred. The Master's first concern upon awakening from injury was about Yi Yu's spirit ring, demonstrating his consideration for her well-being. Indeed, the rapid growth tiger is an ideal spirit beast for you, but I worry about a potential rejection. While it is the most suitable, my initial thought was to acquire a moderately suitable plant-type spirit beast. According to my research, one of the 10 core competitive advantages in the spirit world is that plant-type spirit rings should ideally be absorbed from the same type of spirit beast to avoid rejection. Xiao San's spirit is blue silvergrass. Although it is weak, it has the advantage of not being prone to rejection, allowing the absorption of any spirit ring without adverse effects. Your spirit, however, is not the same weak waste spirit of the black-tailed flower, but rather the mutated Nine-Spirit Black Hawthorn, which will likely encounter significant rejection. Being a Millennium Spirit Ring, coupled with this rejection, raises my concerns, the Master said, his brow furrowing. Though the spirit ring of the rapid growth tiger was highly suitable, failure to absorb it could result in the loss of life. A risk not worth taking. Little Yu, perhaps we should seek a Millennium Plant-type spirit ring? This would increase the chances of success, the Master suggested. Yi Yu shook her head. Let us proceed with this one. Since it is the most suitable, I will go with this spirit ring. The Master, with a hint of resignation, replied, Very well. Xiao San, you may begin absorbing your spirit ring as well. Understood. Tang San nodded. Flander commenced his protective vigil for the two. One was a 400-year spirit ring, the other a millennium spirit ring, which would undoubtedly require a lengthy duration for absorption. Especially for Yi Yu, who would likely face a perilous ordeal akin to traversing through hell. Yi Yu and Tang San sat cross-legged, focusing on their martial spirits as they began the absorption process. Yi Yu's right hand manifested the Nine-Spirit Black Hawthorn, while Tang San's right hand revealed the blue silvergrass. The Nine-Spirit Black Hawthorn emanated a black glow, while the blue silvergrass radiated a blue light. The spirit ring from the mandala snake floated toward the blue silvergrass, gradually shrinking to the size of a bracelet, which then encircled the blue silvergrass. At that moment, Tang San's brows furrowed as he felt an overwhelming pressure, as if a colossal stone were resting upon him, causing his bones to emit faint creaking sounds under the strain. Simultaneously, he sensed an excruciating heat radiating from his right hand, akin to plunging it into molten lava. This scorching sensation soon transcended the exterior, penetrating deep within his being. He felt as though his very organs were ablaze. His face contorted in agony as his body trembled. The Master, feeling a surge of anxiety, cautioned him, regardless of how fiercely the soul ring's power assails your body, maintain a clear consciousness and hold on steadfastly. Summon your utmost tenacity. With his eyes shut tight, Tang San began to resolutely absorb the terrifying energy. The Master, filled with trepidation, glanced at Yi Yu, pondering. The 400-year mandala serpent soul ring, which would not be antagonistic to Tang San's blue silvergrass, poses such difficulty for him. What then for Yi Yu? who was absorbing a 1,100-year soul ring. When the master directed his gaze at Yu, he was momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by disbelief. Concurrently, Flinders shared the same concern, his thoughts mirroring those of the master. If Tang Hao struggled so painfully with a 400-year soul ring, what could be expected of Yu with a 1,100-year soul ring that would surely reject him? Yet, upon observing Yu, Flinders too was rendered speechless, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Their reactions were identical. Both questioned whether they were imagining things, for Yu had already commenced the absorption of the soul ring. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, it seemed as though he were absorbing not a 1,000-year soul ring, but one merely 10 years old. Flinders, astounded, compared the pained determination of Tang Hao, who persevered through immense hardship, with the composed ease exhibited by Yu. He even began to wonder if the two had somehow swapped their soul rings. However, such a notion was evidently implausible. The soul ring would gravitate towards the one who had vanquished the soul beast, and he had clearly witnessed the purple soul ring of the rapid growth tiger drawn towards Yu. The master, equally perplexed, could not fathom the reason behind this phenomenon. If Tang Hao were to open his eyes and witness this scene, he would likely sigh in wonder, pondering why such a vast disparity existed among individuals. Chapter 31. Successful Absorption. The master and Flinders stared in astonishment at Yu. At this moment, a stark contrast emerged between Tang Hao and Yu. Tang Hao was grappling with the arduous and painful absorption of a 400-year soul ring devoid of rejection, while Yu effortlessly engaged with a 1,000-year soul ring rife with resistance. Although intrigued, they refrained from further inquiries, respecting Yu's apparent ease and the need for concentration. The master exhaled in relief, albeit uncertain as to why Yu managed such a light-hearted approach. Initially fearing that the absorption of this highly repulsive 1,000-year soul ring would pose a grave danger to his life, Flinders began to re-evaluate Yu's extraordinary talent. He had encountered many prodigies, but none quite like this. Though merely 6 years old, Yu had already met the criteria for entry into Shrek Academy. The admission requirements stipulated that candidates must be no older than 13 and possess a soul power of at least level 21. Meeting these criteria necessitated passing 4 additional assessments. Even the most exceptional geniuses typically reached level 29 by the age of 12 or 13, while Yu, being a naturally gifted soul master, would ascend to level 30 upon absorbing 2 soul rings. At the tender age of 6, entering Shrek Academy undoubtedly sets a record that may never be surpassed. The master remarked, "You should not rush into this. After all, there remains much foundational knowledge to absorb. There is no need for haste. The opportunity will come in due time. When that moment arrives, I shall ensure that Xiao Yu and Tang Hao embark on this journey together." Flinders nodded in agreement. That is reassuring. Meanwhile, Yu was effortlessly absorbing the Millennium Soul Ring, a feat that even surprised him. Although he believed that his extraordinary physique would enable him to succeed, he anticipated some degree of pressure and pain, particularly since he was currently at the 10th level of soul power, absorbing a soul ring that had existed for over 1,000 years. However, to his astonishment, the moment he began the absorption, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The rapid growth tiger, though brutally tormented by Flinders, had left behind a soul ring imbued with resentment. The tiger's voluntary demise did not equate to a complete absence of grievances. After all, resentment was entwined with the essence of the soul ring. Once transformed into a soul ring, it no longer needed to fear and thus began to cultivate its resentment. Initially, Yu planned to absorb the ring with all his might, as the growing resentment would complicate the process. The tiger's suffering at Flinders' hands could be advantageous for his absorption, but could also manifest as a hindrance. While the resentment was initially minor, prolonged absorption could amplify it, potentially exceeding the typical resentment encountered in a normal kill. Therefore, even with his formidable physique, success could become elusive. However, as the resentment of the rapid growth tiger's soul ring began to take form, it unexpectedly dissipated instantaneously, as if a flickering flame were extinguished by water. The absence of any resentment allowed Yu to absorb the energy effortlessly, with no sense of repulsion. Unlike the interaction with his own Nine-Spirit Black Tang, which might have elicited resistance, this entity seemed almost timid in its acceptance. At this moment, Yu was only aware of the vast energy emanating from the soul ring. Even though such immense energy would overwhelm another, even Tang Hao, leading to catastrophic consequences, Yu remained unscathed. His body resembled a bottomless pit, perfectly capable of withstanding this colossal energy, with internal organs, bones, and meridians exhibiting remarkable resilience. As the energy coursed through these structures during absorption, he felt no pain, only a slight sensation of fullness that gradually subsided. What Yu was unaware of was that, at the moment the resentment from the rapid growth tiger's soul ring began to manifest, It sensed a terrifying aura emanating from deep within Yi Yu's being. Though this presence was but a whisper, faint enough that even Flanders could not perceive it, the pure psychic force registered it distinctly. Just a trace of this aura instilled immense fear, causing the resentment to vanish entirely, replaced by trepidation and awe. Even a mere moment in the presence of this energy felt more agonizing than the prior torment it endured. It yearned to escape this formidable essence. Despite being a mere hint, it recognized an overwhelming malevolence. Confronted with such darkness, the fury and hatred it once harbored for Yi Yu and Flanders dissipated. Replaced by a reluctant acceptance, not only did it relinquish its resentment, but it also willingly submitted to the absorption process. Feeling honored at the prospect of becoming Yi Yu's soul ring. At this moment, Yi Yu was on the verge of success, his heart brimming with excitement. He felt that his strength had multiplied several times, particularly his physique, which had become remarkably more formidable. Most exhilarating for him was the transformation within, as his internal energy had doubled. After successfully absorbing the soul ring, Yi Yu felt an unparalleled sense of euphoria, as if he had reached the pinnacle of bliss. Every one of his 36,000 pores opened wide, inhaling the wondrous air, while every cell in his body rejoiced in exuberance. He sensed that his already formidable physique was undergoing a metamorphosis. The soul power that had been absorbed into his seemingly bottomless body radiated outward, infusing every sinew, muscle, and cell. Yi Yu believed that his body had become 3 times more powerful than before absorbing the soul ring. Gradually rising, Yi Yu opened his eyes, unable to conceal his elation. Not only had his physical prowess intensified, but he had also gained a remarkably potent auxiliary soul skill. Witnessing Yi Yu's successful absorption of the Millennium Soul Ring, Flinder and the Master were filled with joy, suppressing their curiosity and patiently awaiting Tang San. The Nine-Spirit Black Hawthorn in Yi Yu's right hand had grown sturdier, swaying gently with newfound vitality. Simultaneously, a flickering purple soul ring emerged above his head, encircling him. Flinder and the Master gazed in awe. The first soul ring was a purple millennium, a phenomenon they had never encountered before. Today, they were witnesses to an extraordinary event that defied belief. Yi Yu activated his first soul skill, conjuring black luminescent points that coalesced into drifting black hawthorn petals, which gracefully fell upon the Master. Under the Master's astonished gaze, he felt the toxins within his body dissipating, emerging from his skin as discomfort and pain rapidly vanished. Concurrently, the 2 wounds on his arm began to heal swiftly, soon forming scabs. Though the Master was both surprised and delighted, he refrained from inquiring further, choosing to wait until Xiao San completed his absorption. An hour later, when Tang San successfully absorbed his soul ring and opened his eyes, he briefly stared at Yi Yu. Tang San, taken aback, asked, "Brother Yu, have you not yet started absorbing your soul ring?" However, in the next moment, Yi Yu's words left Tang San utterly astonished. "I completed the absorption long ago." Chapter 32, The First Soul Skill. Tang San was stunned. "Completed already? How could this be? Brother Yu, you were so fast?" Tang San glanced around, realizing that the Millennium Soul Ring had vanished. Yi Yu nodded. "Yes, it took less than 10 minutes. It was much easier than I had anticipated." Tang San was deeply shocked. Absorbing a 400-year soul ring had been excruciatingly difficult for him, filled with immense pressure and pain. While Yi Yu had accomplished his in just 10 minutes, and so effortlessly. "Xiao San, what's wrong?" Yi Yu noticed Tang San's astonishment and felt a twinge of concern, sensing that this might be somewhat demoralizing. I'm fine, I just need a moment," Tang San replied, visibly affected. He was indeed struck by the disparity between them. How could the gap be so vast? Flinder, observing this, thought that if he were in Tang San's position, he would be even less composed, questioning the very nature of existence. Flinder recognized Tang San as a prodigious talent, yet he realized that even among geniuses, there existed significant differences. Tang San gazed at the Master, noticing that his complexion had significantly improved. The bandages around his arm had been removed, and the wound had miraculously formed a scab. A wave of astonishment washed over Tang San as he turned his attention to Yi Yu, convinced that the effect stemmed from Yi Yu's first soul skill. The Master, intrigued, looked at Yi Yu and inquired, "Little Yu, would you kindly elaborate on the nature of your first soul skill?" Yi Yu nodded and explained, "My first soul skill is healing, with an initial healing power of 10, enhanced by the soul ring. Currently, I possess 1 soul ring, granting a healing effect of 10 to 20. Upon acquiring a second soul ring, it will increase to 20 for 30. The Master nodded in admiration, exclaiming, "With a healing power of 20, it is no wonder my injuries are mending so rapidly. If the healing capability were to reach 100, one can only imagine how formidable the effects would be, even if one were to be left with a single breath. As long as they were treated with your first soul skill, they would swiftly recover." Yi Yu affirmed, "Indeed, It is no exaggeration once it reaches 100. Such efficacy is guaranteed, akin to the miraculous beans in Dragon Ball. The master continued, "Little you, your first soul skill is not limited to mere healing, is it? I sensed an enhancement in vitality as well, along with a boost in spirit." Yu nodded. "Yes, it also provides an additional effect, which enhances vitality. Enduring for 30 minutes. The initial boost is 5, augmenting with the number of soul rings. Presently, it grants a 15 vitality enhancement. As more soul rings are obtained, the duration will extend." Hearing this, the master exclaimed in astonishment, "An enhancement of vitality is indeed a terrifying ability. Vitality can render a person remarkably resilient, making them less susceptible to death. A robust vitality can ensure survival even after sustaining multiple fatal injuries. Moreover, in combat, it can facilitate endurance. Even if one is not as strong as their opponent, possessing great vitality may allow them to outlast their adversary." Listening to Yu's first soul skill, Flinder and Tang Sen were both astounded by its sheer potency. The strength of this first soul skill would enable Yu to withstand formidable foes, capable of healing and bolstering vitality, rendering him resilient and formidable in battle. The master turned to Tang San, eager to learn about his skills. "Little San, please share your first soul skill." Tang San nodded, surrounded by swirling yellow soul rings, as blue-silver grass manifested. Initially as thin as a fingertip, it had now tripled in width. The grass blades were more robust, adorned with peculiar patterns. Dozens of blue-silver strands extended like vines, appearing resilient and powerful, their tips resembling snake heads, as though numerous mandala snakes were dancing wildly. The blue-silver grass emitted a faint aroma of tea, intoxicating yet laden with danger. Tang San raised his hand towards a nearby tree, and the tree was ensnared by the blue-silver vines. As he exerted a forceful pull, the tree leaned, while the vines remained taut, showing no signs of breaking. The master marveled. "Indeed, it is perfectly suited. The mandala snake has rendered the blue-silver grass even more resilient." He envisioned another capability and asked, "Little San, does the blue-silver grass also bear toxicity?" "Yes, master," Tang San replied. "The blue-silver grass has indeed inherited the toxicity of the mandala snake, though it is not lethal. Rather, it embodies the paralyzing venom, which is not exceedingly potent." The master nodded, acknowledging the impressive capabilities of the control-type soul master. The paramount objective of such a master lies in the ability to manipulate the opponent's movements. Presently, the blue-silver grass exhibits remarkable resilience, augmented by a paralyzing effect, a commendable soul skill. Both the master and Flinder found the initial soul skills of Yu and Tang San to be exceptionally formidable, with both individuals having acquired the most suitable soul rings. However, what piqued the curiosity of the master and Flinder was the effortless manner in which Yu absorbed the Millennium Soul Ring. With a hint of intrigue, the master inquired, "Little Yu, could you share the experience of your soul ring absorption?" After all, you assimilated a Millennium Soul Ring, which inherently possesses a repulsive quality, thus imposing greater pressure and pain than what Little San would endure. Even considering your extraordinary physique, it should not have been such a facile process. Were it not for witnessing your absorption firsthand, I would have assumed you were assimilating a decade-old soul ring. Though Tang Sen had not witnessed the event, he could infer from the astonished expressions of the master and Flinder that Yu had undergone the absorption with remarkable ease. Yu candidly responded, "During my absorption, the soul ring began to cultivate resentment. However, it dissipated almost instantaneously, and there was no repulsion from my Nine-Spirit Blackthorn, which instead appeared exceedingly docile." Flinder was taken aback. "Docile? Earlier, I harbored concerns that the longer you took to absorb the soul ring, the more arduous it would become. After all, the resentment from the rapid growth tiger, which I had ruthlessly dispatched, would initially be weak but could swiftly escalate into extreme resentment. Yet, you found it exceedingly gentle during your absorption? How could this be?" Flinder was perplexed, unable to comprehend the anomaly. Yu shook his head. "I am equally uncertain as to why this occurred. The repulsion and resentment vanished, resulting in a remarkably smooth absorption process. I only had to contend with the immense energy of the soul ring. My body resembles a bottomless pit, with exceptionally robust organs, rendering me impervious to pain from the overwhelming surge of energy." Upon hearing this, Tang San experienced a profound revelation regarding Yu's formidable physique. Even he, who understood it well, realized he had underestimated it. When he absorbed a 400-year soul ring, the torrential energy felt akin to being submerged in magma, causing excruciating torment within. Yet, Yu confronted the energy of a Millennium Soul Ring with seemingly no adverse effects. Tang Sen lamented inwardly, questioning why he had chosen to associate with a being as extraordinary as Yu. He had once considered himself a genius, but in Yu's presence, he felt exceedingly ordinary. The master furrowed his brow, completely baffled by the situation. Flinder's fighting spirit surged. Then let us set out to hunt the 9,000-year soul beast. Yi Yu nodded, eager to discover what soul skill awaited him from his second soul ring. Chapter 33. The soul beast with 10,000 years of power. The master and Tang San positioned themselves at the outskirts of the soul hunting forest, while Flinder led Yi Yu deeper into its heart. Within the soul hunting forest, no soul beast was rumored to possess 10,000 years of age. The most formidable among them were the 9,000-year beasts, and they were exceedingly rare. Flinder soared through the air, swiftly bringing Yi Yu to the forest's innermost depths. The aura exuded by each soul beast here filled Yi Yu with trepidation. Had Flinder not been present, the sheer pressure emanating from these creatures would have been unbearable. Yi Yu inwardly sighed. The soul beasts here are equivalent to a level 59 soul king, exuding a terrifying aura. Most of them are around 6,000 to 7,000 years old, with 8,000-year-old specimens being quite rare. The soul beasts, sensing that the target is not them, naturally do not provoke. They perceive the presence of a being equivalent to a 30,000-year-old soul beast, a soul sage among humans. As they delved deeper, they occasionally encountered a couple of suitable 8,000-year-old soul beasts. The master had already stated that the second soul ring should ideally be derived from a power-type soul beast. However, Yi Yu insisted on seeking one that was 9,000 years old, prompting Flander to continue the search. Suddenly, Flander's eyes gleamed, though a hint of hesitation crossed his face. Following Flander's gaze, Yi Yu spotted a peculiar soul beast in the distance, a 3-meter-tall humanoid bone bull. Its robust body was encased in white bone armor, complete with a bull's face and horns. The aura emanating from this bone bull left Yi Yu in awe, as he was certain it was indeed a 9,000-year-old soul beast. Director Flander, this must be a 9,000-year-old soul beast, right? Yi Yu inquired. Flander nodded. Indeed, this is the Heavenly Void Power Demon Bull, precisely a power type. However, should it unleash its full strength, its cultivation could reach 10,000 years. Oh, Yi Yu expressed his surprise. The Heavenly Void Power Demon Bull possesses a skill that enhances its own strength. Even if it were to exert itself fully, I could manage it. However, this creature is akin to a variant among soul beasts. The Heavenly Void Power Demon Bull, originally named the Heavenly Void Bull, has a rarity of 1 variant among 100. The reason for its mutation stems from its inherent malevolence. Even if you can absorb its soul ring, I fear your consciousness might be tainted by its malevolence, potentially leading you to become a mindless demon focused solely on slaughter. While your body may endure, your mind is unlikely to resist its corruption. After all, it is comparable to a 10,000-year soul beast. Given your status as a level 20 soul master, despite your exceptional mental fortitude, you would be unable to withstand it. Let's seek another option. Flander prepared to depart. Yet Yi Yu's gaze remained fixed on the Heavenly Void Power Demon Bull. At that moment, the bull's thoughts were solely its own. With malicious intent, it mused, "Human brat, that fellow has let you pass, yet you still fixate on me. Dare to covet my essence, and I shall ensure that your soul ring absorption leads you to madness, transforming you into a creature of mindless slaughter." The Heavenly Void Power Demon Bull had long sensed that it was being watched, but feigned indifference, hoping the intruders would not provoke it. Given its temperament, it would have attacked even a soul emperor indiscriminately, yet it recognized that, despite its ability to reach 10,000 years when fully exerted, it could not contend with a soul sage. Upon hearing Flander's words, the bull relaxed momentarily, believing the duo would leave. Yet, Yi Yu continued to gaze at it, inciting a silent curse within. "Human brat. A mere level 20 soul master dares to absorb my essence. Best be gone," Yi Yu firmly declared. "Director Flander, this one shall suffice." The Heavenly Void Power Demon Bull. Director Flander, astonished, asked, "Are you certain? While you absorb the 1,000-year soul ring without harboring resentment from the rapid growth tiger, it remains uncertain how this Heavenly Void Power Demon Bull will react, as it is a soul beast imbued with malevolence, and its grievances are likely stronger. Even a soul emperor would hesitate to absorb it." "I am certain," Yi Yu affirmed resolutely. "Very well," Flander conceded. Flander nodded, carrying Yi Yu towards the Celestial Power Demon Bull. The Celestial Power Demon Bull seethed with fury, glaring at Flandra with unyielding aggression. It transformed into a streak of white, charging forward with bone-crushing fists. The only terror it possessed was sheer power, relying solely on brute strength in its combat style. As a swift attacker, Flandra knew that in a direct confrontation, he would not match the bull in strength. However, with his formidable level 78 Soul Saint prowess, he felt confident. Boom. The two fists collided, producing a thunderous explosion that sent shockwaves, lifting the ground beneath them several meters high. The deafening noise forced Yi Yu to cover his ears. Yet he still felt dazed. Swiftly retreating, he recalled how Flandra had easily dominated the battle against the swift growth tiger, ensuring he remained unscathed. But this encounter was different. While overpowering the celestial power demon bull was unattainable, defeating it seemed within reach. In that fleeting moment of collision, Flandra's heart raced as he sensed an overwhelming force. Truly, the celestial power demon bull was among the strongest in terms of raw power, and being a variant, it would indeed be a challenge for anyone of equal rank. After a brief stalemate, the celestial power demon bull's strength faltered, and it was sent flying by the overwhelming force, cracks appearing on the white bones of its right arm. Whoosh! Flandra, as a speed specialist, swiftly darted behind the celestial power demon bull, unleashing a barrage of blows. The bull struggled to resist with all its might. But it was futile, it was completely overpowered. During their fierce battle, Yi remained vigilant, fully aware of the potential for other soul beasts to ambush them. The celestial power demon bull's hatred was palpable, but its true ire was directed not at Flandra, but rather at Yi. It seethed internally, cursing the audacious human who dared to absorb it. Today, it thought, would be a day of certain demise. Yet, if the human attempted absorption, it would perish alongside him. Despite being on the receiving end of the assault, the bull's bony armor was formidable and resistant to immediate destruction. The celestial power demon bull was an ordinary bovine in form, covered in fur, but only the mutated variant bore this impenetrable bone armor. Such a being emerged only once every millennium, characterized by its complete coverage in white bone armor. Bang! Whoosh! The celestial power demon bull was knocked back again, crashing through several massive trees, its armor now shattered in multiple places. Its enraged roar echoed through the air, a dark aura enveloping its form. Particularly around its face where a blood-black malice coalesced. Flandra recognized the seriousness of the situation. The bull was about to unleash its most potent skill, facial ossification. To Yi Yu's astonishment, the celestial-powered demon bull's visage transformed, its face now obscured by a white bone mask, reminiscent of a specter from the realm of death. Simultaneously, Yi Yu could distinctly sense a surge in the bull's aura. As the bone mask enveloped it, the light surrounding the celestial-powered demon bull shifted from the violet hue of 1,000 years to the ominous black of 10,000. Flandra smirked, "So? You intend to go all out? But your fate is sealed, death awaits you." Chapter 34, Absorbing the Second Soul Ring. The celestial void power demon ox. Not only adorned with a skeletal mask upon its visage, but also reinforced by its bone armor, has been restored under the oppressive malevolence of blood and darkness, rendering it even more formidable. Furthermore, the creature's eyes have undergone a transformation. The whites have turned black, and its pupils are now a piercing yellow. Its aura has grown increasingly ferocious and sinister. With a deafening roar, the celestial void power demon ox unleashed its wrath, causing the ground beneath it to buckle. Its form surged forth, fists slicing through the air with a sound reminiscent of tearing fabric, as if the very atmosphere were on the brink of rupture. Flinder, enveloped by the radiance of his sixth black spirit ring, clenched his right fist and charged forward to meet the beast. In an instant, the ground erupted, raising debris to a height of 100 meters. The terrifying cacophony reverberated, almost rendering Yi Yu deaf. Had it been any other spirit master, merely the sonic waves would have caused blood to pour from their orifices. Yet, Yi Yu's body had grown remarkably resilient, sustaining no harm. As their forces collided, a dreadful power surged forth, sending tremors through the surrounding space. Giant trees within a 1,000-meter radius were uprooted, and clouds of yellow earth billowed skyward, obscuring the sun. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying gusts dispersed, revealing a vast expanse devoid of obstacles. Observing this spectacle, Yi Yu marveled, wondering if this was the true essence of a battle between a soul sage and a 10,000-year spirit beast. It was indeed awe-inspiring. He felt fortunate that his body was robust. Otherwise, even at this distance, the residual shockwaves could have inflicted injury. As their fists collided, Flinder remained unyielding, his expression composed. Arms extended, while the celestial void power demon ox's limbs trembled slightly. After a brief moment of stalemate, the beast was sent hurtling away, its internal vitality surging chaotically. Flinder, deeply impressed, acknowledged the strength of the mutated celestial void-powered demon ox. He realized that at an equal level, even with all his might, he would not stand a chance. He felt relieved that he was not facing a 30,000-year-old beast. Otherwise, he would have had no choice but to flee with Yi Yu. As the celestial void-powered demon ox soared backwards, Flinder swiftly ascended above it, delivering a powerful punch to its skull. The beast crashed to the ground, creating a deep crater, with wide fissures radiating outward, the longest extending to Yi Yu's very feet. With heightened senses, Yi Yu noted that no spirit beasts dared approach. Fearing the ensuing chaos, after a brief moment of disorientation, the celestial void-powered demon ox charged forth, its bony visage now marred by several cracks. The two figures clashed once more, darting and colliding in a relentless exchange. Yi Yu's eyes could barely keep pace with their movements, and even as they collided, the only evidence of their struggle was the thunderous roars and the terrifying shockwaves that rippled outward, attesting to the ongoing battle. As the mask shattered, the creature's aura diminished significantly, the color of its soul power shifting from black back to purple, to the celestial void power demon ox. Amongst spirit beasts below 10,000 years, I, Flinder, willingly declare you the mightiest. To perish by my hand and become a soul ring for little you is indeed a privilege. With wings unfurling behind him, Flinder swiftly darted to the rear of the celestial void power demon ox, launching a dual-fisted assault aimed at its head from either side. The tremendous force of the two fists struck with such intensity that it shattered the beast's consciousness, and with a resounding crack, its mask disintegrated and vanished. The heavenly void force demon bull lay prostrate on the ground, blood streaming from its head. Flinder exhaled, relieved, finally resolved. Yi Yu stepped forward, his eyes shimmering with excitement. The heavenly void force demon bull was indeed formidable, and acquiring its soul ring could bestow upon him remarkably powerful soul skills. It was necessary to subdue it thoroughly. Akin to the rapid growth tiger, which had lost the will to live, Flinder contemplated the challenge ahead. However, the heavenly void force demon bull, unlike the rapid growth tiger, was imbued with malevolence and would not easily yield. After several minutes of relentless assault, he noted that the demon bull's eyes were still filled with intense hatred. Flinder furrowed his brow. Its resentment seems to have intensified. Flinder sensed the predicament. Continuing the assault could lead to peril. Yi Yu proposed, I will handle it, and then commence the absorption. Flinder expressed his concerns. The rapid growth tiger wished to perish, while the heavenly void force demon bull is the opposite. Your initial absorption will be steeped in extreme resentment. I am aware, Yi Yu replied, but if we persist, it will not wish to die either. Its malevolence will not allow for compromise, and further violence would be a waste of time. Flinder relented. Very well, then you shall vanquish it, and afterwards, we will seek out Xiaogang. Yi Yu advanced, fists clenched, unleashing his full power as he struck the bull's head with tremendous force. A resounding crash echoed, shaking the earth, and the bull's head sank into the ground. One punch did not suffice, so he delivered another. With a series of thunderous blows, 10 strikes later, the heavenly void force demon bull finally succumbed to its fate. From its body, a purple electric light ascended, coalescing into a brilliantly radiant soul ring. This was a 9,000-year soul ring, and due to the bull's inherent malice and brutality, the ring emanated an intimidating aura. Flinder departed with Yi Yu, and upon reaching the forest's edge, they encountered Master and Tang San. As they landed, the Master beheld the soul ring, sensing its overwhelming violence and malevolence. His brow furrowing with concern. What soul beast does this ring belong to? He inquired solemnly. Flinder sighed. Alas, it is from the heavenly void force demon bull of 9,000-year cultivation. At these words, the Master's expression shifted to one of alarm, and he admonished. How could you allow Xiao Yu to hunt the soul ring of the heavenly void force demon bull? Even though Xiao Yu possesses a unique constitution, absorbing this ring poses great danger. He may lose his sanity and be consumed by malevolence. Flinder, feeling helpless, replied, I am well aware. But Xiao Yu adamantly chose the heavenly void force demon bull. Yi Yu affirmed, Indeed, Master, it was my own insistence. The Master, visibly worried, remarked, While I do not know if your absorption will differ from before, the malevolence will undoubtedly spread within you, threatening to devour your intellect and lead you into darkness. Perhaps the resentment will dissipate, and so too might the malevolence, Yi Yu speculated. The Master, resigned and seeing Yi Yu's unwavering determination, knew that his counsel would be in vain. Very well, then you may begin the absorption. Yi Yu nodded, seated himself cross-legged, and began to draw the essence of the heavenly void force demon bull's soul ring. Tang Sen harbored his own concerns. Although he understood that Yi Yu could effortlessly absorb a 1,100-year soul ring, it was evident that the heavenly void force demon bull's ring was far from ordinary, infused as it was with malevolence. Moreover, possessing a soul ring of 9,000 years, which had absorbed 400 years of essence, the energy was immense, causing excruciating pain within the body. One could only imagine the terror that 9,000 years of energy would evoke. Yi Yu commenced the absorption process. As the resplendent purple light of the soul ring gradually diminished, encircling the Nine-Spirit Black Tang upon his right hand, Master, Flandra, and Tang Sen observed with bated breath, fervently hoping that this instance would mirror the previous one, devoid of any resentment or rejection. Otherwise, Yi Yu would be facing a perilous ordeal. At that moment, the consciousness of the heavenly void force demon bull was steeped in extreme malice, having previously felt itself on the brink of death, contemplating that the absorption of its soul ring would result in mutual destruction with Yi Yu. However, as its intense malevolence and hatred began to permeate the atmosphere. It was suddenly taken aback. Chapter 35, The Second Soul Skill. As the resentment and malevolence of the heavenly void force demon bull was poised to engulf the surroundings, it felt its consciousness about to shatter, not due to the absorption of the soul ring, but rather an overwhelming sense of evil. If the heavenly void force demon bull were still alive and sensed this malevolence, it would undoubtedly be trembling in fear, its very soul quaking in trepidation. At this juncture, both Master and Flandra focused intently on Yi, who was in the midst of absorbing the soul ring. Suddenly, their eyes widened in astonishment. For the 9,000-year soul ring upon the Nine-Spirit Black Tang was quivering, or more accurately, trembling. It seemed as though the soul ring had sensed some horrific entity, causing the brutality and malice within it to dissipate instantaneously. This left Master and Flandra exchanging glances, their hearts shaken, akin to a swift tiger whose grievances had vanished entirely. Observing that Yi showed no signs of pain at the onset of absorption, Master and Flandra felt a wave of relief wash over them. Nonetheless, they remained cautious, for the colossal energy still loomed. At this moment, the heavenly void force demon bull was on the verge of collapse, or perhaps willingly choosing to vanish. Embracing the honor of being absorbed, the malevolence it harbored was overwhelmingly terrifying, reaching an apex of wickedness. As a rare aberration among the myriad of heavenly void bulls, it had been born with a seed of malevolence within, yet its own darkness paled in comparison to this unfathomable evil. If this malevolence were to be likened to an endless desert, then its own wickedness would merely be a grain of sand within that expanse. From whence did this malevolence originate? How dreadful! The heavenly void force demon bull surrendered its resistance, willingly succumbing to the absorption as its final consciousness faded away. Simultaneously, Yi remained oblivious to the resentment of the heavenly void force demon bull or its malevolence. Both had vanished without a trace the moment they began to permeate. What truly lay hidden within me? Yi pondered. After a brief contemplation, he immersed himself fully in the absorption of the soul ring. The energy from the 9,000-year soul ring was tenfold in magnitude, its power overwhelmingly domineering. Even after having absorbed the first soul ring, which had enhanced his strength, the energy coursing through his body still wreaked havoc upon his internal organs, meridians, and bones, inducing pain. Concurrently, Yi's physique began to swell, eliciting great concern from Master and Flandra. In the case of an ordinary person, even a prodigious talent would have experienced immediate self-detonation, yet Yi did not. Although the swelling persisted, causing Master and Flandra to feel intense anxiety, mirrored by Tang San's deep-seated worry. As energy continually surged within him, Yi furrowed his brow, beads of fine sweat emerging upon his skin. His bones creaked ominously, fists clenched tightly, teeth grinding audibly, and veins bulged upon his forehead. Tang San and the Master, along with Flinder, felt an intense anxiety. While absorbing 1,100-year soul ring had been relatively effortless, this second soul ring, which spanned 9,000 years, bore an energy magnitude more than tenfold. From Yi's expression, they discerned that he was enduring tremendous pressure and pain. This was already quite abnormal. After all, a soul sage would typically explode under such strain, yet Yi exhibited no signs of cracking, nor did he spill any blood. Indeed, Yi felt the weight of pressure and pain, but this minor setback was of little consequence. Growth necessitated traversing through storms, for one could not be tempered in calm waters. The pressure and agony Yi was currently withstanding equated to what Tang San had experienced while absorbing his first soul ring. If Tang San could endure it, how much more could Yi, whose willpower surpassed that of Tang San? Tang San was shaken. The pain Yi experienced now mirrored my own during the absorption of my first soul ring, truly terrifying. Absorbing a 9,000-year soul ring felt akin to my own 400-year soul ring. Had I attempted to absorb the 9,000-year soul ring, even with 2 lifetimes of experience, I would have instantly self-destructed. It is no wonder that the established limit for soul ring absorption exists, for anyone else, even prodigies. To absorb a 9,000-year soul ring would be tantamount to certain death. Perhaps only Yi could succeed. As half an hour elapsed, Yi's complexion began to ease. His brow unfurled, and the sweat ceased to flow. His once bulging physique gradually returned to normal, yet appeared more robust, muscles radiating an aesthetic of power. The Master and Flinder, overjoyed, felt a wave of relief. Yi had surpassed the perilous phase and was on the brink of success. Flinder marveled, exclaiming that he had never encountered such a monster before, nor would he likely see one in the future. In disbelief, he noted that had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that someone could possess a second soul ring of 9,000 years. Yi continually astonished them. Absorbing a 9,000-year soul ring seemed devoid of the perilous sensation typically associated with such an endeavor. At that moment, The Nine-Spirit Black Tang had flourished remarkably, its branches and petals doubling in size, and the petals shimmered with flickering black light, not just radiating a dark glow from its entirety. Yi Yu slowly opened his eyes, exhaling with relief, rising to his feet with a visage of elation. "Are you all right, brother Yu?" Tang San inquired with concern. "I am fine. Initially, there was pressure and pain during the absorption, but that has now dissipated entirely. And my body has become even more formidable, 5 times stronger than before. Through the immense energy influx and absorption, both his internal and external defenses had strengthened, and his senses, speed, and strength had all seen significant enhancement. This was due not only to the absorption of the 9,000-year soul ring, but also because he had reached the 30th level." Flender, sensing Yi Yu's soul power, exclaimed in awe, "Truly remarkable. As one with innate full soul power at the 30th level, after absorbing the second soul ring, your soul power has directly ascended to the 30th level, allowing you to absorb a third soul ring. However, upon hearing Xiao Gang mention your desire to solidify and elevate your abilities, I gather that your third spirit ring requires the hunting of a 10,000-year spirit beast?" Yi Yu nodded in affirmation. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have found it utterly implausible that someone at the 30th level could hunt such a formidable creature. Yet he seemed to have grown accustomed to the astonishing, feeling that it was indeed a natural progression. The master felt a pang of envy and jealousy. Achieving level 30 at merely 6 years of age, possessing innate soul power at that level was preposterous. He himself was only at level 29, and here was his disciple surpassing him at such a tender age. Tang San also felt a mixture of envy and happiness. The master, filled with anticipation, remarked, "Seeing your joy, you must have acquired an impressive soul skill, have you not?" Yi Yu nodded, "Indeed. My second soul skill continues to be an auxiliary ability, primarily enhancing strength, initially boosting it by 10, which scales with the spirit ring's augmentation. With my 2 spirit rings, my strength enhancement amounts to 10/20 for 30. Likewise, my first soul skill, healing, has also been elevated to 30. The auxiliary ability now raises defense, initially by 5. And with 2 spirit rings, it stands at 520 for 25. The master and Flander were taken aback by this auxiliary enhancement, finding it terrifying. Flander mused that if Yi Yu were to bestow his second soul skill upon him, his own strength could rival and even defeat a level 79 spirit saint. Furthermore, against an 80th level spirit saint, with the support of Yi Yu's first soul skill in healing and vitality, he could endure a protracted battle and emerge victorious. Flander exclaimed, "Xiao Yu's auxiliary capabilities are undoubtedly superior to those of the 7 treasures, Glazed Pagoda, perhaps even more formidable." The master nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in that statement. Currently, only the 3 of them were privy to the existence of the 9 spirits Black Tang, but it was destined to surpass the 7 treasures Glazed Pagoda and achieve renown across the continent, becoming the new premier auxiliary martial soul. Yet, what stirred Yi Yu's excitement most was not solely the soul skills. Suppressing his exhilaration, he inquired with a semblance of calm, "Teacher, there is another ability, but I am uncertain what it is. Please take a look." As he spoke, Yi Yu pressed his right hand against the right side of his face, and instantly, a dark crimson energy coalesced, enveloping half of his visage with a white bone mask. His right eye's sclera turned black, and his pupil became yellow. The master, filled with excitement and wide-eyed astonishment, exclaimed, "This is an external spirit bone." Chapter 36, The 10,000-Year Spirit Ring. Flander was shaken. It was indeed a spirit bone. As a spirit saint, he was well aware of the power and rarity of spirit bones. Yi Yu's white bone mask bore a resemblance to that of the Heavenly Void Force Demon Bull, albeit not exactly the same. The mask of the Heavenly Void Force Demon Bull was devoid of any patterns, while Yi Yu's featured 3 dark red designs that extended from the forehead to the center of the brows, with additional patterns beneath the eyes that trailed from the ears to the sides of the nose. It must be noted that Yi Yu's white bone mask bore a striking resemblance to Ichigo's hollow mask from Bleach. Tang San, intrigued, asked, "Teacher, what is an external spirit bone?" This unfamiliar term piqued Tang San's curiosity. From the astonished and excited expressions of the master and Flander, he could surmise that this external spirit bone was undoubtedly impressive. The master, suppressing his excitement, explained, "A spirit bone is an exceptionally unique item, one that every soul master yearns for. Similar to spirit rings, spirit bones also originate from spirit beasts, yet they differ fundamentally. While every spirit beast possesses a spirit ring, the probability of a spirit bone manifesting is a mere 1 in 1,000, or even less. To manifest a soul bone, a soul beast must undergo certain extraordinary circumstances upon its demise. If a soul beast over 100,000 years is hunted, it will undoubtedly drop a soul bone of the same age. Soul bones differ significantly from soul rings. The individual who slays the soul beast is the only one who can absorb its soul ring. Whereas soul bones possess no such restrictions, they can be utilized by the owner or sold. Every single soul bone, even the most commonplace, holds intrinsic value. Soul bones are categorized into 6 principal types: skull bone, trunk bone, left arm bone, right arm bone, left leg bone, and right leg bone. The trunk bone is the most formidable, followed in strength by the skull bone, left arm, left leg, and right leg. Soul bones from soul beasts under 10,000 years possess a single skill, while those from 100,000-year soul beast invariably possess 2 skills. Once absorbed, a soul bone cannot be removed from the body unless the host is slain, at which point it will automatically drop. Of course, upon reaching the rank of title Douluo, one can extract a soul bone at the cost of reducing their soul power by 10 levels, though it is unlikely anyone would choose to do so. As a soul bone is akin to a part of oneself, a portion of their soul power also melds with the soul bone, resulting in diminished strength upon extraction. The master gazed excitedly at Yi Yu's bone mask and remarked, "However, Xiao Yu's soul bone does not belong to these 6 categories. It cannot be classified as a head bone. Rather, it is an external soul bone. External soul bones are even rarer than ordinary soul bones, with an occurrence probability that is less than 1 in 10,000. The preciousness of external soul bones rivals that of the finest soul bones. In the realm of soul masters, there exists a coveted list of treasures, and external soul bones rank second, with the first being the exceedingly rare, if not impossible, 100,000-year soul ring. The potential for growth inherent in soul bones surpasses that of soul rings. For instance, while Xiao Yu's soul ring provides auxiliary enhancements that improve with the accumulation of rings, the augmentation from soul bones is even more formidable. Upon hearing this, Tang San was astounded and found it reasonable. After all, given the rarity and value of soul bones, it was only natural that their accompanying abilities would exceed those of soul ring techniques. The master continued, "Soul rings are subject to limitations based on their age, whereas soul bones are not. They evolve in tandem with the host's increasing soul power. Thus, the earlier one acquires a soul bone, the better, as it allows for a longer period of evolution." The master sensed that Yi Yu's soul power had increased due to the white bone mask covering half of his face, and he appeared somewhat ferocious, exuding a chilling aura with emotions that seemed to spiral out of control, akin to entering a state of rage and progressively losing rationality. Yi Yu's right side was shrouded by the bone mask, while the left side remained unmasked, with his left eye appearing normal. This stark contrast revealed a clear disparity. The left eye was lucid, while the right one bore an icy demeanor that sent shivers down the spine. "Xiao Yu, what kind of soul technique have you acquired? Surely it enhances your soul power, albeit with certain restrictions?" Yi Yu nodded. "Indeed, donning the white bone mask influences my consciousness with malevolent energy, causing my emotions to turn violent. The darker aspects of my psyche are amplified, magnifying any lingering hatred or anger within. The bone mask could indeed cover my entire face. However, I have chosen to only obscure half, for if I were to fully cover my face with my current strength, I would lose all reason and be consumed by a singular desire for slaughter. Covering half of my face, I still manage to retain a semblance of rationality. My current prowess allows me to don a mask that obscures half my visage for a duration of 3 minutes. I have designated this form of the skeletal mask as Blur." Flander nodded. "Blur, akin to the celestial void demon bull, grants the soul bone the most formidable ability of that beast, an elevation in soul power. Xiao Yu, I can sense that your soul power has ascended by 1 level." Yi Yu acknowledged, "Indeed, with half of my face blurred, my soul power has increased by 1 level. If I achieve complete blurring, it would elevate by 2 levels. Although the maximum enhancement is limited to 2 levels and does not scale with my strength, the notion remains." At this juncture, Yi Yu's excitement was palpable. However, regardless of the rank, one can elevate by 2 levels. Gasp. Upon hearing this, Master, Flander, and Tang Sen collectively drew in a sharp breath. An increase of 2 levels may seem modest, yet the fact that it can be achieved at any strength level is astonishing. This implies that the more formidable one's power, the more terrifying this ability becomes. Imagine, should one reach level 89, achieving complete blurring to elevate 2 levels would result in level 91. An 89-level soul Douluo could instantly possess the might of a level 91 title Douluo. Flander marveled, what a terrifying ability. The distinction between a soul Douluo and a title Douluo is immense, separated by a vast chasm. For an 89-level soul Douluo, to attain level 90 is akin to scaling the heavens. This is precisely why title Douluos are so rare on the continent. Furthermore, for a title Douluo, each incremental level is exceedingly challenging, with a significant disparity in power. Yet, Xiao Yu's external soul bone ability can elevate by 2 levels irrespective of rank. Such power is truly formidable. The more Flander contemplated, the more astounded he became, struggling to regain his composure. This ability undoubtedly left Master and the others increasingly astonished, yet also elated that Xiaoyu had acquired such a potent skill. Just as Master, Flander, and Tang San were enveloped in awe, Yi Yu's subsequent words caused them to freeze in astonishment, their hearts trembling. Teacher. Perhaps due to the celestial void demon bull exerting its full strength to reach a 10,000-year level, my external soul bone's blurring mask possesses two abilities. One is the elevation of soul power, and the other is. As he spoke, under the astonished gaze of Master, Flander, and Tang San, two soul rings materialized around Yi Yu, swirling around him. The first soul ring was purple, albeit brighter than before. Upon the emergence of the second soul ring, the three of them widened their eyes in disbelief. For the second soul ring was not the dazzling purple, but transformed into black. Master and the others were rendered utterly astonished, their eyes agape in disbelief. This is a 10,000-year soul ring. Chapter 37. Should I call you Master Su Yintao? Master, Flander, and Tang San were profoundly shocked. How could this be? A 9,000-year soul ring transformed into a 10,000-year one. Yi Yu's excitement was unmistakable. Teacher, Dean Flander. This is the second skill of my external soul bone. Upon activation, the lifespan of the soul rings is enhanced. Currently, with half my face blurred, each soul ring's lifespan is increased by 1,000 years. Hence the 9,000-year soul ring has reached 10,000 years, becoming black. If I achieve complete blurring, the lifespan of each soul ring would increase by 2,000 years. Moreover, unlike the first skill, the enhancement of years will increase with the growth of power. Both Master and Flander were suddenly enlightened. This second ability was indeed formidable, capable of extending the lifespan of soul rings. With a current strength of 30, it could already augment the years by so much. How many years will it elevate in the future when one's power becomes even greater? Flander, filled with gratitude and astonishment, exclaimed, Xiaoyu, I am truly fortunate that you insisted I hunt the heavenly void force demon ox. The two skills endowed by this external soul bone are truly terrifying. Tang San, filled with envy, remarked, Brother Yu is truly impressive. The first soul ring after virtualization is equivalent to 2,000 years, and the second reaches an astonishing 10,000 years. My first soul ring is merely 400 years. In comparison to Brother Yu, the disparity is immense. Tang San smiled wryly, and Master consoled him, saying, Xiao San, your first soul ring of 400 years is already exceedingly rare. You, like Xiaoyu, are a prodigious talent. It is merely that Xiaoyu's physique is exceptionally unique. Given your standing outside, you would be considered a top-tier genius. Tang San understood this. He indeed qualified as a top talent, but standing beside Yi Yu made him appear rather ordinary. With a thought, Yi Yu placed his right hand upon the mask of virtualization on his face. As he grasped the mask, dark red energy surged forth and dissipated. The mask vanished from his visage. Simultaneously, the soul rings encircling Yi Yu transformed back to their previous hues, the black soul ring becoming a brilliant purple. Yi Yu bowed respectfully to Flander, expressing his gratitude. Principal Flander, thank you for your assistance. Without you, I would not have attained these two powerful soul rings. Flander replied, It is but a trifling matter. However, you must certainly enroll in the Shrek Academy I established. Yi Yu nodded affirmatively. Of course, I will certainly attend. Although Master had recovered from his earlier injuries through his own healing, he appeared somewhat fatigued due to the considerable expenditure of energy. Warmed by the exchange, Master nodded. Very well, you two may proceed. As they prepared to enter, they were intercepted by two guards at the entrance. Their long spears crossed to block their path. Who are these children? This is not a place for you to wander freely. The guards exhibited only faint fluctuations of soul power, not even qualifying as soul masters. Their status as guards of the Martial Soul Hall indicated the low standing of Nodding City within the Heaven Do Empire. Nodding City was quite remote and not a large metropolis. The level of the Martial Soul Hall reflected the significance of each city within the empire, revealing that Nodding City's Martial Soul Hall was indeed of a lower tier. Yi Yu pointed to the school uniform he wore and stated, We are students of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Our teacher has sent us here for a soul power assessment. Upon seeing the emblem on Yi Yu and Tang San's uniforms, the guards' expressions shifted to one of envy. As young men in their 20s, they adopted a much more courteous tone when addressing the two 6-year-old boys. Oh, so you are students of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Please, do come in. Once inside, seek out Master Matthew on the first floor. He will assist you with your soul power assessment. The guards stepped aside, allowing Yi Yu and Tang San to enter. The guards, filled with envy, murmured to each other, If only I had the opportunity to enter the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy back then, perhaps I could have become a soul master. Nevertheless, the Junior Academy must possess soul power assessment tools, Only soul masters would come here for such evaluations. Why are these two still here for assessment? Uncertain. Yet without a need for contemplation, we must graciously allow them entry into this place. Yi Yu and Tang Sen stepped inside, gazing upon the magnificent spirit hall. Although it was a lower-tier spirit hall, it still exuded spaciousness and grandeur. The dome of the hall was adorned with various scenic murals, while the walls were intricately carved with golden patterns, gleaming resplendently, presenting an opulent yet timeless ambience. Upon entering, Yi Yu and Tang Sen encountered a familiar figure, the one responsible for their soul awakening, Su Yuntao, who was known as the Spirit Wolf. Tang Sen approached and said, "Master Su Yuntao." Su Yuntao looked over, momentarily unable to recall who the child was, only feeling a sense of familiarity. "Who are you?" he inquired. Tang Sen replied, "We are the children you awakened in Holy Soul Village. I am Tang San, and my spirit is Blue Silver Grass." Upon hearing this, Su Yuntao's memory was jogged. While it would be difficult to remember children from other villages even with a reminder, he distinctly recalled the two innate full spirit power children from Holy Soul Village who possessed two useless spirits, leaving a deep impression on him. "Ah, it's you. What brings you here?" Su Yuntao asked, his curiosity piqued. Yi Yu responded, "Master Su Yuntao, we are here for our advancement assessment, as well as to test our spirit power levels." Although Yi Yu's spirit power level did not require testing, innately full spirit power at level 30, and having obtained 2 spirit rings directly elevating him to that level, he believed that upon acquiring a 3rd spirit ring, he would leap several levels higher. The only reason he had not yet ascended beyond level 30 was the absence of a 3rd spirit ring. Surprised initially, Su Yuntao furrowed his brow slightly and said, "I believe your name is Yi Yu. Mind your address. After all, I am a level 26 Great Spirit Master. It astonishes me that you are here for advancement assessment. But even as spirit masters, you must remain courteous." He added, "Learn from Tang San. Do not assume that becoming a spirit master grants you the right to disrespect me." Internally astonished, Su Yuntao found it hard to believe that these two children had swiftly reached level 11 as spirit masters. However, after his astonishment, he felt a twinge of displeasure. Tang Sen referred to him with respect, calling him Master Su Yuntao, while Yi Yu simply addressed him by name. Previously, during their spirit awakening, he had felt pride in his status. Now, facing them, he still felt a sense of superiority. After all, he was a level 26. Yi Yu inquired, "Should I also address you as Master Su Yuntao? Are you certain?" Su Yuntao, displeased, responded, "Of course." However, before he could finish his thought, he abruptly halted. Su Yuntao's eyes widened in disbelief as Yi Yu released his spirit power, which he sensed was not merely level 11. Yi Yu had controlled his spirit power to level 21, and Su Yuntao could only perceive it as such. Chapter 38, Concealment. Su Yuntao struggled to comprehend why Yi Yu's spirit power was at level 21. Had he already become a great spirit master? Why? Su Yuntao was utterly astonished and bewildered. "In truth, I do not possess innate full spirit power at level 10, Yi Yu clarified. At this revelation, Su Yuntao was shaken. Could it be that innate full spirit power was not capped at level 10? Su Yuntao found it hard to believe. Then you are innate full spirit power at level 20? Thus, having obtained 2 spirit rings, you directly ascended to level 21? As Su Yuntao pondered, he recalled the time of the martial soul awakening when the crystal ball emitted a far more brilliant light. The reason for such radiance was undoubtedly the innate full soul power of 20 levels. After a moment of astonishment, Su Yuntao calmly remarked, "Since you have already become a great soul master, there is indeed no need to address me as Master Su Yuntao. You have not been disrespectful, it is my oversight. May we meet Master Masayano?" "Of course," Su Yuntao replied, leading the way. Yi Yu did not immediately reveal his soul rings. Instead, he exuded his soul power, allowing only a fraction to surface. Su Yuntao, being of a lower level, could not perceive Yi Yu's true strength, mistakenly believing him to be merely at the 21st level. Unaware that he was even more formidable, by showcasing only his soul power, Yi Yu aimed to mitigate Su Yuntao's astonishment, attributing it to the innate full soul power. Revealing his soul rings would have been an entirely different matter. In the forest of towering trees, the wind inevitably strikes down the tallest. Moreover, in the martial soul hall, it would be unwise to display one's soul rings. Once revealed, it would surely be reported to the martial soul hall, which would not overlook any prodigy. Should one choose not to join the martial soul hall, they would be viewed as a threat and swiftly eliminated. Thus, Yi Yu, being astute, refrained from revealing his full potential in this place. As Yi Yu anticipated, Su Yuntao was not left in a state of shock, nor did he hold Yi Yu and Tang San in high regard. Instead, he felt a twinge of jealousy. How could they ascend so rapidly to levels 11 and 21? Innate full soul power was indeed extraordinary, yet it seemed a waste of talent. One possessed innate full soul power at level 10, while the other astonishingly reached level 20. But both wielded seemingly inferior martial souls. Su Yuntao did not believe that at merely 6 years of age, with one at level 21 and the other at level 11, they could surpass him. He thought it improbable, as their rapid ascension could be attributed to their innate full soul power. Future advancements would undoubtedly be slow, considering their supposedly inferior martial souls. Had he been in their position, with innate full soul power and a subpar martial soul, he could have easily absorbed a decade-old soul ring to advance. Su Yuntao was certain that both Tang San and Yi Yu possessed soul rings of merely 10 years. Before long, Su Yuntao led Yi Yu and Tang San to Master Masayuno's chamber. Master Masayuno, a great soul master at level 29, had been in his 60s and had stagnated at this level throughout his life. Master Masayuno, Su Yuntao began, these two children have come for their advancement assessment. I hope it is not too much trouble. Masayuno looked astonished, exclaiming, Yuntao, are you certain they are not here to awaken their martial souls? Observing Yi Yu and Tang San, who appeared no older than 6, he found it hard to believe they had already reached level 11. Su Yuntao clarified, they are the two children I mentioned before, the ones from Holy Soul Village who exhibited innate full soul power during their martial soul awakening. They have now both acquired soul rings. One has become a soul master, and the other a great soul master. Masayuno's face displayed utter disbelief. A great soul master? I must be mistaken. Shouldn't they both be soul masters? Su Yuntao sighed. Master Masayuno, do you recall my mention of the crystal ball's dazzling brilliance caused by another child with innate full soul power? I have just realized that he is not at level 10, but rather at level 20. Upon hearing this, Matthew was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the revelation of innate spirit power at level 20. Such an existence was entirely unprecedented to him, leaving him in a state of profound disbelief. He rose swiftly from his desk and approached, sensing the fluctuations of Yi Yu's spirit power, which indeed confirmed a remarkable level 21. Truly, an innate spirit power of 20, what a prodigy. No, a super prodigy. Matthew was filled with excitement, envisioning the accolades he could receive by recommending this child to the Spirit Hall. Su Yuntao cleared his throat, offering a gentle reminder. Master Matthew, have you forgotten? I previously mentioned that both of them possess useless martial spirits. One is blue silvergrass, and the other, blacktail flower. At that moment, Matthew's excitement waned, replaced by a visage of regret. If only they did not possess useless martial spirits. Even an ordinary martial spirit would grant them eligibility to enter the Spirit Hall. Given their innate spirit power, disheartened, Matthew retrieved a crystal ball and declared, I shall not waste your time any further. Let us commence the assessment. Tang San stepped forward, stating, I will go first. He placed his right hand upon the crystal ball, prompting Matthew to assert, your spirit power should be at 11. Suddenly, Matthew rubbed his eyes, scrutinizing the readings with astonishment. It is actually level 13? How can this be? Matthew was utterly flabbergasted, and Su Yuntao bore a similarly shocked expression. How could it be level 13? A sudden leap of 3 levels? Matthew inquired with astonishment, Child, what is the age of your spirit ring, and from which spirit beast does it originate? My spirit ring is 100 years old and comes from the mandala snake. Tang San replied without reservation, confident that such information would not incite any ill will from the Spirit Hall. Both Matthew and Su Yuntao were taken aback, fully aware of the mandala snake's formidable nature. Facing a 100-year-old mandala snake was no easy feat, even for Su Yuntao. It seems this spirit ring was obtained with the assistance of your teacher. May I ask who your teacher is? Matthew surmised, knowing that Tang San could not have slain a 100-year-old mandala snake alone at level 10. Tang San simply stated, my teacher is the master. Matthew nodded, So it is the master who once published the 10 core competencies of martial spirits, only to be dismissed by the Spirit Hall. Is he currently in Nodding City? Apologetically, Matthew continued, I regret that you are unaware of your teacher's past. However, Tang San, would you be willing to join the Spirit Hall? Upon joining, you would gain access to specialized schools for further study. Tang San shook his head. I am afraid that is not feasible. I am already a student at Nodding Junior Academy. Matthew sighed, feeling a sense of regret. Since you are already a student at Nodding Junior Academy, it would be unreasonable for us at the Spirit Hall to forcibly recruit you. Listening to this, Yi Yu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, bemused by the lofty portrayal of the Spirit Hall. Had he and Tang San not possessed useless martial spirits, the Spirit Hall would have surely attempted to recruit them, regardless of their enrollment at Nodding Academy. Matthew then addressed Yi Yu. Now, it is your turn to be assessed. You are Yi Yu, correct? Yi Yu nodded and inquired. Do I still need to measure my spirit power level, or can I be directly issued an advancement certificate? Matthew nodded. Very well, your soul power is at level 21. Of that I am certain. Initially, I mistook Tang San for having level 11 soul power, but but upon closer inspection, I discern that he possesses level 13, while you hold level 21. Alas, both are deemed to have worthless martial spirits. With gratitude, Tang San and Yiyu departed. Matthew gazed after them, sighing. It is unfortunate that both bear worthless martial spirits. Had they been otherwise, one with innate full soul power at level 10, and the other at level 20. Even though they have become students of the Notting Junior Academy, I would have reported them to the main hall. However, given their worthless martial spirits, there is no need for such a report. Su Yuntao paid little heed to Tang San and Yiyu, Master Matthew. They merely bask in the glow of innate full soul power. They may appear astonishing at the age of 6 to be soul masters and great soul masters, but their future cultivation will undoubtedly be sluggish, perhaps forever preventing them from crossing the threshold of great soul masters. Matthew nodded in agreement, acknowledging the possibility. Indeed, for those with worthless martial spirits, achieving the status of soul sovereign will be an arduous lifelong endeavor. Chapter 39. What will your surname be in the future? It is said that Xiao Laoda is gathering a group to teach a lesson to those work-study students at the back mountain of the academy. Those work-study students are in for a rough time. Xiao Laoda is the leader of the second year. What is the purpose of this lesson? To instill in the work-study students the rules of this academy? To remind them of their inferior status? It seems so. Upon hearing this, Yiyu and Tang San exchanged glances and hurried towards the back mountain. The back mountain of Notting Junior Academy is merely a small hill. When the area was devoid of people, Tang San utilized ghost shadow misty steps, rushing like the wind, yet Yiyu's speed surpassed his, leading far ahead. Tang San had grown accustomed to it. One cannot compare oneself to a prodigy. At that moment, the atmosphere at the back mountain was tense. On one side stood the second-year students led by Xiao Laoda, while on the other stood the work-study students led by Xiao Wu. The work-study group comprised over 20 individuals, while Xiao Laoda's group boasted more than 30. Xiao Laoda, named Xiao Qinyu, regarded the work-study students with scornful disdain. Do you truly believe you can win? Little girl, prepare to be my pet. Your martial spirit is a rabbit, is it not? Xiao Wu, equally dismissive, replied confidently, the one who will lose is you. Soon, you shall no longer be the leader, but rather my subordinate, and you will address me as Sister Xiao Wu. Xiao Qinyu found her words amusing and proudly stated, I am the leader of the second year. Who do you think you are? Wang Sheng and the others expressed concern, warning, Sister Xiao Wu, he is quite formidable. Having reached level 15, undeterred, Xiao Wu countered, only by defeating them can we earn their respect. It is the quickest way to achieve that. Xiao Qinyu mocked. What is the matter? Are you afraid? How about a best-of-3 match? Who will you send to battle first? Humph, we are not afraid, declared Wang Sheng with regret. If Sange and the leader were here, you wouldn't win a single match. Sange, the leader? The one who defeated Kai Kuan and Rong Yao? Xiao Qinyu, intrigued by the news, expressed his desire to witness this for himself. With contempt, he added, do you think I would hold them in high regard just because of a few compliments? Even if they can defeat Kai Kuan and Rong Yao, they remain incomparable to me. Gritting his teeth, Wang Sheng replied solemnly, I will take the first match. Xiao Qinyu casually waved his hand backward. Lu Su, it's your turn. Understood, Boss Xiao, Lu Su replied as he stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng's expression grew serious upon realizing that it was Lu Su, whose soul power reached the formidable level of 14. Lu Su summoned his soul rings, a white soul ring materializing as his martial spirit manifested in his grasp, a 2-meter-long staff. With an air of arrogance, Lu Su declared, Wang Sheng, I've taught you a lesson before. Today, if I don't leave you bedridden for several days, I shall not bear the surname Lu. At that moment, Yiyu arrived first. Wang Sheng, leave this to me, he called out. Wang Sheng's face lit up with joy upon hearing the voice. He turned toward it and exclaimed, Boss. Xiao Wu and the work-study students looked over, thrilled to see Yiyu. The work-study students were well aware of Yiyu's reputation. Having defeated Kai Kuan and Rong Yao, he had already gained fame at Nuoding Academy and was considered their idol. Understanding he was no match for Lu Su, Wang Sheng retreated to the back of the line. Unwilling to jeopardize the future of the work-study students merely because he might lose, Lu Su scrutinized Yiyu with a hint of interest. So you are Yiyu? Fighting you could be somewhat intriguing. Yiyu inquired, do your words still hold true? Of course. If you dare utter that again, I shall not bear the surname Lu if I lose to you. Yiyu retorted mockingly. Then what surname will you assume if you lose? Lu Kai? Or perhaps Lu Shen? Lu Kai? Lu Shen? What do you mean? Lu Su was momentarily taken aback, and the others behind him also failed to grasp the implication at first as they pieced the names together. Lu Kai? Lu Shen? Kidney deficiency? Lu Su's expression darkened. Although he did not comprehend the exact meaning of Lu Kai, he understood the connotation behind Lu Shen, implying kidney deficiency. How infuriating. Lu Su seethed, his voice low. I shall not lose. At that moment, Tang Xin had also arrived, opting to observe rather than intervene. Lu Su, filled with fury, was eager to teach Yu a harsh lesson and warned, though this is a duel, blades are merciless and fists can be unforgiving, should you sustain injuries. Do not blame me. Of course, the same applies to you. I am a top student in my second year, not to be compared with Kai Kuan and Rong Yao. Yu, however, wasted no time on idle chatter. He charged forward, extending his right hand toward Lu Su's neck. You don't even use your soul skills? Then you are bound to lose, Lu Su remarked confidently. The students behind Boss Xiao were convinced of Lu Su's victory. Yu isn't releasing his martial spirit or revealing his soul rings. Didn't he go hunting for soul beasts? Has he returned empty-handed? Perhaps he is embarrassed to show his 10th grade soul ring, while our second-year top students possess rings of 80 or 90 years. They had heard that his martial spirit was a useless one, the black-tailed flower, which would serve little purpose. Nevertheless, it was said that he possessed innate strength, suggesting an extraordinary physique. Relying solely on physical strength, how could he possibly compete with Lu Su? They thought. Lu Su, too, harbored such thoughts. Determined not to underestimate his opponent merely because he was a work-study student, and resolved to give his all. Such a mundane attack. Lu Su mused as he observed Yu charging directly towards him. When Yu was within 2 meters, Lu Su swung his staff swiftly, aiming to strike at Yu's wrist. A faint, sinister smile emerged on his face as he anticipated the fracturing of Yu's wrist. However, the long staff whistled through the air, passing through without making contact. Lu Su's eyes widened in astonishment. Before him, Yu's figure had vanished. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind surged from the left, leaving him no time to react. A resounding slap echoed as Lu Su was sent flying, crashing heavily 10 meters away. The onlooking students erupted in cheers, exclaiming, "Our leader is formidable." Yu sensed the opponent's desire to deliver a severe lesson. Thus he did not hold back in his own response. The students surrounding Xiao Qinyu were left in a state of shock, unable to believe their eyes. How could this be? Lu Su had been the one to fly out. Just moments before, Yu had vanished in an instant, his speed too swift to be captured. "Xiao, did you catch that?" Xiao Qinyu's expression darkened. Even he had only glimpsed a fraction of the event, and he knew that evading such speed would be a considerable challenge. Lu Su was profoundly shaken. How could his speed be so astonishing? Rising to his feet, his right cheek swollen and throbbing, he felt an intensifying fury, yet he remained undeterred. Realizing he had not exerted his full strength previously, it had merely been a moment of carelessness. It was no wonder he had triumphed over Kai Kuan and Rong Yao. There was indeed some skill involved. Now he resolved to unleash his full power. Lu Su brandished his rotating staff, the weapon whirling around him with a fierce whoosh as he closed in on Yu. In an unexpected turn, Yu charged forward, startling Lu Su, who then sneered. "You cannot harm me again." Suddenly, the spinning staff came to an abrupt halt, colliding with Yu's arm as if caught in a trap. How could this be? Lu Su was astonished. This maneuver was his sole technique, swift, spinning, capable of both defense and attack. Yet, Yu had charged forward, using his arm to block, resulting not in a broken limb for Yu, but in the staff becoming ensnared. "You, a top student in your second year, should consider performing in a circus." Yu mocked, delivering another swift slap that Lu Su could not evade, too fast. Lu Su screamed as he was sent flying once more, spinning thrice in the air before crashing to the ground. When he staggered back to his feet, his left cheek was also swollen, rendering his face akin to that of a pig's head. Lu Su was frightened. He recognized the chasm between himself and Yu, realizing he was no match. He hastily conceded, I surrender." Not conceding would certainly result in further punishment. Yu asked, "Then, shall we proceed with your choice? Will it be the surname Kai or the surname Shun?" Lu Su's face darkened. Having lost, he could not retract his earlier words with so many witnesses present. The surname Shun? He would never choose that. He would be ridiculed as Shinsu. The surname Kai? Though he could not fathom why he was being given that option. It seemed devoid of ambiguity. Having made his choice, Lu Su's countenance soured as he declared, I choose the surname Kai." Yu nodded in satisfaction. "You've chosen exactly what I wished for. Henceforth, in school, you shall be known as Kai Su." Chapter 40. Graduation Application. Yu turned to Xiao Qinyu and inquired flatly, "Who will go next? Or shall we face them together?" "I'll take this one, Xiao. His speed is surely no match for mine," came the response, inciting a wave of indignation among them, feeling the sting of humiliation. "Ling Feng, allow me to take the lead. Should we falter in the second round, it will be our defeat." Xiao Qinyu stepped forward, his fighting spirit surging. Yu interjected, "I suggest you both attack together. Let us not squander time." Upon hearing this, Ling Feng and Xiao Qinyu exchanged glances, directing their attention to Yu. Xiao Qinyu inquired, "Are you certain?" From Yu's earlier display of strength, He was convinced that Yi Yu had acquired a spirit ring, thus becoming a spirit master, endowed with formidable speed and power. He barely managed to perceive Yi Yu's movements, and engaging in a one-on-one confrontation would yield little chance of victory. However, with Ling Feng's collaboration, they were certain of success. Yi Yu nodded. Of course, let us proceed. Hearing this, Xiao Qinyu felt a grin forming. Since you insist, do not blame us for our overwhelming victory should we win. They were resolute in their desire to triumph. And as Yi Yu had invited them both to join forces, he would not decline, for losing to a fellow student would be a significant embarrassment. Big brother Xiao, I will restrain him. You attack. Ling Feng's body was enveloped in a white spirit ring, and a fierce whirlwind began to swirl around him. Wang Shen cautioned, Big brother. Ling Feng wields a beast spirit, the flying swallow, as an agility-type spirit master, renowned for his speed. Xiao Qinyu is a battle spirit master with a wolf spirit. Yi Yu nodded, dismissing their capabilities entirely. With his 30-level strength, dealing with both would require no effort at all. Ling Feng's attire billowed in the tempestuous winds as he surged forth, akin to a raging storm. In his movement, he constantly shifted positions, darting left and right, his speed intensifying, creating indistinguishable afterimages. Yi Yu scoffed, such flamboyant theatrics. He launched a powerful punch towards the front, precisely where Ling Feng's body collided. Bang! Ling Feng was sent hurtling backward, pain coursing through him, blood spilling from his mouth, and he struggled to regain his footing, having sustained serious injuries. Ling Feng, in disbelief, gasped, how is this possible? He could perceive my movements? Moreover, his speed exceeds mine. He concealed his strength, despite his rapid movements. He had not only been detected, but his next maneuver had been anticipated, leading to the swift, devastating punch that sent him flying. Even in the eyes of less capable students, it appeared as though Yi Yu had remained stationary, while Ling Feng was propelled away. Xiao Qinyu had just summoned his wolf spirit, and was prepared to engage when he froze in astonishment. Ling Feng had been struck and severely injured with a single blow? Were he in Ling Feng's place, inflicting such a grievous wound would have been impossible, for Ling Feng's prowess was second only to his own. This realization dawned upon him. Yi Yu had indeed concealed his true strength. That punch had been too swift for him to perceive. It struck him that when battling Lu Su, Yi Yu had not exerted his full power. Without hesitation, Xiao Qinyu declared, I concede. Although he was the leader of the second-year students, he was still a child at heart, overwhelmed by fear, and he had no desire to suffer the same fate as Ling Feng. The fellow students erupted in astonished cheers. Yi Yu, our leader, is magnificent. Incredible. It ended so swiftly that we hardly had time to react. It feels like a dream. Our leader has indeed grown stronger after obtaining the spirit ring. The students from Xiao Qinyu's side were left speechless. Xiao Qinyu rose and proclaimed, from this moment forth, you are not only my leader, but the leader of all second-year students. Leader. All the students from Xiao Qinyu's faction respectfully shouted in unison. Yi Yu pointed at Xiao Wu and declared, I am not your leader. I shall be leaving Notting Junior Academy. Henceforth, she shall be your leader. What? Xiao Qinyu and the others were taken aback. What did this mean? Leaving Notting Junior Academy? After my departure, do not trouble the work-study students. Xiao Wu's strength is second only to mine, Yi Yu warned solemnly. Yes, we understand. At that moment, a red glow enveloped Xiao Wu. Her eyes transformed into a vibrant red, and her ears gradually elongated, becoming a pair of fluffy rabbit ears. A gentle soul force radiated from her, and a soul ring rose from beneath her feet, swirling around her. Instantly, everyone except Yi Yu widened their eyes in astonishment. A yellow soul ring. It was actually a century-old soul ring. Xiao Qinyu and the others were utterly shocked, their spirits uplifted. Xiao Wu raised her adorable face slightly. So how do you feel? Are you convinced? Convinced, of course, Sister Xiao Wu. From now on, you are the queen of Notting Junior Academy. Except for Yi Yu and Tang San. The other students respectfully called her Sister Xiao Wu. Yi Yu glanced at the time and departed directly for the principal's office. At that moment, in the office where Teacher Wang was, Wang Zhou entered. Mom, is there something you need? Teacher Wang looked at Wang Zhou with immense pride. Wang Zhou, are you close to reaching level 20? How long will it take? Not long. I should achieve it in less than a month. Just as I expected from my son. You will break the graduation record of Notting Junior Academy, and I believe no one will surpass this record in the future. Mom, I have to go. Glory needs me for something. All right, do your best this month. After Wang Zhou left, Glory arrived shortly thereafter. Wang Zhou was naturally aware that Glory had been beaten. He had sought him out yesterday, but at that time, Yi Yu had left the school, rumored to be hunting soul beasts for his first soul ring. All right, take me to him. How dare he lay a hand on you? He truly does not regard me, Wang Zhou, with any respect. Wang Zhou and Glory hastened toward the work-study student dormitory. Meanwhile, Yi Yu arrived at the principal's office and stated his purpose directly. Principal, I am here to apply for graduation. The principal was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. He recognized Yu as a disciple of the master. You have been at the school for less than a day, and you wish to apply for graduation? Are you not aware that only those who become great soul masters can graduate? How is that even possible? The principal was utterly astonished. At merely 6 years of age, a great soul master? Yu, have you concealed your age? Are you truly not 6 years old? The principal inquired with a hint of sternness. I am 6 years old. Then why? Must I disclose everything? Yu asked. After a moment of shock, the principal nodded. Then I shall not pry further. Truly a genius. The principal was filled with excitement and joy, deciding to keep this matter confidential for fear of other academies poaching him. If Yu were to gain fame in the future, it would be known that he emerged from Nodding Academy, thereby elevating the institution's reputation. However, after the initial excitement, the principal suddenly recalled something and wore a pained expression. If Yu graduates in less than a day, then I must award him a scholarship of 1,100 gold soul coins. Chapter 41, An Unbreakable Record. The principal forced a smile and said, Yu, the academy cannot produce such a substantial sum all at once. At most, we can offer 600 gold soul coins. Would it be acceptable to pay the remainder in installments? Yu replied, the regulations of the academy do not permit that. It clearly states that the payment must be settled in full before the student departs, does it not? The principal found himself in a difficult position, expressing, I wish I could pay the full amount at once, but it is truly beyond our current means. If I could gather such a sum, I would undoubtedly do so. It is simply unfathomable that someone could graduate in less than a day. Even if it were a year, we would never have anticipated it. It seemed impossible. In the principal's heart, he yearned to present Yu with the entire sum of 1,100 gold soul coins. The fact that Yu awakened his martial soul at the tender age of 6 and ascended to the rank of a 21st level great soul master at the same age was nothing short of astonishing. The principal was certain that Yu would achieve extraordinary feats in the future, despite the initial perception of his martial soul as a failure. He had heard whispers of Yu's exceptional physique, leading him to believe that Yu might indeed rise to prominence. The principal was eager to cultivate a connection with Yu, envisioning how a full payment would leave a favorable impression on him. In 30 or 40 years, should Yu attain the rank of a soul Douluo, Nodding Academy's reputation would soar. He imagined a future where children would flock to attend Nodding Academy. Thus, the principal longed to provide the full payment, yet 1,100 gold soul coins constituted a considerable fortune, even for noble families, rendering it impossible for the academy to produce such an amount at once. Yu acknowledged the principal's limitations with a nod, stating, very well. Then I shall accept the 600 gold soul coins for now. When can I expect the remainder to be settled? The principal responded earnestly. The remaining 600 gold soul coins will be paid over 6 months, with 100 delivered to you each month. I will personally visit Nodding Intermediate Academy to hand them to you. The principal, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation, inquired, Yu, after your graduation, you will be attending Nodding Intermediate Academy, correct? Yu confirmed, yes, the noble academy is not suited for me. Its attendees are mostly arrogant second-generation elites. That is splendid. The principal thought, feeling a surge of excitement and relief. Please wait a moment. I will retrieve the funds from the treasury. He departed with haste and soon returned, carrying a heavy bag filled with gleaming gold soul coins. Yu unceremoniously took his graduation certificate and the admission letter to Nodding Intermediate Academy before leaving. The principal then hurriedly made his way to Nodding Intermediate Academy, seeking the headmaster to relay this significant news and emphasize the need for Yu's exceptional training, ensuring all necessary conditions would be met. The headmaster, a level 42 soul master named Ma Yun, was a friend of the principal and around 50 years of age. Upon learning of Yu's achievements, he was equally astonished and inquired about the details. The principal shook his head. He did not elaborate, and I did not press for more information. Understood. Once Yu graduates, the students will surely learn of it. You must issue a notice that no student is permitted to disclose this information. Otherwise, they will face expulsion and be barred from entering nearby city academies. Yes, I comprehend. They were determined to keep this matter within the confines of the academy, aiming to monopolize the information. Otherwise, word would spread, and other academies would seek to recruit Yu. Although Yu has already become a student of Nodding Academy, there remains a lingering uncertainty about whether they could fully retain him should a noble academy forcibly intervene. At this moment, Yu, along with Tang San, Xiao Wu, Wang Sheng, and Xiao Li, heads to the cafeteria for a meal. As Yu prepares to depart from Nodding Junior Academy, they intend to gather for a brief farewell. Meanwhile, Xiao Shun is tasked with the laborious duty of cleaning the area designated for Yu and the others. Upon arriving at the first-floor cafeteria, Yu casually remarks, "Feel free to order whatever you desire." Wang Sheng, his eyes gleaming with admiration, suddenly recalls something. The scholarship. Boss, have you received the scholarship? How much is it? Could it be 1,100 gold soul coins? 1,100 gold soul coins? The school couldn't possibly provide that much at once. They have only given me 600 gold soul coins so far. Wow. Instantly, Wang Sheng and Xiao Li's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Xiao Wu also radiated enthusiasm. Brother Yu, with so much wealth, I shall feast extravagantly today, Xiao Wu exclaimed, bouncing with joy as she eagerly sought out delectable dishes. Tang San and the others soon followed suit, selecting their meals without reservation, even if they indulged in the finest delicacies. The total cost for the 5 of them would scarcely exceed 2 gold soul coins. Before long, the table was adorned with an abundance of exquisite dishes. Yi Yu and his companions raised their cups, toasting with tea in place of wine. Boss, I shall miss you, Wang Sheng lamented. Though we have known each other for only a day, my admiration for you has grown immensely. Enough of that, Yi Yu interjected, offering reassurance. This is merely a temporary separation. I will await you at Notting Intermediate Academy. Indeed, I will strive even harder in my training, Wang Sheng declared with unwavering determination. Tang San and Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, realizing that their aspirations of becoming formidable soul masters would soon be within reach. After indulging in their sumptuous feast, Tang San and the others exited the cafeteria, satisfied and content. At that moment, Xiao Shun rushed in, visibly anxious. Boss, Glory has summoned his cousin, the 3rd grade leader, King, who intends to confront you and deliver a severe beating. Is that so? I thought it was something significant, Yi replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, in the distance, King and Glory approached the cafeteria. They had previously searched the dormitory for Yi Yu but, finding him absent, had inquired and learned of his whereabouts. As they walked, they exchanged harsh words. Glory, how do you plan to deal with him? Brother, after you defeat him, I want to give him a thorough beating and make him apologize to me. Glory seethed, recalling a prior incident that had humiliated him, leaving him devoid of any authority in Class 4. Once we reach the cafeteria, I will ensure he pays for it. Before Glory could finish his thought, his words were abruptly cut off by a resounding announcement echoing across the campus. Attention, all students. The graduation record has been shattered, and a new record has been established. Please refer to the bulletin board for details. Instantly, King was taken aback. The record has been broken? How can this be? Who is responsible? His brow furrowed in disbelief. Brother, has someone graduated from the 3rd grade? Glory questioned, equally astonished. King shook his head in denial. This is impossible. I possess the strongest soul power in the 3rd grade. I should be the one breaking the record. In disbelief, King hurried toward the bulletin board, with Glory trailing closely behind. At this moment, a throng of individuals surrounded the announcement, their eyes widening and mouths agape, rendered momentarily speechless. Even the esteemed King and Glory were taken aback. The name of the new record holder inscribed on the announcement was none other than Yi Yu. The crowd was left in astonishment. How could this be? The king stood frozen, having believed that after 2 years of arduous study, he would set a new record that could never be surpassed. Yet, here was a record of graduation in less than a day. That was truly an unbreakable record. In comparison, his 2-year journey seemed utterly trivial. At this juncture, Yi Yu and his companions arrived. Yi Yu swiftly located Glory, easily identifiable by his striking red hair. You must be the king, he remarked. I hear you intend to avenge your cousin by teaching me a lesson? His words sent a shiver down the king's spine. Glory turned, his face betraying a look of panic. Yi Yu, the king, now exceedingly anxious, shook his head vigorously. No, I have no such intentions, brother Yu. You've misunderstood. The king had abandoned any thought of confronting Yi Yu. At level 19, he was no match for Yi Yu, who had already attained the status of a level 21 Grand Spirit Master. To challenge him would be sheer folly. But I heard from one of your underlings back at the dormitory that you were looking for me. What do you intend to do? Will you stand still and let me take a swing at you, or will you engage me in combat? Both Glory and the king were filled with trepidation, with the king mentally cursing Glory for putting him in this predicament. Damn it, you've really put me in a bind. They dared not lay a hand on brother Yu. He could easily defeat the both of them without breaking a sweat. Yi Yu's subsequent words filled the king and Glory with dread. He addressed Tang San and the others, saying, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Wang Sheng, Xiao Li, you should all join in. To take on the king and Glory, we must strike as a unified 5. Chapter 42, Too Easy. The 5 encircled the king and Glory, swiftly allocating their positions. Yi Yu took the center, Tang San moved to the front, Wang Sheng and Xiao Li positioned themselves below, while Xiao Wu took the rear. In no time, they had cornered the 2, who were now crouched on the ground, heads cradled in their arms, trembling in fear, bracing themselves for the impending onslaught. The king whimpered, Brother Yu, can we avoid hitting the face? Since you wish to avoid that, we shall aim for it instead, Yi Yu replied. sending the king's heart plummeting as he sensed a nightmare was about to unfold. All right, positions are set. Let us begin. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of fists and feet striking the king and glory echoed as their pained wails filled the air. Yi Yu commanded, do not hold back. Strike with all your might. Let us see who inflicts the most damage. Tang San and the others showed no mercy. Had they been weak, the king would have certainly dealt them a severe lesson. To individuals like them, there was no room for compassion. This spectacle left the surrounding students utterly dumbfounded. Quickly grasping the situation, the king, once the top dog at nodding, now faced an extraordinary talent like Yi Yu. At level 19, he stood no chance against a level 21 Grand Spirit Master, especially given Yi Yu's formidable prowess. It was truly unbelievable that he had graduated in less than a day, amassing 1,100 gold soul coins. My heavens, what a monster! From now on, we must treat the students with utmost respect, especially those from the 7th dormitory. At this moment, Teacher Wang, upon hearing the announcement, was struck with disbelief. She hurried to the faculty notice board, where she laid eyes on the new record list. To her astonishment, it was Yi Yu, the student she had deemed unlikely to achieve anything significant, seated at the very back of the classroom, a possessor of a seemingly useless martial soul. How could this be? How could someone with a worthless martial soul reach the 21st level? There must be a mistake. Teacher Wang felt deeply disheartened. If it were a third-year student, her son might still have a chance to set a record, but upon seeing the name, despair washed over her. Yi Yu had graduated in less than a day after arriving at the school. Even if her son graduated in 2 years, the gap between them was astronomical. Her son was already quite exceptional. Graduating in 2 years was a rarity, yet it was impossible for anyone to graduate in just 1 day. She refused to believe it. But it was indeed true. How could anyone possibly graduate in just 1 day? Reluctantly, she thought, surely there must be some reason behind this. Perhaps he has a powerful background that compelled the institution to fabricate such a tale. The dean's expression grew increasingly grim. Teacher Wang, are you feeling disheartened by Yi Yu's insurmountable record? It seems your son, Wang Jia, will not have the opportunity to set a record of his own. The dean turned away, no longer meeting her gaze, and stated firmly, the 21st level is real, and so is his age of 6. If you question this further, you are calling into doubt my authority as the dean. Realizing her earlier indiscretion, Teacher Wang quickly apologized. Dean, I mean no disrespect. She was merely a teacher without connections or noble lineage, and she dared not provoke the dean. Losing her position would mean seeking employment at a nearby city college, which would likely reject her due to the dean's influence. Even if she ventured far from Nordine, she would find herself in larger cities where opportunities would be scarce. Dean, my reaction was simply due to the shock. Please forgive my earlier outburst, she expressed, her pride completely diminished in comparison to Yi Yu. You may leave. The dean replied, still incensed. Yes, Teacher Wang said, departing with a sense of trepidation. This incident spread throughout the school, yet no one dared to speak of it. Students risked expulsion for gossip, and teachers faced similar consequences. They were not of noble birth, hailing from ordinary families in a small town like Nordine, where nobility was scarce. If expelled, they would struggle to gain admission to nearby colleges, and distant prestigious institutions would certainly not accept them. Thus, the matter remained contained. Meanwhile, Yi Yu and his companions were engrossed in a game of honor of kings. Within 5 minutes, their opponents conceded defeat, unable to withstand the onslaught. Yi Yu and his friends continued their relentless assault. After 10 minutes, the two challengers were left incapacitated, prompting Yi Yu to finally cease the attack. He sighed. That was disappointing. It ended far too quickly. Wang Sheng marveled. It's because you are so formidable, boss. Look at them, battered and bruised, unrecognizable even to their mothers. Let us go, Yi Yu said, and the 5 of them made their way to the dormitory. Yi Yu gathered his belongings, preparing to leave the academy for the Intermediate Academy of Nodding. Meanwhile, in the medical office of the academy, when Wang Sheng and Glory awoke, they were startled by their reflections and nearly shattered the mirror in their shock. Their initial thoughts were of an unsightly figure, mistaking their reflections for 2 pigs. As their consciousness returned, they realized it was indeed themselves. Their bodies were bruised and swollen, their faces resembling that of swine. How infuriating. Cousin, can you tolerate this? Glory seethed with rage. Wang Sheng gritted his teeth, his heart filled with indignation. At that moment, Teacher Wang rushed in, visibly flustered. She quickly scanned the room, her gaze flitting over Wang Sheng and Glory before inquiring with the medical staff. Where's my son, Wang Sheng? Before the staff could respond, Wang Sheng, with a quivering voice, called out, Mom, I'm here. Do you not recognize me? Teacher Wang froze, following the sound. Although the voice was somewhat unclear, she could discern it was her son's. Gazing upon the boy, bound in bandages, with a face that resembled a pig's head and dark rings around his eyes, she gasped. You are Wang Sheng? Yes, Mom, it's me, Wang Sheng replied, filled with resentment. Mom, you can't even recognize me. Glory, standing nearby, respectfully introduced himself. Aunt Wang, I am Glory. Teacher Wang turned to him but could not quite identify him. However, the shock of his bright red hair gave him away. She hesitantly approached, fearful of causing him pain, tears streaming down her face. How could this happen? My son, who did this to you? Nearby students, unable to contain their laughter, found the sight of Wang Sheng and Glory so battered that even their mothers could not recognize them utterly amusing. Chapter 43. Fear to offend Teacher Wang, filled with fury, demanded, who is responsible for this? How dare they harm my son so brutally? I, Wang Tianmei, am a person of some standing and nodding. Tell me, and I shall seek justice for you. Wang Sheng hurriedly replied, Mom, it was Yiyu who attacked me. Yiyu? Suddenly, Wang Tianmei fell silent, her expression darkening as she contemplated the implications. Mom, you must seek justice for me. Wang Sheng looked at her expectantly. She was his only hope for vengeance. As he noticed his mother calming down, a sense of foreboding crept over him, yet he recounted the events. After listening, Wang Tianmei sighed, My dear, I cannot assist you in this matter. If he had provoked you and struck first, I would certainly demand justice, regardless of his standing with the principal. However, you instigated the conflict, and moreover, he is already a level 21 soul master with a promising future. The principal will treat him with utmost respect, as will Principal Mai Yun of the Intermediate Academy. He is not someone I can confront. Despair washed over Wang Sheng, leaving him to swallow his resentment. Glory, however, scoffed. Although I am unsure how he reached level 21 so quickly, his martial soul is a waste. He will achieve nothing in the future. He may seem formidable now, but once he reaches level 29, he will undoubtedly stagnate, forever trapped at that level. None of the previously known waste martial souls have surpassed level 30. This is what our teachers have taught us, and it is common knowledge. Wang Tianmei sighed. That may not be the case. I have heard that he possesses a physique unlike any other. You have witnessed it for yourselves, have you not? Even a seemingly useless martial soul is still valued by the principal, so you should maintain a sense of stability in the future. The despair of the king and Glory has reached its nadir, and the only glimmer of hope has vanished. At this moment, Yiyu had finished packing his belongings and was ready to depart. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others accompanied him to the school gate, their reluctance palpable. Wang Sheng resolutely declared, Boss, I will strive to cultivate diligently and seek you out at the Nodding Intermediate Academy. Yiyu furrowed his brow, finding the statement somewhat awkward. You should refrain from such remarks. Those are words more suited for a romantic exchange. Yiyu shot Wang Sheng a glance. Wang Sheng lamented. If only I were a girl, I would certainly pursue you, boss. Get lost. Yiyu kicked Wang Sheng away. Nearby, Xiao Wu let out a melodious laugh. Brother Yu. May I express it this way? I will work hard to cultivate and enter the Nodding Intermediate Academy soon, so we can be together again. Yiyu nodded. Your words sound much more agreeable, Xiao Wu. All right, farewell everyone. Yiyu waved and departed. Instead of heading directly to the Intermediate Academy, Yiyu first visited the weight shop he had frequented before. Upon arrival, the shopkeeper recognized him instantly. Yiyu removed the 8,000 gene weighted vest, leaving the shopkeeper dumbfounded, as it appeared remarkably lighter for Yiyu. This vest is no longer of use to me, Yiyu said, casting it aside and walking towards the 15,000 gene gravity zone. Under the astonished gaze of the shopkeeper, Yiyu effortlessly lifted the weighted vest, wrist guards, and leg guards, leaving the shopkeeper in awe. How much for these 5 items in total? Yiyu inquired, producing a heavy pouch of gold soul coins and shaking it, the delightful clinking sound causing the shopkeeper's eyes to gleam. These 5 items total 40 gold soul coins. The shopkeeper bowed courteously, eager to flatter. If you give me the 8,000 gene vest, you only need to pay 35 gold soul coins. Recognizing Yiyu as a student from the Nodding Academy and realizing the potential he possessed at such a young age, the shopkeeper offered the lowest price as well as a discount. Yiyu nodded, handing over 35 gold soul coins to the shopkeeper before donning the vest, wrist guards, and leg guards. With all 5 pieces, each weighing 15,000 gene, Yiyu now bore a total weight of 75,000 gene. After putting them on, Yiyu jumped around a bit, causing the ground to tremble. The shopkeeper, eyes wide, gazed at Yiyu as if he were a monster. Not bad. It's not too light, nor too heavy to impede my movements. Ensure you stock heavier items in the future. Absolutely. I will prepare them for you. The shopkeeper responded cheerfully, nodding vigorously. Yiyu approached the Nodding Intermediate Academy, arriving just as students were entering for class. Among them, the youngest was 9 years old, with most being around 12 or 13. As Yiyu approached the entrance, he was halted by the gatekeeper. Compared to these students, Yiyu appeared quite prominent, looking significantly younger. The gatekeeper scrutinized Yu and noticed he was wearing the uniform of the Nodding Primary Academy. Excuse me, young student, but you seem to have come to the wrong school. You should be at the Nodding Primary Academy. The gatekeeper was accustomed to students mistakenly arriving at the Intermediate Academy, especially during the annual enrollment period. The students passing by wore expressions of pride, casting disdainful glances at Yu. A newcomer from the junior college aspiring to enter the intermediate college? They scoffed, suggesting he should spend a few years at the junior college before attempting such an ambitious leap. Gaining admission to the intermediate college was no trivial matter. Of every 10 applicants from the junior college, only 2 would succeed. The junior college students were told to leave, as they were deemed unworthy of the place. As students from the intermediate college, they carried an air of superiority when faced with their junior counterparts. At that moment, Yu presented his graduation certificate. I have already graduated. Here is the proof. Please take a look. Upon seeing the certificate, the students preparing to enter the school halted in their tracks. The gatekeeper scrutinized the document, visibly shaken. My apologies. I mistook you for a new student from the junior college. Please, you may enter. The students who had just mocked Yu were left dumbfounded, wondering if he was perhaps older than he appeared, despite his youthful visage. Just then, Principal Ma Yun rushed over. He had promised to personally greet Yu at the appointed time, but the latter had arrived half an hour early. Upon spotting him from a distance, Ma Yun hurried forward. Upon his arrival, the surrounding students immediately displayed respect, standing tall and saluting Principal Ma Yun. Not only was he the head of the academy, but he was also the strongest in Nodding City, a level 42 soul master. A figure of great significance in their eyes. What followed left the students around them utterly astonished. Ma Yun approached Yu with a warm smile, exclaiming, Yu, you're here. Allow me to assist you with your registration. Thank you, Principal, Yu replied. It's no trouble at all, Ma Yun responded, leading the way. The surrounding students were left speechless. How could this be? The principal himself was personally welcoming him and exhibiting such courtesy. Could it be that this new student hailed from a noble background? It certainly seemed so. Otherwise, why would the principal act in such a manner? After the initial shock, the students who had previously ridiculed Yu were now filled with regret and anxiety, fearing they had offended someone of such remarkable stature. Yu found it advantageous that the principal had come to greet him, as it would instill a sense of caution among the other students, preventing them from bothering him during his cultivation and wasting his time. Chapter 44, A Display of Brilliance? Yu was soon placed in the elite class, filled with students of commendable talent, yet none could compare to him. Not only was Yu exceptional, but he even overshadowed Tang San. Faculty and students alike treated Yu with utmost respect. The news of the principal's personal welcome had spread, and everyone was aware that he had entered based on his own abilities, boasting a rank of level 21. Students whispered in awe. He looks to be merely 6 or 7 years old, yet he is already at level 21. They had heard he possessed innate full soul power. No wonder he has progressed so quickly. It's because of his innate full soul power that the principal values him so highly. I've heard his martial soul is the black-tailed flower. The black-tailed flower? A useless martial soul? That is perplexing. If it truly is a useless martial soul, even with innate full soul power, he wouldn't receive such attention, would he? I'm curious why such a genius was not admitted to the Martial Soul Hall S Academy, but instead came to Nodding. So it turns out to be due to the uselessness of his martial soul. Do not underestimate him. I have heard that during his time at the junior college, even before reaching the age of 21, he displayed remarkable prowess, possessing a physique unlike ordinary individuals, endowed with innate strength. Have you heard of Kai Kuan, the renowned figure of the junior college? While I am unfamiliar with the terms king and glory, I am indeed aware of Kai Kuan. In fact, there is hardly anyone in the intermediate college or the entire city of Nodding who does not know of him. Although he is merely a first-year student at the junior college, he has gained quite a reputation. His first martial soul, the beautiful feather chicken, has greatly enhanced his feminine allure, rendering him more delicate than many girls. I have also heard of him, and his notoriety has only grown. It seems he suffered a significant injury recently, particularly around his groin, leading to rumors that he is no longer considered a man and has become even more effeminate. Haha, I too have heard of this. When I see him on the street, I affectionately call him Lady Kai. Regardless, those who dare to provoke formidable individuals at the junior college often face dire consequences. The principal holds him in high regard, not only due to his innate full soul power, but also because of his natural soul energy. The students speculate on this possibility. As classes commenced, Yu listened intently. Although familiar with the original text, he discovered much knowledge he was previously unaware of and recognized the necessity of further study. The academy is equipped with numerous training facilities, and the original text even allocated a gravity training room specifically for him, which Yu found immensely beneficial. There are various aspects that can assist in his improvement, making his presence at the academy indispensable. After the conclusion of a class, students approached to greet him, which left Yi somewhat exasperated. Instead of being surrounded by mindless sycophants, many seemed eager to draw near him. Yi only seeks genuine friendships and has no interest in superficial connections. The students whispered among themselves. Although they were uncertain whether Yi's strength could rival that of the peace and elite factions, they believed that Yi would inevitably become the leader of Notting. Indeed, the principal's esteem for him ensured that even the teachers treated him with utmost respect. Yi is undoubtedly the current leader of Notting. Previously, the state of Notting was dictated by peace and elite. But now it seems it will be governed by Brother Yu. At that moment, Yi could easily overhear their hushed discussions and sighed, remarking on their creativity in naming, first Kai Kuan, then King and Glory, and now Peace and Elite. Meanwhile, in the top class, Peace and Elite felt disgruntled, as their positions of leadership had been usurped by a newcomer. However, they dared not express their displeasure towards Yi. They were, after all, the strongest in the intermediate college, having reached level 28 at the tender age of 13, and believed that within a year, they would attain level 30 and obtain their third soul ring, thus becoming soul venerates and eventually graduating. Their discontent stemmed from the belief that Yi lacked the capability to lead. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, a 12-year-old student, after meticulously arranging a feast of fish and meat, excitedly departed. Li Beita, where are you going? Aren't you eating in the cafeteria? The student called out, brimming with joy. I successfully confessed my feelings. The beautiful Qiao has agreed to be my girlfriend. She's waiting for me at the school gate, and I am bringing her lunch. Li Beita joyfully dashed away, tossing his bangs with pride as he left the cafeteria, feeling quite pleased with himself for having a girlfriend while the other students remained single. The students immediately began to murmur amongst themselves. This Beta is quite something. He even has a girlfriend while we remain single. It must be his family's wealth that caught the attention of that stunning beauty, Qiao. Who is this Qiao beauty? A few were unfamiliar with her, and Yi, who typically had no interest in such matters, felt his brow twitch at the mention of the surname Qiao. It inevitably reminded him of a rather sensational event from his previous life involving Grandma Qiao. Yi inquired, what is the name of this woman? Upon hearing this, Yi's expression became even more animated. A veiled face. How do you know she is beautiful? Although no one had ever seen her appearance, her melodious voice, which had a youthful charm, led everyone to believe she must be quite attractive. Yi sighed, that may not necessarily be the case. I hope that Beta does not turn out to be as unfortunate as I envision. Otherwise, he will truly become the Beta who drives a tank. The surrounding students could not comprehend Yi's words. After finishing his meal, Yi departed the cafeteria, leaving behind a group of astonished students. For on the table where he had dined, there stood 3 bowls, each half a meter tall. The students marveled. He can eat so much yet remain slender. Where does it all go? Is his stomach a bottomless pit? It was said that Yi possessed an extraordinary physique, endowed with innate strength, which would naturally account for his large appetite. Old Jack, who had raised himself and had a significant appetite, found it no easy task even as the village chief. And now that he had become a soul master, he intended to treat old Jack well. At the school gate, a number of students had gathered. There, Beta was feeding Qiao Bichi a delicious boxed meal, taking pride in his actions and casting a glance at the surrounding students. You bunch of single dogs. Stop looking and don't envy me. Some students felt a pang of jealousy and irritation. Humph, it's just because he has money. Beta, does the person you refer to include Yi? Upon noticing Yi's arrival, several students created an awkward tension for Beta. His expression changed as he realized he had overlooked Yi's presence and hastily remarked, Yi, you are not among those I was referring to. Yi waved his hand dismissively. It's all right, I'm not envious in the slightest. However, as Yi prepared to leave, he was obstructed by the masked girl. Not envious? I am the most beautiful girl in Notting. Yi replied coolly, step aside. Chapter 45, Too Light. Yi's words infuriated Qiao Bichi, who exclaimed indignantly, how could you say such a thing to me? Yi found her attitude even more repugnant, reminiscent of Grandma Qiao. Qiao Bichi began to act coyly towards Li Beta. Pouting, he told me to leave. You're my boyfriend now, so you must help me. Li Beta felt uneasy, not wanting to lose face in front of his girlfriend or provoke Yi. He spoke in a conciliatory tone. Yi, your words are a bit excessive, aren't they? Yi replied indifferently, her appearance has nothing to do with me. If she stands in my way, she must move. Li Beta, feeling aggrieved, retorted, my family has some renown in Notting as well, Yi. If you show me respect, I will reciprocate. But speaking to my woman in such a manner is quite disrespectful. Yi found it laughable, you don't even know what she looks like. And yet you call her your woman? If she were to be unattractive, would you still consider her your woman? Li Beita asserted, my Bichi cannot possibly be an ugly girl. Her voice is so melodious that she must be an adorable maiden. Yi, feeling weary of further discussion, thought that these youngsters were easily deceived and far too innocent. Li Beita turned to Xiao Biqi, pleading, Biqi, now that I am your boyfriend, please unveil your face so I may behold your beauty and prove to them that you are indeed a stunning maiden. However, Xiao Biqi shook her head, replying no. I have already mentioned that to reveal my face, you must provide me with 100 gold soul coins. Alternatively, it can only be unveiled on our wedding day. Li Beita, resigned, said, very well, I shall wait a couple more days. I have already saved up 95 gold soul coins, just a little more to go. Yi Yu departed swiftly, reaching Sacred Soul Village within 2 hours. Grandpa Jack, he called out upon arriving home. He placed a pouch of gold soul coins on the table, stating, Grandpa, here are 100 gold soul coins for you to spend on fine clothes and good food. As he gazed at the shimmering pouch of coins, old Jack's eyes widened in astonishment. Xiao Yu, where did you acquire such a sum of gold soul coins? It was his first time witnessing such a bounty. Grandpa, I have graduated from the junior academy just a day before graduation and received a scholarship of 1,100 gold soul coins. Since the academy could not dispense the entire amount, they first provided me with 600 gold soul coins. You may keep this 100. I have plenty more to spare. Old Jack found it hard to believe. He was aware that graduating from the junior academy required reaching level 21. Xiao Yu, you are already a great soul master? Indeed, Yi Yu nodded. Old Jack was struck with disbelief. Although Yi Yu possessed innate full soul power, how could he reach level 21 so swiftly? The martial spirit was supposedly a useless one. Even with innate full soul power, it would typically take 2 to 3 years to progress from level 10 to level 21, right? As Old Jack continued to process this astonishing revelation, 2 soul rings appeared around Yi Yu, causing Old Jack's eyes to widen even further in disbelief. Purple, 2 soul rings, both are 1,000-year soul rings. The brilliance of the second soul ring was particularly intense. Xiao Yu, is this truly a 1,000-year soul ring? Old Jack was even more astounded. Being family, Yi Yu felt no need to conceal the truth. Grandpa, I am not merely at innate full soul power level 10, I am even higher, which is why I have become a great soul master. You are aware of my physique, so I can withstand 1,000-year soul rings. Old Jack was profoundly moved, recalling what the vice village chief had told him about how Xiao Yu's soul power radiated more brilliantly than that of the third child during the testing. Old Jack was both shocked and elated, realizing that there existed soul power exceeding innate full soul power level 10, which eased his worries considerably. Xiao Yu, your aptitude is indeed monstrous. This brings me some comfort. Initially, Old Jack had been concerned about Yi Yu encountering enemies in the future, but it now seemed that Yi Yu's exceptional aptitude alleviated much of that anxiety. Moreover, Old Jack believed that Yi Yu's martial spirit was not a useless one, as it was identical to his mother's, albeit in a different hue. Old Jack accepted the gold soul coin, a token of goodwill from Yi Yu, which he could not refuse. Upon arriving at the dormitory, the principal had arranged for him a single room. Anyone wishing to become Yi Yu's roommate would require his explicit permission to enter. Yi Yu's dormitory was spacious, and he felt inclined to reserve a spot for Xiao Wu and Tang San. The afternoon and evening hours were free to allocate as he pleased, and Yi Yu headed to the gravity training room. Upon reaching the training building, Yi Yu ascended directly to the 5th floor, where 2 rooms the size of classrooms awaited him. He was granted access by the attendant stationed at the entrance. Entering the first room, he found 10 students, all 13 years of age, with soul power levels ranging from 25 to 28. Those at level 25 struggled immensely, their movements labored and hunched, knees trembling as sweat dripped incessantly. The atmosphere was not only heavy with gravity, but also thin in air, with temperatures that were utterly tormenting, 50 degrees Celsius by day and minus 50 degrees Celsius by night. The most formidable among them, a robust 14-year-old at level 28, managed to walk upright with great difficulty. He took painstaking steps, his face flushed as he compared himself to the others, boasting, this tenfold gravity space is my domain. No one in nodding can surpass me. As Yi Yu entered the zero-gravity zone, the students recognized him. It's Boss Yu. What brings him here? ISNT, he only at level 21? One student kindly cautioned, Boss Yu, you should leave. Only those at least at level 25 can barely withstand this tenfold gravity. Yi Yu replied, I wish to see if it suits me. As he prepared to step into the gravity zone, the students anticipated he would collapse the moment he entered. The muscular boy chuckled inwardly, thinking, everyone calls you boss not out of respect for your strength, but due to your connection with the principal. Just because you're called boss doesn't mean you are the strongest in the intermediate academy. However, as Yi Yu placed his right foot into the gravity zone, the muscular boy expected him to fall, yet Yi Yu stood straight, leaving everyone in astonishment. In the next moment, Yi Yu bounced lightly on the spot, exuding an air of ease. A hushed silence enveloped the room. All eyes were wide with disbelief, staring at Yi Yu in awe. Yi shook his head. It truly doesn't suit me. It feels too light. He turned to leave, leaving behind a parting remark. Muscle man, this remains your domain. I shall venture into the 20-fold gravity space. With that, any trace of arrogance vanished from the muscular boy's face. Chapter 46, The Old Lady. Upon entering the second room, Yi encountered the 20-fold gravity space, which was devoid of any occupants. As he stepped into the gravity zone, he felt an immediate and tremendous weight pressing down on him. The terror of the 20-fold gravity was not merely twice that of the 10-fold. The accumulation of weight intensified exponentially with each increment. The environment here was even more severe, with temperatures soaring to 100 degrees Celsius by day and plummeting to minus 100 degrees by night. Though his formidable physique felt unfazed at that moment, he knew prolonged exposure would have its effects. Yi felt assured that coming to the Intermediate Academy was the right choice. This training environment was perfectly suited for him. Cultivating here is akin to the time chamber in Dragon Ball, with the only drawback being the terrifying ratio of 1 day outside equating to an entire year within. Yi commenced his training, where the enhancement of his soul power progressed swiftly. The greater the pressure he endured, the faster his cultivation. Moreover, being innately endowed with a full soul power of 30 levels, even though half of it would be absorbed by his body, his pace of advancement still surpassed that of an innate full soul power at 10 levels. Despite the absorption of half his soul power, Yi felt no regret. It was not lost, but rather utilized within his body, increasingly fortifying him. This was splendid, for without a resilient body, even the mightiest abilities or supportive powers would be rendered futile. Furthermore, Yi sensed that this soul power was also influencing the second martial soul concealed deep within him. Perhaps, once the absorbed soul power reached a certain threshold, his second martial soul would manifest. Yi mused, certain that he possessed a second martial soul of formidable prowess. The evidence from previously absorbing the soul rings of the swift growth tiger and the celestial void power demon ox indicated that something extraordinary lay within him. Additionally, he recalled the events that transpired the night he ventured out from the village, which remained a blur upon waking. Upon awakening, he learned that a small hill in the vicinity had collapsed, bearing signs of a brief struggle. He could have inquired with Tang Hao about it then, but even if he had, it would have been in vain. He would rather wait until he grew stronger to pose his questions. Yi began his training regimen, attending classes in the mornings while dedicating his afternoons and evenings to the 20-fold gravity chamber. 2 days later, while dining in the cafeteria, the bowls on his table began to stack higher, leaving his fellow students in astonishment. At that moment, Li Beita burst in, brimming with excitement and exultation. Hooray! I have seen the beauty of Qiao Biqi. She is breathtaking. Ha ha ha, just as I imagined. A lovely voice accompanies an equally lovely visage. Li Beita's words piqued the curiosity of the other students, prompting a flurry of inquiries. Li Beita, how beautiful is she? Please tell us. Did you give her 100 gold soul coins? You're boasting again. Have you considered the feelings of us single folks? May you break up soon. Li Beita beamed with pride, wearing a blissful smile. In short, she is exceptionally beautiful, especially that smile that could melt hearts. I swear, I shall protect Qiao Biqi's smile, he declared with determination. Listening to this, Yi remained indifferent. Regardless of whether she resembled his imagination, it mattered little. In fact, he hoped that she would not be as he envisioned, for otherwise, Li Beita would carry shadows for a lifetime. After his display of boasting, Li Beita departed. A day later, news spread throughout the school. To catch a glimpse of Qiao Biqi's beauty, one could pay 10 gold soul coins for a fleeting look. Instantly, many students were eager to see her. Some could spare 5 gold soul coins if they saved diligently. Soon, over 50 students gathered at the designated spot, beside a secluded fish pond outside Notting City, known as the Fighting Fish Pond. Upon hearing this news, Li Beita was infuriated and hurried over. Meanwhile, Yi happened to pass by, on his way to a nearby city to procure gravity equipment. For instance, weights enhanced by gravity, utilized for arm strength training. As Yi passed through, numerous students clamored to catch a glimpse, brandishing their golden soul coins. Qiao Biqi, her face obscured by a veil, invited them one by one. At that moment, Li Beita appeared, visibly irate. Biqi, how can you allow them to look as well? Qiao Biqi replied, what does it matter? I am merely saving up for our future. Upon hearing this, Li Beita's anger dissipated instantly, replaced by a sense of happiness. Biqi, you are truly virtuous. Just then, Qiao Biqi noticed Yi and teased, I thought you weren't interested in seeing. I heard the person is a beauty. Have you finally succumbed to curiosity? Yi responded indifferently, I am merely passing by. Humph, how disingenuous. Today, they are delighted, and your golden soul coin is inconsequential. Everyone eagerly anticipated the unveiling of the veil. As she spoke, 3 soul rings materialized around Qiao Biqi, 1 white and 2 yellow. Li Beita, puzzled, inquired, Bichi, why are you releasing your soul rings again? Previously, he had seen her do the same. She had expressed concern that if she revealed herself, someone might take advantage of her, thus employing this precaution. Xiao Bichi reiterated her reasoning. After all, she is exceedingly beautiful. What if things spiral out of control with so many onlookers? Li Beta found this reasonable, while others were overwhelmed with curiosity about her beauty. Xiao Bichi gradually lifted her veil, simultaneously employing her second soul skill, known only to her. As the veil fell, Xiao Bichi beamed with delight. How do I look? Quite stunning, wouldn't you agree? At that moment, everyone stood in stunned silence, astonished. Observing their reaction, Xiao Bichi was not surprised. It seems my beauty has left you all speechless, giggle. However, the next scene left her utterly bewildered. Ugh! All the students simultaneously bent over, gagging in horror, retreating in fright. Good heavens, how ghastly! How old is she? That is a visage of a matron. Matron? More like a grandmother. Everyone found her appearance excruciatingly painful to behold, and recalling those words spoken by such an old woman sent chills down their spines, leaving them disgusted. Li Beta, similarly stunned and deeply affected, murmured, how could this be, Bichi? What happened to you? Xiao Bichi felt an ominous foreboding. Had they seen her true self? How could this be? At this juncture, Yiyu teased, as I suspected, a hideous creature indeed, resembling a 58-year-old grandmother rather than a lowly. Instantly, everyone cast sympathetic glances at Li Beta, bursting into jest. This scene brought them immense satisfaction. Ha ha ha, you call her a great beauty? Beta, your girlfriend is not a lowly, but a 58-year-old grandmother. Bichi's smile. I shall guard it. Ha ha, it seems it is a grandmother's smile I must protect. Li Beta felt profoundly disheartened and humiliated. Just moments ago, Bichi's smile, revealing yellowed teeth, resembled that of a kindly grandmother. This image would haunt him for a lifetime. Xiao Bichi was entirely bewildered, gazing around her. Why has my second soul skill's charm failed? When soul masters of no less than level 30 appear around me, my second soul skill will become ineffective. Xiao Bichi attempted to flee but was surrounded by enraged students. Chapter 47, Journey to Shrek. The students, filled with fury, exclaimed, You deceiver. Trying to escape? After failing your scam, do you think you can leave unscathed? You were not like this before. Why? Li Beta was extremely angry and astonished. Yiyu calmly remarked. It seems that she previously utilized her soul skill to bewitch you. For some unknown reason, her soul skill has now lost its effect. The students exhibited their soul rings. Despite Xiao Bichi having 3 soul rings, she was merely at level 32, forever stagnant at this stage. With so many students present, and as she was not a combat-type soul master, she stood no chance. Xiao Bichi, filled with dread, had no choice but to confess, her voice turning hoarse and unpleasant. Indeed, I employed a soul skill. My first soul skill, Charming Voice, enhances my voice, making it melodious and endearing. The second soul skill, Bewitchment, affects those below level 30, causing them to perceive me as the beauty of their fantasies. However, if there are soul masters of level 30 or above nearby, my second soul skill becomes ineffective. Thus, I only deceived students. My third soul skill, Repulsive Smile, induces feelings of nausea and discomfort in those below level 30. The students retorted mockingly. Your mere presence without using your third soul skill is already quite repulsive. This matter must be reported to the Lord of Nodding City, so that he may punish you. Under the pressure of the students, Xiao Bichi had no choice but to comply. The students felt immense sympathy for Li Beta's plight. Some found a sense of satisfaction, reveling in her misfortune after her habitual boasting. This incident soon passed, but for the tragic Li Beta, it would linger for a lifetime. Yiyu sighed gently. Of all the individuals I have encountered thus far, I would deem you the most tragic. Yiyu resumed his daily training, though arduous. Such amusing incidents provided moments of levity. Soon, the students noticed that Li Beta had not attended classes anymore. Where had Li Beta gone? He transferred schools, leaving Nodding City under cover of night. On the road, finding the carriage too slow, he even carried it himself. Poor Beta, haha, though I sympathize with him. I cannot help but laugh when recalling this incident. As the days of relentless training commenced, Yiyu sought to grow stronger, aware that countless adversaries awaited him. He felt certain that his ambitions extended beyond merely the Nine-Heart Sea Butterfly sect. Over half a year passed, and Xiao Wu and Tang Xin graduated, moving on to the Intermediate Academy. With this, Yiyu found companionship, and the three enjoyed their time together immensely. One night, Xiao Wu sought out Yiyu. Brother Yu, let's meet in the small grove, the usual place. All right. When the time arrived, Yiyu met Xiao Wu in the grove. No, I can continue. Huh. Xiao Wu, can you handle it? I can handle it. I can keep going. Bring it on. Very well. Half an hour later, Xiao Wu was utterly exhausted. Yi remarked, surely you cannot continue now. Why do you always seek me for sparring when there is such a significant disparity in our strengths? Your combat skills are remarkable. Few among your peers can contend with you. Yet, when faced with me, your skills are utterly ineffective, failing to even stir my being. Every evening, Xiao Wu seeks to hone her abilities through combat, and just moments ago, the two engaged in a fierce struggle. However, Yi Yu's soul power surpasses that of Xiao Wu, and his innate prowess is formidable. Her techniques are of no consequence to him. The bow of her waist cannot unsettle his form, and her allure proves futile. For strength is not solely derived from physicality, but also from willpower and mental fortitude. Xiao Wu recognizes the futility of her efforts and concedes that she is no match for Yi Yu. Suddenly, a spark ignites in her eyes. Alone, I cannot contend with you, but if I summon Brother San to join me, the two of us together may pose a greater challenge for you. Yi Yu nods in agreement, suggesting they may indeed give it a try. Unbeknownst to them, over 4 years have slipped by. These years have been marked by relentless training, with evenings dedicated to an hour of sparring alongside Xiao Wu and Tang San. However, they can only endure for that brief duration. Yi Yu muses that if Tang San were to employ hidden weapons, it would render their encounters even more intriguing. Yet, in the spirit of friendship and practice, Tang San refrains from such tactics. Since the awakening of his martial soul, more than 5 years have passed, and Yi Yu is nearing the age of 12. Presently at 11 and a half. Throughout these years, not only has his physique grown increasingly formidable, but he has also attained a 3rd soul ring. This achievement occurred 3 years prior, when he sought the aid of Dean Flender, enduring a grueling battle with the targeted soul beast for an entire day and night before triumphing. Utilizing his exceptional physique, strength, and support capabilities, he engaged in a war of attrition against the beast. He was initially no match for it. Without Dean Flender's assistance, escape would have been his only recourse. And even then, slaying the beast would have taken 3 days. He had originally believed that after acquiring the 2nd soul ring, gaining subsequent rings would depend solely on his own abilities, yet he discovered that he could still rely on others for assistance, with results no less effective than if he had faced the soul beast alone. The beasts he defeated willingly allowed themselves to be absorbed by him. As for Yi Yu's current level of soul power, only he is privy to that information. Even Tang San and Xiao will remain unaware. He could have departed from the academy long ago, yet the gravity training area serves as a crucible for his development. And he also relishes the opportunity to spar with the Dean. The Dean, a level 42 soul master, initially posed some pressure when Yi Yu was still at level 30. But after acquiring his 3rd soul ring, the Dean is no longer a match for him. Over the years, as his strength has grown, he has noted that the soul power he absorbs has increased from 50% to 60%. Nevertheless, Yi Yu harbors no regrets, despite absorbing 60%. His pace of cultivation remains significantly swifter than that of someone with innate full soul power at level 10. Moreover, his physique continues to strengthen. The potent support from the Nine-Spirit Black Tang, combined with his own formidable constitution, enables him, despite being an auxiliary soul master, to best the level 42 battle soul master, Dean Ma Yun. As for the 600 gold soul coins, they have all been granted to him, with an additional 200 provided as interest. Yi Yu and his companions prepare to journey to Shrek Academy, instructing Tang San and Xiao Wu to proceed ahead while he swiftly follows. Initially, Yi Yu makes his way to Holy Spirit Village to visit Old Jack. Old Jack, upon seeing Yi Yu, was filled with excitement and scrutinized him carefully. Remarkably, Yi Yu had grown to the same height as him. A satisfied smile adorned Old Jack's face. Yi Yu now stood at 1.7 meters, quite tall among his peers. Tang San and Xiao Wu at 1.6 meters were not lacking in height either. They conversed extensively, sharing stories from the past few years, and Old Jack felt a deep sense of contentment. Upon learning about Yi Yu's strength, he felt even more reassured. Old Jack marveled. "Ah, little Yu, it seems your determination to cultivate was indeed the right choice. Your potential is astonishing, and thankfully, it has not been overlooked." Yi Yu replied, "Grandpa, your earlier reluctance for me to cultivate was in accordance with my mother's wishes. I have never held it against you. Perhaps, if your mother knew, she would no longer worry." Old Jack then rose to prepare some of Yi Yu's favorite dishes before he departed. Yi Yu realized that after he left, it could be quite some time before they would meet again. After a hearty meal, Yi Yu bid farewell to Old Jack and set off. Naturally, he traveled on foot. At his pace, it would not be a challenge to traverse the distance in 3 days and nights without tiring, as his stamina was remarkable. Like a gust of wind, Yi Yu swiftly departed from Nodding City. Upon nearing a nearby town, he suddenly halted, his keen eyes spotting a somewhat familiar figure. Is that Li Beita? Although he had not seen her for over 5 years, she was still recognizable. Compared to before, she had grown taller but looked quite frail, with dark circles under her eyes, as if she had been deprived of restful nights. Yu observed as Li Beita made her way towards a psychological research institute. In Douluo Continent, aside from soul masters, there were numerous professions, for not everyone could become a soul master. The ability to awaken soul power was a rare gift. The Psychological Research Institute dealt with matters of emotional healing. As Yu approached, Li Beita had already entered. Inside, she took a seat at a table where two psychologists were seated opposite her. Noticing that Li Beita was wearing the uniform of a local intermediate academy, the two psychologists showed her a measure of respect. "Greetings, esteemed soul master. May I ask your name and the purpose of your visit?" "My name is Li Beita," she replied, her expression one of despondency. "I have a story to share. Please do not mock me." "Rest assured, we will not laugh," they responded. 5 years ago, I was deceived and gave Xiao Biqi 100 gold soul coins. Who is Xiao Biqi? She is the type of con artist with a melodious voice but never reveals her face. Many are fooled into giving her gold soul coins just for a glimpse. She claimed I was handsome. Who doesn't he know that? Initially, she planned to unveil her visage to many, but when the veil was lifted, a face that was both hideous and aged appeared. At this point, the two psychologists could not help but chuckle. Li Beita's expression soured. "What are you laughing at?" "And nothing. I just recalled something amusing. Please continue." With a continued frown, Li Beita elaborated. "She truly embodies the most repulsive type. Her eyes resemble those of a bull. Her nose is akin to a durian, and her teeth are yellowed. Every night, I have the same nightmare." She smiled, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, reminiscent of a benevolent grandmother, yet her grin haunted my nights, awakening me in fright. The psychologist, unable to contain a laugh, remarked on the peculiarity of the situation. Li Beita, filled with indignation, retorted, "You are crossing the line. I have endured this for far too long. As a great spirit master, I was merely reminded of something joyful," the psychologist hastily clarified. "You are clearly mocking me. You have no idea what I've been through," Li Beita fumed. "As great spirit masters, we undergo rigorous training. No matter how amusing the situation, we refrain from laughter unless we truly cannot help ourselves," the psychologist explained. Li Beita, exasperated, demanded, "Do you have no suggestions? If that is the case, she is a fraud, and thus guilty. To confront your inner turmoil, you must take revenge and eliminate her to cleanse your heart of discontent," the psychologist advised. Li Beita nodded. "I understand. Once I become a spirit venerable in a few years, I shall seek her out and end her life. She deserves no mercy." As Li Beita exited the room, a masked woman approached, her voice sweet and gentle. "May we be friends?" Had it not been for the incident over 5 years ago, he would have gladly accepted, enchanted by her melodious tone. However, since that event, he had resolved to treat anyone without a revealed face as he would treat Xiao Biqi. "Get away!" Li Beita shouted in anger. At that moment, Yu strolled over and said, "Beita, do you not find her familiar?" "Huh." Taken aback by the sudden remark, Li Beita turned to look, his expression frozen in disbelief. "You your boss, you?" He quickly recognized her. Yu smiled and nodded. "Indeed. It has been over 5 years since we last met. After that incident, you left Notting City in the dead of night." Li Beita's face fell into sorrow. "I had no choice. That incident brought me such shame that remaining in Notting would have rendered me a perpetual laughingstock." He glanced back at the woman, inquiring, "Boss you, what did you mean by your earlier words? Could it be?" Suddenly, a realization struck him. Could it be that woman? No Qiao Grandma? Yu nodded. "Although she has changed her appearance and altered her voice, I can sense it is indeed her." Li Beita, filled with rage, prepared to charge at her, furious that she had returned to her deceitful ways. Xiao Biqi, feeling unfortunate, lamented her encounter with these two students from Notting. She had been recognized. After being imprisoned for 5 years following that incident, she had recently emerged, intending to con people in this city, only to be unmasked. If they had been weaker, she would not have feared them, but both were students of Notting's Intermediate Academy, and after all these years, their powers had surely grown. Particularly Yu, whose presence instilled an inexplicable sense of danger, leaving her unable to gauge their spirit power levels. Xiao Biqi quickened her pace, intending to flee. But Li Beita swiftly pursued her. Upon reaching the desolate outskirts of the city, the surroundings were barren and sparsely populated. Once he caught up, Li Beita, filled with fury and resentment, shouted, "Xiao Biqi, stop. I know it's you. You deceived me. 5 years, 5 whole years. Do you know what I have endured during this time?" Xiao Biqi removed her veil, dropping her pretense, and scoffed. "What can you do to me? You can only blame your own foolishness. Despicable." Li Beita's spirit rings appeared, one white and one yellow. At 15 years of age, he had already reached the rank of a 29th level Great Spirit Master. Li Beita, filled with a deep-seated resentment, declared firmly, "Xiao Biqi, I shall surely kill you. Not even the Pope can save you from my wrath." At that moment, Yu arrived and found Li Beita's words strikingly familiar. Xiao Biqi merely sneered, unperturbed. Come forth. My old companion. Suddenly, an ugly, rotund old man with a face adorned with white whiskers sprang forth, directly unleashing his martial spirit. Li Beita, taken aback with trepidation, retreated as he beheld the beastly martial spirit behind the old man, resembling a shark. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings appeared around him, white, yellow, and yellow, a soul sovereign. Furthermore, he was a battle soul master. Li Beita instantly sensed the peril he was in and felt a wave of fear wash over him. He believed he could contend with the control type Xiao Biqi, whose soul techniques were all of a deceptive nature. Yet, this old man was undoubtedly beyond his capability. Old companion, should we eliminate that young lad as well? The old man inquired of Xiao Biqi. Yes, he knows too much about me. Moreover, I have a hunch that the failure of my soul technique 5 years ago is related to him. Very well. The old man prepared to strike. In a panic, Li Beita turned on his heels and fled, shouting, Yi, let's go. We are no match for them. However, Yi did not retreat. At that moment, a fierce glint of killing intent flickered in his eyes. It appeared that their scheme had transformed into a collective assault. Since they sought his life, they would meet their demise. Upon hearing this, Xiao Biqi laughed heartily. Huh? My old partner is a level 37 battle soul sovereign. You stand no chance against him. Old companion, eliminate him first, then we shall pursue. Suddenly, Xiao Biqi's words halted, and both he and the old man widened their eyes in sheer terror. How can this be possible? Yi Yu coldly remarked, since you are destined to perish, I shall reveal my true power. Chapter 49. A single punch to vanquish the soul sovereign of the support type. Surrounding Yi Yu were 3 soul rings descending from above, swirling around him. From top to bottom, the colors of the 3 soul rings were purple, purple, and black. Xiao Biqi and his old companion stared in disbelief, their eyes widening as they struggled to comprehend the sight before them, feeling as though they were hallucinating. Yet, a glance exchanged between them confirmed their shared astonishment. They had not misperceived anything. The 3 soul rings were indeed of 1,000 years, 1,000 years, and 10,000 years. Moreover, the second soul ring glowed with an exceptionally brilliant purple light, seemingly approaching 10,000 years. Xiao Biqi was rendered incredulous, his heart filled with unease. How can this be? The first to third soul rings all start at 1,000 years. The third is even a 10,000-year soul ring. The old man, too, staggered back in disbelief. This cannot be. Such an arrangement has never been seen before. 3 soul rings beginning at 1,000 years, with the third being 10,000. Even the most gifted genius could not achieve this. Why is this happening? Even if a prodigious talent were to arise, the optimal configuration for soul rings would typically be yellow, yellow, and purple. Yet, this 12-year-old boy stood before them with a configuration of purple, purple, and black. Even the most illustrious figures would find it hard to fathom, let alone their kind. Xiao Biqi was engulfed in fear and was certain that the failure of his second soul technique over 5 years ago was indeed due to Yi Yu. However, now, to eliminate Yi Yu was utterly impossible. He was also a soul sovereign, and his soul ring configuration was beyond anything they could comprehend. Old companion, she asked with a tremor in her voice, what level is his soul power? Can you sense it? The old man shook his head gravely. I cannot sense it. Upon hearing this, her heart plummeted. If he could not sense it, did that imply this 12-year-old boy possessed a soul power exceeding 37 levels? The soul ring was not only terrifying, but a 12-year-old with soul power above 37. Was he even human? Yi raised his right hand, revealing the ethereal black light of the Nine-Spirit Black Tang. Both Xiao Biqi and the old man were astonished at the sight of Yi Yu's martial soul. Blacktail flower? Yi Yu replied coldly, since you are about to become the deceased, I shall reveal the true name of my martial soul. It is not the worthless blacktail flower, but the Nine-Spirit Black Tang. Nine-Spirit Black Tang? Xiao Biqi and the old man exchanged glances. Having never heard of it, it was understandable that they hadn't. Few knew of it now, but it would undoubtedly become renowned across the continent, destined to be the mightiest support martial soul. After Yi Yu spoke, both Xiao Biqi and the old man were momentarily taken aback before relaxing. The old man, relieved, scoffed. So you are a support type soul master? Ha ha ha, you frighten me. Thankfully, you are a support type. Otherwise, I would be in grave danger. Xiao Biqi's panic dissipated as well. If he was a support type, they could handle him. He derisively added, how foolish you are to challenge my old companion as a support type. Support types are typically weak and require the protection of their allies. If you had called that boy to assist you, perhaps you could have slain us. However, now that he has fled, your abilities as a support type are rendered useless. The fear in their hearts faded, and they felt fortunate that he was merely a support type. Had he been of another category, they would have been doomed. Yet, they felt entirely unthreatened by support types, as it was well known that they lacked significant combat prowess. Generally, support types would never act alone, always accompanied by allies. For instance, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School required a title Douluo for protection. As they sighed in relief, Yiyu's next words left them stunned. Have you ever encountered a support type capable of defeating a soul master with a single punch? His inquiry bewildered the two, leaving them perplexed. The old man burst into laughter. Boy, are you implying you could strike me down with a single blow? Ha ha ha, what a grand jest. A support type being so formidable. How could it still be considered a support type? Ha ha ha, support types are meant to cautiously linger behind their teams, empowering allies while needing substantial protection. They are exceedingly fragile. Prepare to perish. The old man moved 10 meters away from Yiyu, darkly declaring, third soul skill. Giant shark assault. In the next moment, a colossal, ferocious shark surged from the ground, its gaping maw ready to strike. The rows of razor-sharp teeth within its mouth were chilling. The third soul ring on the old man glimmered as he unleashed his most powerful soul skill to confront Yiyu. Watching Yiyu being propelled into the air, he sneered, with my third soul skill, the giant shark assault, the farther the distance, the larger the released shark becomes. Now, at the farthest limit of 10 meters, the shark's size and power are at their peak. The colossal shark erupted from the ground, capable of launching its target into the air and repelling nearby individuals, accompanied by a 10% slowing effect. Kid, your time is up. Prepare to become the shark's prey. In the next moment, the giant shark clamped down on Yiyu's leg, a crunching sound echoing. Xiao Bichi and his partner exchanged cold smiles, convinced that the sound was the result of Yiyu's leg bones being shattered. However, an astonishing scene unfolded before them. The giant shark emitted a piercing scream, releasing its grip on Yiyu, blood streaming from its jaws. This blood did not originate from Yiyu, who remained unscathed. Instead, it flowed from the rows of shattered teeth within the shark's mouth, more than 20 of which had broken. The sight left the two in a state of disbelief. How could this be possible? He bore no marks whatsoever. Instead, it was the shark's teeth that had shattered. He was clearly an auxiliary-type soul master. How could his physical defenses be so formidable? Even a soul master of the same rank with a beast martial spirit would be injured by my giant shark. Could it be that he employed some powerful defensive ability? After the initial shock, the partner's expression darkened. Auxiliary soul power consumption is typically immense, especially for more formidable support abilities. It seems the only explanation is that he utilized a defensive soul skill, which allowed him to remain completely unharmed. Yiyu had lost interest. Is that your strongest soul skill? Then you can perish. In an instant, Yiyu charged forward, his speed so extraordinary that Xiao Bichi was left in awe, unable to perceive him at all. Not even her employer could detect his movement. As Yiyu darted forward, he left behind a blur, soon vanishing even from that. Could he have enhanced his speed with a speed-type soul skill? The partner pondered, unable to capture him. She opted to employ her second soul skill, Giant Shark Guardian, enveloping herself in the illusion of the shark. However, bang, crack, bang, crack, splurt. Two muffled thuds were heard as Yiyu's fist struck the shark's illusion, shattering it instantly. Then, his fist collided with her chest, causing her ribcage to cave in and bones to splinter. A torrent of blood, mingled with shattered internal organs, erupted forth, sending her hurtling backward like a cannonball. The ground shook as she crashed into over 10 large trees before coming to a halt, dust swirling around and birds taking flight in panic. This scene left Xiao Bichi utterly stunned. His partner, a 37th level battle soul master, had been sent flying 100 meters by a mere auxiliary soul master with a single punch. His partner, she was dead. How could this be? Xiao Bichi, in shock, collapsed onto the ground, lost in a daze, murmuring to himself. How could this happen? His partner, a 37th level battle soul master, had truly been killed by a single punch from an auxiliary soul master. In Chapter 50, the astonished Dai Mubai observed the unfolding chaos. Xiao Bichi, trembling with terror, stammered, Don't kill me. This cannot be happening. With a casual wave, Yiyu unleashed a powerful shockwave, sending Xiao Bichi hurtling away, gravely injured on the ground. Yiyu turned to Li Beita and said, His life is now in your hands. After speaking, Yiyu departed, leaving Li Beita overwhelmed with gratitude. Finally able to seek vengeance, Li Beita unleashed his pent-up fury, mercilessly beating Xiao Bichi, releasing the torment that had plagued him for years. The screams of Xiao Bichi gradually faded into silence as Li Beita struck him to death. The darkness within Li Beita dissipated, and he felt a profound sense of liberation. He was immensely thankful to Yiyu for helping him untangle his emotional turmoil. Thank you, big brother Yu. At that moment, Yiyu continued on his journey. 2 days later, he arrived in the kingdom of Balak, located in the southern region of the Tiando Empire. This kingdom boasted 2 significant cities, Bakra City, where the king resided, and Soto City, the very place Yiyu had come to. The difference between Noding and Soto was akin to that between a county seat and a provincial capital. Yi Yu soon arrived at the Rose Hotel, the prearranged meeting place with Tang San and Xiao Wu. Upon entering, he noticed Tang San embroiled in a dispute with a young man. The youth, approximately 17 years old and standing at 6 feet tall, possessed striking features, with a cascade of golden hair flowing down his back, exuding an air of nobility. Flanking him were twin beauties, both around 18, renowned for their exquisite looks and figures. Yi Yu recognized the youth as Dai Mubai. It appeared that a confrontation had already begun. Dai Mubai sighed. Your strength is commendable. As you have compelled me to exert my soul power, consider this room yours. However, I would not be satisfied without a proper contest. Are you brave enough to challenge me? Tang San, aware of the formidable opponent before him, felt a surge of fiery determination. Of course I dare, he declared, unafraid. Dai Mubai immediately summoned his martial spirit. White Tiger, manifest. A brilliant white light erupted as Dai Mubai extended his arms, his chest puffing out, muscles bulging, straining against his clothing. Each contour of his muscles was strikingly visible beneath the fabric. His aura transformed into a tempest, his golden hair shifting to a striking black and white, with white predominating and a few strands of black standing out. For faint lines appeared on his forehead, forming the character for king. His hands doubled in size. Cloaked in white fur, as razor-sharp claws shot forth, glimmering with a chilling light. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings descended from above, encircling him, from bottom to top. The rings were colored yellow, and purple. Tang San gasped in astonishment. A battle spirit master, with 1,000-year soul ring. Xiao Wu felt a wave of concern, realizing the youth before them was far more powerful than she had anticipated. At that moment, Yi Yu entered, and upon seeing him, Xiao Wu's face lit up with joy, dispelling her worries. Brother Yu, she called out happily. Yi Yu smiled and nodded, inquiring, what transpired? Xiao Wu shot a glare at Dai Mubai, indignantly stating, we arrived first, and there was only one room left. Then this guy claimed it without any regard for the order of arrival, acting quite arrogantly, which led to a fight with Brother San. Dai Mubai glanced at Yi Yu dismissively, seemingly no older than Tang San and Xiao Wu. Another ally has arrived? Why not team up? He challenged, brimming with arrogance. Xiao Wu huffed, team up? Humph. Brother Yu could defeat you single-handedly, leaving your mother unrecognizable. Dai Mubai furrowed his brows slightly and proclaimed with pride, I am Dai Mubai, the White Tiger Wuan, at the rank of 37 in the Spirit Master hierarchy. You must be around 12 years old, am I correct? I doubt your spirit power exceeds 30. He considered himself a prodigy, recalling that at the age of 12, he had only reached the 20th level. Thus, he was certain that the 3 before him, including Yi Yu, were merely in their 20s. Tang San, filled with fighting spirit, interjected, Brother Yu, please refrain from intervening. I wish to face him on my own, without any assistance. He yearned for a confrontation with a formidable opponent, and Dai Mubai, standing before him, provided the perfect challenge, instilling a sense of pressure. Yi Yu nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai cast a glance at Yi Yu, a support type. I see. Regardless of your role, even with assistance, you cannot hope to defeat me. Tang San raised his right hand, unleashing a radiant blue light as the blue-silver grass materialized. The patterns upon the leaves resembled serpentine scales, with dozens of tendrils dancing like agile serpents. 2 spirit rings circled around Tang San, surprising Dai Mubai slightly. 200-year spirit rings, just like mine, he mused, momentarily taken aback. Your Wuhuan is blue-silver grass? A seemingly useless Wuhuan has reached over 20 levels? Tang San replied earnestly, there are no useless Wuhuans, only inept spirit masters. He introduced himself, I am Tang San, with the blue-silver grass Wuhuan, a 29-level control system spirit master. I seek your guidance. Dai Mubai found himself in agreement with Tang San's assertion that there are no worthless Wuhuans, only incompetent spirit masters. As their battle commenced, Dai Mubai soon felt a numbing sensation throughout his body. The tendrils entwined him, a result of Tang San's second spirit ring, the Ghost Vine's ability, parasitism. Tang San's second spirit ring was over 600 years old. The Ghost Vine is a terrifying plant-type spirit beast, possessing a potent neurotoxin. Those struck would gradually succumb to a state akin to purulence. Its most fearsome ability, however, is its parasitism. Upon contact, minute seeds would nestle within the human body, growing and spreading toxins as they developed. This spirit ring was acquired with Yi Yu's assistance. The master had initially intended to seek help from Dean Ma Yun, but Yi Yu believed he could accomplish it, and the master trusted in Yi Yu's capabilities. Dai Mubai marveled. Were we of equal rank, I would surely lose. But I possess a third spirit ring. A violet spirit ring shimmered as Dai Mubai's body expanded, his eyes turning a blood red, and his aura grew increasingly ferocious. With a shudder, The blue-silver grass that bound him shattered into dust. Tang San, astonished, wore a grave expression. He can transform as well. Dai Mubai underwent a dramatic transformation, his clothing bursting at the seams, his skin taking on a tiger-like pattern. His paws grew larger, and his claws glimmered like silver blades. Most remarkably, his form was enveloped in a golden radiance, as if coated in a layer of gold. His blood-red eyes glinted with ferocity, exuding an aura of regal dominance akin to that of a king among beasts. As Dai Mubai unleashed his third spirit ability, Tang San found himself outmatched, quickly succumbing to defeat. The resilient blue-silver grass could not approach, as Dai Mubai's formidable claws tore it to shreds. Just then, Yu, who had been observing from the sidelines, rose to his feet. Xiao Wu, filled with excitement, exclaimed like an enamored fan, "Is Brother Yu about to make his move?" Dai Mubai turned his gaze towards Yu, pondering whether they intended to confront him together. However, Yu's subsequent words left Dai Mubai utterly astonished. "Let me handle this," he declared. "All right." Tang San nodded in agreement. Dai Mubai was taken aback. Rather than collaborating with Tang San, he intended to face him alone? "Have you lost your mind?" Dai Mubai inquired. "I assumed the two of you would team up against me, but you, a support-type soul master, wish to challenge a level 37 soul sovereign?" Yu corrected him. Support-type soul masters can also be formidable. Chapter 51. A crisis of faith. Dai Mubai was incredulous. A support type can be formidable? He found it hard to believe and had little interest in battling Yu. "Your friend possesses commendable strength, but as a support type, you could never match my prowess. And I have no inclination to fight you." However, the petite Xiao Wu chimed in with a huff. "Don't underestimate my brother Yu. He is even more powerful than San Go." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai was taken aback. How could that be? He turned to Tang San and asked, "Is that true?" Tang San nodded. "Indeed, Brother Yu's strength surpasses mine." Dai Mubai's astonishment deepened. "How is that possible? He is clearly a support type, yet stronger than you?" Despite his disbelief, curiosity gnawed at him. It sounded implausible, yet he sensed no jest in their words. "Very well, then let us begin." Dai Mubai assumed an aggressive stance, his fierce aura surging forth. Yu stated, "Since you just fought with Tang San, to ensure fairness, I shall refrain from using soul techniques and rely solely on my soul power." In that instant, Dai Mubai was momentarily stunned. Had it not been for Tang San's words, he would have deemed this young man a fool. It was one thing for a support type to challenge him, but to do so without employing soul techniques or releasing his martial soul, merely relying on soul power? Dai Mubai proudly reminded him, "I am currently in my white tiger transformation, which lasts for half an hour. During this time, my attack, defense, and strength are doubled. With my level 37 soul power, even a level 39 would struggle against me. Are you truly certain you want to forego both your martial soul and soul techniques?" Initially, Dai Mubai believed that Yu must possess exceptional support abilities to surpass Tang San, but as a support type, not utilizing his martial soul or soul techniques seemed absurd. Dai Mubai found it utterly ridiculous. The inherent strength of a support type was typically quite weak and often required protection from others. Furthermore, as a beast martial soul user, it was impossible for him to be outmatched by one who solely relied on their innate capabilities. "Then I shall take the initiative." Yu propelled himself off the marble floor, shattering it as he transformed into a dark shadow, hurtling towards Dai Mubai. The latter's expression shifted in alarm. So fast. Simultaneously, a powerful punch came soaring towards him. Before it even drew near, the fierce gust of wind struck his face painfully. Dai Mubai unleashed a tiger claw, and as their fists collided, a ripple surged forth, sending nearby tables flying and shattering. In that moment of impact, Dai Mubai was shocked. His original intent to grasp Yu's fist was thwarted by an overwhelming force that sent him reeling backward, his claw grasping at nothing. He staggered back 5 steps before regaining his footing, leaving 10 imprints on the marble floor. Dai Mubai found it hard to believe, as if his understanding of reality had been shattered. Such formidable strength. How can this be? Are you truly a support type? Dai Mubai was filled with skepticism. It was inconceivable for him that this individual could be a support type soul master. Were they deceiving themselves? Observing the astonished expression on Dai Mubai's face, Xiao Wu cheered. "Well done, you. Keep attacking him." Regaining his composure, Dai Mubai declared solemnly, "Regardless of whether you are a support type, you truly warrant my utmost effort." Although he was astounded by the prowess of someone so young, he felt it would be a disgrace to lose to someone 3 or 4 years his junior. Indeed, should he be defeated by a support type, the humiliation would be even more profound. With a surge of soul power, Dai Mubai intoned, "Second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave." A powerful wave of blinding white light surged forth, its range and speed so formidable that evasion seemed nearly impossible. Though Yu could potentially dodge, he chose not to. Instead, he crossed his arms defensively in front of him, stepping back slightly with his right leg, grounding himself firmly like a mountain, his left leg slightly bent. Dai Mubai smirked, not evading. Do you believe it is futile? Yet, opting for defense is equally in vain. He anticipated the imminent scene of Yi Yu being blasted away by the shockwave, crashing outside the hotel. Boom. The overwhelming shockwave collided with Yi Yu, causing Dai Mubai's smile to falter instantly. To his astonishment, Yi Yu did not budge an inch. His body remained unwavering. The shockwave dissipated upon hitting Yi Yu, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Dai Mubai was rendered speechless, as if the powerful shockwave were nothing more than a splash of water upon Yi Yu. How could this be? My second soul skill, utterly ineffective? His defense is formidable as well. Dai Mubai pondered. Not only is he strong in power, but his defense and physique are exceptional. Could it be that he possesses a beast martial soul like mine, making him a soul Douluo? Before Dai Mubai had time to recover from his astonishment, Yi Yu vanished from his sight in a blink. Instantly, Dai Mubai became fully alert, wary of any underestimation. Bang! 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 The two engaged in rapid clashes, their movements a flurry of strikes. Tang San and Xiao Wu watched in awe. They were aware of Yi Yu's capabilities. Yet Dai Mubai surpassed their expectations. In this form, even combined, they would not stand a chance against him. However, if it were a life-and-death battle, Tang San had a 70% confidence in dragging Dai Mubai down with him. Though Dai Mubai was more formidable than he had anticipated, he remained untroubled. As their figures flickered and collided, Tang San, utilizing his purple extreme magic eye, discerned the situation clearly. Yi Yu held a distinct advantage. The more Dai Mubai fought, the more alarmed he became, realizing that Yi Yu's strength eclipsed his own. His speed and defense were superior as well. It was crucial to note that he was currently in his full power state, employing his third soul skill while maintaining the White Tiger's diamond transformation. Meanwhile, Yi Yu relied solely on his innate abilities and soul power, without utilizing his martial soul or soul skills. Moreover, Yi Yu appeared to be merely 11 or 12 years old, which was the most terrifying aspect. For a gifted soul master, each year before the age of 20 is exceedingly significant. It can be said that for geniuses, even a one-year age difference can have a considerable impact. A younger individual could never be a match for an elder. The disparity in cultivation levels due to just 1 year could be immense. For instance, despite Tang San's superior talent, he has already reached the 29th rank at this age, while Dai Mubai, at the same age, stands at the 28th rank. However, Dai Mubai, who is 3 years older, possesses a soul power of 37. This explains why Dai Mubai is so astonished. He cannot fathom how someone 3 years his junior can suppress him without utilizing their martial soul or soul skills. Even a prodigy more terrifying than mere genius cannot possibly be this extraordinary, can they? If he were to face Yi Yu at this age, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed, leaving him to ponder how much stronger Yi Yu must have been at just 15. Dai Mubai, who considers himself a genius, feels ordinary in comparison to Yi Yu. Dai Mubai's current sentiments resonate deeply with Tang San. As the transformation of the White Tiger King nears its conclusion, Dai Mubai exerts all his strength yet remains at a disadvantage, repeatedly struck by Yi Yu's fists, enduring immense pain. Although his attacks occasionally make contact with Yi Yu, his sharp tiger claws leave no marks on Yi Yu's body. Dai Mubai finds it hard to believe. Is this truly the body of a human? Once the transformation concludes, Dai Mubai hastily concedes defeat, his once handsome visage now marred and swollen. I concede, he declares, simultaneously expressing disbelief. Are you truly an auxiliary system, not an assault type? Yi Yu raises his right hand, a black begonia flower materializing before them. Indeed, I am of the auxiliary type. My martial soul is the Nine-Spirit Black Begonia. Dai Mubai is taken aback, questioning his own existence as he reflects on being bested by an auxiliary type soul master, leaving him battered and bruised. Chapter 52. There are always greater talents. Observing Dai Mubai's battered appearance brings a sense of satisfaction to Xiao Wu. Tang San, noticing Dai Mubai's incredulous expression, muses, if brother you were to reveal his soul rings, I wonder how astonished you would be. Dai Mubai gazes at Yi Yu in awe, exclaiming, truly, there are greater talents beyond us. You are a monster among monsters. I initially perceived you as an assault type, and even thought you might be agile or defensive, given your remarkable speed and formidable defense. Especially your defense, which is terrifying. Xiao Wu proudly asserts, my brother Yu is versatile. If you were to witness his terrifying auxiliary abilities, you would undoubtedly recognize him as a powerful auxiliary system. Dai Mubai, thoroughly convinced, realizes that even when employing soul skills, he stands no chance. Before departing, Dai Mubai curiously inquires, may I ask your exact age? Yi replies candidly, 11 and a half. Hiss. Dai Mubai inhales sharply. Even more astonished. He had previously considered himself a top-tier genius, but standing next to Yi Yu, he feels like a mere novice. To be this formidable at just over 11 years old, his future is boundless. You must be from outside. What brings you here? Dai Mubai asks curiously, attending school? Yes. We are headed to Shrek Academy, Yi responds plainly. Dai Mubai, though unsurprised, feels a mixture of joy for Shrek's impending acquisition of such a talent and dismay at the prospect of losing his position as the leader. Then, farewell. We shall meet again soon. Dai Mubai departs, limping away. Xiao Wu felt a sense of vindication. Humph, he was so arrogant just now, trying to seize the room we had our eyes on, and now he has been soundly beaten by Brother Yu and left in disgrace. Once we arrive at Shrek, I certainly will not engage with him. Tang San replied with a faint smile. I believe he is not such a bad person, although he appears somewhat aloof. He is quite straightforward. Xiao Wu retorted, I cannot regard him as a decent individual. What good could come from a man who brings 2 girls to a hotel? Tang San expressed his thoughts. I shall refrain from judging his private life. However, before Brother Yu intervened, he was indeed stronger than us, but showed no inclination to bully the weak and willingly relinquished the room to us. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. All right. Then what shall we do? There is only one room available. When they were 6 years old, they shared a dormitory, and at that time, they were too young to care, but now, having matured, they were aware of the distinctions between genders. Tang San, exhibiting chivalry, suggested, Xiao Wu, you may stay here. I will find another hotel with Brother Yu. Yi Yu concurred, yes, ladies first. Xiao Wu nodded, very well, then you may come to find me tomorrow. Understood. Tang San and Yi Yu left, arms around each other's shoulders. Soon, they discovered a new hotel with 2 available rooms. After Yi Yu checked in, not long after, Flinder contacted him and arrived promptly. Flinder exclaimed with excitement, the day has finally arrived. Xiao Yu, you are about to become a member of Shrek Academy. I shall come to collect you tomorrow morning. You need not participate in the assessments, but may enter the academy directly. Yi Yu shook his head. I wish to take part in the assessment. It is also a regulation of Shrek, and besides, my strength will make the assessment a mere formality. Considering Yi Yu's exceptional prowess, Flinder agreed to the exception. Very well, then I shall not come to find you in the morning. All right. Oscar, upon seeing Dai Mubai, was taken aback and hurriedly approached him, inquiring in astonishment, Boss Dai, who did this to you? Dai Mubai concocted a casual excuse. I got beaten? How could that be? I simply fell. He would never divulge the truth. Admitting that he was bested by a support type who was 4 years his junior would be utterly humiliating. Truly, pride was a significant concern. Oscar did not press further. Little AO, quickly give me a recovery sausage. All right, 5 copper soul coins each, Oscar replied. Hurry up. Dai Mubai said impatiently. Oscar raised his right hand and recited a peculiar incantation. I possess a splendid sausage. As the bizarre incantation echoed, a fragrant sausage appeared in Oscar's hand. Dai Mubai, accustomed to the oddity of the incantation, disregarded it and swiftly consumed the sausage, which alleviated some of the swelling on his face. At that moment, Yi Yu, Tang San, and Xiao Wu exited Soto City, following the main road southward. Surrounded by vast fields of crops, after half an hour of travel, they spotted a small village ahead, consisting of several hundred households. The village was enclosed by wooden fences, likely erected to guard against wild beasts. A considerable crowd had gathered at the village entrance. As Yi Yu and his companions drew near, they initially thought some incident had occurred, only to discover that this was none other than Shrek Academy. Staring at the plaque above the wooden archway bearing the 5 prominent characters, Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu was utterly astonished. Is this really Shrek Academy? I thought it was just a village, Tang San remarked. It appears so. These individuals are here to enroll their children, he observed. Yi Yu scanned the surroundings, noting approximately 100 applicants. Tang San was equally astonished, as it was entirely different from his expectations. Most people appeared bewildered, with many children expressing resistance. Dad, I don't want to study here. It's so embarrassing. All my friends have gone to prestigious academies. I'd rather attend Soto Intermediate Soul Master Academy. One child protested. Mom, I don't want to be here either. I was already a genius at Soto Primary Academy. How can I come to such a place? The parents mirrored their children's astonishment, questioning, is this truly Shrek Academy? The Spirit Hall claimed that graduating from here would earn one a title of Viscount in the Empire. Despite the stark contrast to their imaginations, they reasoned that it must be true since it was endorsed by the Spirit Hall. Children, let us enroll and see, they encouraged. Most children hung their heads in disappointment, believing that the more luxurious the academy, the more prestigious their education would be. A dilapidated appearance seemed to them an affront to their dignity. At the registration desk sat an elderly man, seemingly lethargic. His attire, while simple, resembled that of a village elder rather than someone of authority. When a young boy approached, the elder lazily stated, "Pay 10 gold soul coins for the registration fee." The boy's father placed the coins into a wooden box on the table. "Extend your right hand," the elder instructed. Following this, the elder scrutinized the boy's hand, shaking his head. Your age does not meet the requirements. Next, the father pleaded, Sir, could you make an exception? My son just turned 13 yesterday. He was 12 until then. The elder retorted firmly, no exceptions. What if I pay an additional 5 gold soul coins? Please let my child enter, the father implored. The elder's voice grew more impatient. The rules are absolute. Even if you offer 500, 5,000, or 50,000 gold soul coins, it is futile. Leave now, and do not waste others' time. Very well, then what about our registration fee? The father asked. The elder interrupted, it will not be refunded. Once registered, it is non-refundable. This regulation has been established from the outset. Did you not see it? Although the father seethed with indignation, he had no choice but to depart, muttering under his breath. Fine, if we're not accepted, then so be it. I have never encountered such unreasonable behavior. My son is a genius. There are better academies that would welcome him. While the father was displeased, the boy felt relieved at the prospect of not attending such a shabby institution. As time passed, many others who did not meet the criteria were forced to leave, grumbling. No wonder they are so poor. They refuse to accept capable students. My son at 14 is already at level 29 and possesses 200-year soul rings, yet they reject him. Once he graduates from another academy, he will undoubtedly surpass any graduate from Shrek. What a peculiar academy this is. Just wait. My son will achieve great renown, and you will regret not accepting him. Many individuals expressed their dissatisfaction, encouraging their sons to attend other academies to diligently hone their skills, aspiring to one day bring glory and challenge Shrek Academy. Suddenly, a figure emerged. Dai Mubai appeared, his soul power surging as he unleashed his 3 soul rings, yellow, yellow, and purple. Instantly, those seeking to register hesitated, turning away in fear. In this world, strength is the ultimate authority. Age verified. Unleash your martial soul, commanded the elder, who grasped the boy's hand. The boy summoned his martial soul, revealing a single yellow soul ring. The elder shook his head, declaring, not qualified, merely at level 19. Depart. To enter Shrek, the fundamental requirements are to be under 12 years old and possess a soul power of at least level 21. Sir, my son will surely reach level 21 before he turns 13 in 2 months. Can we register him now? The father pleaded. No, return when he achieves level 21. Next, the elder, resolute, aimed to instill a sense of awe. A formidable aura erupted from him, causing everyone to shudder. A patterned staff materialized in his hand, surrounded by 6 descending soul rings. White, yellow, purple, 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 and black. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 1,000 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. Everyone was taken aback. This seemingly ordinary farmer was, in fact, a soul emperor of over level 60. Consequently, those who were not qualified swiftly departed, no longer daring to harbor false hopes. Soon, only a dozen remained. The elder appeared indifferent, unconcerned even if merely 2 or 3 stayed. They sought only prodigies, valuing quality over quantity in their students. As it approached the turn of Yiyu and his companions, Dai Mubai cast a wary glance at Yiyu. At that moment, a girl was registering alone, without parental accompaniment or companions. Clad in a simple white dress, though she faced away, her silhouette was enchanting, slender waist, long hair cascading to her waist. Did I pass? The girl inquired softly, her voice melodious. Although her face was obscured, Dai Mubai's gaze revealed her to be extraordinarily beautiful. This lecherous fellow, his demeanor shifting from icy to one radiating a wolfish gleam, though not in the literal sense, rather in a predatory manner. The elder, surprised, asked, Do your family know you are here? After a brief hesitation, he instructed Dai Mubai, take her inside. Dai Mubai escorted the girl into the academy for the second round of assessments. At this moment, Yiyu discerned the girl's identity. Excluding Zhu Zhuqing, it must be Ning Rongrong. Xiao Wu glanced back, quickly understanding the situation, casting a disdainful look at Dai Mubai, remarking, Lecher. Yiyu turned to see a strikingly beautiful girl with a fiery figure, yet an icy demeanor. Upon seeing her, he comprehended the essence of an ice queen. He recognized her as Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing was stunning, with black hair and eyes, exuding an extraordinary beauty, and her frigid personality only enhanced her allure. When it was Tang San and Xiao Wu's turn, the elder nodded, age verified, unleash your martial souls. A blue radiance emanated from Tang San, while a red glow enveloped Xiao Wu. On Tang San's right hand, the blue-silver grass emerged, surrounded by 2 yellow soul rings. Xiao Wu's adorable rabbit ears perked up, her figure becoming more elongated as her martial spirit, the jade rabbit, manifested with 2 yellow soul rings as well. The elder observed the martial spirit on Tang San's hand with great astonishment. Could it truly be blue-silver grass? As a soul emperor, he was taken aback. Could blue-silver grass be cultivated to such a remarkable extent? It seemed there was something extraordinary about it. The elder sighed inwardly and said to Dai Mubai, "Please escort them inside." Dai Mubai led Tang San and Xiao Wu into the academy. When it was time for Yiyu, he glanced back with a slight smile and said, "You go ahead." Zhu Zhuqing nodded faintly and stepped forward. And Yiyu felt a fragrant breeze sweep past him. Next, it was finally Yiyu's turn. As he approached, the elder was unaware of anything regarding Yiyu, save for the dean, Flander, who was privy to his background. The elder cracked his knuckles, utterly astonished. This was something he had never encountered before. Such robust muscles and resilient bones. After his surprise, the elder exclaimed, "Young man, I see that your bones are extraordinary, unlike those of ordinary folk." Yiyu interrupted him, sensing that the elder was about to retrieve several tomes. "Would you like to know how I trained? Part of it is due to cultivation, and part is innate." The elder nodded, suppressing his astonishment, and said, "Please unleash your martial spirit." Yiyu complied, raising his right hand as a black radiance erupted, revealing a beautiful yet perilously striking 9-petaled black begonia flower. Surrounding the flower were specks of black light, swirling elegantly in the air. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings descended, encircling Yiyu and rotating around him. The elder, along with Dai Mubai, was left in a state of shock as they gazed upward. Their eyes traversed the soul rings, pausing at the uppermost 3rd ring. Purple-black. A millennium, 10 millennia. Chapter 54. It exploded. The elder and Dai Mubai were left dumbfounded. Even the usually composed Zhu Zhuqing had eyes wide with disbelief. How was this possible? The thoughts of the 3 were nearly identical, filled with incredulity. The first soul ring was a millennium, the second also a millennium, and the third, an astonishing 10 millennia. Such a soul ring configuration was beyond anyone's imagination. After recovering from his shock, Dai Mubai felt fortunate that Yiyu had not employed soul skills during their earlier spar. Otherwise, he would have endured more than just a bruised face. He would have been struck so hard that his own mother would not recognize him. The elder, having witnessed countless geniuses and prodigies, was utterly astounded today, unable to comprehend how this was possible. How did you achieve this? The first 2 soul rings, even for a prodigious talent, would be limited to a few hundred years at most. Your first soul ring is a millennium, and your second must be 8 or 9,000 years. The third, an incredible 10 millennia. Yiyu had refrained from using phantasm, for otherwise, the second soul ring would have turned purple, and the sight of it would have been even more shocking. Yiyu simply explained, "My physique is inherently different from others." The elder refrained from further inquiries, suppressing his astonishment. "Mubai, take her inside. Yiyu, follow me." The elder intended to take Yiyu privately into the academy, prompting Yiyu to inquire with curiosity, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" The elder replied, "I would like to introduce you to the dean." Yiyu, however, declined, stating, "There is no need. I am already acquainted with Dean Flanders. It was through his assistance that I obtained these 3 soul rings." Upon hearing this, the elder felt a surge of joy, realizing their prior connection. He had initially contemplated mentioning to the dean that such an extraordinary talent could be granted an exemption from the subsequent assessments. "Ah, what a delightful aroma!" Yiyu exclaimed, detecting the enticing scent of food. He turned towards the academy's dining hall, where Dean Flanders and the corpulent chef, Xiao Xian, were present. Dean Flanders instructed Xiao Xian, "Prepare the dishes you excel at." Xiao Xian expressed surprise. "Dean, given the academy's financial constraints, why are we splurging today?" The dean had procured an abundance of ingredients, including fish and meat, ensuring a lavish spread. At that moment, Dean Flanders noticed Yiyu's arrival and remarked, "This feast is prepared for him." The dean was well aware of Yiyu's voracious appetite and felt a sense of happiness that Yiyu had come to Shrek Academy. He was determined to provide a warm welcome. Moreover, Yiyu had previously gifted him 500 gold soul coins, which the dean utilized to acquire quality ingredients, ensuring Yiyu would enjoy a delightful meal. Dean Flanders then inquired, "Little Yu, have you completed the assessment?" The elder interjected, "We have only conducted the first round of interviews. I originally intended to bring him to you to request a special exemption, but I did not realize you were already acquainted." Upon sensing the delicious aroma, Yiyu had entered. As his strength grew, more accurately, as his physique strengthened, Yiyu found himself increasingly capable of consuming more food. His stomach began to rumble, and his eyes sparkled at the sight of the sizzling scallion beef being prepared. "Well then, little Yu, you should proceed to the second assessment. By the time you finish, the meal should be ready, and you 1T need to participate in the subsequent evaluations." "Then I shall take my leave," Yiyu replied. He quickly arrived at the location of the second assessment, where those who had passed the first round were awaiting. Just then, Oscar appeared, calling out, "Sausages for sale." Oscar's sausages, flavorful and spicy, at an affordable price, 5 copper soul coins each. "Don't miss out as you pass by." The enticing scent of meat wafted through the air, prompting Xiao Wu and Tang San to turn towards the source of the sound. A man with a full beard and charming peach blossom eyes pushed a cart towards them. Tang San asked, Xiao Wu, brother you, there are still a few people ahead of us. It isn't our turn yet. How about we grab breakfast first? Xiao Wu nodded. It smells delightful. Let us buy one to try. Yi Yu interjected, no need. After the assessment concludes, you can join me for a splendid feast, as Dean Flanders has prepared a sumptuous meal for me. Xiao Wu beamed. Being with brother you means enjoying delicious food. At that moment, Dai Mubai approached, saying, it's fortunate you didn't purchase any. You would surely regret it. Tang Sin inquired, oh, why is that? Dai Mubai glanced at Oscar, teasingly saying, come now. Little AO, bring out some fresh sausages. Oscar suddenly looked embarrassed. Boss Dai, we've been classmates for years. Do you have to make me look foolish in front of the newcomers? It might lead them to resent me. Just do it, and make haste. All right then, Oscar relented, extending his right hand and reciting the incantation. I possess a grand sausage. 2 yellow soul rings swirled around Oscar, and in his palm, an identical sausage materialized. At that moment, Tang San understood and felt relieved he hadn't purchased one, for associating it with Oscar's incantation rendered it utterly unappetizing. Oscar, on the verge of tears, lamented that to conjure a sausage, one must indeed recite the spell. When it was Tang San and Xiao Wu's turn to be assessed, they placed their hands upon the white crystal ball. A radiant glow emanated, and the teacher announced, proceed directly to the 4th round of assessment. Instantly, others were perplexed and questioned why they were allowed to bypass to the 4th round. The teacher replied nonchalantly, if your soul power exceeds 25 levels, you may advance. The others were taken aback, astonished that they needed to have more than 25 levels. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward, also qualifying to enter the 4th round directly. The testing crystals varied in color. The white one could only assess levels below 30. Should the level exceed 30, the crystal would shatter. When it was Yi Yu's turn, Dai Mubai whispered to the teacher, his soul power is above 30. We should use the blue crystal ball. The teacher was greatly astonished. Since he had reached the 2nd assessment, it implied he was not older than 12 years. This youth, not exceeding 12, possessed soul power beyond 30? The teacher was astounded. And apart from Tang San and Xiao Wu, the others were equally incredulous. The teacher believed Dai Mubai spoke the truth and marveled internally. In all these years, I have encountered no one above 30. What a prodigy. As the teacher prepared to fetch the blue crystal ball, Yi Yu interjected, perhaps we should use a purple one? The purple crystal, being a higher grade than the blue, momentarily startled the teacher. Purple? No need. The blue crystal can withstand soul power below 40, which is sufficient. Dai Mubai was bewildered by Yi Yu's assertion. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged surprised glances, uncertain of Yi Yu's actual level. Dai Mubai speculated Yi Yu's maximum to be 39, saying, the blue crystal can adequately endure, even if it reaches 40. Yi Yu nodded, very well. Soon, the teacher brought forth the blue crystal ball, and Yi Yu placed his hand upon it. As he released his soul power, the crystal radiated a brilliant azure light, becoming increasingly dazzling. The teacher's expression shifted to one of astonishment, then alarm. No, this is incorrect. As the brilliance intensified, a faint cracking sound echoed, and a fissure appeared on the crystal ball. The cracks multiplied, the light so blinding that all present squinted, shielding their eyes with their hands. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the blue light dissipated, and everyone opened their eyes to behold the scene before them. Jaws agape. A blue crystal ball had indeed exploded. Chapter 55, Zhao Wujia's impending action. Everyone stood in stunned silence. A blue-tier crystal ball had exploded. The teacher was incredulous. How could this be? Is your soul power above 40? Yet, that seemed incongruous, given he possessed only 3 soul rings. Yi Yu replied, I am at level 40. As for the explosion, it may be due to my unique constitution. The teacher was astounded. Indeed, at level 40, acquiring a soul ring meant he had achieved the rank of Soul Master. The teacher remarked, you may proceed directly into the academy without participating in the 4th assessment. This is the first time since the establishment of Shrek Academy that a student has been exempted from the latter 2 assessments. I possess the authority to make this decision. The teacher's pronouncement garnered no dissent from others. Yi Yu nodded. Very well, I shall take my leave. Xiao San, Xiao Wu, I will reserve some for you. With that, Yi Yu hastened away, eager to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, under the guidance of Dai Mubai, made their way to the area designated for the 4th assessment. Dai Mubai sighed. In the 20 years since Shrek's inception, a total of 42 students have been admitted, averaging no more than 2 each year. If you 4 pass, it will shatter the record. This year will mark 5. Aside from the aloof Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong were astonished. Only 42 students in 20 years? How many students are currently enrolled? Including myself and the already accepted Yiyu. There are a total of 4, replied Tang-san. They exchanged incredulous glances, realizing that before their arrival, there had been merely 3 students in the academy. The scarcity of students was indeed remarkable. However, given the institution's preference for exceptional talent, a smaller cohort was understandable. Dai Mubai's face bore a mixture of admiration and pride. The principal had once remarked that it was better to have fewer but exceptional students. Only 14 had graduated from the academy. Yet each had become a figure of global renown. The most distinguished among them had already ascended to the position of the youngest elder in the Spirit Hall, second only to the Pope in authority. Other students had either failed to reach level 40 before the age of 20 or had perished while hunting spirit beasts. The principal had insisted that none should venture out to bring shame upon the academy without achieving level 40. Dai Mubai then exclaimed, however, Yiyu is truly a prodigy among prodigies. He could graduate at any moment, and by acquiring a spirit ring, he would surpass level 40. Undoubtedly, setting an unbreakable graduation record. They arrived at an open space where a man in his 50s reclined in a chair, seemingly asleep. Dai Mubai spoke up, Teacher Zhao, I have brought candidates for the 4th assessment. The man opened his bleary eyes and, upon glancing at them, exclaimed, oh, this year there are 4. Dai Mubai continued. All 4 of them have been exempted from the 3rd assessment to come directly here, and one of them is already a student of Shrek, who has also been excused from the 4th assessment. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujing's expression darkened. What? Exempted from the 4th assessment? This has never been a precedent before. What sort of prodigy is it that warrants such an exemption? Teacher Zhao, this was the decision made by the instructor from the 2nd assessment, Dai Mubai replied. Zhao Wujing, clearly irritated, retorted, this decision is preposterous. The examination standards of the academy are already exceedingly rigorous, and to allow someone to bypass the 4th assessment is outrageous. Dai Mubai, you must bring this newcomer who was exempted from the 4th assessment here for evaluation. However, Dai Mubai did not heed his request and explained, Teacher Zhao, are you certain you want me to summon him? His spirit power has reached level 40, and his 3 spirit rings are of 1,000 years, 1,000 years, and 10,000 years. What? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia was momentarily stunned, doubting whether Dai Mubai was jesting. Mubai, are you truly not joking with me? Or has that lad already surpassed the age of 12, making him your contemporary? Even if he is of the same age, he cannot be allowed entry without the dean's decision. Zhao Wujia had initially intended to argue that even a 15-year-old at level 40 would not suffice. Yet the soul rings were 2,000-year ones and one 10,000-year one. Therefore, regardless of his age, approval from the dean was essential. Dai Mubai replied, Teacher Zhao, his age is indeed appropriate, 11.5 years, not even 12 yet. What? Zhao Wujia's astonishment returned, leaving him in a stupor for quite some time. 11 years old, level 40, with 2,000-year soul rings and one 10,000-year ring. This was, in Zhao Wujia's eyes, inconceivable, yet given his own imposing presence, Dai Mubai would not dare to make such a jest. Teacher, shall I begin assessing them now? Zhao Wujia dismissed further contemplation of what kind of anomaly this was. He would discover it soon enough. He resolved to conduct the 4th round of evaluations first. I will assess you, he declared. Dai Mubai, though surprised, did not voice his concerns, replying, very well, Teacher Zhao. As Zhao Wujia approached, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped Tang, San, and the others. Despite Zhao Wujia's modest height, his physique was notably robust, brimming with muscle. I am Zhao Wujia. For this 4th round, I shall be your assessor. You have the duration of an incense stick to deliberate and familiarize yourselves with one another. If you can endure for the time it takes to burn an incense stick under my scrutiny, you shall pass the assessment. Should you fail, you must depart. Dai Mubai was taken aback by the severity of the challenge. Teacher Zhao, is that truly appropriate? He understood Zhao Wujia's prowess. Although Tang San was formidable and the other 3 girls appeared impressive, enduring even for the duration of an incense stick before Zhao Wujia seemed nearly impossible. Zhao Wujia shot him a glare. What is inappropriate about it? If I say it is permissible, then it is. Begin. Noticing Dai Mubai's anxious expression, Tang San inquired, Mubai, is Teacher Zhao a soul emperor? Dai Mubai shook his head. No. The ever-confident Xiao Wu interjected, if he is not a soul emperor, then we can manage this. After all, we are nearing level 30, and in a 4-on-1 scenario, as long as our strengths are not excessively disparate, enduring for an incense stick's duration should not be overly difficult. Dai Mubai cast a sympathetic glance at them. Teacher Zhao is not a soul emperor. He is a level 76 soul sage. Moreover, he wields a beast martial soul, the great strength diamond bear, a remarkably powerful beast martial soul. He excels in strength and defense, rendering him nearly impervious to attacks from any soul sage of the same rank. While speed is not his forte, The disparity in strength between you and Teacher Zhao is vast. Facing him for the duration of an incense stick is, in my view, nearly impossible, even with my assistance. Now, I can only hope that Teacher Zhao will not take this too seriously. Tang San nodded solemnly. Understood. As Tang San and his companions began to deliberate, Yi Yu arrived, bearing 2 packages of freshly roasted chicken, intending to share them among Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. Even though they were wrapped, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, reaching Xiao Wu's senses. Yi Yu remarked, "It seems you all may require some time to conclude your discussions." However, he turned his gaze toward Zhao Wujia, an expression of sympathy flickering in his eyes. "Are you certain you wish to take matters into your own hands?" Zhao Wujia paused momentarily, perplexed by the identity of this young man who regarded him with such compassion. Shouldn't he be feeling sympathy for Tang San and the others? He pondered. Dai Mubai interjected, "Teacher Zhao, this is Yi Yu, the one who directly exempted them from the assessments of the 3rd and 4th trials. He is a level 40 support-type soul master, with 2,000-year soul rings and 1 10,000-year soul ring." Zhao Wujia scrutinized Yi Yu intently and inquired, "Do you wish to assist them? You have the option to either join them in the 4th trial or depart." With confidence in the abilities of the 4, Yi Yu replied, "While I believe they can succeed, as the leader of Xiao San and Xiao Wu, I must lend my support." Zhao Wujia nodded. "Very well. You 5 may commence your discussions." Yi Yu suggested, "There's no rush. Xiao San, come here. I brought 2 steaming roasted chickens for you to enjoy first." Zhao Wujia felt slightly underestimated. Instead of showing urgency or tension, they began to eat. He silently mused, "Soon, you shall regret this." Ning Rongrong, enticed by the aroma, was already salivating. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong began to share the meal, while Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, standing aloof. Yi Yu tore off a chicken leg and offered it to Zhu Zhuqing with a gentle smile, saying, "Please, eat. A full belly will grant you more strength, which may enhance your chances of success." Zhu Zhuqing nodded slightly, accepting the chicken leg and softly uttering, "Thank you." Zhao Wujia, no longer imposing, reclined in his chair, waiting leisurely. Yi Yu observed Zhao Wujia's relaxed demeanor and inwardly sighed. "You may be at ease now, but come nightfall, your trials will begin." Once they had satisfied their appetites and wiped the grease from their lips, Tang San proposed, "Let us introduce ourselves along with our abilities. I am Tang San. My martial soul is blue silvergrass, and I am a level 29 control type," he began. "I am Xiao Wu. My martial soul is the soft bone rabbit. And I am a level 29 assault type," she continued. "I am Ning Rongrong. My martial soul is the 7 treasure glazed tile, and I am a level 26 support type." She introduced herself. "I am Zhu Zhuqing. My martial soul is the nether cat, and I am a level 27 agility type," she added. "I am Yi Yu. My martial soul is the Nine-Spirit Black Hawthorn, and I am a level 40 support type," he concluded. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing collectively felt that Yi Yu was an extraordinary anomaly. They considered themselves to be prodigies. However, in comparison to Yi Yu, they felt rather ordinary. Ning Rongrong found this revelation somewhat disheartening, but her curiosity was piqued. "Are you also a support type? That is splendid. With 2 support types, we can amplify our supportive attributes. What kind of enhancements does your martial soul provide?" Ning Rongrong elaborated, "Currently, I possess 2 soul rings that bestow enhancements in strength and speed, each augmenting by 30%. A 30% increase is indeed formidable, and as 1's level rises, each additional soul ring grants an extra 10% increase. In the presence of the soul masters from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, they would be fervently courted across the 2 great empires. The 7 treasure glazed tile tower, revered as the foremost aid, possesses a terrifying amplification effect, albeit one that does not stack. For instance, if 2 soul masters from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect were to collaborate, the amplification would only be based on the one with the highest soul power. However, when paired with another auxiliary system, the effects can indeed accumulate. Thus, possessing 2 auxiliary systems currently instills them with immense confidence. Yet, having 2 auxiliary systems within a single team also presents challenges, as it necessitates a greater degree of attention and care. Yi Yu began to softly expound upon his soul abilities, and Ning Rongrong, increasingly astonished, felt that Yi Yu's Nine-Spirit Black Tang auxiliary prowess surpassed even that of his 7 treasure glazed tile. Tang San and Xiao Wu, having witnessed such marvels before, had come to regard Yi Yu's Nine-Spirit Black Tang as destined to become the preeminent auxiliary martial soul on the continent. Even Zhu Zhuqing, with her typically serene demeanor, exhibited signs of surprise. As the incense burned down, Zhao Wujia granted no extra time to Yi Yu and his companions. "Have you reached a consensus? I shan't extend your time further. You must already be regretting how long it took to eliminate the chickens just now." Zhao Wujie surmised that the brevity of their time together indicated their discussions were incomplete. Yi replied, "We may commence." Zhao Wujie paused, taken aback by the unexpected readiness. "Very well, let us begin and see what strategies you have devised in such a short span." He reignited another stick of incense, then clasped his fists together, producing a resonant sound that heightened the invisible pressure in the air. Ning Rongrong, with an ethereal grace, twirled in place, vibrant, multi-hued light radiating from her being. This kaleidoscopic illumination coalesced in her right hand, gradually manifesting as a splendid seven-treasure tower. The tower gleamed resplendently, exuding an air of nobility. Ning Rongrong floated like a celestial being, two yellow soul rings swirling around her. The seven treasures are renowned, the first being strength, for beams of colored light burst forth, enveloping Yiyu, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. Instantly, they felt a gentle, warm energy surging within them, invigorating their very essence. Zhao Wujie exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness! There is actually a disciple from the seven-treasure Glazed sect among this year's candidates. Flander will surely be thrilled upon learning this." The seven treasures are also famed for their speed. Another 4 beams of colored light emanated from the seven-treasure tower, cascading over Yiyu and his companions, making them feel significantly lighter. Tang San silently mused. The seven-treasure Glazed tower truly lives up to its reputation. However, compared to Brother Yu's Nine-Spirit Black Tang, it still falls short. Brother Yu's amplifications enhanced 2 attributes for each soul ability. At this moment, Yiyu's right hand unfurled the Nine-Spirit Black Tang, strikingly beautiful, yet imbued with an air of danger. Zhao Wujie, filled with astonishment, remarked, "What martial soul is this? I have never seen anything like it." 3 soul rings, which would make even monsters envious, manifested around Yiyu, shimmering in hues of purple and black. As Yiyu's second soul ring radiated brilliance, the Nine-Spirit Black Tang emitted tiny black lights that transformed into 4 black petals, which then descended upon himself, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. Instantly, Zhu Zhuqing's cold, beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her heart racing with shock. She felt her strength surge dramatically, alongside a significant enhancement to her physical defenses. Moments ago, Yiyu had revealed the capabilities of his martial soul, leaving Ning Rongrong in disbelief. However, they now accepted the truth. Yiyu possessed 3 soul rings, bestowing him with an impressive 40% increase in power and 35% in defense. Astonishing, Zhao Wujie was taken aback, keenly aware of the shift in the energies around Yiyu and his companions. He had never encountered such a martial soul before. Its auxiliary capabilities were remarkably potent, surpassing even the seven treasures Glazed Pagoda by an additional enhancement attribute. Zhao Wujie, astonished, sighed inwardly. "Is this truly the outcome of your deliberations? In such a short span of time, you have managed to bring forth 2 support-type souls without any intent of protection. How disappointing." Thus, he decided to eliminate one of them first. With his legs bent, Zhao Wujie surged forward with explosive speed. A thunderous sound erupted, shaking the very earth as he charged towards Yiyu. Initially, he intended to defeat Ning Rongrong first. If an opponent possessed a soul master of the seven treasures Glazed Pagoda, it was imperative to neutralize them at once. However, his desire to strike Yiyu first grew stronger, as Yiyu had dared to cast a sympathetic glance in his direction, which irked him. Upon realizing that Yiyu's auxiliary prowess was on par with that of the seven treasures Glazed Pagoda, Zhao Wujie resolved to vanquish Yiyu first. Casting a quick glance, Zhao Wujie noted that Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing showed no intention of intervening. Had they deemed their speed insufficient and surrendered? He fixed his gaze on Yiyu, delivering a straightforward punch. "Then, you shall be the first to fall." Chapter 57. The Bewildered Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie's punch, delivered with casual force, required no soul skills. Merely a fraction of his soul power was enough to make it formidable, especially against an auxiliary type. He believed this strike could effortlessly send Yiyu flying, rendering him powerless. Observing Yiyu's lack of response, Zhao Wujie was not surprised, convinced that Yiyu had not even had time to react. In his mind, he anticipated the moment Yiyu would be sent sprawling by his blow. Sighing inwardly, an auxiliary type remains just that. No matter how powerful their support abilities, they possess a critical vulnerability themselves. Once defeated, their strength is rendered moot. The span from Zhao Wujie's initial movement to his arrival before Yiyu was merely a second. Just as Zhao Wujie's fist was about to connect with Yiyu, the latter suddenly clenched his left hand into a fist and struck out. Zhao Wujie was taken aback. He can react? For a fleeting moment, he thought it was futile, but then his expression shifted in alarm, for Yiyu's punch was exceedingly ferocious. Yiyu's response was instantaneous. His fist surged forth, nearly colliding with Zhao Wujie's in that very instant. Despite Zhao Wujia's shock at the turn of events, he attempted to muster his strength, but it was too late. Bang! The two fists collided with a resounding thud, sending ripples of energy outward. The ground beneath them cracked and buckled, with the longest fissure extending 20 meters. In that moment of impact, Yi Yu's right arm extended decisively, while Zhao Wujia's arm trembled, and he was sent hurtling backward. Zhao Wuji was struck by an overwhelming force that shattered his own strength, a force so terrifying it eclipsed even the might of a level 40 assault-type spirit master. His fist throbbed painfully, and a slight numbness crept through his right arm as he was sent flying 10 meters. Crashing into the chair he had leisurely reclined in moments before. The chair exploded into splinters, scattering with chips everywhere. As he landed, Zhao Wuji exerted himself to regain his balance, taking 3 steps back before finally stabilizing himself, with bits of wood still clinging to his shoulders and hair. Ignoring the debris, he stood there, utterly dazed. Was this an auxiliary-type spirit? Zhao Wuji was filled with astonishment. Yi Yu's power was far more formidable than that of a level 40 assault-type spirit master. Initially, he had thought that with a simple, unembellished punch, without even utilizing his soul skills, he could easily defeat anyone from the auxiliary category. Yet, in that moment of collision, he sensed something was amiss. Yi Yu, with his meticulous calculations, had chosen the perfect moment to strike, just as Zhao Wuji was about to be attacked. The instantaneous clash left Zhao Wuji little time to react, and even the residual strength he managed to summon was formidable. After all, he was a level 76 soul sage, and the force he generated in that brief moment was powerful enough that even Dai Mubai at full strength would find it difficult to withstand. Zhao Wuji had initially believed his punch was sufficient, but the force of Yi Yu's fist during the collision was beyond his wildest imaginings. Moreover, Yi Yu's body remarkably withstood the impact of both forces without a trace of tremor or pain. This first encounter revealed to Zhao Wuji that Yi Yu possessed not only immense strength, but also formidable defensive capabilities. This was undoubtedly not solely due to the assistance of the 7-treasure Glazed tile and the 9-spirit Blackthorn, but rather a testament to Yi Yu himself. Behind Yi Yu, Ning Rongrong stood frozen, equally bewildered. At the outset of their discussions, she and Zhu Zhuqing had been astonished. Unable to fathom Yi Yu's assertion that he required no protection, she had been concerned, as it was common knowledge that in battle, protecting the auxiliary type was paramount. Especially since her martial soul was the 7-treasure Glazed tile, Zhao Wuji would surely target her first. Yet, Yi Yu had insisted that Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing need not concern themselves with her, declaring, "With me by Rongrong's side, Zhao Wuji cannot harm her." At that moment, apart from Tang San and Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were left utterly confounded. An auxiliary protecting another auxiliary? They found it hard to believe. However, witnessing the current scene left them speechless, and they began to understand why Yi Yu exuded such confidence. He was truly formidable. Ning Rongrong questioned her own understanding. Why was there such a vast disparity among auxiliary-type spirit masters? Zhao Wuji, still reeling from the shock, inquired, "Yi Yu, are you perhaps a twin martial soul? You must possess a powerful beast martial soul as well." He speculated that Yi Yu was indeed a twin martial soul. Otherwise, how could an auxiliary type wield such terrifying strength and defense? Yi Yu shook his head, responding, "I do not possess a second martial soul. I am purely a support-type spirit master." Zhao Wuji, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing. The 3 individuals wore expressions of disbelief. "Are you certain you are not jesting with me?" Zhao Wuji inquired. The support class has always been known for its fragility. No amount of training could possibly endow one with such formidable physique and strength. Zhao Wujia was skeptical. Beside him, Dai Mubai chuckled wryly. "Teacher, I was bested by him yesterday, and at that moment, he hadn't even unleashed his martial spirit or utilized any soul skills." Zhao Wujia was astonished. Glancing at Dai Mubai's face, which bore some bruises despite having consumed Oscar's recovery sausage, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Zhao Wujia's expression, intertwined with a hint of embarrassment. Initially, he assumed that Yi Yu and his companions had come to no consensus and were rather foolish for isolating the 2 support classes. Now, he realized his error. It was not isolation, but rather Yi Yu protecting Ning Rongrong. It was no wonder he had misjudged. On the battlefield, who could have anticipated that the guardian of the 7-treasure Glazed tile martial soul would be from the support class? Zhao Wujia spoke with a solemn tone. "No wonder you were exempted from the 3rd and 4th assessment. No wonder your first 3 soul rings consist of 2,000-year and 1 10,000-year rings. You must possess innate divine strength and a physique that is extraordinary. Lacking a second martial soul, one could only surmise thus." Yi Yu nodded affirmatively. Zhao Wujia remained astonished, unable to quell the tumult within. Even so, it was undeniably terrifying. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Yi Yu, unable to suppress her admiration. Impressive, she remarked. Zhao Wujie brushed off the sawdust from his shoulders and hair, his expression sour as he realized he had lost face right at the outset, having been struck and sent flying by a single punch. Clearly, he needed to take this seriously. With a surge of soul power, he let out a low shout, his body expanding and towering over 2 meters, appearing extraordinarily robust. Simultaneously, 7 resplendent soul rings cascaded from above, encircling him in a radiant display. From bottom to top, the soul rings were yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. At that moment, Yiyu uttered words that left Zhao Wujie astounded. Then I too shall take this seriously. Under Zhao Wujie's incredulous gaze, Yiyu removed his inner vest, unfastened the arm guards and knee pads. Holding them in both hands, Zhao Wujie was momentarily taken aback, scoffing. What difference does removing those make? Before he could finish his thought, his words were abruptly silenced. Yiyu relaxed his grip, causing the vest, arm guards, and knee pads to crash to the ground with a resounding boom. The earth trembled beneath the impact, creating 2 massive depressions on either side of Yiyu. The entire Shrek Academy quivered. Teachers and chefs rushed out, fearing an earthquake had struck. Cracks, like a spider's web, spread outwards from Yiyu, proliferating in all directions. Zhao Wujie stood in astonishment, gazing at the densely packed fissures radiating from Yiyu, each extending over 100 meters. He was utterly dumbfounded. Just how heavy could those be? Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were similarly stunned, having assumed the vest and knee pads were merely ordinary, only to discover their unexpected weight. They realized that they were enhanced with gravity plates. How heavy could they possibly be? Their minds raced with shock. Zhao Wujie inquired in astonishment, just how heavy is that? Have you been moving about in such heavy gravity gear all along? Yiyu nonchalantly remarked, it's not that heavy. It totals merely 50,000 pounds. Zhao Wujie, in disbelief, exclaimed, 50,000 pounds? For someone like me, without the aid of soul power or skills, it would be impossible to bear such weight. Yet, how has Yiyu, at merely 11 years of age, accomplished this feat? Ning Rongrong was astonished, realizing that each item weighed 10,000 pounds. Previously unnoticed, Yiyu moved with an effortless grace, defying the expectations of a support-type soul master. The mere thought of even one item could crush her. After recovering from his shock, Zhao Wujie marveled, truly, a monster among monsters. Not only should he be exempt from 3 or 4 assessments, but he could also gain direct entry into Shrek Academy without any evaluation. Suppressing his astonishment, Zhao Wujie focused on ensuring that Tang San and his companions would not pass easily. With a low roar, Zhao Wujie activated his first soul skill, the immovable king body. Dai Mu Bai, with a grave expression, cautioned, Teacher Zhao is about to use his first soul skill. Be careful. The immovable king body combined offense and defense, and with a significant level disparity, Zhao Wujie was confident that no one could challenge him. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing prepared to strike. Xiao Wu sprang forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, aiming at Zhao Wujie. As she approached, Zhao Wujie remained motionless, arms crossed before him, a smirk of disdain playing on his lips. Infuriated, Xiao Wu retorted, you underestimate me. Zhao Wujie's indifference only fueled her determination. She maneuvered behind him, delivering a powerful kick to his shoulder, producing 2 muffled thuds that indicated her strength. Yet, Zhao Wujie remained unfazed. With a dismissive grin, he remarked, you lack power. Little girl. Incensed, Xiao Wu declared, then allow me to demonstrate my strength. Suddenly, she tightened her feet, striking the carotid arteries on either side of Zhao Wujie's neck. With a twist of her body, she executed a graceful spin in the air. Zhao Wujie, still unimpressed, believed it impossible for her to move him. However, at that moment, Tang San sprang into action, unleashing the blue-silver grass, which surged forth like a multitude of serpents, swiftly ensnaring Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie, still motionless, allowed himself to be bound, inwardly surprised. Is this blue-silver grass? Remarkably resilient. He felt the tightening of his body as the robust tendrils held firm, showing no signs of wear. As the blue-silver grass ensnared him, it released paralytic toxins while lifting him off the ground. Instantly, Zhao Wujie found himself rotating under the influence of Xiao Wu's feet. She executed a backflip, supporting herself with her hands, and prepared to slam Zhao Wujie's head into the ground. Yet, as Zhao Wujie braced himself with his hands, Xiao Wu suddenly felt her feet trapped. Unable to force him down, Zhao Wujie exerted his strength to effortlessly break free from Xiao Wu's grasp, spinning gracefully in midair before landing firmly. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing launched her attack. Her martial spirit manifested, and her hands transformed into sharp, claw-like appendages. As she moved, she left behind a flurry of afterimages, closing in on Zhao Wujie's and seeking out his vital points, her claws slicing rapidly through the air. However, Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned grave as she realized that Zhao Wuji's body was as tough as steel. Despite her relentless onslaught, her claws merely shredded his clothing without leaving a mark upon his skin. After landing, Zhao Wuji's remained stationary, allowing Zhu Zhuqing to continue her assault. With a brilliant glow, Zhu Zhuqing activated her second soul ring and unleashed her second soul skill, Phantom 100 Claws. The claws, sharp and penetrating, tore at him ceaselessly, striking the same vulnerable spot over 100 times within mere moments. If a single strike could not inflict damage, she would accumulate her efforts at the same spot. Zhao Wuji's began to feel the sensation of pain as the relentless cuts on his back intensified, threatening to break the skin if this continued. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji's back convulsed with a surge of wild power, sending Zhu Zhuqing flying backward, her arms aching and nearly dislocating. Xiao Wu was also knocked back in the process. Tang San released his blue-silver grass, wrapping around Xiao Wu and gently lowering her to the ground. In a swift motion, Yi Yu appeared behind the airborne Zhu Zhuqing, catching her in his embrace. Cradled in Yi Yu's arms, Zhu Zhuqing found little concern for the distinction between genders. The force of the previous blow had nearly rendered her unconscious, and her arms throbbed with pain. The sight of her delicate brows furrowed in discomfort stirred feelings of sympathy. Meanwhile, Yi Yu glanced at Xiao Wu and noticed her pained expression, a trace of blood staining the corner of her mouth. Yi Yu's countenance darkened, and Tang San could not maintain his composure either. Having known each other for so long, their bonds ran deep, having long since considered themselves siblings. Yi Yu gently set Zhu Zhuqing down, and Ning Rongrong hurriedly stepped forward to support her. With 3 soul rings pulsating around him, Yi Yu fixed his gaze upon Zhao Wuji's and forcefully propelled himself off the ground. A resounding boom echoed as the earth beneath him caved in. Before the debris could even scatter, Yi Yu had vanished from sight. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment, so fast. Even Tang San, using his purple extreme magic eye, found it difficult to capture Yi Yu's figure. Although they had often teamed up with Xiao Wu and sparred with Yi Yu, he had never removed his burdens. Now, having shed 50,000 pounds, Yi Yu's speed had increased exponentially. As Yi Yu darted toward him, Zhao Wuji's eyes reflected a newfound seriousness. No longer casually resting his arms, he extended them outward, shattering the surrounding blue-silver grass with a powerful force. Zhao Wuji's arms swelled with muscle, his aura becoming ferocious and his stance more grounded. His feet sinking into the earth. Despite remaining stationary, he was clearly more vigilant in his defense. Boy, though your strength is formidable, your attacks against me are futile. I will not be sent flying again. Under this first soul skill, Unmovable King, if I am still knocked away, I shall no longer be called the Unmovable King. Zhao Wuji exuded an air of unwavering confidence. Despite having witnessed Yi Yu's formidable power and acknowledging its strength, he was certain that once the burdens were shed, Yi Yu's abilities would be further amplified. Speed, after all, equated to power. An increase in velocity would undoubtedly result in a more forceful assault. Yet Zhao Wuji held an even deeper conviction in his own capabilities, resolute in the belief that he would not be sent flying by Yi Yu. After all, he was renowned across the continent as the Immovable King. With his imposing presence, the Immovable King unleashed a torrent of energy, causing the ground to shatter and stones to scatter in all directions. However, this overwhelming force was effortlessly disregarded by Yi Yu, who remained unperturbed. Zhao Wuji felt a flicker of surprise. The very same aura had caused Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu to retreat and sustain injuries. Yet it had utterly failed to affect Yi Yu. Nevertheless, Zhao Wuji dismissed the incident, convinced that no assault could possibly harm him. In a flash, Yi Yu surged forward, materializing beside Zhao Wuji in less than a second, launching a fierce flying kick aimed squarely at the right side of Zhao Wuji's head. Zhao Wuji stood his ground, as steadfast as a mountain, but as he sensed the terrifying force behind Yi Yu's kick, he marveled at the undeniable increase in strength. However, he remained resolute that it would be impossible for Yi Yu to displace him. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji sensed a shift in the atmosphere. A glimmer of malice flickered in Yi Yu's eyes as he intoned, "Immovable King? I shall make you move." Without warning, the third black soul ring on Yi Yu's body glowed ominously. Zhao Wuji, sensing imminent danger, felt his expression shift in alarm, realizing it was too late to evade or retaliate. With a resounding impact, Yi Yu's right foot struck Zhao Wuji's head with tremendous force, sending him soaring into the air like a cannonball. The velocity at which Zhao Wuji was propelled was even greater than before, the wind whistling past his ears as he experienced a disorienting buzz in his mind, akin to a swarm of bees invading his consciousness. Meanwhile, Yi Yu propelled himself forward once more, moving with astonishing speed, leaving Tang San and the others in disbelief, unable to comprehend the rapid movement, only catching a fleeting glimpse of a dark shadow. Yi Yu swiftly positioned himself behind the airborne Zhao Wuji, employing the technique of the chaotic cloak hammer. With his body half-turned, he anchored his feet firmly to the ground, his calf muscles tightening instantaneously, embodying the poised vigor of a coiled tiger. With a powerful thrust of his legs, the force surged through his thighs, twisting his waist and driving his arm downwards, delivering a monumental blow. In an explosive moment, his fist connected with the head of the disoriented Zhao Wuji. Just as Zhao Wuji was on the verge of regaining his senses, he was met with an even more ferocious strike. The impact halted his airborne trajectory, crashing him to the ground and creating a massive crater 10 meters in diameter. A network of wide fissures radiated from the center of the crater, spreading in all directions, with the longest crack extending a staggering 50 meters. Ning Rongrong stood in stunned silence, while Dai Mubai shuddered with relief, thinking to himself, "Thank goodness he only used soul power against me earlier. Had he unleashed his full strength like this, I would have been utterly obliterated." Dai Mubai was left in a state of shock, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the display. The force behind that punch was utterly terrifying. How could it be achieved? Despite being an auxiliary type, even with a physique that is extraordinary and the enhancement of auxiliary attributes, it was still exceedingly formidable. That punch was so fearsome that even a level 45 soul master struck in the head would meet instant demise. Zhao Wujie was buried deep underground, and several breaths passed without a sound. Ning Rongrong, as an auxiliary type, was most astonished, her face alight with admiration. Incredible. She never anticipated that an auxiliary type could possess such strength, surpassing even that of a power type. It was simply unfathomable. 10 seconds elapsed before Zhao Wujie emerged from the deep pit, shaking his head, slightly unsteady, stars dancing before his eyes, a trickle of blood appearing on his forehead. He shook his head again, regaining full consciousness and brushing off the dust from his face and body. Zhao Wujie gazed at Yi Yu, his heart filled with shock, and said with exasperation, "What a disgrace." He felt immensely embarrassed. If he had been sent flying the first time due to his complete ignorance of Yi Yu and having not utilized any soul skills, it could be understood and wouldn't be too humiliating. However, just moments ago, he had activated his first soul skill, the immovable king body, and was still kicked away by Yi Yu. Moreover, during his backward flight, he had endured another heavy strike from Yi Yu, which left his head throbbing in pain and him in a most undignified state. Observing Zhao Wujie in such a predicament, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong felt a sense of satisfaction. The onlooker Dai Mubai was also stifling a laugh, thinking to himself, "I don't know what got into him today." Insisting on taking action himself, and now he's in a pickle. Zhao Wujie shot Dai Mubai a glare and said sternly, "Mubai, come to me for practical lessons tomorrow." Instantly, Dai Mubai's expression turned sour, and he ceased his laughter. Zhao Wujie turned his astonished gaze back to Yi Yu. "You, my boy, are truly remarkable. As an auxiliary type, your offensive power surpasses that of a power type of the same level." Zhao Wujie's heart was in turmoil, even without attribute enhancement. He believed Yi Yu's strength would not pale in comparison to that of a power type. The weight of 50,000 pounds that Yi Yu carried indicated that his physique was not merely extraordinary. It was almost beyond human, akin to a humanoid soul beast. Zhao Wujie asked in astonishment. "That kick you delivered earlier was indeed powerful. I had confidence I could withstand it, but when your third 10,000-year soul ring shone, your strength surged dramatically. Is your third soul skill also an enhancement of power?" Zhao Wujie was intensely curious. Having been kicked away by Yi Yu and then struck on the head, causing him to be dazed for quite a while and even draw blood, all due to the third soul skill. Seeing Zhao Wujie's eagerness for knowledge, Yi Yu raised his chin defiantly. "Want to know?" "Not telling you. You brat." Zhao Wujie felt a surge of anger and replied gravely, "I shall cast aside all notions of face. Second soul skill." The second yellow soul ring on Zhao Wujie's body glowed, and Dai Mubai's expression changed in alarm as he cautioned, "Be careful. Teacher Zhao is about to attack." With his second soul skill, the mighty diamond palm, Zhao Wujie charged forward, causing the ground to tremble, his bear-like paw imbued with immense power hurtling towards Yi Yu. Unfazed, Yi Yu maintained his composure, showing no signs of fear. Once more, he harnessed the chaotic cloak technique, launching his right fist in response. Dai Mubai's expression shifted dramatically. He intends to clash head-on with Teacher Zhao's mighty diamond palm. As Dai Mubai felt a heavy weight in his heart, he sensed that Yi Yu might be sent flying this time. Tang San also felt the terrifying force of that palm strike. Were he in the same position, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it and would suffer severe injuries. Of course, if he were to evade, using the Ghost Shadow Perplexing track would allow him to escape. Although Tang San knew that Yi Yu possessed immense power, concern lingered in his heart. With a thunderous crash, the fist and palm collided, producing a sound that reverberated painfully in the ears of Tang San and the others. In that instant of collision, the ground beneath Yi Yu and Zhao Wujia's feet was upheaved to a height of 10 meters before cascading down. Tang San and the others gazed intently, witnessing both combatants with arms fully extended, remaining utterly still. Dai Mu Bai was astonished. Could it be an even split? Zhao Wujia was taken aback. Such formidable strength. His third soul skill must possess the ability to enhance power. The eternal soul ring on Yi Yu's body flickered once more, and suddenly, Zhao Wujia felt a chilling dread as he sensed his own defenses diminish. An instant later, a sharp pain shot through his hand, and his arm trembled with a sudden loss of strength, resulting in a resounding blast as Zhao Wujia was forced back 5 steps, while Yi Yu remained immovable. Dai Mu Bai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing were all left in stunned silence. Zhao Wujia was alarmed. What exactly is that third soul skill? Not only can it enhance strength, but also diminish defense? Ning Rongrong was equally astonished. The potency of the third soul skill was indeed terrifying. She felt that the ability of the Nine-Spirit Black Tang surpassed that of the 7-treasure Glazed tile Pagoda. Xiao Wu, seeing Zhao Wujia repeatedly suffer setbacks, felt a sense of comfort and turned to Yi Yu with curiosity. Brother Yu, what exactly is the nature of your third soul skill? Yi Yu had acquired the third soul ring long ago, but had never utilized it. Even Tang San was unaware. My third soul skill enhances attack power based on the target's defense. Like the previous 2 soul skills, it has an additional ability. Upon contact with the target, it reduces their defense. The reduction does not conflict with the primary ability, and the attack power remains unaffected by the decreased defense. Initially, it lowers defense by 5%, with an increase of 10% for each additional soul ring. Thus, I can currently reduce the target's defense by 35%. Chapter 60, One-on-One. Upon hearing about Yi Yu's third soul skill, everyone was left in shock. It was truly terrifying. Yi Yu continued. The main ability of the third soul skill is that it becomes stronger when facing a formidable opponent. If the opponent's defense is robust, my attack will be even more potent. When confronting soul masters, the minimum defense enhancement is 10%, while the maximum can reach 80%. Initially, it boosts by 20%, with an addition of 20% for each extra soul ring, so my current maximum enhancement is 80%. Teacher Zhao is a soul sage and a battle soul sage, and thus, for someone of my level, his defenses are naturally formidable, allowing my attack strength to reach its peak of 80%. All present were astounded. This third soul skill truly embodies the principle of growing stronger in the face of strength. Against those weaker than oneself, it would not yield significant enhancement. Naturally, when dealing with weaker opponents, this soul skill would be unnecessary. The terrifying aspect of this skill lies in its capacity to exert maximum effectiveness against those whose strength far surpasses one's own, while also possessing the ability to breach defenses, instantaneously lowering them upon contact, rendering opponents defenseless. Zhao Wujia marveled. What a terrifying soul skill. No wonder even my formidable Vajra palm could not withstand it. The punch that struck Zhao Wujia had accumulated power 4-fold. The 7 treasures glazed tile provided a 30% enhancement, followed by Yi Yu's second soul skill, which granted a further 40% boost, culminating in an additional 80% from the third soul skill after reaching its peak. When this force impacted Zhao Wujia, it breached 35% of his defenses, rendering the blow even more formidable against the already diminished Zhao Wujia. Under such a relentless sequence of terrifying augmentations, combined with Yi Yu's own strength, the outcome was exceedingly fearsome. Over the past 5 years, Yi Yu had absorbed 60% of his soul power, resulting in significant enhancements across all aspects of his physique, further fortified by rigorous training in a space of 20 times normal gravity. The stronger he became, the more potent his enhancements would be. If his base strength were equivalent to 1, a 10-fold increase would only yield 10. However, if his base strength were 10, a 10-fold amplification would result in 100. This illustrates why Yi Yu did not lament the absorption of 60% of his soul power, being naturally at full capacity at level 30, had he not absorbed so much. Becoming a Soul King would have posed no challenge. Nevertheless, the absorption yielded substantial benefits, rendering him exceptionally powerful and enabling him to easily contend with opponents of higher ranks. Zhao Wujia felt a tinge of regret. Previously displeased by the notion that someone could bypass the 4th assessment, he now wished for Yi Yu to refrain from participating. Clearing his throat, Zhao Wujia remarked, Yi Yu, half a stick of incense has passed. You have already assisted them greatly. It is time for you to depart. Yi Yu inquired, do I not need to partake in the 4th assessment? Zhao Wujia shook his head, of course not. Hurry and leave. Should Yi Yu continue to assist, it would allow Tang San and the others to breeze through the assessment, which was not his intention. He had engaged personally to gauge their capabilities and to temper their spirits. He could not allow them to become complacent simply because of their genius. As there had been instances in the past where Shrek had suffered from such arrogance, leading to a sluggish progression in their cultivation. By intervening directly and sternly, he aimed to instill in them the understanding that even geniuses remain weak if their soul power is insufficiently developed. This approach would motivate them to strive for greater heights. Yi Yu turned to Tang San, saying, "Little San, I shall take my leave now. You all must persevere." Tang San nodded earnestly. He too preferred that Yi Yu did not continue, as his overwhelming strength diminished the pressure they faced. As Yi Yu munched, he pondered, "Though Zhao Wujia's actions are for our benefit, there is also an element of bullying the weak. Having been sent flying twice was quite satisfying, so I shall refrain from further involvement and leave the remainder to him." That evening, Zhao Wujia would undoubtedly feel the strain. After Yi Yu's departure, Zhao Wujia resumed his rigorous training with Tang San and the others. Instantly, the pressure on the four intensified, leading to Xiao Wu sustaining injuries and fainting. Zhao Wujia sighed. "Indeed, after that lad left, you have proven to be lacking. Although you possess talent, you cannot withstand the disparity in strength. Not even half a stick of incense could you endure." Upon witnessing Xiao Wu's unconscious state, Tang San felt a surge of anger. Despite channeling his Xiantian skill into Xiao Wu's body, there was little response. Zhao Wujia reassured, "There is no need for concern. She is unharmed. Although she employed a soul technique aimed at confusion against me, the vast disparity in our powers resulted in a backlash against her. A night's rest will suffice for her recovery." Nevertheless, Tang San remained incensed. He then proposed a one-on-one duel, asserting that if he emerged victorious, it would signify the acceptance of the four of them. Observing Tang San's resolute demeanor, Zhao Wujia felt a surge of anticipation. "Very well. Let me witness the hidden depths of your strength." Tang San clenched his fists, preparing to exert his utmost effort and employ hidden weapons. He vividly recalled a phrase from the Xiantian treasure record: "Do not attempt to masquerade as a pig to devour a tiger, lest one truly transforms into a pig." Previously, he had endeavored to conceal his abilities, resulting in Xiao Wu's injury and unconsciousness. Had the adversary been genuine, the repercussions would have been dire, leading to lifelong regret. His hands glimmered with a pearlescent hue, tendrils of chill emanating from his fingers, his head slightly bowed, obscuring the violet hue of his eyes. Zhao Wujia astonished. Sensed the subtle shift in Tang San's aura. As Tang San unleashed his hidden weapons, Zhao Wujia found himself in a precarious situation. Resorting to his third soul skill, yet still unable to vanquish Tang San swiftly. As half a stick of incense burned away, Zhao Wujia grew anxious. As a dignified king of unmoving, struggling against a mere 12-year-old child was an embarrassment that would invite ridicule from his peers. The fourth soul ring around him flickered to life, and with a note of admiration, he remarked, "To compel me to utilize my fourth soul ring. You have proven yourself worthy of admission." Tang San, exhausting every ounce of his being, found himself weary after the duration of a stick of incense, nearing his limits. His complexion was ashen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Supported by Dai Mubai, he coughed once more, expelling blood. Zhao Wujia, too, felt the strain of the encounter. Confronted with unfamiliar hidden weapons and outmaneuvered by Tang San's intricate strategies, he suffered significant losses. Though he possessed the capability to obliterate Tang San with his fifth soul skill due to their power disparity, utilizing 4 soul rings was already excessive. He resolved not to unleash even greater strength. Tang San recognized that Zhao Wujia had only tapped into a fraction of his potential while he fought with all his might, thus enabling Zhao Wujia to suffer setbacks. In the face of such a formidable gap in strength, sustaining a duel for an entire stick of incense required the utmost exertion. Additionally, Xiao Wu's injury and unconsciousness ignited a fierce determination within him. Dai Mubai shouted, "Oscar, your moment has arrived." Soon after, Oscar rushed over, eagerly inquiring Dai, "Where is the business opportunity?" Dai Mubai gestured towards Tang San and the others, causing Oscar to freeze in astonishment. Apart from Ning Rongrong, everyone else bore injuries, including Zhao Wujia, which left Oscar utterly flabbergasted. Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing refrained from consuming anything. He seated himself cross-legged, initiating his recuperation. Zhao Wujia, unperturbed by matters of dignity, seized a recovery sausage and a detoxifying small sausage, consuming them, and his complexion improved significantly. At that moment, Yu finished his meal and, upon witnessing the scene, his expression darkened. Observing Xiao Wu, bloodied and unconscious in Ning Rongrong's embrace, and Tang San, who also bore significant injuries, with a pool of blood at his feet, Yi Yu's anger flared. As the leader, how could he not step forth to defend his comrades? Yi Yu raised his right hand, pressing it against the right side of his face, while casting a solemn gaze towards Zhao Wujia. "Teacher Zhao, It is now my turn to challenge you to a duel. You may employ your first 5 soul skills. If you can withstand my onslaught for the duration of an incense stick, I shall concede defeat. Tang San's heart tightened upon hearing this, and he followed the sound to see Yi Yu's determined stance, which sparked a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Is brother Yu about to? Chapter 61. With all his might, Yi Yu expressed his desire to engage Zhao Wujia in a one-on-one battle, permitting Zhao to utilize his first 5 soul skills. This revelation startled Tang San, filling him with concern. Merely facing 4 soul skills had left him barely able to endure for an incense stick's duration, utterly exhausted and drained. The thought of confronting Zhao Wujia with 5 soul skills was daunting, and he feared for his own safety. However, witnessing Yi Yu's bold demeanor offered Tang San a modicum of reassurance. Still, he felt compelled to intervene, believing that although Yi Yu might triumph, he would undoubtedly sustain injuries. Brother Yu, Xiao Wu and I are not in any significant danger. Yi Yu replied earnestly. You have already fought valiantly for Xiao Wu. As the leader, I cannot stand idly by while both of you are harmed. Zhao Wujia was taken aback, questioning if he had misheard. You claim you can last for an incense stick's duration under my hand and consider it a victory? Indeed, Yi Yu affirmed with a serious nod. Zhao Wujia found the notion rather amusing, retorting, shouldn't it be you who endures for an incense stick's duration against me? While you are formidable, if I unleash my 5 soul skills, even a soul master would struggle against me. Your robust physique, as a support type, allows you to challenge opponents of higher levels. Yet at best, you could match a level 45 battle soul master. Ning Rongrong held Yi Yu in high esteem. As a support type, he not only fought, but also surpassed conventional limitations. If all support types were aware, they would surely question their own existence. Typically, support types remained behind their teammates, bolstering their capabilities. While Yi Yu empowered himself and engaged in battle, Yi Yu provocatively inquired, what is the matter? Afraid? Worried I might give you a thorough beating? At this, Zhao Wujia felt a surge of anger. He had been caught off guard during his previous bout with Tang San, unprepared for the latter's needle-like weaponry, which had posed a significant challenge. Having witnessed Yi Yu's prowess, he believed that while the first 4 soul skills might pose a threat, he felt no fear regarding the 5th. Zhao Wujia exuded confidence. Although Tang San managed to wound me unexpectedly, I assure you, with my 5 soul skills, I shall not suffer harm again. Yi Yu approached Xiao Wu, summoning the Nine-Spirit Black Tang, which released flecks of dark light, coalescing into black petals that gently descended upon her. Instantly, Xiao Wu's complexion improved considerably, though she remained unconscious. Yi Yu knew she would recover with a bit of rest. Subsequently, Yi Yu turned his attention to treating Tang San, whose condition rapidly improved, the injuries healing significantly. Zhao Wujia observed in astonishment. Was the first soul skill healing? It appeared to be more effective than Oscar's recovery sausages. With 3 soul rings now, Yi Yu's first healing skill boasted a potency of 40%. Tang San rose, stretching his limbs, feeling almost entirely restored. Oscar was left in a state of astonishment, simultaneously troubled by the prospect of dwindling business opportunities. Ning Rongrong felt a surge of amazement. Such remarkable healing abilities. His martial spirit bears a striking resemblance to the Nine-Heart Tang, albeit in black. Could it be a mutation? Curiously, Ning Rongrong inquired. Yi Yu, are you a descendant of the Nine-Heart Tang sect? At the mere mention of the sect, Yi Yu's demeanor shifted, his expression turning cold as he replied, I am not. Oh, Ning Rongrong noted, sensing a subtle change in Yi Yu's countenance. As if he harbored intense animosity, suspecting a connection. Zhao Wujia had consumed Oscar's recovery sausage and, having sustained only light injuries, was nearly fully restored. Nevertheless, Yi Yu approached him and administered healing as well. Zhao Wujia questioned, are you planning to fight me later? My injuries might serve to your advantage. And since I have harmed your friend, you'd likely prefer me to be injured. Why then, do you wish to heal me? Unfazed, Yi responded. It is only fair that we fight when you are fully healed. I admit, I am somewhat displeased, but it matters not, for you will be injured again soon. Zhao Wujia, seething with anger, retorted with a grim smile. Very well, I accept your challenge. However, it should be noted that you must endure for the duration of a stick of incense in my presence for me to concede. After the healing, Yi stepped back, placing his right hand against the right side of his face, asking, are you certain? Zhao Wujia's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld a dark, bloody aura coalescing around Yi Yu's right cheek. Yi Yu's demeanor underwent a profound transformation, turning violent, shadowy, and bloodthirsty. Upon removing his hand, Yi Yu revealed a skeletal mask adorned with crimson patterns covering the right side of his face. His right eye's sclera transformed to a pitch-black hue, with the iris shimmering in gold. Everyone, save for Tang San, was utterly astonished. What was this? Suddenly, except for Tang San, all onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief, gazing at the 3 soul rings encircling Yi Yu. As the skeletal mask enveloped his visage, the colors of Yi Yu's soul rings shifted. The first soul ring radiated an even more intense purple glow, while the dazzling second purple soul ring morphed into black. The third soul ring, now a deep black, exuded a more potent darkness. How could this be? They were filled with dread, purple black. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 years. Yi Yu's soul rings had transformed, boasting two 10,000-year rings. They stood agape, their previous rings of yellow, and purple already representing an optimal configuration akin to their own. Yi Yu's initial two soul rings, 1,000 years, and the third, 10,000 years, had already been beyond belief, let alone this newfound enhancement. What adorned Yi Yu's face? Dai Mubai was utterly astonished. Zhao Wujia's shock was immeasurable as he gazed at the white skeletal mask on Yi Yu's face, filled with a mix of surprise and envy. Could it be a soul bone? Yi Yu clarified. To be precise, it is an external soul bone. Teacher Zhao, let us commence. Once ethereal, Yi Yu no longer resembled a support type. Instead, he emanated a bloodthirsty, violent, and perilously dangerous aura, akin to a demonic creature, imbued with pure malevolence. Suppressing his astonishment, Zhao Wujia summoned his 7 soul rings, his voice steady as he declared, "You, young man, are truly far beyond mere monsters. To describe you as a genius is an understatement. From now on, you shall be referred to as a prodigy. Now, let the battle begin, and do take care." As Zhao Wujia concluded his words, a third millennium soul ring of purple radiance shimmered around him as he proclaimed, "Gravity Enhancement." This third soul skill allowed him to amplify gravity within a designated area, thereby impeding the movement of his adversaries. Though his defensive capabilities were formidable, his speed was a notable weakness, particularly troublesome when confronting agile opponents. Thus, this soul skill served to mitigate his shortcomings. Upon activating his third soul skill, Zhao Wujia surged forward, each step causing the earth to tremble beneath him. His second soul skill, the mighty diamond palm, unleashed a ferocious strike akin to a bear's paw, and he was convinced that this blow would undoubtedly connect with Yi Yu, leaving no room for evasion. However, just as the palm was about to strike, it passed through Yi Yu with astonishing ease, leaving Zhao Wujia astounded, for there was no tangible contact. Yi Yu's form began to dissipate, revealing only an afterimage. Zhao Wujia was struck with disbelief. How can this be? In my gravity zone, how is he able to move with such speed? At that moment, Yi Yu charged from behind Zhao Wujia, fist clenched, his heart heavy with intent. I had initially resolved not to exert myself fully, thinking you would suffer tonight. But now, in the daylight, I shall ensure your discomfort. Chapter 62. Zhao Wujia spits blood. Yi Yu darted swiftly to Zhao Wujia's rear, a move that took Zhao Wujia completely by surprise, leaving him utterly unprepared. With a resounding impact, Yi Yu delivered a full-force punch to Zhao Wujia's back. Although lacking the enhancement from Ning Rongrong's soul skills, this blow was nonetheless mightier than the previous one. The sound of a dull thud echoed as Zhao Wujia staggered forward, nearly losing his balance. He swiftly turned around, yet Yi Yu's figure had vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Zhao Wujia surveyed his surroundings, attempting to track Yi Yu's movements. Even he, with his keen senses, could only catch fleeting glimpses of rapid afterimages. This kid is truly extraordinary. Within my gravity zone, he moves with such ease and speed, as if my gravity holds no sway over him. Zhao Wujia was alarmed. No wonder he exudes such confidence. With the mask obscuring his face, his soul power has surged by 2 levels, and the longevity of his soul rings has increased, enhancing his overall capabilities, making him even more formidable than before. Nevertheless, it was time to conclude this encounter. Zhao Wujia's 4th soul ring ignited, propelling him away at a speed that far surpassed Yi Yu's. Yi Yu recognized this as Zhao Wujia's 4th soul skill, Tracking Lock. He moved at full speed, but within moments, he found himself ensnared by the soul ring. Zhao Wujia grinned, leaping into the air, though Yi Yu continued to move swiftly. Zhao Wujia needed no sight to pivot and charge towards him. This 4th soul skill allowed him to track his target within a 100-meter radius once locked on, compensating for his slower speed and enabling him to unleash his strength more effectively. Mighty Diamond Palm. Zhao Wujia materialized above Yi Yu, certain that this time, Yi Yu would not evade. Rather than making direct contact, he positioned himself overhead and unleashed a powerful strike from above. The moment the blow was delivered, the ground beneath Yi Yu's feet crumbled significantly, a testament to the formidable might behind the palm strike. Yi Yu could not evade. Despite his rigorous physical training and formidable physique, the disparity in strength was simply too vast. Zhao Wuji's 4th soul skill allowed him to close the distance in an instant. Yi Yu chose not to dodge, instead raising his right arm to block. Boom. An overwhelming force descended, causing Yi Yu's body to sink. His feet seemingly anchored to the ground, yet his form remained unyielded. Zhao Wuji was astonished. This young man had endured my powerful Vajra palm. The force of that palm strike could shatter a boulder into dust and deform steel, yet he withstood it without sustaining any visible injury. How terrifying is his physique? What astonished Zhao Wuji even more was that Yi Yu bore the impact without external or internal harm. It seemed his bones and delicate organs had remained untouched. Zhao Wuji realized that Yi Yu's resilience was formidable both inside and out. With the first and second soul rings glowing, Yi Yu's vitality and defense had surged by 35%, further enhancing his already formidable constitution, enabling him to endure Zhao Wuji's palm strike. After his initial surprise, Zhao Wuji aimed to descend, preparing to deliver a heavy blow with his clasped fists. He believed that, due to his overwhelming power, even if Yi Yu lay on the ground uninjured, his body would be too weighed down to evade. The strike would surely dislocate Yi Yu's right arm, inflicting significant injury. However, in that moment of descent, Yi Yu unleashed a powerful left punch aimed directly at Zhao Wuji's abdomen. Was it an exchange of injuries? Yet, Yi Yu would sustain the more severe damage. Seeing Yi Yu's left fist barreling toward him, Zhao Wuji remained resolute, intent on delivering his heavy blow to Yi Yu's raised right arm. Now in the state of his first soul skill, the immovable king body, Zhao Wuji felt Yi Yu's punch was strong, but it would merely cause him discomfort. It would not harm him. He believed that after this collision, it would all come to an end, a smirk of confidence gracing his face. I, the immovable king, have already suffered enough humiliation. I shall not be embarrassed again. Zhao Wuji grinned, only to suddenly realize the ferocity of Yi Yu's left punch had escalated dramatically. Zhao Wuji's gaze fell downward, and his pupils dilated in shock. In an instant, Yi Yu's left arm and hand were enveloped in a dark golden bone armor. Is this an external soul bone for the left arm? Zhao Wuji was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the revelation that Yi Yu possessed two external soul bones, one for his head and one for his left arm. External soul bones were rare, and possessing two was almost unheard of. With no time to evade, Yi Yu had calculated the moment perfectly. Zhao Wuji could only hope that the abilities conferred by Yi Yu's left arm external soul bone were not excessively formidable, though an unsettling feeling gripped him as he sensed a pressure in his abdomen before the punch even landed. Bang! Bang! Zhao Wuji's fists collided with Yi Yu's raised right arm, causing it to plunge downward with a tremor. Simultaneously, a more thunderous sound erupted as the power and defense of Yi Yu's left arm, now covered by the external soul bone, surged dramatically. The moment their fists met, the force amplified exponentially. Zhao Wuji's eyes widened in astonishment, his gaze bulging as his abdomen suddenly concaved, propelling his body backward with great force. It seems your fortune has indeed taken a turn for the worse, triggering the highest multiplier. Zhao Wuji was propelled backward at an astonishing speed, and even Yi Yu struggled to catch up. When Zhao Wuji had traveled 200 meters, Yi Yu finally managed to close the gap. In the midst of his uncontrollable flight, upon seeing Yi Yu pursue him, the fifth soul ring, a black 10,000-year soul ring, suddenly shimmered with brilliance. The fifth soul skill? Gravity compression. Abruptly, the gravity intensified horrendously, compressing space inch by inch. Yi Yu felt as if a mountain was incessantly pressing down upon him with immense force. He could withstand the gravitational space, but in the face of this gravitational compression, he experienced the terror of such power, akin to a watermelon beneath a hydraulic press, destined to burst in the blink of an eye. However, Yi Yu possessed a formidable physique. This pressure was even more terrifying than the force of a 100-meter waterfall he had previously faced, yet now his body was even more resilient, barely able to endure for a few breaths. With a surge of strength, Yi Yu exerted himself, leaping upward against the crushing weight, the bones within him creaking under the strain, and blood seeped from his pores. Yet, to Yi Yu, this pain was trivial. Upon witnessing Yi Yu leap, Zhao Wuji was left dumbfounded. Even a rank 49 soul master would be instantly flattened by his fifth soul skill, becoming a mere puddle of flesh within moments. Yet Yi Yu withstood it. As he watched Yi Yu's left fist, adorned with the external soul bone, descend once more, Zhao Wuji felt an eerie sense of familiarity. Just like before, he was sent flying by a punch, pursued again, and then struck down into the ground. Boom! Yi Yu's punch targeted Zhao Wuji's abdomen once again, causing blood to spill from the corners of his mouth as his body crashed to the earth, creating a massive pit with a diameter of 30 meters. This spectacle left Tang San and the others in a state of shock. Tang San was completely unaware that Yi Yu possessed a second external soul bone. Standing at the edge of the deep pit, Yi Yu looked down upon Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji gestured with his hand, signaling for a ceasefire. He staggered out of the pit, clutching his abdomen with his right hand, while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his left. His face etched with pain. Yi Yu, feeling the drain on his soul power, said little. While his auxiliary abilities were formidable, they consumed considerable energy. As did the external soul bone. The external soul bone on Yi Yu's right cheek and left arm faded away, and his eyes returned to their original state. Observing Zhao Wujia's significant injuries, Tang San and the others were left in disbelief. Chapter 63, Nightfall. Ning Rongrong, filled with incredulity, could only admire. Truly a super monster. Tang San, seeing Zhao Wujia spitting blood as he had moments before, felt a sense of relief, not for himself, but for Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu had sustained considerable injuries earlier, and now the scales had finally balanced. Zhao Wujia felt utterly humiliated, having taken a severe loss despite his serious approach. However, what baffled him was that he sensed Yi Yu's punch lacked the power to inflict such damage, yet at the moment of impact, the force had escalated. It was not due to a decrease in defense, but rather something else entirely. Zhao Wuji solemnly inquired, "What abilities does your left arm's external spirit bone possess?" Yi replied, "It seems you have noticed. My left arm's external spirit bone originates from a soul beast hunted by my third soul ring. Specifically, a formidable offensive-type creature known as the Dark Gold Force-Breaking Tiger. This external spirit bone has two abilities. It enhances the defense and strength of my left arm. Initially, it provided a 10% boost, but with 3 soul rings, it has now escalated to 40%. The second ability is called Double Strike." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji was taken aback. "Double Strike?" Yi Yu elaborated. "This ability activates upon successfully hitting a target with 3 soul rings. The maximum multiplier I can achieve is threefold. However, the probability of triggering this maximum multiplier is exceedingly low. Currently, with my 3 soul rings, the chance of activating a triple strike is merely 3%. A double strike has a 6% chance, a single strike 9%, and a 0.9 strike 12%. Therefore, Teacher Zhao, it seems your luck was quite unfortunate. The first attack to your abdomen triggered a triple strike." Zhao Wuji instantly comprehended the gravity of this second ability. It was indeed terrifying, albeit with a low probability. Yet, as Yi Yu's strength continues to grow, so too would the likelihood of such occurrences. Internally, Zhao Wuji cursed his misfortune. Being struck by a triple strike with a mere 3% probability was indeed a stroke of bad luck. 3% implies that one would need to land 100 strikes to feasibly achieve 3 triple strikes. "Oscar, hand me another recovery sausage," Zhao Wuji called out. He was astute enough not to request Yi Yu to heal him, as that was an impossibility. Oscar quickly produced a sausage for Zhao Wuji to consume. But given the severity of his injuries, recovery would not be immediate. Zhao Wuji inquired in astonishment. "How is it that you can move so freely despite my third soul skill's gravity enhancement, as if my gravitational force does not affect you at all?" Yi Yu replied nonchalantly, "Was it heavy? I could endure that gravity when I was 6 years old." "What?" Zhao Wuji was struck with disbelief. "You could withstand such weight at the age of 6? He marveled. "You truly are a prodigy. If you could endure such gravity then. It is not surprising that you can barely withstand my 5th soul skill's gravitational compression now, for a few moments." Zhao Wuji recognized that Yi Yu's potential was boundless. His innate constitution was formidable, which sufficed for an auxiliary role, yet he relentlessly honed his own abilities, as evidenced by his capacity to bear 100,000 pounds of weight. One could only surmise that his previous training had been exceptionally rigorous. Indeed, Yi would not rest on his laurels due to his robust physique. Rather, he intensified his training to maximize this advantage. Over the past 5 years, the extent of his relentless practice was known only to himself. Zhao Wuji chose not to inquire further, clutching his abdomen as the muscles in his face twitched. Turning to leave, unwilling to remain a subject of ridicule, he felt a complex mix of admiration and frustration towards Yi Yu, who had left him in such a woeful state, yet was undeniably extraordinary. This assessment made him realize that Tang San and his companions were not inferior to Mu Bai and his peers, and that Yi Yu completely overshadowed all 7 remarkable individuals. Tang San expressed concern. "Xiao Wu, how are you feeling?" Xiao Wu noted that she felt no pain and her spirits had significantly improved. "I'm fine, third brother. What happened?" Oscar, filled with admiration, exclaimed, "You truly have found an exceptional leader. He is extraordinarily powerful. I have decided to acknowledge you as my leader." Oscar's words, completely unopposed by Dai Mu Bai, were anticipated. "After my previous encounter with Yi Yu, I sensed that my position as leader was in jeopardy. Today, witnessing Yi Yu's formidable prowess left me utterly astonished. Even at level 45, I believe I would still be no match for him. His formidable physique, strength, defense, and speed are already terrifying, further augmented by his incredible support abilities and the fearsome powers granted by the 2 external spirit bones." When Tang San recounted the events, Xiao Wu felt a surge of satisfaction, admiring both Tang San and Yi Yu. "Truly, my 2 brothers are exceptional," she exclaimed. Yi Yu remarked, "You must be hungry." Let us go dine. Xiaowu glanced outside and noticed that dusk had fallen. Indeed, she was quite hungry. Upon arriving at the dining hall, Oscar and Dai Mubai were astonished by the day's sumptuous offerings. How can the meals be this lavish today? There are fish and meat, along with rich bone soup and an array of nutritious vegetables, Oscar exclaimed, salivating. The academy is typically impoverished, serving only the simplest of meals. What has brought about this change? Xiao Exine sighed. I too am surprised. The principal is unusually generous with the budget today. But I suspect it is due to Yiyu. Oscar expressed deep gratitude. It is truly wonderful that Brother Yu is here. From now on, we shall enjoy splendid feasts alongside him. At their developmental age, it is essential to eat well, and Yiyu is already eager to begin. Soon, Oscar, Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing witnessed another remarkable aspect of Yiyu, his astonishing appetite. In an instant, Oscar felt a twinge of pity for the principal, as this voracious consumption would soon deplete the academy's resources, leading to inevitable headaches for the principal. As night fell into silence, Zhao Wujin sat gloomily in his room, troubled by the events of the day. Experiencing repeated humiliation left him exceedingly dissatisfied. After all, he is a well-known immovable king, a level 76 soul saint. Yet he had been bested by two mere children. Particularly, Yiyu's prowess had brought him great shame, and he bore injuries that still ached. Initially, he sought only to stretch his muscles and personally assess the students, but he had not anticipated encountering such two monsters, one a small prodigy, the other a super genius. While feeling disgruntled, he also harbored admiration for Tang San and Yiyu, especially Yiyu, whose strength as a support type far surpassed that of other attack types at the same level. He mused that Tang San and Yiyu might one day become unparalleled powerhouses. A sly smile crept onto Zhao Wujin's face. As a teacher, today had been a disgrace, and in future practical classes, he would pay special attention to the two of them. However, he then reconsidered. With Yiyu's extraordinary physique, it might be impossible to challenge him in practical lessons. Oh, well, if I cannot challenge Yiyu, then I shall focus on Tang San. No, it would not be right to call it torment. One must refine jade to create a masterpiece, Zhao Wujin thought, rationalizing his intentions. With a grin, he prepared to retire for the night. So it is settled. As Zhao Wujia prepared to recline, a suddenly emerging deep voice resonated, imbued with a hint of chill, causing the smile on his face to freeze instantaneously. Zhao Wujia, come forth. Chapter 64, The Pitiful Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia's expression darkened. Who is it? Displaying a wary demeanor, he recalled that prior to his arrival at Shrek Academy, he had garnered a certain reputation on the continent, accumulating numerous enemies. This abrupt voice undoubtedly emanated from a formidable opponent. As a level 76 soul sage, he possessed the ability to sense everything within 100 meters, yet prior to the voice's emergence, he had felt no anomalies. This realization led Zhao Wujia to surmise that the opponent's strength matched his own. He rose to his feet, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. With a swift motion, Zhao Wujia leaped from the window, propelling himself away from Shrek Academy at an astonishing speed. Had he foreseen the events that would soon unfold, he would have never departed. However, there are no what-ifs. Soon, he found himself within a nearby grove. Zhao Wujia, unyielding and fierce, refused to cower. He was the unmoved king, known for his fiery temper, and the day's earlier events had left him in a state of considerable agitation. With an adversary at hand, he could seize the opportunity to exert himself fully, while simultaneously venting his frustrations. Zhao Wujia cast a cold gaze around him. Come forth. I wish to see who you are. As he spoke, 7 soul rings appeared around him, his aura fully unleashed as he declared in a low voice. You are quite unfortunate. Today I am in a foul mood, and you have chosen this day to confront me. With a thunderous sound, a shadowy figure descended from the tree, landing with poise. Cloaked in black, the figure's visage remained obscured, though his imposing stature suggested he was a tall man. Who are you? I have many enemies. Reveal your name, Zhao Wujia demanded, as the formidable golden bear of strength loomed behind him, roaring with a wild, overwhelming presence. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. As the 8th soul ring descended, Zhao Wujia's composure began to falter, his expression growing increasingly grave. Yet, the ordeal was not over. The final soul ring, a crimson one, spiraled above the man's head. A sharp intake of breath escaped Zhao Wujia as his complexion shifted dramatically. 9 soul rings, an ultimate Douluo. Moreover, the 9th soul ring was that of a 100,000-year spirit. The once composed and intimidating Zhao Wujia now felt a wave of panic engulf him. As a colossal hammer materialized in the man's right hand, the pressure on Zhao Wujia escalated, instilling a sense of dread within him. Cold sweat beaded on Zhao Wujia's brow as he hastily bent in deference, uttering in reverence, "Might I inquire which esteemed elder stands before me?" Please do not jest with one so insignificant. While Zhao Wujia had many adversaries, none had ever reached the status of an ultimate Douluo. The man replied nonchalantly, I have come to engage you in combat. Zhao Wujia's expression darkened even further, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. Esteemed elder, how could I possibly contend with you? Before an ultimate Douluo, I am but a mere soul sage. What of it? Today, I shall take pleasure in bullying you. When you tormented those children earlier, did you not consider your standing? Now, allow me to exert my strength over you. You may perceive it as me taking advantage of the weak. With that, Zhao Wujia's heart raced in alarm. Each step the man took weighed heavier upon his soul. As Li Fu traversed the woods, he soon heard a cacophony of rumbling, explosive sounds, and anguished cries. The echoes of bangs and roars, coupled with the pained exclamations of awe, rang out incessantly, causing discomfort to the ears. Recognizing the source of the cries, Li Fu realized they belonged to Zhao Wuji. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he sighed. What a towering figure. Yet why does he wail so frequently in the dead of night? The delight in Li Fu's heart grew, as he recalled how he had bested Zhao during the day, only for Zhao to suffer further at the hands of Tang Hao that very evening. Zhao Wuji's cries of agony continued as Tang Hao relentlessly pummeled him, and it soon became apparent that he would not endure much longer. He could hardly withstand half a stick of incense's worth of torment. Frand, standing by helplessly, knew well that Tang Hao would not resort to lethal force. He was merely imparting a lesson to Zhao Wuji. With a bruised visage, Zhao Wuji spoke with great difficulty. Your Highness, I too suffered a beating during the day. Surely that balances the scales. In a pitiful state, Zhao Wuji lamented the overwhelming might of Tang Hao, who, even without his martial spirit, could inflict such excruciating pain. Tang Hao, with a dismissive hum, replied, while his brothers can scarcely bear to engage with you fully. As your father, it is my duty to teach you a lesson. Indeed, your Highness speaks true. I have brought this upon myself. Zhao Wuji wept silently, cursing his own misfortune. Initially believing his daytime woes to be the worst, he now realized that the night had been far more calamitous. As Tang Hao turned to depart, he left behind a parting remark. You should consider yourself fortunate that little Yu's parents are not present. I can assure you, neither his mother nor father would be weaker than I. Had it been them, your fate would have been far more dire. The formidable dragon scales and claws, which had only just awakened, hinted at a terrifying power that undoubtedly stemmed from Li Fu's parents. Tang Hao was convinced that Li Fu's lineage was extraordinary. The sheer malice he sensed was indicative of a far more formidable character. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji felt a chill run down his spine, internally cursing his ill fate. At the same time, he felt a sense of relief that only Tang San had come as a father figure, having discerned the identity of his adversary. His previous thoughts of settling a score during practical lessons were now far too daunting to entertain. Frand remarked, do not blame me for my inability to assist you. Any intervention on my part would simply result in my own beating, especially since he dares to confront even the Pope. Zhao Wuji could only resign himself to his misfortunes. Muttering, this is my own doing, he vowed to himself never to partake in the fourth assessment again. The following morning, Li Fu and Tang San rose early, having grown accustomed to the routine. After Tang San roused Oscar and the others, they made their way to the dining hall. At that moment, they brushed past a man whose face was swollen like that of a pig. Oscar, perplexed, inquired, Who are you? A new teacher at the academy? He then chuckled. That man's face is as swollen as a pig's head. Ha ha ha. The man, distancing himself, clenched his fists in anger upon hearing their laughter. Yet he could not respond. Revealing his identity to the students would only add to his humiliation. Li Fu, fully aware that the unfortunate figure was none other than Zhao Wuji, inwardly mused. It seems the beating was even more severe than I had imagined. Chapter 65, Cowardice. Upon arriving at the canteen, the fare remained quite delightful, and Yi Yu and his companions commenced to devour their meals with great fervor. Xiao Xian pondered that if they continued to indulge in such manner, the academy would soon find itself in a state of financial strain. After finishing their meals, Tang San and Xiao Wu set out to jog along the village for exercise, while Yi Yu continued to gorge himself, the empty bowls on the table steadily accumulating. As Tang San and Xiao Wu reached the outskirts of the village, they spotted a portly boy blocking the path of a 15-year-old girl, who appeared to be a few years his senior and possessed an attractive countenance. The girl, dressed in simple attire, was evidently a child of the village. The boy, of a similar age to Tang San and Xiao Wu, was short in stature and carried a plump physique. The girl regarded him with a hint of trepidation, imploring, Please, do not seek me out any longer. Suehua, I genuinely harbor feelings for you. Must we part ways? He beseeched. What genuine feelings can you possibly have? We have known each other for less than a day. This is merely infatuation at first sight. The girl felt a surge of indignation but refrained from voicing her thoughts, deeming it too shameless. Then why not fall for one of the village's beauties at first sight? You are simply taken by my looks. She declared, I am leaving. Do not disturb me again. You may pursue the beauty at the village entrance. She seems to have an interest in you. With that, she attempted to walk away. But the boy swiftly blocked her path, attempting to embrace her. Startled, the girl recoiled and pleaded, please, let me be. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Wu was filled with righteous anger. How dare he act so brazenly in broad daylight, despite being our age? Tang San could no longer stand by and shouted, stop. The boy cast a glance at Tang San and replied gruffly, mind your own business. Tang San frowned, mind my own business? You engage in such behavior under the sun. It is my duty to intervene. The boy scoffed, what are you? How dare you meddle in my affairs? At this, Tang San's expression darkened, and he retorted coldly, who do you think you are? The boy lifted his chin defiantly, whoever meddles is who I am. If you insist on intervening, then I shall be your superior. Tang San's anger flared, and with swift agility, he closed the distance and delivered a powerful kick. The boy, surprisingly adept, managed to block the blow with his hands. Taken aback, Tang San realized that the boy possessed some skill, explaining his audacity. As the kick landed, both were forced to retreat 3 steps. A resonant thud echoing in the air. The boy scoffed, so you are a soul master as well. No wonder you dared to interfere. However, my strength surpasses yours. He summoned his martial spirit, the phoenix. Tang San was taken aback. A phoenix? Upon the manifestation of the boy's martial spirit, Tang San's astonishment faded, and Xiao Wu could not help but chuckle. Is that a phoenix? To me, it resembles a common chicken. Furious, the boy retorted, once you witness my true power, you shall no longer hold that opinion. 2 yellow soul rings emerged, astonishing Tang San and Xiao Wu, who realized that the children here were indeed prodigies, each possessing a 100-year soul ring. Such a rarity was hard to encounter even at the Intermediate Academy of Nodding. Here, they met Dai Mubai, Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, all equipped with optimal soul ring configurations. After a brief moment of surprise, Tang San remained undaunted. The battle commenced, with Tang San and the boy locked in a stalemate. However, upon Xiao Wu's intervention, the boy quickly found himself at a disadvantage, ultimately being thrown violently by Xiao Wu utilizing her first soul skill, the waist bow. The boy, dazed from the fall, seethed with fury as he prepared to unleash his full strength. At that moment, Yu arrived. Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully, Brother Yu, what has happened? Yu glanced at the anxious girl beside him, then turned his gaze towards the stout figure, realizing it was Ma Hongjun, and understood the situation. Brother Yu, this fatso was trying to force himself on that girl in broad daylight. Sangu and I couldn't stand by and let it happen, so we intended to teach him a lesson. The stout man, unfazed, retorted, Humph, another busybody is it? Who's meddling? I am who I am, so I am also you. Suddenly, Ma Hongjuan's expression changed. A wave of unease surged within him, and he hesitated to utter the last 2 words. The moment he intended to speak, he felt a profound disturbance in his spirit, as if something was lodged in his throat, rendering him unable to voice it. Tang San and Xiao Wu were astonished, realizing what Ma Hongjun was about to say, but then abruptly halted, their expressions darkening. Ma Hongjun wanted to say those last 2 words, but dared not, as if uttering them would precipitate an unfortunate calamity. His heart trembled, and even his martial spirit quivered in response. Yi was taken aback by Ma Hongjuan's sudden reaction and inquired, What are you to me? Ma Hongjun fixed his gaze on Yi, filled with rage yet too intimidated to speak. He was utterly perplexed. This was not a soul skill, for the other party had not even unleashed their martial spirit, as if a formless aura was emanating from them. When he was on the verge of uttering those 2 words, he felt as if he had plummeted from heaven to hell, fearing that saying them would lead to horrors worse than those found in the depths of the abyss. However, unbeknownst to everyone, including Yi, as Ma Hongjun contemplated saying I am, a sinister energy hidden within Yi began to exude a hint of darkness. Simultaneously, Ma Hongjuan's mind became unsettled, his heart racing. Even his extraordinary martial spirit quaked in fear. Humph, it's nothing. Ma Hongjun refrained from uttering those 2 words. For the moment the thought crossed his mind, that terrifying aura would linger in his heart and soul, threatening to drive him to the brink of madness. Once he ceased to contemplate saying those words, he was astonished to find that the oppressive aura dissipated. Tang San was greatly perplexed as to why Ma Hongjun suddenly seemed so meek. Just moments ago, he had boldly referred to himself as I am, but now, confronted by Yi, he was utterly cowed. That terrifying presence only affected Ma Hongjun. Tang San and Xiao Wu were completely unaware of it. Since you insist on meddling, then let us all take him on. Ma Hongjun prepared to unleash his full strength, the fear within his evil fire phoenix dissipating as it raised its head and emitted a piercing, resonant cry. Xiao Wu scoffed, with my brother you alone, we can turn you into a pig. Then I shall witness just how formidable you truly are. Ma Hongjun believed himself quite powerful among his peers, rarely encountering anyone capable of matching him. Yi Yu appeared to be around his age, and he felt unafraid. Are you certain you wish to engage me in combat? Yi Yu countered. Absolutely. Among my peers, no one can rival my offensive power. Then come at me. With that, Yi Yu manifested the Nine Spirits Black Thorn in his right hand, surrounded by 3 soul rings, purple, and black. Suddenly, Ma Hongjun froze, motionless. Come on. Yi Yu beckoned with a flick of his finger. However, Ma Hongjun dared not take a single step forward. Instead, he instinctively retreated 2 paces. The spirit rings of the soul sovereign still shimmered. Ma Hongjun believed he was seeing things and rubbed his eyes to take a closer look, only to confirm that it was indeed 2 purple and 1 black. Yi Yu, feeling helpless, remarked, "Why are you hesitating again?" Chapter 66. The Trap. Ma Hongjun was stunned. The individual before him appeared to be of a similar age, yet was already a soul sovereign. Moreover, judging by the fluctuations of their soul power, it was evident that their strength exceeded 35 levels. What astounded him the most were those 3 soul rings. After regaining his composure, Ma Hongjun glanced at the martial spirit in Yi Yu's hand, which he did not recognize. However, he suspected it belonged to either the control or support category. His intuition leaned towards control, as suggested by the appearance of the martial spirit. If Yi Yu was indeed a support type, then the Nine-Spirit Black Tang would show minimal alterations. Conversely, if Tang San was a control type, his blue-silver grass had undergone significant transformation, appearing far more resilient and robust than before. Ma Hongjun, bewildered, inquired, "How old are you? What type are you?" Yi Yu replied, "I am a support type, so come on. Let us have a duel." A support type? Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him and inwardly chuckled. There was no need to fear. Even if the opponent was a soul sovereign, the inherent weakness of a support type lay in its supportive capabilities, which only became potent when bolstered by an attack-oriented teammate. Even when enhancing oneself, the effectiveness of a support type was limited. Thus, the timid Ma Hongjun's fighting spirit surged anew. Although you are a support type, you are at least a soul sovereign of level 35 or above. Engaging with you would not be deemed as bullying. Ma Hongjun, proud of his assault-type prowess and the unique strength of his martial spirit, felt that attacking a support type would be beneath his dignity. However, he justified his reasoning aloud. Yi Yu nodded. Indeed, I am a soul sovereign after all. Your attack on me does not constitute bullying. So let us begin. Ma Hongjun thought to himself. Is this fellow truly not a fool? Even if his soul power level exceeds mine, he is merely a support type. My attack strength surpasses even that of Dai Mubai. The first soul ring around Ma Hongjun glimmered brightly as he called out, "First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line." At that moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu stepped aside. Previously enraged, they now felt a twinge of sympathy for Ma Hongjun, realizing he had been led astray. Seeing Tang San and Xiao Wu retreat, Ma Hongjun chuckled inwardly. It seems you two are fools as well. With them not intervening, Ma Hongjun felt reassured. If they had teamed up, he would certainly be outmatched. Despite the inexplicable sense of unease he had felt earlier, he reasoned, "You are merely a support type. How could you possibly defeat me?" Ma Hongjun unleashed a torrent of searing flames that shot directly towards Yi Yu. The flames moved with incredible speed, and in Ma Hongjun's view, dodging was impossible for Yi Yu. Not using any soul skills, Ma Hongjun was taken aback as he noticed Yi Yu's soul rings were not radiating light. What surprised him further was when Yi Yu raised his right hand. Clenching his fist, Yi Yu delivered a powerful punch without employing any soul skills. Suddenly, the oncoming flames were extinguished in an instant. Ma Hongjun was left dumbfounded, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Whoosh! Yi Yu suddenly vanished from his sight with a swift movement, leaving him astonished. How fast? Just as he prepared to search for Yi Yu, he felt a sharp pain in his back and was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a thud, face first. The impact caused his back to ache, and as his nose collided with the ground, pain surged through him, causing blood to flow. As Ma Hongjun quickly rose and retreated, he repeatedly waved his hands, exclaiming, "I give up," with his right hand pressed against his face. Grimacing in pain, he indignantly accused, "You are quite the scoundrel. You are not a support type at all. You deceived me." Ma Hongjun realized he had been duped. At that moment, a surprised voice broke through the tension. "Yi Yu, fatty, why are you fighting?" It was Dai Mubai. Immediately, Ma Hongjun scampered over to Dai Mubai. Anxiety etched on his face as he pointed at Yi Yu. "Boss Dai, you must avenge me. He meddled and left me in this state." Wiping the blood from his nose, he appeared quite pitiable. Dai Mubai delivered a swift kick, sending Ma Hongjun sprawling. "Help you? Are you trying to get me killed? I can't compete with him." "What?" Ma Hongjun was taken aback. "You, yet again, laid hands on a girl, didn't you? If they are retaliating against you, It serves you right. Besides, I truly cannot match him. Even if he refrained from using soul skills and his martial spirit, I would still be no match for him. Dai Mubai's words left Ma Hongjun stunned, gazing at Yi Yu in astonishment. So powerful. Fuming, Ma Hongjun retorted, but he is quite despicable. Tricking me into believing he was a support type, which led to my carelessness. Dai Mubai shot him a glare. He did not deceive you. He is indeed a support type. Furthermore, even if you were cautious, you would still be at his mercy. Tang-san, curious, inquired, Mubai, do you know him? Dai Mubai nodded. Today was a misunderstanding. He is our classmate. Did I not mention before? Before you all arrived, there were 3 students in Shrek, myself, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. Xiao Wu teased. This guy is just like you, and even more audacious. Dai Mubai sighed. You cannot entirely blame Fatty. His martial spirit affects him significantly. In matters of the opposite sex, his impulses are tenfold that of a normal person. If he does not release it, he risks being overwhelmed by the evil fire within him. Tang San and Xiao Wu were astonished. Is there such an effect? Dai Mubai chuckled bitterly. Thus, while burning desire is merely a metaphor for others, it is a genuine threat for Fatty. Tang San remarked. But that does not justify forcing oneself upon girls, right? Ma Hongjun defended himself. I have never forced anyone. It has always been mutual consent. The reason Sui Hua wanted to distance herself from me was that she could no longer tolerate me. Yi jested. Perhaps you should try seeking out Ru Hua at the village entrance. It might extinguish your flames. Ma Hongjun grimaced. That would make me nauseous. Sui Hua understood that Ma Hongjun was not a bad person, but his presence was overwhelming for her. Hongjun, do not seek me out anymore. I must leave this place for another city. With that, Sui Hua departed, leaving Ma Hongjun visibly disheartened. Dai Mubai remarked, somewhat exasperated. If you had exercised more restraint and not pursued her constantly, look where your actions have led. She could no longer endure you and has left. Ma Hongjun sighed in resignation. There is nothing I can do. The fiery impulse is simply overwhelming. Upon arriving at the academy, the dormitory assignments were made. The 3 girls, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, were placed in one room together. There were 2 additional rooms for the remaining 5 individuals. Yi suggested. I'll share a room with Tang San. We both tend to rise early. Dai Mubai nodded in agreement. All right, then I'll room with Xiao Ao. And the fatty can have his own space. At once, Oscar's expression changed dramatically, and he protested vehemently. No way. I refuse to share a room with the fatty. Dai Lauda, you hardly stay in the dormitory. I can't risk sleeping in the same room as him. What if he succumbs to his fiery impulses one day? I'd be doomed. Yi Yu and Tang San couldn't help but chuckle, fully aware of Oscar's concerns. Chapter 67, Reprimand. Ma Hongjun placed an arm around Oscar's shoulders and reassured him, Little Ao, I consider you a brother. I wouldn't do anything inappropriate. Nevertheless, Oscar shook his head firmly, stating, No, I can't. I am merely a food-type spirit master, and my abilities are quite limited. If I possessed the same strength as you, Yilauda, I wouldn't have to worry. But I am weak, and if your fiery impulse flares up, I cannot predict what might happen. No, I refuse to share a room with you. I need a sense of security. Dai Mubai expressed understanding. How about this? I will stay in the dormitory every night and won't go out anymore. Upon hearing this, Oscar was half convinced. Really? Dai Lauda, you won't be out chasing after flowers and flirting, will you? Dai Mubai replied earnestly. No, I intend to be devoted from now on. Such words from Dai Mubai surprised both Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Oscar said, By Gu, you must keep your word and stay in the dormitory. Dai Mubai nodded. Yes. Rest assured. Ma Hongjun interjected with annoyance. Little Ao, why has your way of addressing Dai Laodao changed? Why don't you call him Dai Laodao anymore? Oscar looked at Yi Yu with great admiration, because now the strongest is Yi Laodao. You didn't see yesterday's assessment. Teacher Zhao personally intervened and suffered a severe defeat at Yi Laodao's hands, even spitting blood. Moreover, Teacher Zhao utilized his first 5 soul skills. Ma Hongjun was utterly astonished. Although he had witnessed Yi Yu's strength moments ago, he hadn't anticipated it to be so formidable as to make a level 76 soul sage like Teacher Zhao bleed. Even if Teacher Zhao had only used a portion of his power, this seemed improbable. Dai Mubai did not mind at all, stating, I will also call him Yi Laodao from now on. His strength is indeed terrifying. If we are monsters, then Yi Laodao is a prodigy. Ma Hongjun said, All right. Then I shall refer to him as Yi Laodao as well. Suddenly, the bell rang. Dai Mubai announced, That's the bell summoned by the dean. Let us head to the playground. Once gathered, they found Flander waiting for them. Flander instructed, You will rest for a bit before your challenges. This evening marks the first lesson for the new students entering Shrek Academy. You are dismissed now, but Oscar and Ning Rongrong stay behind. Yi Yu left, and Ning Rongrong, confused, asked, What is this about? Flander replied, I have a task for both of you. Run 10 laps around the village. You are not allowed to stop until you have completed it. Ning Rongrong asked, puzzled. Why must we do this? Oscar, Flander continued. How does a support-type spirit master protect themselves on the battlefield? Flander nodded. Indeed, relying on teammates is essential, but there is another aspect to consider. As support-type soul masters, the ability to flee is a critical quality. When faced with danger, one must escape. To do so requires sufficient stamina. Therefore, Ning Rongrong, do you understand? Ning Rongrong pouted. All right. Flinder continued. As for why you cannot accompany you, you witnessed yesterday's battle. Surely, you comprehend the reasoning behind this. Oscar nodded, still exceedingly astonished. He understood completely. Yu's physical prowess was formidable to an extraordinary degree. As a support type, he had no need to retreat, possessing the strength to vanquish foes effortlessly. This left Oscar in profound admiration. He aspired to become such a powerful support type, yet that seemed a distant dream. Yu's strength stemmed from an extraordinary constitution, a fate Oscar could not claim. Oscar and Ning Rongrong began to run through the village, and several hours later, night fell. As darkness enveloped the land, Yu and the others gathered on the playground, with Oscar and Ning Rongrong joining them. Upon Flinder's arrival, his gaze was sharp. Oscar, have you completed your 10 laps? Oscar nodded. I have finished. Flinder's tone darkened, and Oscar felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, uncertain of what to say next. Flinder turned his piercing gaze to Ning Rongrong, asking in a deep voice, did you complete your laps? Ning Rongrong shook her head, feeling no shame in her admission. I did not finish, it was too long. 10 laps amounts to at least 10 kilometers, and I couldn't keep up. Flinder's expression soured with anger. Ning Rongrong, feeling a hint of indignation, retorted, are you monitoring me? Flinder replied sternly, this is an assessment for you all, and supervision is necessary. Since you have come to Shrek, you must adhere to my directives as the dean. Otherwise, you may leave. Ning Rongrong found Flinder's words excessive and frowned. I am merely a support type. Running 10 laps is simply beyond my capabilities, nor is it necessary. My 7-treasure glazed tower is renowned across the continent. Assisting is sufficient for me. Flinder scoffed. Do you truly believe your support abilities exempt you from such requirements? Merely providing assistance is enough? Huh, what a farce. You witnessed Xiao Yu's 9-Spirit Blackthorn support capabilities yesterday, did you not? In terms of support, who do you think excels more? Do you believe this team cannot thrive without your 7-treasure glazed tower? At these words, Ning Rongrong fell silent. Had anyone questioned the prowess of the 7-treasure glazed tower before, she would have fervently defended it, claiming it to be the finest support martial soul in the continent. However, after witnessing Yu's combat yesterday, her perspective had shifted. Yu's 9-Spirit Blackthorn support abilities were, without a doubt, on par with, if not superior to, the 7-treasure glazed tower. Flinder continued his reprimand. Do you think that as a support type you need not train your physique? Then you must have observed Xiao Yu's constitution. Correct? Ning Rongrong countered. That is because Brother Yu possesses an extraordinary physique, akin to that of a prodigy. I cannot possibly compare. Flinder found this amusing. I can assure you that if Xiao Yu's physique were akin to that of an ordinary person, he would strive even harder. He understands the weaknesses inherent to being a support type, and thus works diligently to compensate for them. Rather than believing that one's supportive abilities are sufficiently formidable due to a particular strength, one should not overlook their own weaknesses. Flander's words ring true. Had Yu possessed a physique akin to that of an ordinary person, he would undoubtedly strive even harder. Ning Rongrong was rendered speechless by the reprimand. Her head bowed in confusion. Flander continued, have you not noticed that everyone present surpasses you in strength? Do not assume that being from the 7-treasure glazed tile school makes you exceptional. In comparison to those here, you fall short. Dai Mubai attained the rank of Soul Master at the tender age of 13. Can you achieve such a feat? Tang San and Xiao Wu's prowess was evident yesterday. At under 12, she has already reached the 29th level and will likely become a Soul Master before Mubai. Ma Hongjun, also under 12, stands at 28 with a mutated martial soul, a top-tier beast martial soul. Oscar, sharing your supportive role, lacks the terrifying physique of Yu. Yet he understands the importance of honing his skills. Moreover, he possesses innate, full soul power. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong was astonished. Innate full soul power. How could it possibly manifest in a support-type martial soul? She found it hard to believe, as innate full soul power typically arises from possessors of exceptionally strong martial souls, which are predominantly aggressive in nature. Flander, observing Ning Rongrong's disbelief, turned to Yu and said, Little Yu, enlighten her about the level of your soul power upon awakening your martial soul. Yu nodded, and, upon revealing his level, left everyone, save for Tang San and Xiao Wu, utterly flabbergasted. I possess innate full soul power at level 30. Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuqing. Oscar. Ning Rongrong. Chapter 68, A Collective Silence. Dai Mubai and the others were stunned. Innate full soul power was one thing, but level 30. They had never heard of innate full soul power reaching such heights. Even level 20 was unheard of. A level 10 innate full soul power was already exceedingly rare, yet here stood a level 30. Although incredulous, they recognized the truth. Especially knowing that Yi Yu was not yet 12 and had already achieved level 40. Hence, it was indeed due to his innate full soul power being at level 30. Dai Mubai and the others felt a mix of envy and resentment, while Ning Rongrong felt deeply impacted. Flanders' words made her realize that she might truly be the weakest among the 8. As the daughter of the esteemed 7 Treasure Glazed School, she was accustomed to being revered in a prestigious academy, yet here she found herself at the bottom. Tears welled in Ning Rongrong's eyes. Overwhelmed by the blow and feeling unjustly treated, Flander inquired, "Do you understand now? Will you strive harder in the future?" Ning Rongrong nodded. "I understand now. I shall not be lazy henceforth." Flander acknowledged her response, recognizing that should Ning Rongrong undergo a transformation, she would indeed possess great potential. Her previous mindset could be understood, given her upbringing in the illustrious 7 Treasure Glazed School, where she was regarded as a cherished gem, naturally indulged, and comparatively better off than other noble offspring. Flander declared, "Now, let us set forth to Soto City for your inaugural lesson." Xiao Wu inquired curiously, "Why must we venture outside for class?" Dai Mubai pondered, "Could it be that we are heading to the Great Spirit Arena?" Flander nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, after all, you are all extraordinary beings, and extraordinary beings must engage in extraordinary training methods. You shall continuously undergo practical combat, accumulate battle experience, and face crises that will unleash your latent potential." At this moment, within the grand hall of the 7 Treasure Glazed School, a refined middle-aged man, dignified and elegant, sat upon a jade throne. Clad in a spotless white robe, he, despite his years, retained a striking appearance. A year prior, this man had knelt respectfully, stating, "Sect Master. The young lady has passed the assessment and gained entry into Shrek Academy." The middle-aged man sighed. "This little ancestor insists on going to Shrek. Very well. A bit of experience in the world may do her good." At that moment, a powerful voice resonated. An elderly man with white hair and beard arrived, riding a sword. His hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of majesty. Upon landing, despite being over 70, he appeared youthful and full of vitality. Ning Fengji shook his head. "I cannot agree with that. Given your affection for her and Uncle Long's, your guidance may hinder her progress, for you are too indulgent." The sword Douluo consented. "Well, with Rongrong's innate gifts, I am certain that Flander, the Dean of Shrek, will take special care to protect her. After all, Rongrong's martial soul is the 7 Treasure Glazed Pagoda, and with her talents, she will undoubtedly be among the finest students at Shrek Academy." Ning Fengji remained silent. Yet his thoughts did not align with this sentiment. At that moment, a young man reporting nearby hesitated to speak. The sword Douluo inquired, "What troubles you? Is it regarding Rongrong? You are responsible for reconnaissance. Enlighten me with the specifics." The young man nodded. "Actually, after entering the academy, the young lady was reprimanded. Though I dared not approach too closely for fear of being discovered, the scolding was quite pronounced, and I could hear it from a distance." Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji was taken aback, while the sword Douluo's expression turned furious. "Reprimanding Rongrong? Why, she is undoubtedly the finest at Shrek. How could she be reprimanded?" The young man hesitated again. The sword Douluo, growing impatient, urged, "Speak plainly. What did you hear?" "I overheard Flander remarking that Rongrong was the weakest among the 8 students." Ning Fengji, sword Douluo. The sword Douluo was momentarily stunned, then his anger flared. "I must pay a visit to Shrek. This Flander is surely bullying Rongrong. How could she possibly be the weakest among the students? I must ascertain the true nature of her peers." Ning Fengji interjected, "Sword Uncle, let it be. Do not meddle further." "Ning, worry not. I shall not cause a ruckus. I merely intend to gauge the abilities of those students. If Yi Yu were present, he would undoubtedly quip, 'Do you aspire to be the next Zhao Wujia?'" In Soto City, Yi Yu and his companions soon arrived at the Great Spirit Arena. The structure was prominent and easily recognizable from afar, towering like a Roman amphitheater. Tang San and the others nodded in acknowledgement. Flander, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "Though you are indeed a remarkable prodigy, do not underestimate the complexities of the Grand Soul Arena. Winning a match earns you a point, yet losing one deducts a point. Furthermore, each Soul Master is permitted only 1 battle per day, albeit in various categories, solo, duo, and team. Thus, one can partake in a maximum of 3 matches daily. To ascend from Iron Spirit to Copper Spirit, one requires 100 points, from Copper to Silver, 1,000 points, from Silver to Gold, 10,000 points, and so forth. Securing your first victory grants you a point, yet a streak of wins bestows 10 points. If your consecutive victories exceed 10, The subsequent wins yield 100 points. And surpassing 100 victories results in 1,000 points, and so on. Yi Yu responded, "It's not difficult. One merely needs to maintain a winning streak, correct?" Flander replied, "Your perspective is overly simplistic. Mu Bai, please disclose your current score to everyone." Dai Mu Bai, unfazed, admitted, "I currently have 2 points and remain at the Iron Spirit level." Upon hearing this, Tang San and the others were taken aback. How could someone of Mu Bai's caliber still be at the Iron Spirit level? Dai Mu Bai continued, "I began competing in the Grand Soul Arena at the age of 29, and to date, I have participated in 56 matches, achieving a record of 29 wins and 27 losses. Initially, at the age of 29, victories came easily, but upon reaching level 31, I faced opponents who were Soul Masters, all above level 37, which drastically reduced my win rate. Instantly, Tang San and the others comprehended the situation. Upon becoming a Soul Master, one could no longer compete at the Grandmaster level, which indeed posed a significant challenge. Flander remarked, "Little you, do you now understand? A level 31 Soul Master cannot hope to defeat a level 39 Soul Master. You are currently at level 40, yet have not acquired a Soul Ring to become a Soul Master. However, once you attain that status, you will confront opponents at levels 48 and 49. Yi Yu sighed. "So, when I become a Soul Master, I will only face other Soul Masters? How dull." Flander, along with Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, all collectively acknowledged this sentiment. Chapter 69. A swift conclusion. Tang San had grown accustomed to such disappointments, having faced them frequently, while Dai Mu Bai and the others could not help but feel envious. The only individual capable of eliciting such envy from these extraordinary beings was Yi Yu. Flander stated, "Little you, while you possess the strength to combat opponents beyond your level, the disparity in soul power escalates significantly with each rank. It is not as simple as you might imagine." Yi Yu nodded. "Let us hope that is indeed the case." The Soul Arena was expansive, housing 100 battle platforms, each a miniature venue in its own right. Before entering, Yi Yu wagered all his soul coins on his own victory, and naturally, Tang San and the others placed their bets on Yi Yu as well. Oscar and the others, brimming with anticipation, were eager for fortune. As the information that Yi Yu was a support-type Soul Master, while his opponent was an agile attacker, would surely influence the odds. Hence, aside from them, no one else would bet on Yi Yu's victory, save for those foolishly wealthy. After Oscar and the others joyfully departed, the counter-staff sighed, "Truly, some people are excessively foolish with their wealth." After a moment of disdain, the staff member retrieved their living expenses for the month and wagered on Yi Yu's opponent to win. Initially reluctant to place a bet, seeing the substantial amount wagered by others prompted a decision that at least a profit of 50 gold soul coins could be made. Initially, one might have assumed that all bets were placed on Ming's offensive prowess, with few wagering on Yi Yu. Hence, should Yi Yu emerge victorious, the rewards would be scant. Yet, the total wagers on Yi Yu amounted to an impressive 2,000 soul coins, of which Yi Yu himself staked a considerable 1,500. As he stepped onto the 27th Soul Arena, the host's exuberant announcement electrified the atmosphere. Below, competitors on the 27th arena were poised for a one-on-one duel, all of whom were Soul Elders. In an instant, a swift black figure darted onto the stage, catching the audience off guard. This was a slender youth of 18, sporting a pair of mustachios and possessing a countenance reminiscent of a cunning rat. Yi Yu murmured to himself, "So it's a person." I initially thought a large black rat had scurried by. Upon entering the arena, the host declared, "Our contestant, Yi Yu, is participating in his inaugural soul duel. Let us discover whether he will triumph or falter in this debut match. Please introduce yourself before we commence." The slender young man proclaimed with arrogance, "I am El Kwai, a 39th level agile attack Soul Elder. I have participated in 5 matches, with an unblemished record of 5 victories and 0 defeats." Yi replied, "I am Yi Yu, a 40th level support type Soul Elder. This is my first match." El Kwai was taken aback momentarily. Yi Yu appeared youthful, yet had achieved a 40th level? Was it possible he merely looked younger? After a brief moment of astonishment, El Kwai discarded further contemplation, convinced of his impending victory. With a mocking tone, El Kwai taunted, "You might as well concede. Although you possess a 40th level, you are a support type, and being a newcomer here is one thing. But do you lack even basic understanding? Support types seldom engage in one-on-one duels. It is akin to courting disaster." The audience erupted in laughter, finding it ludicrous that a support type would dare to participate in such a contest. "He must be a benefactor. I bet on El Kwai to win, and I shall earn a tidy sum for my living expenses." They chortled. How does he even manage to attend school, lacking such fundamental knowledge? El Kwai displayed no interest, stating, "This battle holds no appeal for me when facing a support type." Yi responded, "I, too, find little interest." "What?" El Kwai was momentarily stunned. unable to fathom that Yi Yu would utter such words. Humph, an affectation of calmness. Very well, I shall swiftly conclude this battle and demonstrate your folly. El Kwai summoned his martial spirit, revealing a towering black wrap behind him, adorned with 3 soul rings of yellow and purple, a configuration indicative of peak prowess. With the flicker of his first soul ring, he surged forward with astonishing speed, transforming into a fleeting shadow that blinked behind Yi Yu. With a derisive grin, El Kwai proclaimed, "In our academy, I am considered a genius, and my martial spirit excels among speed-type soul beasts. My forte lies in velocity. My offensive and defensive capabilities may be lacking, but I excel in swiftness. Previous battles concluded in a flash, and against a support type, this one will end even quicker." As El Kwai darted behind Yi Yu, the latter stood motionless, an unsurprising sight to El Kwai, who believed Yi Yu had failed to react. Prepare to fall. El Kwai ready to punch, but suddenly, Yi Yu sprang into action. Without turning, he executed an elbow strike backward, sending El Kwai hurtling away, blood spilling from his mouth. With a thud, El Kwai crashed onto the ground, eyes wide with disbelief as he gasped, "How is this possible?" Lu Kwai was overwhelmed with shock, his chest aching severely. Blood and energy surging within him. Yi Yu sighed lightly, "You are indeed swift." At that moment, the entire venue fell silent, including the host, who was momentarily at a loss and did not announce the result for quite some time. Yi Yu reminded him, "The match has concluded." It was truly astonishing. Competitor Yi Yu had emerged victorious, and in mere seconds. The audience was utterly stunned, unable to believe it, and numerous voices arose in doubt. He cannot possibly be a support type. He is undoubtedly an assault type. Yes, he had not even unleashed his martial spirit or utilized any soul skills. If he were a support type, how could he possess such rapid reflexes and strength? It must be that he is an assault type. He has misrepresented himself. This match is invalid. The crowd erupted in anger, as many had placed all their bets on Lu Kwai winning. Down below, Lu Kwai clutched his chest in pain and fury. Indeed, he cannot be a support type. To catch my figure is one thing, but to wield such power is beyond belief. I refuse to accept that he is a support type. The host, too, was incredulous. Yet the information could not be erroneous. Participants were registered and verified by specialized personnel before the match, ensuring accuracy. The host shouted, "Everyone, please quiet down. The information is accurate. He is a support type. We do not believe it. This is impossible. How could a support type possess such formidable strength? I refuse to accept it. Let him unleash his martial spirit and demonstrate." The host, filled with indignation, stated solemnly, "Each registrant's information undergoes rigorous confirmation. There is no mistake. The match has concluded. Everyone, please exit." Lu Kwai, feeling extremely unwilling, glared at Yi Yu. "Since you claim to be a support type, then unleash your martial spirit for us to see. If you do not reveal it, it signifies deceit." Yi Yu replied candidly, "I do not need to unleash my martial spirit to defeat you." "You," Lu Kwai, enraged, nearly spat blood once more. Yi Yu continued, "If I were to unleash my martial spirit and utilize soul skills, it would not merely result in you spitting blood. Rather, you would be rendered unconscious, and it would take you a month to fully recover. Unleash your martial spirit." Lu Kwai insisted, "I do not believe you are a support type. Although the Great Soul Arena is fair, mistakes can still occur. If you truly are a support type, then strike me with a soul skill." Yi Yu countered, "Are you certain?" "Of course." Lu Kwai nodded decisively, hoping to compel Yi Yu to reveal his martial spirit. He could not believe Yi Yu was a support type. Yi Yu sighed. "This is the first time someone has made such a foolish request. I shall indulge you. However, if I utilize my soul skills, I will strike you down in one blow. How about we proceed to the death arena?" Lu Kwai's heart sank. The death arena meant that one could strike their opponent to death without consequence. Typically, only those with blood feuds would engage in combat there. Though he doubted Yi Yu was a support type, what if he truly was? Lu Kwai relented, "Forget it." He staggered away, and the audience members, too, departed with resignation. Yi Yu exited the competition arena, deciding to participate in a 2-on-2 match. After some contemplation, he resolved to team up with Ning Rongrong. Curious, Ning Rongrong inquired, "Why choose me? I thought you would partner with Dai Mubai, given that you both are Soul Emperors. Wouldn't I hold you back? After all, we might be facing 2 Soul Emperors at level 39. Others also expressed their curiosity. Yi Yu stated candidly, "With my current strength, there is not a single Soul Master below the Soul Sect that can pose a challenge to me. Even in a 1-on-2 scenario, I experience no pressure whatsoever. Besides, you can assist me, so how could you possibly be a burden? I am merely concerned that you might become distracted while trying to protect me." Yi Yu smiled nonchalantly. "Rest assured, you need not worry about protection, for they will not have the opportunity to approach you." Ning Rongrong, upon hearing Yi Yu's words, began to entertain the possibility. Shortly thereafter, Yi Yu and Ning Rongrong proceeded to register their duo, whimsically naming themselves the Unique Duo. Their partnership was indeed singular, as it was unprecedented for two support-type soul masters to form a team. Following the registration, Oscar and the others eagerly placed their bets, filled with excitement. Boss, you just won, and we made a fortune. Our stakes multiplied tenfold. I have earned 1,500 gold soul coins. Oscar exclaimed with exuberance. Ma Hongjuan's eyes sparkled as he regarded Yi Yu, akin to a person gazing upon a god of wealth. Boss Yu's winnings are truly remarkable. An investment of 1,500 gold soul coins transformed into 15,000. Tang Xin remarked, when Brother Yu wins again, it is unlikely he will earn as much as this time, as others will surely investigate his previous performances. Oscar expressed some regret, acknowledging that Yi Yu would not be able to surprise them again, given that many had placed their bets, yet he felt content nonetheless. Soon, the duo competition commenced. Yi Yu and Ning Rongrong took to the stage, where they faced two exceptionally robust 19-year-old youths, standing at an impressive height of 185 centimeters. Their muscular physiques exuded an air of aggression. The host announced, next, we have the newly formed Unique Duo competing against the undefeated Twin Titans, who boast a record of 9 victories. Although Yi Yu had recently won and demonstrated remarkable prowess, only a portion of the audience was aware of his capabilities. Some had placed their bets on the Twin Titans without knowledge of Yi Yu's past performances. The audience buzzed with speculation. This Unique Duo is indeed unique. It consists of 2 support-type soul masters. Indeed, and that young lady is merely a 20-something level soul master. They are certain to lose. They could not fathom why some believed in their victory. How could 2 support-type masters possibly triumph over 2 formidable attack-type masters at level 39? Perhaps it is because I previously witnessed Yi Yu's match. His strength is unfathomable. He defeated Lu Kuai without the use of a martial soul or soul skills. Is that true? How could a support-type master defeat an agility-type master? It is indeed true. I saw it as well. Yet I still placed my bet on the Twin Titans. Lu Kuai's loss was due to his overconfidence. Though Yi Yu is impressive, this Unique Duo stands no chance against the Twin Titans. At that moment, both sides began their self-introductions, starting with the Twin Titans. I am Xiongdao, a level 39 attack-type soul master. I am Xiong'er, also a level 39 attack-type soul master. Upon finishing their introductions, both released their martial souls. A deep roar of bears resonating through the arena, causing the audience to instinctively cover their ears. Behind them, a towering black bear materialized, its limbs thick and muscular, embodying raw power. I am Yi Yu, a level 40 support-type soul master. I am Ning Rongrong, a level 27 support-type soul master. Once their introductions concluded, Xiongda and Xiong'er erupted into laughter. Indeed, the duo of auxiliary spirit masters is truly a unique combination. Are you here merely to bestow us with ease? Our prowess ensures victory against any challenger. Below the soul sect, we reign supreme. No one can vanquish the duo. The two are enveloped in their soul rings, 3 of which shimmer in hues of yellow and purple. They possess unwavering confidence in their abilities, being recognized as geniuses within their academy. And both wield formidable offensive beast martial spirits, demonstrating exceptional synergy in battle. Within the Great Soul Arena, it is rare for any combination below the soul sect to emerge victorious against them. The rhythmic pulsation of their soul rings resonates, while behind them, a ferocious black bear roars, exuding an overwhelming presence. Ning Rongrong feels an immense pressure and instinctively takes a few steps back, nearly struggling to breathe. Given the vast disparity in strength, Yi Yu steps forward, exuding a potent aura that instantly alleviates the pressure on Ning Rongrong. He gazes at Xiongda and Xiong'er, declaring, perhaps no combination below the soul sect has triumphed over you previously, but now that I am here, you are no longer invincible among those ranks. Upon hearing this, the two cannot help but burst into laughter. Are we to be defeated by a combination of 2 auxiliary spirit masters? Unique combination, you say? It sounds special. Yet I believe any team at the soul master level could easily overpower you. You are the weakest. Come now, unleash your martial spirits and bolster your attributes. Let us not make your defeat too tragic. Yi Yu disregards their taunts and instructs Ning Rongrong behind him. Remain right here and assist me. There is no need for you to do anything else. Ning Rongrong nods in agreement, understood. However, to Xiongda and Xiong'er, Yi Yu's words seem utterly ridiculous. Ha. Xiongda, this is the funniest joke I have heard in years. He tells that auxiliary spirit master girl to stay still. How absurd. Then let us deal with her first. Xiong'er declares. With a powerful leap, he propels himself towards Ning Rongrong, shattering the marble beneath his feet. The ferocious black bear growls behind him as Xiong'er's right hand strikes out like a bear's paw towards Ning Rongrong. Following Yi Yu's instruction, Ning Rongrong remains stationary, her 2 yellow soul rings swirling around her. The resplendent 7 treasure glazed tile emerges from her right hand, granting Yiyu the first and second soul abilities. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first grants strength. The second grants speed. Observing this spectacle, Xiong, rushing towards Ning Rongrong, scoffs. What a unique combination. I see only a duo of fools, so foolish to stand still and become targets. Xiongda, though wanting to laugh, suddenly changes his expression in alarm. Xiong, be careful. Just as Xiong charges towards Ning Rongrong, Yiyu suddenly springs into action, his speed so swift that it leaves Xiongda in shock. Only able to perceive Yiyu's fleeting shadow and the remnants of his afterimage, Xiong senses an unsettling presence as a fierce gust of wind howls from his right. Despite the burden he carries, Yiyu maintains remarkable speed, enhanced by Rongrong's support, surpassing even that of a level 40 agile spirit master. Xiong was not taken aback. The brilliance of his second soul ring shimmered as the formidable black bear materialized beside him, unleashing a powerful strike with his paw. This was Xiong's second soul skill, the black bear instant strike. When an enemy's attack was unavoidable or their counterattack too delayed, this technique would instantaneously reveal the trajectory of the adversary's assault, allowing for a swift retaliation. With a resounding crash, Xiong's paw struck, yet it met only an afterimage. Yiyu, like a phantom, glided past Xiong, materializing on his opposite side to deliver a punch aimed squarely at Xiong's left shoulder. The impact sent Xiong hurtling backward, and Xiongda's expression shifted to one of alarm. The speed at which Xiong was propelled away was alarming. If left unchecked, he would plummet from the stage. Xiongda dashed forward, reaching Xiong just as he was 10 meters from the edge of the platform. However, as he extended his arms to catch Xiong, he was abruptly struck by his brother's body, causing a sharp pain to surge through him. Xiongda's feet dug into the ground, skidding back 10 meters and leaving 2 deep furrows on the stage. Just as he neared the edge, on the brink of falling, he managed to halt himself with great effort. Xiong, are you alright? Xiongda quickly assessed his brother's condition, his face contorted in horror. Xiong bore a grimace of pain. His left arm hung limply, and the bone in his right shoulder protruded unnaturally. One punch had dislocated Xiong's left arm, shattering bones and displacing his right shoulder. Given that their martial spirits were beast spirits, their defensive capabilities were formidable. Yet Xiong had been grievously injured by a single blow from Yiyu. Xiongda found it hard to believe that such devastation could be wrought by a support type. In the audience, disbelief permeated the crowd. A few had witnessed Yiyu's prowess before, yet they were still taken aback. This young man seemed to possess innate divine strength. Truly, it could be described as divine might, for never had they seen such terrifying power emanate from someone with inherent strength. He had yet to unleash his martial spirit or employ any soul skills. His strength was overwhelming. Panic began to ripple through the spectators. Xiongda, filled with ire, lamented. I was careless. Xiong, can you still fight? Xiong nodded. I can still fight. If I cannot use my hands, I shall use my feet. All right. This time I shall take the lead. Xiongda resolved to give his all, setting aside his astonishment. The third purple soul ring around Xiongda blazed forth, his body swelling as a black panda materialized, elevating his stature to an impressive 2.5 meters. His limbs expanded significantly, enhancing his strength and ferocity. With the activation of his third soul skill, Bear Emergence, Xiongda transformed into a ferocious black bear, experiencing a 100% increase in strength, defense, and vitality. However, the side effects were severe. This transformation could only be maintained for 10 minutes before leaving him utterly exhausted. The audience was astir, witnessing the dramatic transformation of Xiongda, feeling an overwhelming surge of power emanate from him. He had truly become a bear. The unique duo's path to victory was not an easy one. Faced with the impending full-force assault of these two titans, it seemed improbable that the young boy could withstand the onslaught, even with innate divine strength. It was unlikely he could contend with a powerhouse unless he summoned his martial spirit and unleashed his soul skills. Look, Xiong is transforming too. In a similar turn, Xiong also morphed into a humanoid bear, the pain from his injuries dissipating significantly, while his vitality, strength, and defense were all markedly enhanced. As the astonished audience looked on, Xiongda proclaimed with pride, a bear should embody the spirit of a bear. With a thunderous roar, he charged forward, stating in a deep voice, this time, let us see if you dare to throw a punch. Xiongda sought vengeance for Xiong, determined that if Yiyu dared to engage him in a fist fight, he would render Yiyu's arm useless. Yiyu, intrigued yet composed, acknowledged his newfound strength, but remained unfazed. At level 40, even without utilizing his soul skills, his strength surpassed theirs. Bolstered further by the 30% power enhancement from Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures, glazed tile, Yiyu surged forward, ready to clash. Xiongda smirked. confident that he would prevail in a test of strength. "You'll surely lose. Defeating you will mean victory for me." With a resounding boom, their fists collided, producing a deafening echo that sent shockwaves through the audience, pushing them back in their seats. In that moment of impact, Xiongda's expression shifted dramatically. Yi Yu had not been sent flying. Instead, he felt an overwhelming force surge through him, causing his fist to ache painfully. Crack! The sound of dislocated bones echoed as Xiongda let out a pained cry, launching him backward. Xiong'er stood in shock. How could Xiongda's full strength falter? Yi Yu prepared to pursue, but Xiong'er leapt into action, activating his first soul skill, his feet crashing down with immense gravitational force. Gravity tread. Faced with the downward pressure, Yi Yu remained utterly still. Zhao Wuji's gravity had no effect on him. He could withstand the gravitational compression for several moments. So this was trivial. Just as Yi Yu was poised to counterattack, Xiongda's right foot slammed down heavily onto the ground. Boom. The platform shook. Marble splintered as Xiongda attempted to destabilize Yi Yu's footing, rendering him unable to retaliate or evade. However, Yi Yu's years of practicing stability under gravitational pressure were not in vain. His stance was unwavering, firmly planted on the platform. Bang! With a dull thud, Yi Yu landed a punch on Xiong'er's foot, sending him soaring upwards. With a crack, Xiong'er broke through the arena's ceiling, his head lodged within, his body dangling helplessly. As Xiong'er fell back to the ground, he rolled in agony, clutching his right leg in pain. The spectators were left in sheer disbelief. The duo, known as the Twin Bears, was being utterly dominated by Yi Yu, who emerged unscathed from every encounter, each collision showcasing his complete superiority and strength. This was terrifying. Xiongda and Xiong'er possessed immense power. Even with their innate strength and assistance from another girl, a support type, how could their power be so overwhelming? Both Xiongda and Xiong'er questioned their own capabilities. They were at the Soul Sovereign level, among the strongest. Yet they were on the verge of defeat against a combination of two support types? Yi Yu scoffed, though the Twin Bears are formidable at the Soul Sovereign level. Against me, they become mere lambs. With their fighting spirit extinguished, they recognized that continuing would only lead to greater injury. "We concede," they declared. The host quickly announced. Congratulations to the unique duo for their victory. It was indeed an unexpected outcome, and the uniqueness of the unique duo was evident. Though Yi Yu had not employed his martial soul or soul skills, his innate strength had reached its zenith, and he yearned to conclude the battle swiftly. After all, being a soul master, the rapid consumption of soul power when receiving enhancements from lower-level support would soon exhaust Rongrong's energy. Despite earnestly engaging in battle several times, Yi Yu still felt a lack of exhilaration. He hoped that the upcoming team battle would present an encounter with a formidable opponent. Chapter 72, The Frenzied Battle Team. The duo of Yi Yu and Ning Rongrong was undoubtedly the most fitting combination. Rongrong provided support while Yi Yu could bolster his own abilities and assumed the role of a fierce attacker. In contrast, pairing with others would not yield such significant results. Although support-type soul masters cannot assist one another, an acknowledged taboo, this constraint held no sway over Yi Yu. The complexity of martial souls made support-type souls exceptionally unique, rare, pure, yet fragile. Hence, if a support type were to assist another of the same kind, the recipient's body would instinctively reject the aid, leading to deterioration and even bone fractures. The severity of such actions is encapsulated in the very word taboo. However, Yi Yu's physique was exceptional, surpassing even that of typical attackers, rendering him immune to these effects. As they prepared for the upcoming team battle, Yi Yu and his companions gathered, while Rongrong rested due to her considerable soul power expenditure during the previous match. Flender remarked on the importance of coordination in team battles and proceeded to assign their respective positions. Yi Yu, Xiao San, Xiao Wu, and Mu Bai would take on the primary offensive roles, with Yi Yu and Mu Bai advancing through the center while Xiao San and Xiao Wu flanked them. Xiao Ao would provide support from the rear, and the hefty companion would remain behind to protect Xiao Ao while launching ranged attacks. This arrangement was unanimously regarded as optimal. Yet, Yi Yu harbored a silent wish to take on all 7 opponents himself, a thought he refrained from voicing for fear of disheartening his teammates. He believed that facing 7 soul masters without utilizing external soul bones would allow for an exhilarating confrontation. Flender prepared masks for Yi Yu and the others. Recognizing their monstrous capabilities, donning masks would conceal their identities. The group settled around a table in the team battle waiting room, with 10 minutes remaining before the match began. At that moment, a towering figure, a muscular man standing nearly 2 meters tall, strode in, exuding a formidable presence characteristic of strength-type fighters. "Oh, truly the finest physique I have ever seen. Young lady, you appear quite youthful, yet your form is remarkable. You must be quite beautiful. Why the mask? Unveil it so that I may gaze upon your visage," he said, his eyes gleaming with interest, prompting a frown from Zhu Zhuqing, who was visibly displeased by his words. Despite her youth, Zhu Zhuqing was exceptionally well-developed, inciting envy from Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. With the mask obscuring her features, her physique belied her age, making her appear closer to 18 than 12. Zhu Zhuqing, known for her cold demeanor, retorted curtly, "Leave." The man, taken aback by her boldness, scoffed, "Humph. Do you dare speak to me in such a manner? Do you not know who I am?" He reached out to remove her mask, but she insisted. "If I say leave, then leave at once." Dai Mubai rose. Though he too was tall, he found himself dwarfed by the man, exuding an assertive aura. Dai Mubai caused the man to falter slightly. However, the man showed no signs of intimidation and unleashed a powerful punch. Dai Mubai simultaneously struck with both fists, resulting in a collision that caused the man to sway slightly. However, Dai Mubai let out a muffled grunt and retreated 3 steps, his fists aching. The man, clearly at an advantage, lifted his chin in pride and cast a disdainful glance at Yi Yu and the others. "Your strength is no match for me." Just as Dai Mubai was preparing to unleash his martial spirit, Yi Yu stood up and placed his right hand on his shoulder. "Mubai, allow me to handle this." Instantly, Dai Mubai refrained from engaging. "Is that so?" The man, taken aback, found it surprising that the seemingly 11 or 12-year-old boy dared to intervene, especially considering Dai Mubai's age and presumed strength. "Oh, you truly catch my interest. Do you believe yourself to be stronger than him?" The man scoffed. "Even if you are indeed more formidable, you remain no match for me." Without further ado, Yi Yu clenched his right fist and launched a powerful strike. The man, filled with disdain, had never feared anyone beneath the soul sect. Bang! The fists collided with no stalemate, and the man's expression shifted dramatically as he was overwhelmed by the ferocious force, sending him flying. Thud! He landed 10 meters away, crashing outside the lounge, utterly astonished. How is this possible? He found it hard to believe that someone possessed greater strength than himself. The clash of their powers relied on both innate strength and soul power, and compared to Yi Yu, he was merely courting disaster. Little Wu cheered. "Well done, brother Yu." Dai Mubai also felt relieved. Yi Yu calmly stated, "If he refuses to leave, then let him soar away." The man outside rose, his anger boiling as he prepared to unleash his martial spirit and charge in, when a deep voice interrupted him. "Fighting is prohibited in the Soul Arena's preparation area, Quan Shi. You should be aware of that." Quan Shi turned to face the speaker, his expression softening as he suppressed his rage, forcing a smile. "Supervisor AO, I was in the wrong." Acting impulsively, as Quan Shi left, he pointed menacingly at Yi Yu from a distance. "We shall meet in the team battle. If I don't beat you to the point where your own mother wouldn't recognize you, I shall not bear the name Quan Shi." With a face full of fury, he declared, "You should be grateful that this is the Great Soul Arena. Otherwise, you would be in for a world of hurt." Yi Yu remained unfazed, replying, "I return your words to you. Alternatively, after the team battle concludes, perhaps we could find a secluded spot for a one-on-one duel." Upon hearing this, Quan Shi smirked. "While I could certainly teach you a lesson during the team battle, I would be remiss not to accept such a foolish challenge." Quan Shi departed, impatiently awaiting the start of the match, which was still 7 minutes away, feeling it was an eternity. He was eager to commence the battle and deliver a thorough beating to Yi Yu and the others, especially Yi Yu, whom he intended to focus on. Supervisor AO entered and cautioned, "What you just said about wanting a secluded duel was indeed foolish. That fellow is the captain of the Rampage team, whose members all possess strength above level 35, and Quan Shi is their strongest. In the upcoming team battle, you will not be their match. In a team of Soul Master level, they are truly exceptional. If you cannot win, simply concede, for the Rampage team is known for their merciless tactics." Ma Hongjun felt somewhat unfortunate. During their first team battle, they encountered such formidable opponents. Xiao Wu corrected him. "It should be them who are unfortunate." Oscar agreed. Indeed. With Yi Yu around, the outcome remains uncertain. Without Yi Yu, they believed victory would be challenging, especially since all opponents were above level 35. However, having witnessed Yi Yu's prowess, their worries dissipated. As 7 minutes passed, the Mad Battle team swiftly entered the arena. Simultaneously, Yi Yu and his companions, all adorned with masks, made their entrance. Quan Shi's gaze was cold and fixated on Yi Yu, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Hey, it's finally starting. I can hardly contain my anticipation." Chapter 73, The Showdown? The members of the Mad Battle team were aware of Quan Shi's earlier altercation with the opposing team, and each harbored a strong animosity towards Yi Yu and his companions. As the Mad Battle team took to the stage, the crowd erupted in cheers. Since it was the first appearance of Yi Yu's team, very few placed their bets on them, primarily just Yi Yu and his companions. Naturally, they all placed their bets. And Flander wagered significantly as well. Given Yi Yu's substantial appetite, Flander was eager to profit. The atmosphere on stage was electrifying. Crush them, Mad Battle Team. Go, Mad Battle Team. Victory is assured for the Mad Battle Team. The deafening cheers resonated throughout the venue, and the Mad Battle Team, brimming with pride, cast smug glances at Yi Yu and his companions, reveling in their popularity. Not a single soul cheered for Yi Yu's team. The host announced, next, the Mad Battle Team will face the newly formed team, the Shrek 7 Monsters. Although there are 8 members, the team retains the name Shrek 7 Monsters, as Yi Yu cannot be deemed a mere monster, but rather a prodigy. The 8 from Yi Yu's side are referred to by the Dean as the 7 Monsters and 1 Prodigy. After the 7 members of the Mad Battle Team took the stage, they appeared exceedingly proud, ready to overwhelm the Shrek 7 Monsters with their commanding presence. Let us unleash our martial spirits. The Mad Battle Team members simultaneously released their martial spirits, vibrant soul rings of various colors shimmering around them. Quangxi and his 5 teammates bore 3 soul rings each, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple. Among the team, only 1 member displayed a yellow-yellow-purple configuration, the soul female, whose beauty was striking. In the aftermath of releasing their martial spirits and soul rings, the Mad Battle Team exuded arrogance, looking down upon Yi Yu and his companions. All members of the Mad Battle Team were in their 20s and 30s, each possessing strength above level 35. They perceived Yi Yu's group as youthful, at most having 2 members over level 30. Yi Yu, observing the Mad Battle Team's unleashed martial spirits, noted their disdain. Such bright white soul rings, Oscar scoffed. The expression of the Mad Battle Team darkened. Although they were 10-year soul rings, most members possessed their first soul ring of the same duration. Quangxi coldly huffed, "What do you have to mock? I refuse to believe you lack 10-year soul rings." Yi Yu replied, "Let us show these mediocre opponents what we can do." All right. In unison, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun unleashed their martial spirits. In the next moment, all members of the Mad Battle Team were stunned, while the audience gasped in astonishment. Dai Mubai exhibited 3 soul rings, yellow-yellow-purple, while Tang San and his 5 companions displayed 2 soul rings, yellow-yellow. The faces of the Mad Battle Team turned ashen. Not a single member possessed a white soul ring. The optimal soul ring configuration is a rarity, found only among geniuses, with perhaps no more than 2 in 100. They never anticipated that the Shrek 7 Monsters would begin with a century-old soul ring. As Dai Mubai and his companions summoned their soul rings, they instantly overshadowed the configuration of the Frenzy Battle Team. The simultaneous emergence of their century-old soul rings was indeed impressive, leading to a complete defeat for the Frenzy Battle Team on the scoreboard. Gasps erupted from the audience. There were no 10-year soul rings, only century-old ones. It was no wonder they were called the Shrek 7 Monsters, each a prodigy in their own right. Yet, one young man remained conspicuously silent, not releasing his soul. Among the participants, only Yi Yu refrained from summoning his soul, creating a stark contrast. Although the Frenzy Battle Team felt somewhat humiliated, Quangxi turned to Yi Yu and taunted, "Why do you not unleash your soul? Is your first soul ring white? It seems not all of you Shrek 7 Monsters begin with century-old soul rings." Yi Yu nodded, "Indeed, my first soul ring does not originate from a century." Hearing this, Quangxi chuckled, "Just as I suspected, your first soul ring is a mere 10 years. Humph, you too displayed disdain, yet you too begin with a 10-year soul ring. What right do you have to look down upon us?" However, the words that followed from Yi Yu left the entire Frenzy Battle Team in stunned silence. "I did not claim that my first soul ring is a decade old." The members of the Frenzy Battle Team were bewildered, utterly perplexed by the implications of his statement. Yet, in the next moment, Yi Yu raised his right hand, and the Nine-Spirit Black Tang manifested. Simultaneously, 3 blinding beams of light erupted around him, leaving the Frenzy Battle Team utterly astonished. Above Yi Yu's head, soul rings descended in a cascade, encircling him. The first to fall was purple. The second radiated an even more intense purple glow. The third was black. The 3 soul rings surrounded him, with the uppermost black soul ring standing out starkly on the arena, capturing all attention. On the stage, there were white, yellow, and purple rings, but only one was black. How could this be possible? The members of the Frenzy Battle Team widened their eyes in disbelief, questioning their own perceptions, fearing they were hallucinating. The audience was equally stunned, filled with profound astonishment. This black soul ring represented 10,000 years, did it not? Oh my, the soul rings began at 1,000 years. And the third one was a 10,000-year soul ring. If I were to witness this alone, I would think I was imagining things. Everyone knew this was genuine. For aside from the Shrek 7 Monsters, the expressions of all others were akin to having seen a ghost. Yi Yu gazed at the astonished members of the Frenzy Battle Team and mocked. "Now, do you believe I am unworthy of looking down upon your soul rings?" Faced with Yi Yu's derision, the Frenzy Battle Team was rendered speechless, unable to utter a single word, their faces growing even grimmer. They were in utter shock, murmuring amongst themselves. With 1,000 years as the starting point for soul rings, and the third being 10,000, how had he achieved such a feat? Soul masters are bound by limitations regarding soul ring ages. The first and second soul rings must be below 800 years, while the third must be under 1,800 years. Otherwise, absorbing rings of higher ages could lead to catastrophic consequences. They were utterly perplexed. And another matter that left the mad rhinoceros in a state of astonishment was the realization that Yi Yu's martial spirit, which they had presumed to be a beast type, was, in fact, a plant-type martial spirit, seemingly of the supportive nature. Upon this revelation, a tempest of emotions surged within them. The configuration of the first 3 spirit rings for a support-type spirit, purple, black, was nothing short of extraordinary. Currently, Yi Yu donned a mask, and even within the arena, his true identity remained concealed, allowing him to unleash his martial spirit. The mad rhinoceros glanced at his own spirit rings. The first was white, standing in stark contrast to Yi Yu's third ring, rendering him quite embarrassed. Observing the stunned expressions of his teammates, the mad rhinoceros exclaimed, "Their spirit ring configurations are indeed impressive, but in terms of strength, they cannot match us." He growled, "Prepare for battle." Chapter 74, The Support Takes Charge. Yi retorted, "You should rather say, prepare to be hit." The mad rhinoceros, visibly infuriated, replied in a low voice, "What does it matter if we have the advantage in spirit rings? Strength is paramount. It will be you who gets hit." The front line of the mad battle team remained still. The first to act was the support type behind them. The middle-aged man's 3 spirit rings, 1 white and 2 yellow, illuminated simultaneously, bestowing attribute enhancements upon the entire mad battle team. The Disc of Wishes and the Light of Defense shone forth. The Disc of Wishes and the Light of Attack radiated out. Instantly, the entire mad battle team saw their defense and attack power increase by 15%. Though a support type, this individual paled in comparison to the likes of Yi Yu and Ning Rongrong, who possessed top-tier support-type martial spirits. Yi Yu, as a soul master, could amplify 40% of primary attributes and 35% of secondary attributes, while this man offered merely 15%. 3 of Yi Yu's spirit rings shone brightly, as the Nine-Spirit Black Crab released a cascade of dark light, resembling innumerable black fireflies. As the darkness spread, the glimmers coalesced into clusters of black begonia flowers, each surrounded by the colors of the spirit rings, purple, black. 3 begonia flowers descended upon each of Tang San's group, causing their eyes to gleam with astonishment. Yi Yu's first spirit skill conferred a 35% increase in vitality. The second skill granted a 40% increase in strength and a 35% enhancement to defense. The third skill indicated that the stronger the target's defense, the greater the power boost, now reaching a maximum of 80%, as the opponent's defense was not as formidable as Zhao Wujia's. Thus, Tang San and his companions received an additional 40% boost in strength. Simultaneously, they understood that there was a breach capability. Upon striking the target's defense would diminish by 35%. With the enhancement from 3 spirit skills, Dai Mubai was confident that, at his current level of 37, defeating a 43rd level soul master would pose no challenge. Yi Yu's supportive abilities were truly terrifying. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun all felt assured that overcoming a soul master above 35 was well within reach. Ma Hongjun marveled, "Boss Yu, your supportive capabilities are utterly astounding. I feel as though my strength has doubled." The mad battle team was left aghast, completely unprepared for the reality that Yi Yu was indeed a support type. The mad rhinoceros frowned. How is this possible? He is actually a support type. In the previous clash with Yi Yu, he found himself at a disadvantage, initially believing that Yi Yu possessed a beast martial soul, only to be astonished to discover it was a support type. Simultaneously, their expressions grew grave, their hearts profoundly shaken. After Yi Yu bestowed attribute enhancements upon the entire Shrek team, the original disparity in soul power diminished, bringing them to a nearly equal footing. When levels are equivalent, those with superior soul ring configurations naturally surpass those with inferior setups. Kong Shi solemnly declared, "I shall protect the support." Initially, it was the ranged attackers positioned at the rear for protection, but he resolved to take on this responsibility personally. He had not anticipated that Yi Yu was a support type, and the extent of his enhancing abilities was formidable. The gap in soul power between the two sides had narrowed due to Yi Yu's assistance, necessitating the protection of the support. Should they come under attack, they would lose their attribute boosts, plunging them into greater peril. Yi Yu instructed, "Xiao San, Xiao Wu, Mu Bai, Zhu Qing, you focus on the front line. I shall take care of the support in the back." Understood. Simultaneously, the crazy battle team took the initiative. The 2 brothers wielded dual-horned sheep martial souls, embodying a beast type, and led the charge. Behind them were two agile attackers, their martial soul being a monkey. Poised to close in on the rear support, Oscar, the radiant woman, possessing the optimal soul ring configuration, wielded a spider martial soul and specialized in control techniques. As Yi surged forward with astonishing speed, the entire crazy battle team was taken aback. A support type moving so swiftly was unexpected. The woman unleashed her first soul skill, releasing countless strands of resilient white silk that swiftly wove into a web in the air, attempting to obstruct Yi's path. From the rear, Ma Hongjun activated his second soul skill, the Phoenix in Flames. In this state, the flames of the Phoenix were amplified by 30%, and coupled with Yi's various enhancements, Ma Hongjun felt an unprecedented surge in his attack strength. His first soul skill, the Phoenix Fire Line, shot forth, a purplish-red flame rapidly engulfing and incinerating the spiderweb, causing the silk to melt away in large swathes. Yi darted through the gaps in the web, his speed so remarkable that he zipped past the woman in the blink of an eye, drawing near to the rear support. The support, witnessing Yi's velocity, felt a surge of anxiety and apprehensively exclaimed, "Boss, that guy is coming." Kong Shi scoffed, "What is there to panic about? With me here, no support type can harm you." Kong Shi's body swelled as he prepared to throw a punch, reaching nearly 3 meters in height, his form encased in a thick, armor-like hide. A yellow horn gleaming atop his head. His aura surged violently, providing reassurance to the soul master behind him. Kong Shi confidently asserted, "Rest assured, with me around, he cannot harm you in the slightest. If I, a formidable attacker, cannot protect you from a support type, I might as well find a rock to end my own life." As Yi charged forward, Kong Shi unleashed his first white soul ring, radiating brilliance, and struck out with a punch. This is where it ends. You cannot advance a single step further. Previously, he had been at a disadvantage in terms of raw strength, but he was confident that in this clash, it would be Yi who would be sent flying, as he had unleashed his martial soul and wielded greater power, while Yi was merely a support type. Yi executed no flamboyant attacks, relying solely on his strength as he met Kong Shi's punch head-on. Bang! The two fists collided, and Kong Shi's expression changed dramatically. The force behind Yi's punch surpassed his own by no small margin. At the moment their fists collided, he realized that Yi's fist and right arm exhibited no tremor, nor a hint of pain on his face. This revelation indicated to him that Yi's defense was equally formidable. What astonished him the most was that at the instant of impact, he sensed his own defenses had diminished by at least 1/3. Having already been outmatched in strength, the reduction in defense was catastrophic. The collision of their fists resulted in no stalemate. All of the overwhelming force surged towards the wild rhino, sending him flying backward. Simultaneously, the Rui Pan Soul Master behind was also forced to retreat under the pressure of the shockwave, feeling a wave of dizziness. Yi propelled himself upward with a powerful push from his foot. At that moment, the entire wild battle team was taken aback. Their captain had been sent flying by the opposing team's support player. This was dire. They had initially felt no concern for their support player, confident in the protection offered by their leader, the wild rhino. They believed that unless the eldest, golden-haired youth intervened, no one else could breach the wild rhino's defenses to harm their support. Moreover, the individual attempting to strike their support was merely a support class. This was unprecedented. On the battlefield, while it was customary to neutralize the support first if the opposing team had won, it was always the agile attackers responsible for engagement. They had never witnessed an enemy support class charging into their ranks to assault another support. Support players typically remained at the back, cautiously guarding against enemies. Yet Yi had boldly charged forward, which they perceived as akin to a lamb entering a lion's den. Thus, they had felt secure. But this unfolding scene was entirely unexpected. Bang! Yi unleashed a punch, and the Rui Pan Soul Master scarcely had time to react, only feeling a sharp pain in his abdomen before being propelled backward at a greater speed. Bang! In the blink of an eye, he crashed against the wall below the stage, creating a dent and leaving cracks sprawling across the surface. When the wild rhino landed, he exerted all his strength to stabilize himself, barely halting at the edge of the arena. Turning to look back, he was met with a grim sight. Their support lay crumpled on the ground, blood pooling from his mouth, pale and in agony. Yi's piercing taunt echoed, "Wild rhino, perhaps you should find a stone and end it all." Chapter 75. The wild battle team faces defeat. Confronted with Yi's mockery, the wild rhino's expression darkened significantly. His earlier remark about having their support collapse and suggesting a stone to end it was meant to convey that if he could not protect his teammates even against a support player, he had lost all face. However, after witnessing Yi's strength, so overwhelmingly powerful and bizarre, it was even more ferocious than that of a typical attacker. He even felt that a soul master just over level 40 would struggle to withstand the force Yu had just displayed. The wild rhino's right arm trembled. His formidable strength and defense rendered nearly useless as he found himself unable to mount any further attack. Yu continued his derision. Wild rhino. You might as well prepare to spend your later years buying tofu. If you can't die from the impact, just keep buying and crashing. Also, you should consider changing your name to Wild Crash. It would suit your future endeavors, as you'll need to keep crashing for the rest of your life. How infuriating. The relentless taunts from Yu sent the wild rhino into a furious rage. However, his expression grew exceedingly grave. It was astonishing that not only was Yu formidable in his own right, but his supportive abilities were equally impressive, significantly enhancing his power. Strangely, at the moment of collision, his own defenses diminished, undoubtedly due to one of Yu's soul skills. Guangxi glanced at his teammates. Bereft of the assistance from the Rui Pan Soul Master, they found themselves at a distinct disadvantage against the Shrek 7 monsters. He realized that not only was Yu terrifying, but the others were equally monstrous. Thus, I shall eliminate you first. The second yellow soul ring on Guangxi's body radiated brilliance, and the horn atop his head gleamed with a golden light. He resembled a charging rhinoceros, poised to unleash his might upon Yu. Boom! The ground caved in and exploded as Guangxi charged forth like an enraged bull, his horn carrying immense power and penetrating force. Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This technique is quite impressive. I shall employ it when smashing tofu in the future. How infuriating. Silence. Guangxi seethed with rage. As he charged, the power and penetrative strength of his horn eclipsed that of his previous punch. His second soul skill concentrated the force into his horn, amplifying its attack power by 50% and enhancing its defense by the same margin, infused with a shockwave effect. Anyone attempting to approach him would be repelled. Thus, Guangxi was wholly unconcerned about external interference, his focus solely on Yu. Yu remained unperturbed, not evading, and prepared to strike with a punch. Guangxi sneered inwardly. You still rely on your fists? Foolish. Even if your defense is robust, your punch shall be pierced through. My horn is sharp and unyielding. Bang! The two forces collided, unleashing a violent shockwave that caused the surrounding platform to shatter. To Guangxi's astonishment, at the moment of impact, his charging body came to an abrupt halt, while Yu stood unwavering. Most astonishingly, the place where Yu's fist was struck by the horn remained utterly intact, with not a single wound upon his skin. How is this possible? Even with my defensive enhancements, how can a human body possess such formidable protection? Crack! A sound of shattering echoed, and Guangxi was taken aback to see two prominent fissures appear on his horn. With a resounding snap, the tip of his horn broke off and fell to the ground. Simultaneously, an overwhelming force sent Guangxi reeling, his head buzzing. He was utterly bewildered, gazing at Yu, who was unscathed, in disbelief. Why, as a being with a rhinoceros spirit, renowned for its top-tier defenses, have I faltered against this human form? In this moment, he felt akin to a rhinoceros, whose horn and armor are supposed to be incredibly resilient, yet were shattered by a mere human. Yu felt a renewed sense of astonishment. When Guangxi mentioned that his martial spirit was among the apex of defensive soul beasts, a natural disdain welled up within him, prompting Yu to ponder. This was akin to the earlier remarks of his master, who asserted that the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus was a premier spirit among beast-type martial spirits, eliciting the same disdainful sentiment within him. Not dwelling on this further, Yu turned his gaze toward Guangxi, who was now illuminated by the vibrant glow of his third yellow soul ring. The third soul skill, Rampaging Rhinoceros Transformation. Instantly, the rampaging rhinoceros's body swelled once more. Its form entirely encased in rhinoceros armor, its visage altered to resemble that of a humanoid rhinoceros. After ceasing its expansion, it stood a towering 3 meters tall, its physique now remarkably more robust, radiating a wilder aura. This third soul skill, akin to Dai Mubai's third soul skill, the White Tiger's Diamond Transformation, also provided an enhancement across all attributes, although not to the same extent as Dai Mubai's. Currently, the rampaging rhinoceros experienced a 70% increase in attack, defense, and strength, lasting for 10 minutes. The rampaging rhinoceros charged forth once again, lacking speed advantages, thus employing a singular, straightforward approach devoid of any flashy maneuvers. If you have the ability, come face me head on. This time, I shall surely send you flying. It bellowed, its thick left arm akin to that of an elephant's limb, as robust as Yu's waist. Yu remained unfazed. With the rampaging rhinoceros's defense bolstered, the efficacy of his third soul skill was further amplified, with a strength enhancement that thrived when confronting formidable opponents. The rampaging rhinoceros's current defense elevated Yu's strength enhancement to 40%. Yu unleashed a swift punch, and at the moment of collision, a thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the arena and nearly rendering the audience deaf. Instantly, the ground beneath them shattered, debris flying, dust swirling. All eyes in the audience were fixated on the battle between Yi and the rampaging rhinoceros, gazing intently at the stage, obscured by dust, uncertain of the outcome. Yet, in the next moment, a figure burst forth from the swirling dust, crashing violently against the wall of the audience area below, creating a large dent embedded within it. The audience gasped, for it was the rampaging rhinoceros. Blood poured from its left arm, and it coughed violently, clearly gravely injured. Simultaneously, the other members of the rampaging team were struck with shock. Boss. Initially, they had viewed the rampaging rhinoceros as their hope to defeat Yi and turn the tide. Faced with the other members of Shrek, they were at a severe disadvantage. Now with the rampaging rhinoceros defeated, they trembled at the sight of Yi approaching. Yi advanced steadily and unhurriedly, 3 glaring soul rings of purple, black, and red pulsating around him, his imposing aura growing ever more domineering as he drew closer. We concede. They understood their inevitable defeat and wished to surrender, yet before the word could escape their lips, Yi moved in an instant, rendering them unable to speak. Soon, cries of anguish filled the air. Yi would not grant them an easy exit, at the very least. He intended to inflict injury akin to that of the sole master of the Rui plate. Had the tables been turned, the rampaging team would have surely beaten them mercilessly. And thus, Yi showed no mercy. With Yi's involvement, they were mercilessly overwhelmed, the stage dominated by one-sided brutality, screams echoing throughout. Chapter 76. Preparing to venture into the Star-Doe Forest. As the members of the rampaging team attempted to voice their surrender, they were met with a punch to the face from Yi, silencing them. Tang San and the others coordinated seamlessly, denying them any opportunity to concede. Once Yi and his companions had satisfied their aggression, they unceremoniously kicked the remaining members of the rampaging team off the battle arena. The 7 members of the frenzied combat team bore bruised faces, blood at the corners of their mouths, and pallid expressions of pain. Initially, they had anticipated that such a scene would befall the Shrek 7 monsters, yet it was they who now found themselves in this predicament. The host proclaimed the match to be truly astonishing, announcing the victory of the Shrek 7 monsters. Despite having lost their wagers, the audience expressed no discontent. They believed that henceforth, the Shrek 7 monsters would become the darlings of the Soto City Soul Arena, and many would increasingly value this team. They had misjudged the situation. The Shrek 7 monsters truly deserved their moniker, as each member was indeed a remarkable talent, especially the support-type youth, who was exceptionally gifted. I shall certainly watch their future matches and place my bets on their victories. Though undeniably formidable, I still hold the conviction that they are not the most powerful team. However, until I encounter that superior team, I shall continue to wager on their triumphs. After descending from the stage, Yi approached the severely injured Quang Shi and inquired whether he would accompany him to an isolated place for a one-on-one confrontation. Quang Shi's expression soured, and he hesitated, declining the invitation. Previously, he had confidently resolved to confront Yi, considering him foolish for presenting himself as an easy target, yet now he quailed at the thought. To engage would surely invite a beating. Observing the battered and humiliated Quang Shi, Dai Mubai, and the others felt a sense of satisfaction. He once regarded us with disdain, exuding arrogance, yet now he is filled with trepidation, Dai Mubai scoffed. Farewell, Quang Shi. As Yi and his companions departed amidst relentless mockery, Quang Shi found himself seething with indignation but unable to voice his anger. Yi and the others proceeded to collect their winnings, having earned a substantial sum once more. Flinder was positively beaming. Having garnered 5,000 gold soul coins, sufficient to cover the Academy's expenses for half a year. Director, I have broken through. I have reached level 30. Oscar exclaimed joyfully. Flinder and Tang Sen exchanged astonished glances. After all, Oscar was merely 14, yet had reached level 30. An extraordinary feat for a food system soul master at such a young age. Flinder's eyes sparkled with admiration as he praised, Excellent, excellent. Oscar, you have not disappointed me. You are the 3rd to reach level 30 in our academy. Dai Mubai first, and Xiaoyu. No, wait. Flinder suddenly realized he had misspoken. Recalling Yi's age upon reaching level 30, and corrected himself, it should be Xiaoyu who attained level 30 first, followed by Dai Mubai, and you are 3rd. Dai Mubai was not surprised, knowing that Yi, with innate full soul power at level 30, would ascend directly upon acquiring 2 soul rings. It was evident that Yi had reached level 30 by the age of 6. Initially, Oscar had hoped to bask in his own achievements, feeling quite impressive. But the thought of Yi achieving level 30 at 6 extinguished his pride. Yi nodded, expressing confidence in acquiring his 4th soul ring, believing he would at least leap 3 levels. As one progresses, the difficulty of level advancement increases, rendering significant jumps nearly impossible in later stages. The historical record for ascension from Soul Master to Soul Grandmaster is a mere 1 level, directly to 42. Tang Sen curiously asked the director. I overheard the audience mention a particularly strong team. They easily defeated the formidable Frenzied Combat team, and the fact that they spoke so confidently after witnessing their strength suggests that this team is indeed powerful. Flender nodded, affirming, facing that team would undoubtedly present considerable pressure. They are the Imperial Battle Team. Upon the mention of the words Royal Battle Team, Yi Yu's expression suddenly turned icy, for it evoked thoughts of one individual. He addressed the Academy's headmaster, stating, Tomorrow, I shall venture to the Star-Do Forest, but for the time being, I will refrain from acquiring a soul ring. Once I obtain my soul ring, I shall ascend to the rank of Soul Zone, and in the team competition, we would inevitably face other Soul Zones. Even with my assistance, overcoming a team of Soul Zones at the level of 45 or above would prove to be quite challenging. Therefore, I wish to delay my acquisition for a few days, at least until we confront the Royal Battle Team, so as not to elevate my rank prematurely. Flander found no fault in Yi Yu's reasoning. After all, it would have little impact. The more Yi Yu accumulated, the greater his chances of a significant leap in rank upon obtaining his soul ring. He nodded in agreement. Very well. Then let us hold off on acquiring your 4th soul ring until we encounter the Royal Battle Team. Yi Yu's intention behind this decision was to take matters into his own hands. Although becoming a Soul Zone would allow Rong to join the team for the Soul Zone level tournament while he participated in singles and doubles, Yi Yu felt compelled to confront the Royal Battle Team himself. This was due to the presence of Yi Lingling, the wielder of the 9-Heart Sea Buttercup martial soul. Among them, the death of his mother was undoubtedly tied to the 9-Heart Sea Buttercup sect, even if it had no direct connection to the junior, Yi Lingling. The mere mention of the Royal Battle Team stirred animosity within Yi Yu. In a gesture of camaraderie, Yi Yu treated his companions to a lavish meal at a renowned restaurant in the Soto Arena. Having amassed a fortune exceeding 10,000 gold soul coins, he had become quite the affluent individual, and his friends were unreserved in their indulgence, ordering freely. Oscar joyfully remarked, Since Boss Yu arrived, we feast on delicacies every day. How wonderful. Xiao Wu chimed in. These years with Brother Yu have been filled with rich food and fine drink. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, with a chicken in one hand and a duck in the other, devoured his meal with gusto, his face smeared with grease, expressing his gratitude. Knowing Boss Yu is the luckiest thing that ever happened to me. Oscar nodded vigorously in agreement. Flander teased, Do you not regret it? After all, you talented prodigies often find yourselves overshadowed by little you. Tang San and the others agreed with Flander's statement. Though they were regarded as monsters due to their own exceptional talents, they did not feel monstrous in Yi Yu's presence. Tang San remarked, While it may be disheartening at times, it serves as motivation, urging us to practice harder and narrow the gap between us and Brother Yu. The others nodded in concurrence, including Ning Rong, who, upon witnessing Yi Yu's prowess as a support-type soul master charging forward to bolster himself, realized that she too must strive to hone her abilities. Flander expressed his approval. It is wonderful that you all think this way. It reflects well on the students of Shrek Academy. After returning to the academy, everyone rested. For the following morning, they were to journey to the perilous Star-Do Forest. Despite the presence of Zhao Wujia accompanying them, Yi Yu and his companions understood the necessity of remaining vigilant. Yi Yu, too, regarded their expedition to the Star-Do Forest with utmost seriousness. Aware of the challenges that awaited them, the Forest King, the Titan Great Ape. Chapter 77, Leave It to Me. The following dawn, Yi Yu and his companions assembled, and shortly thereafter, Zhao Wujia arrived. Flander instructed Zhao Wujia to lead Yi Yu and the others into the Star-Do Forest to procure a spirit ring for Oscar. Although Zhao Wujia was reluctant to venture out, still recovering from his injuries, he had no choice. As he approached, the others, aside from Yi Yu, were taken aback. Zhao Wujia's face was battered and bruised, especially around his eyes, resembling a panda. His disheveled appearance elicited laughter from the group. Embarrassed, he admonished, What are you laughing at? Feeling a bit too playful? He glared at Dai Mubai, though his gaze did not linger on Tang San or Yi Yu. Addressing Yi Yu, he commanded, You will lead the team. Yi Yu organized the formation. I will take the lead, with Rong and Oscar following closely behind. Fatty and Xiao will flank them, while Tang San, Mubai, and Zhu Qing will bring up the rear. The group set off on their journey, replenishing their energy with Oscar's restorative sausages when fatigue set in, though Yi Yu required no such sustenance. As dusk fell, they arrived at a small town, not far from the Star-Do Forest. Let us find an inn to rest for the night before we enter the forest tomorrow, Yi Yu suggested, departing alone to explore the town and procure some heavier supplies. Meanwhile, while Tang San and the others awaited Yi Yu at the inn, they encountered students from the Tsanghue Academy, leading to a confrontation. Unperturbed, They recalled the words of their dean: a soul master who shies away from trouble is a mediocre one. Despite Songhui Academy's esteemed reputation, the disparity in strength was evident. Xiao Wu easily dispatched them, leaving them in a state of disarray. The middle-aged instructor leading the group, his expression darkening, refrained from escalating the situation immediately and inquired, "Which academy do you hail from?" He recognized their potential and sought to discern whether their backgrounds warranted his attention. "You aren't worthy to know," Dai Mubai retorted dismissively. Enraged, the instructor introduced himself. "I am Yi Zhiqiu, the head of Songhui Academy." Dai Mubai shook his head. "I've never heard of you." Yi Zhiqiu seethed with anger, feeling belittled by these young upstarts. "Humph, a group of arrogant children. Xian Gui manifest." Yi Zhiqiu unleashed his martial spirit, 5 soul rings materializing around him, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, indicating he was a soul king above level 50. However, Tang San and his companions remained unfazed. Observing the commotion, other patrons hastily left, fearing the impending conflict. The innkeeper trembled, pleading, "Masters, could you possibly take your fight outside? My business is small." Yi Zhiqiu commanded sternly, "Apologize." "Apologize? We have done nothing wrong," came the defiant reply. Yi Zhiqiu's expression darkened. His attempt to intimidate had failed. "If you have the courage, step outside." He exited the inn, prompting Tang San and the others to rise and follow him outside. Yi Zhiqiu scoffed inwardly, believing these youngsters to be exceedingly arrogant. As a soul master of level 53, he was certain that even if they possessed talent, the oldest among them would not exceed level 30, while the rest appeared to be merely 11 or 12 years old, likely no more than 25 in rank. He regarded Tang San and his companions with disdain, confident that subduing these 7 young souls would require minimal effort. Yi Zhiqiu coldly remarked, "Are you certain you wish to challenge me? I do not intend to bully the weak. If you apologize to my students, I shall spare you. I am a level 53 soul king." Dai Mubai, undaunted, retorted, "Humph, do you think we fear your threats? What does it matter if you are a soul king? With the 7 of us united, the outcome is far from certain." Yi Zhiqiu laughed derisively. "Haha, how utterly laughable. What can your 7 do? The disparity in power cannot be compensated by mere numbers." Ma Hongjun scoffed. "If it were your students, even a greater number would not bridge the gap in strength. But we are not like those mediocre souls. We are monsters." "Very well, prepare to attack," Yi Zhiqiu declared, arms crossed in arrogance, confident in his martial spirit. The Black Tortoise. Even among equals, it is difficult to harm him, let alone these youths. Though Tang San and the others felt no fear, they recognized the formidable nature of their opponent, a soul king after all. Tang San strategized. Although his soul power exceeds ours, his martial spirit has its flaws. As a defensive martial spirit, his skills are predominantly defensive, with limited offensive capabilities, thus posing a lesser threat compared to other soul kings of his level. In the upcoming battle, I propose 2 methods. The first, we leverage our speed. Bamboo Qing, Dai Mubai, and I will engage him, evading his attacks at full speed, seeking his weaknesses to exploit. If we fail to find any weakness, we shall resort to our second method. The 3 of us will hold him off. The Black Tortoise possesses a water attribute, which is countered by Fatty's martial spirit, allowing him to attack from a distance, while Oscar provides us with sustenance. And Xiao Wu supports us. Our aim is to wear him down. Xiao Wu, you will alternate with us, ensuring everyone can replenish with Oscar's sausages. The 6 were deeply impressed by Tang San's strategy, recognizing its merit. Yi Zhiqiu observed Tang San and the others huddled together in quiet discussion, entirely unfazed and dismissive. Regardless of their deliberations on combat methods, they could never hope to rival him. In the face of strength, all else is rendered futile. Yi Zhiqiu sneered, "So, how goes your discussion? If you cannot devise a strategy, I suggest you apologize. To me, all methods are in vain." Tang San replied firmly, "We can commence the battle now." As Tang San and the others summoned their martial spirits, Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback. Just as he suspected, aside from Dai Mubai, the others were all accomplished soul masters. However, he was astonished by the soul rings of Tang San and his companions. 3 soul rings of yellow and purple for Tang San, and yellow for the others. Yi Zhiqiu was profoundly shaken. Such a configuration of soul rings was indeed elite. Who were these individuals, and from which academy did they hail? A weight settled in his heart, realizing that these 7 were all prodigies, unlike any he had seen at Songhui Academy. Noticing Yi Zhiqiu's apprehensive expression, it seemed he hesitated to engage. Dai Mubai, recognizing his fear of provoking a serious confrontation, taunted, "What is the matter? Are you afraid? Concerned about causing trouble? Rest assured, we are not students from any prestigious academy. We hail from Shrek Academy." Shrek Academy? Yi Zhiqiu raised an eyebrow, having never heard of it before. Feeling considerably relaxed, Yi Zhiqiu's 5 soul rings pulsed as he coldly declared, Then let us begin. Tang said, let us first proceed with the method I proposed. If that fails, we will resort to the second option. Prepare for battle, everyone. Just then, a voice interrupted Tang San and his companions. Xiao San, there's no need for such trouble. This turtle, leave it to me. Chapter 78, A Mere Soul Sovereign? Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback upon hearing this, glancing at Yi Yu, who appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old. Being referred to as a turtle, Yi Zhiqiu was infuriated and laughed derisively. Huh? How amusing. Are you suggesting that you wish to fight me alone? Yi Yu nodded. Indeed, old turtle. Yi Zhiqiu's expression darkened with rage. His martial spirit was the Xian Gui, and it was a sensitive subject for him that some would call him a turtle. Now, being addressed as such by a mere boy only intensified his anger. Very well, since you dare to call me that, I shall be more than willing to teach you a lesson. A cold glint flashed in Yi Zhiqiu's eyes. Ning Rongrong unleashed a dazzling array of colors from her hands as the 7-treasure glazed tile appeared, exuding an air of nobility. Brother Yu, do you need my assistance? She inquired. Although she was aware of Yi Yu's formidable prowess, the opponent was a level 53 Soul King. Yi Yu shook his head. No need. I can manage on my own. Upon witnessing Ning Rongrong release her martial spirit, Yi Zhiqiu's eyes widened in astonishment, and he instinctively took a step back, his voice trembling. Is that the 7-treasure glazed tile? His apprehension was palpable, and the chill that had previously graced his countenance dissipated, replaced by sheer panic. He had not anticipated that this young girl hailed from the 7-treasure glazed sect, one of the 3 great sects of the Douluo Continent. Alongside the Haotian sect and the blue electric tyrant dragon family. Not only was he unprepared for this revelation, but the entire Tsunghua Academy would also be unable to contend with such a powerful background. Realizing Yi Zhiqiu's fear, Ning Rongrong reassured him, do not worry. I will not leverage my background against you. If you choose not to fight, I will simply have my grandfather, Jian Yi, step in. Just a heads up. My grandfather is known as Chun Xian, a title Douluo. At her words, Yi Zhiqiu felt a sudden chill course through him, and he shuddered. Grandfather Jian Chun Xian. He immediately recalled the legendary figure, the title Douluo known for his swordsmanship, and one of the guardians of the 7-treasure glazed tile. I shall fight. Though he struggled to comprehend his own decision, questioning why he would willingly engage in battle, he realized it was no longer about teaming up against him. It was one of the boys who sought to challenge him. Did these individuals possess a penchant for self-destruction? Yi Zhiqiu turned to Yi Yu and declared, let us begin. Compared to facing a title Douluo, he naturally preferred to confront the boy before him. Yi Yu suggested, let us move to the nearby woods. Despite not understanding the reasoning, Yi Zhiqiu nodded and led the way into the forest. Tang San and the others chose not to follow, placing their trust in Yi Yu. Meanwhile, the students of Tsunghua Academy reveled in schadenfreude. That fellow is truly foolish, thinking he can take on a teacher alone. The teacher is a soul king. That kid looks to be no older than 12, with a soul power of perhaps 25 at most. Even without his martial spirit, the teacher could easily overpower him. They astonishingly refused to confront the past, unable to comprehend the futility of it. Waiting was all that was left, for soon they would hear that fellow's anguished cries. The students of Tsunghua laughed, and just as the words fell, a piercing scream echoed through the woods. Ah! The shriek resonated, startling flocks of birds into flight. It seemed this had been anticipated by the students of Tsunghua. A smile unconsciously blossomed on their faces, but then they suddenly realized something was amiss. The sound bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Teacher Yi. No, it was unmistakably Teacher Yi's voice. How could this be? They exchanged bewildered glances, shock evident in their expressions. Meanwhile, Tang San and his companions wore smiles, unperturbed by the unfolding events. As Yi Yu and Yi Zhiqiu entered the thicket, Yi Zhiqiu declared with pride, if all 8 of you joined forces, I might be compelled to employ my martial soul and soul skills, but against you alone, my innate strength suffices. With that, Yi Zhiqiu launched into action, eager to conclude the encounter swiftly and depart with his students. He sensed that these young individuals were no ordinary youths and dared not provoke them. As a soul king, despite his lack of physical prowess, he was confident that with his full strength, he could vanquish the formidable soul master before him. In but 2 strides, Yi Zhiqiu stood before Yi Yu, only to find Yi Yu not summoning his martial soul, but instead lifting his right hand. This perplexed him, and he laughed inwardly. No martial soul? How foolish. However, at the moment Yi Yu raised his hand to throw a punch, Yi Zhiqiu suddenly sensed a ferocious power surging forth. The gust of wind distorting his facial muscles and lifting his hair backward. This is bad. He attempted to retreat, to release his martial soul, but it was too late. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving him no time to react. Bang! Ah! The scream erupted as Yi Zhiqiu was sent flying, crashing into a massive tree with a resounding thud, causing it to sway violently and shed a flurry of leaves. He crumpled to the ground. His left hand clutching his limp right arm, agony etched across his face. Oh, the pain! Yi Zhiqiu's right arm was fractured in multiple places, blood streaming from his hand. The torment excruciating. How could this be? His eyes widened in shock. If he did not seek treatment promptly, he would lose his arm. Are you not a great soul master? What is your soul power level? Above 50? Yi Zhiqiu surmised that Yi Yu's soul power was at least equal to his own, if not superior. Without the use of his martial soul and soul skills, Yi Yu had sent him flying with sheer physical strength, something that even a similarly ranked powerhouse would struggle to achieve. Yi Yu replied calmly, "Do you wish to know my level? Then unleash your full potential." Yi Zhiqiu's expression darkened. Yi Yu appeared to possess the visage of a youthful child, seemingly around 12 years old, yet he was assuredly not that young. As he summoned 5 soul rings, the first white and the second yellow gleamed brilliantly, while a turtle shell manifested on his back. He resolved to exert himself completely, believing this would reveal Yi Yu's true capabilities, and thus directly employed his first 2 soul skills. The first, Xian Turtle Protection, the second, Xian Water Ice Seal. Observing Yi Zhiqiu's grave demeanor and palpable tension, Yi Yu mocked, a soul king, frightened by a mere soul sovereign. How laughable. Yi Zhiqiu froze momentarily, incredulous. Soul sovereign? How can this be? Are you a soul sovereign? Yi Zhiqiu asked in astonishment. Yi Yu nodded affirmatively. Yi Zhiqiu found it hard to believe. You are a soul master. How could you possess such formidable power? Even a formidable attack-type soul king, without releasing their martial spirit, would not exhibit such strength. Yi replied, "The magnitude of my strength is innate." A chill ran down Yi Zhiqiu's spine. Could it be a special constitution, a natural divine strength? He was aware that a few children were born with extraordinary strength, but the sheer magnitude of this boy's innate power was simply astonishing. Yi Zhiqiu dismissed his thoughts, feeling significantly more relaxed. It turns out he is not a soul king. Perhaps I have overestimated him. With just the first 2 soul techniques, I can easily deal with this 3-ring soul master. Observing Yi Zhiqiu's newfound ease, Yi Yu, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "Is it too soon to relax?" Yi Zhiqiu scoffed, "Humph, a mere soul master, and you think you can make me tense?" Just as he was about to finish his taunt, he suddenly froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Yi Yu approached step by step, with soul rings cascading down from above his head. Purple, black. 3 dazzling and radiant soul rings fell as Yi Yu drew nearer, pulsating around him. Yi Zhiqiu questioned his own sanity. How could this be possible? Yi Yu mocked, "As a mere soul master, why are you no longer composed?" Chapter 79, The Emergence of Malice. Yi Zhiqiu stared incredulously at the 3 soul rings surrounding Yi Yu, realizing they began at a millennium, with the third boasting a staggering 10,000 years. Comparing this to his own 5 soul rings, which bore no black, with the first 3 spanning mere 10 and 100 years, the contrast was striking. How could it be? 2 of Yi Yu's first 3 rings were 1,000 years old, and one was 10,000. Yi Zhiqiu was utterly astounded, never having anticipated encountering such a display. The pinnacle of soul ring configurations he'd seen were merely yellow, and purple. My physique is extraordinary. Naturally, I can endure it, Yi remarked casually. Yi Zhiqiu, now visibly unsettled, hesitated to engage further. He sensed that Yi Yu's background must be significant, comparable to that of the 7 treasures Glazed tile Pagoda soul master from earlier. Which esteemed sect or noble family do you hail from? Yi Zhiqiu inquired, his tone softened. He felt that this young man was someone he could not provoke lightly. Enough with the pleasantries, let us begin. If you do not act, I shall summon someone of a higher rank to deal with you, Yi Yu declared. At this, Yi Zhiqiu's heart trembled, fearing the appearance of a title de law. However, he overthought. Yi Yu had no substantial background. The reason for his non-denial was to create the impression of a formidable lineage, thereby mitigating the need to worry about releasing his martial spirit. Naturally, Yi Yu deemed it safer to eliminate him altogether. I will fight you. Yi Zhiqiu activated his second soul technique, unleashing a chilling aura that enveloped the surroundings, instantly freezing the trees and flowers. For an ordinary soul master, this would evoke an unbearable cold, causing their blood to freeze. Yet, for someone as robust as Yi Yu, it merely felt refreshing, having trained in a gravity space for 5 years where the temperature was no less frigid than this chilling aura. Yi Yu charged forward, leaving Yi Zhiqiu astonished. He is not affected by the cold? With remarkable swiftness, Yi Yu darted to the rear flank of Yi Zhiqiu, delivering a powerful punch. Startled, Yi Zhiqiu instinctively retreated into his shell, just in the nick of time. Simultaneously, as he rotated his shell, a torrent of black water surged forth, imbued with an intensified chill and augmented offensive power. This was his third soul skill, Mystic Water Surge. Yi Yu crossed his arms to block. utilizing the force of the water's impact to propel himself backward. Yi Yu's strength was utterly beyond Yi Zhiqiu's imagination. Yi Yu proclaimed, when facing a Soul King, "It seems I must exert my utmost effort." As Yi Zhiqiu looked on in astonishment, Yi Yu shed his black upper garment, followed by the vest beneath, along with his heavy armor on both arms and legs. Did he truly believe that shedding his burdens would significantly enhance his speed? Yi Zhiqiu dismissed the thought, yet boom. As Yi Yu released the 5 pieces of armor, they plummeted with incredible velocity, crashing into the ground and sending tremors throughout the earth, with countless deep fissures radiating outward. Witnessing this spectacle left Yi Zhiqiu utterly dumbfounded. Outside the inn, the ground shook as well, leaving the students of Tsanghue Academy in stunned disbelief. What transpired? After discarding his heavy armor, Yi Yu sighed lightly, much lighter now. Yi Zhiqiu was profoundly alarmed. Even at his previous speed, he had barely managed to retreat into his shell at the last moment. He had not anticipated the weight of the armor to be so considerable, at least tens of thousands of pounds. How swift would Yi Yu be now? Terrified, Yi Zhiqiu withdrew entirely into his shell. Yi Yu taunted, "It seems calling you a turtle is indeed fitting." Seething with anger, Yi Zhiqiu found himself reduced to a mere shell. Yi Yu's right hand emanated the black light of Nine-Spirit Black Tang, transforming into 3 blossoms of begonia that settled upon him. Instantly, all 3 of his soul skills were conferred upon Yi Yu. Through the aperture of his shell, Yi Zhiqiu observed the external situation and, upon sensing Yi Yu's sudden surge in aura, was astonished. Not a control type, but rather an auxiliary type? Typically, plant-type martial souls are either control or auxiliary types. Initially believing Yi Yu to be a control type, Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback to discover he was an auxiliary type, which left him even more astonished. From which sect could he possibly hail? He was simply a prodigy. Such formidable power in an auxiliary type was unprecedented. Yi Zhiqiu mused that given enough time, Yi Yu would undoubtedly become a formidable force. He had never encountered such a martial soul before. It was absent even in the great sections. Yi Zhiqiu pondered. Could it be that he lacks any background and is merely unique in his own right? This thought ignited a nefarious scheme within him. After the duel, he would report Yi Yu's existence to the Martial Soul Hall. They would surely seek to recruit him into one of their affiliated academies. If Yi Yu did not resist, he would be accepted, but should he choose to oppose, the Martial Soul Hall would annihilate him. Being an auxiliary type with terrifying strength capable of rivaling his own, and possessing formidable auxiliary capabilities, the Martial Soul Hall would definitely not let him slip away. Regardless of what the Shrek Academy might propose, Yi Yu casually remarked, "What are you scheming while hiding in your shell? Are you contemplating reporting my information to the Martial Soul Hall after this, seeking to claim credit?" Yi Yu's words startled Yi Zhiqiu, for he had been accurately guessed. Yi Yu candidly stated, "I truly lack any background. I am merely a child from the countryside. My origins pale in comparison to those of the 7 treasures, Glazed Tile School." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu felt a sense of relief. "Since you have disowned my intentions, I shall not conceal the truth any longer. I will indeed report this matter." Yi Zhiqiu expressed this openly because he knew that with Yi Yu's lack of background, there was no need for hesitation. If Yi Yu were of a grand lineage, he would not dare to speak so recklessly. For if the Spirit Hall were to take action, it would undoubtedly trace back to him, putting him in peril. However, given Yi Yu's ordinary background, he felt no such apprehensions. Yet, Yi Yu let out a chilling laugh, one that sent shivers down the spine. "Here, I could easily take your life. Your thoughts will turn this place into your grave." Hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu narrowed his eyes and scoffed. "And you think you can? Even if you are a prodigy, with your current strength, you could not hope to slay a level 53 Spirit King like myself. Moreover, I am a defensive type." The reason Yi Zhiqiu revealed his true sentiments was due to his unwavering confidence in his ability to escape. He continued coldly, "You are merely a Spirit Elder. While you may be at level 39, you remain a Spirit Elder. If I cannot leave in the face of a Spirit Elder, then I shall abandon the title of Spirit King and be called a turtle instead." Such words betrayed Yi Zhiqiu's immense confidence. Yi Yu retorted with a sneer, "Then perish as the turtle you claim to be." Yi Zhiqiu dismissed him with disdain. "Your talent indeed grants you the audacity to be arrogant. But do you even realize who you are facing? Am I not simply a turtle?" Yi Yu remarked nonchalantly. "Humph. Come and attack at your leisure. You could strike for an entire day and night without harming me. Is that so?" Just as Yi Zhiqiu's confidence surged, his expression suddenly shifted. He beheld Yi Yu's cold smile as his right hand rose, casting a shadow over the left side of his face, where dark red malevolent spirit energy began to coalesce. Yi Yu declared, "Void transformation." With the activation of his transformation, the left side of Yi Yu's face became adorned with a red-patterned white bone mask. His left eye's sclera turned pitch black, and his pupils glimmered with gold. His entire aura morphed into something exceedingly violent and sinister, causing the temperature around him to plummet. Not with coldness, but with a chilling dread that struck at the very core of one's soul. What astonished Yi Zhiqiu was not merely Yi Yu's transformation, but the sudden alteration of the spirit rings surrounding him. The first purple spirit ring shone more brilliantly, the second purple spirit ring morphed into black, while the third black spirit ring emanated an even darker glow. The 3 spirit rings had transformed into a combination of purple and black. A millennium, 10 millennia, 100 millennia. Yi Zhiqiu gazed in horror at Yi Yu's visage, exclaiming in disbelief, could it be a spirit bone? But why now in this form? Yi Zhiqiu's expression shifted drastically, his eyes now brimming with avarice. Could it be an external spirit bone, even rarer than a regular spirit bone? Filled with greed and excitement, he resolved to eliminate Yi Yu, for such a spirit bone would undoubtedly be his prize. After Yi Yu's transformation, his spirit power escalated by 1 level. This was not merely comparable to the strength of a level 41, but rather, it equated to that of a true level 41. At the spirit sect level, the distinction between the semblance of a level 41 and the reality of being a true level 41 was profound. Yi Yu has reached the 41st level, and his combat power is now beyond imagination. Simultaneously, the age of his soul rings has increased. Now that Yi Yu is at level 41, each soul ring's age has been elevated by 8,000 years. With the enhancement of his strength, the age of the soul rings has progressed from an initial increase of 1,000 years with partial virtuality to now, where it has risen by 8,000 years. If fully virtualized, it would increase by 16,000 years. Thus, Yi Yu's first soul ring now corresponds to a 9,000-year soul ring, the second to a 17,000-year soul ring, and the third to 28,000 years. I will certainly kill you, Yi Zhiqiu exclaimed, excitement laced with a chilling tone. And I will undoubtedly slay you, you wretched creature. Yi replied coldly. Yi Zhiqiu sneered. You are indeed an unprecedented prodigy on this continent. If given 20 years, you would likely become an immensely powerful title Douluo. However, your ostentation is excessive. Possessing such terrifying talent while failing to maintain a low profile will lead to your demise in its infancy. Yi responded nonchalantly. In the presence of a dying creature like you, I have no need to conceal myself. Yi Zhiqiu ominously declared. Even with your external soul bones, you cannot kill me. 4th soul skill, Xian Gui Qi. As Yi Zhiqiu's 4th purple soul ring radiated light, a substantial blue aura enveloped the Xian Gui, instantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. The 4th soul skill, Xian Gui Qi, increases the defense of the tortoiseshell by 50% upon use. As a defensive soul king, Yi Zhiqiu was confident that with the protection of his first soul skill, Xian Gui Hu Tu, combined with the enhancement from Xian Gui Qi, even a 49th level soul master would struggle to inflict damage on him in a short span. In his view, Yi Yu was merely a soul respected, and his soul power could not match that of a 49th level soul master. Even if time allowed for accumulation to breach his defenses, that moment had not yet arrived, and Yi Zhiqiu believed Yi Yu's soul power would exhaust itself before then. 5th soul skill, Xian Gui Fengsua. Upon unleashing his 5th soul skill, 4 Xian Gui walls rose within a 20-meter radius, followed by a descending tortoiseshell that covered the area. Instantly, this space was sealed off. Yi Zhiqiu smirked. Now, you cannot escape. I will surely kill you and seize the external soul bones upon your demise. Filled with exhilaration, Yi Zhiqiu believed that the external soul bones on Yi Yu would soon belong to him. However, Yi Yu remained unfazed, retorting with derision. You were so confident after deploying all 5 soul skills. Your 4th soul skill, Xian Gui Qi, is rather mediocre. And as for this 5th soul skill, Xian Gui Fengsua, it merely seals your own retreat, allowing me to better ensnare you like a turtle in a jar. The series of taunts from Yi Yu ignited a blaze of fury within Yi Zhiqiu, who gravely stated, then feel free to attack. Of course, since you, turtle, remain immobile, I must be the one to strike, Yi Yu declared. With that, he propelled himself off the ground, causing the earth to crack beneath him. In the blink of an eye, Yi Yu transformed into a streak of black light, covering a distance of 20 meters, and unleashed a powerful left punch. With the support of his 3 soul rings, Yi Yu's strength surged by 40%. Given Yi Zhiqiu's already formidable defenses, Yi Yu's 3rd soul skill was enhanced to its maximum potential, raising his power by an additional 70%. Yi Zhiqiu felt a wave of terror wash over him, acutely aware of the formidable power behind the punch. Even a soul master of the 49th level would be injured by such a strike. Fortunately, as a defensive specialist, he was currently focused on maximizing his defenses. Thus, he believed that this blow could not breach his tortoiseshell protection. However, suddenly, Yi Zhiqiu's expression shifted dramatically, and a sense of foreboding gripped him. He observed as Yi Yu's left arm revealed the dark golden tiger soul bone, amplifying his strength by an astonishing 40%. Boom. Despite his full defensive posture, Yi Zhiqiu felt a sharp pain in his back, a small indentation the size of an egg appearing on his shell. Alarmed, he realized yet another external soul bone was at play. Yi Zhiqiu understood that this soul bone enhanced power, as the force of the punch had surged unexpectedly. Moreover, he sensed that his own defense had diminished. The protective barrier of his shell had been reduced by at least a third. This was the third soul skill of Yi Yu, an auxiliary ability that compromised defenses, instantly reducing the target's defense by 35% upon impact. Yi Zhiqiu experienced intense pain in his back, overwhelmed by fear. He believed that if he endured 10 such punches, he would surely succumb. He continuously released a chilling aura that enveloped the confined space, the temperature plummeting further, turning the ground into a sheet of ice. Yet Yi Yu remained unaffected. Yi Zhiqiu found himself astonished repeatedly, all due to the youth before him. Was this boy's physique even still human? It was hard for him to fathom. Yi Yu continued his relentless assault, his left fist raining down blows upon the tortoise shell. The first punch triggered the auxiliary ability of the left arm's external soul bone, resulting in a multiplier of only 0.5. The second punch activated a 0.7 multiplier. The third retained the base of 0.5, while the fourth reached 0.8. It could be said that Zhao Wujia had indeed been unfortunate, as he had faced Yi Yu's initial strike, triggering the current highest multiplier of 3. With a mere 3% probability. Inside the shell, Yi Zhiqiu felt blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his heart filled with disbelief. He had initially thought that Yi Yu's punches would maintain a consistent force, believing he could withstand 10 strikes. He prayed that Yi Yu's soul power would not sustain him for that long. Yet he was horrified to discover that each punch varied slightly in intensity, sometimes weaker, but often more powerful. The shell had already sustained significant dents, with several cracks beginning to form. With each punch, Yi Yu's soul power was indeed depleting rapidly. Considering each strike could vanquish a soul master of the 49th level. As the 7th punch landed, it finally triggered a twofold multiplier with a probability of 60%. Crack. The shell shattered, overwhelmed by the fractures, and Yi Zhiqiu emitted a pained grunt from within. Cough. Yi Zhiqiu spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion ghastly pale, filled with dread. Chapter 81. Crushing the Turtle. As Yi Yu delivered yet another punch, the shell was on the verge of complete destruction, prompting Yi Zhiqiu to spew forth another torrent of blood. Realizing Yi Yu was raising his fist once more, panic engulfed him. With this punch, the shell would surely shatter entirely. In a desperate move, Yi Zhiqiu quickly dispelled his tortoise shell defense and unleashed a torrent of water. Yi Yu's punch flew forth, colliding with the surging water, dissipating it entirely, and the overwhelming force sent Yi Zhiqiu hurtling away. Yi Zhiqiu lay prostrate on the ground, his body racked with pain. Although the flowing water had mitigated some of the force, the terrifying power that struck him, unprotected by the Xian turtle's shield, only compounded his injuries. He felt as if his internal organs were on the verge of shattering. At the very least, they were ruptured and bleeding. Overwhelmed by fear, Yi Zhiqiu realized he had lost the will to fight. As the Xian turtle's barrier dissipated, Yi Yu approached step by step, deepening the weight of despair within Yi Zhiqiu, akin to the presence of death drawing near. Please, do not kill me. I will not reveal anything about you. I beg you, spare my life. Yi Yu retorted with a hint of mockery. Had our roles been reversed, you would not have shown me mercy. His words were clear, laced with a chilling tone. He understood that his fate was sealed. In a state of sheer terror, Yi Zhiqiu crawled away from Yi Yu, desperately trying to escape in the opposite direction. His efforts were futile, his injuries rendered him as slow as a turtle. You presently resemble a turtle. Perish. Yi Yu glided to Yi Zhiqiu's side, lifting his right foot before bringing it down with force. A piercing scream erupted as Yi Zhiqiu's back caved in, bones shattered, and a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs spewed forth. His eyes bulged, lifeless and devoid of vitality. Meanwhile, outside, the students of Tang Hao heard the anguished cry and sensed something was amiss. Such a scream indicated severe injury or imminent death. They rushed into the woods, with Zhao Wuji leading the charge. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Zhao Wuji exclaimed, "What a remarkable young man." He was astounded that Yi Yu had slain a level 53 defense-type Soul King. Such a battle against an opponent of a higher rank was unprecedented and utterly absurd. Truly a prodigy, Zhao Wuji marveled. At that moment, the Tang Hao students arrived, and upon seeing Yi Zhiqiu lying in a pool of blood, their expressions shifted to horror as they cried out, "Teacher!" They surrounded him, lowering their heads to inspect. When they received no response, they gently turned him over, revealing a pale face and eyes that had lost all color. "The teacher is dead. How could this be? How could our teacher have been killed?" The students recoiled in shock, gathering together in fear as they looked towards Zhao Wuji. Anger ignited within them as they glared at Yi Yu. You are truly despicable. Luring our teacher into the woods, you must have had accomplices. They had once believed Yi to be formidable for daring to confront their teacher alone. But upon hearing the scream, they could hardly believe Yi Zhiqiu had been harmed by him. Now, they realized he had laid a trap. Yi was disinclined to explain, and Zhao Wuji interjected, I am the one who killed him. Do you have a problem with that? He bore ill intentions towards my student, and I naturally would not let him go. With that, 7 soul rings emerged around Zhao Wuji, shimmering in hues of yellow, purple, and black. This revelation struck fear into the hearts of Tsang Hui's students, causing them to retreat in terror as they stammered, Soul Sage. We must flee. The students scattered in all directions. Yi Yu expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. Zhao Wuji's actions led the Tsang Hui students to believe Yi Zhiqiu had been slain by him. Had they known he was killed by Yi Yu, it would have provoked unnecessary complications. As a teacher, it is my duty to safeguard you. Earlier, Zhao Wujia had been lurking in the shadows, initially planning to intervene should Yi Yu find himself in peril due to exhaustion of soul power. However, he was taken aback by Yi Yu's unexpected victory. Zhao Wujia understood the extraordinary potential of Yi Yu when they had sparred. Even with the use of his 5th soul skill, Yi Yu could only withstand the gravitational pressure for a few moments. Zhao Wujia believed that while Yi Yu's full strength could vanquish a rank 49 soul master, he had not anticipated that he could also defeat a rank 53 soul king. When Tang San and his companions arrived and beheld the lifeless form of Yi Zhiqiu, they were momentarily astonished. Ma Hongjun inquired, Teacher Zhao, did you do this? In the presence of Tang San and the others, there was no need for concealment. Zhao Wujia gestured towards Yi Yu and stated, this prodigy is the one responsible. Instantly, Tang San and his companions were filled with shock, which soon transformed into admiration. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, my goodness, Boss Yu is incredibly strong, having slain a soul king of 53. Oscar added in awe, Boss Yu never fails to astonish us. Dai Mubai chuckled wryly, we have indeed underestimated Boss Yu's power. Ning Rongrong gazed at him with reverence, her expression that of an adoring fan. As a fellow support type, Yi Yu was nothing short of an idol to her. Yi Yu humbly remarked, he specializes in defense, while my strength counters him. In a battle against a powerful assault type or agility type, overcoming a 53 soul king might be feasible, but killing him would still pose a challenge. Oscar interjected, Boss Yu, please don't be modest. While battling above one's level is not unheard of, transcending 2 realms is unprecedented and likely unmatched in the future. Yi Yu's defeat of Yi Zhiqiu could be interpreted as a remarkable leap across 2 realms. Although it was also a matter of perspective, for after his ethereal transformation, Yi Yu had effectively reached rank 41, categorizing him as a soul master. Upon reaching the 40th level, regardless of the duration of one's training, without acquiring a 4th soul ring, one would remain a soul scholar indefinitely. However, Yi Yu's ethereal skill was exceptionally formidable, allowing him to elevate a rank, and complete transformation could elevate him by 2 ranks. As Oscar prepared to make sausages, Yi Yu interjected, there's no need for that. My soul power recovery is rapid, and by tomorrow morning, I shall be at my peak. Were it anyone else, Zhao Wujia would be skeptical, but with Yi Yu, nothing seemed impossible. On the following morning, Yi Yu and the others set forth into the Star Doe forest. Oscar had thoughtfully provided each person with 2 sausages as provisions. Once inside the forest, Zhao Wujia cautioned everyone to maintain a distance of no more than 20 meters from him. Though a soul sage, he could not afford to lower his guard in this environment. Tang San and the others, including Yi Yu, remained vigilant and cautious. As this place was vastly different from the imperial breeding grounds for soul beasts, danger could lurk anywhere. Yet, only Xiao Wu appeared exhilarated, skipping joyfully as if she perceived no threat whatsoever. In Chapter 82, Silent Slaps, Dai Mubai led the way, his martial soul activated, wielding his tiger claws to cleave through the obstructive thorns, significantly hastening their progress. Yi Yu, with his keen senses, observed the surroundings. Along the way, they encountered soul beasts aged from 10 to 100 years. Dai Mubai intended to deal with them, but Yi Yu advised, there's no need to engage. Killing them serves no purpose and may instead attract more formidable soul beasts due to the scent of blood. Dai Mubai nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in this approach. Xiao Wu remarked, they pose no threat to us. There is truly no need for lethal measures. If every soul master were to slay any soul beast upon sight, would there be any left in the forest? Dai Mubai nodded in agreement. After an hour of travel, Zhao Wujia suggested a rest. Dai Mubai cleared a spacious area of 100-meter radius. Although Yi Yu did not require a break, the others did, for it was essential to maintain their peak condition at all times. 10 minutes later, both Yi Yu and Zhao Wujia raised their eyebrows in unison, followed closely by Tang San, who also sensed the disturbance. Zhao Wujia cast a deep glance at Yi Yu, marveling at his keen perception. Noting that he had detected the presence simultaneously with him. Zhu Zhuqing, investigate what soul beast it is, Zhao Wujie instructed. Zhu Zhuqing agilely leaped to the top of a tall tree, crouching gracefully as she displayed her perfect figure. After a brief observation, she reported, it is a flying snake. Adorned with a fleshy crown upon its head, crimson as blood, with a fan-shaped tail. Zhao Wujie's eyes brightened. The phoenix tail coxcomb snake. Little Ao is fortunate. Let us see how many years it has lived. As the phoenix tail coxcomb snake approached, Tang San, utilizing his purple extreme demon eye, discerned its length to be approximately 7 meters. This was a 1,000-year-old phoenix tail coxcomb snake, likely around 1,500 years old, perfectly suitable for little Ao. Just as Tang San spoke, Yu interjected, there is no need for any strategy to deal with this 1,000-year-old phoenix tail coxcomb snake. Simply leave it to me. The phoenix tail coxcomb snake, moving with lightning speed, glided towards Yu. It, however, underestimated him, attempting to evade his strike and maneuvering behind him to ensnare him with its serpentine body. To its astonishment, Yu's speed was beyond its expectations. He vanished from its sight and reappeared to its right side. Having entered the Star Doe forest unencumbered, Yu delivered a powerful punch to the snake's head. Initially dismissive, the snake thought, what strength could a youth possess without unleashing his martial spirit or soul skills? Yet, it was soon gripped by horror and despair as Yu's fist struck its head, releasing a piercing shriek. The force was so overwhelming that it rendered the snake unconscious instantly. The phoenix tail coxcomb snake lay motionless on the ground, and the others looked on in awe. No method could rival absolute power. Oscar stepped forward, preparing to pierce the snake's skull with a dagger, when a voice called out, stop. Yu and the others turned to see an elderly woman accompanied by a young girl, both of whom were female. The elderly woman, in her 60s or 70s, appeared vigorous, leaning on a 3-meter-long staff topped with a snake's head. As she approached, 6 soul rings pulsated around her, a show of power. The young girl beside her was strikingly beautiful, around 16 or 17 years old, clad in deep blue attire that accentuated her well-developed figure. Upon seeing the soul rings, Tang San and his companions felt a sense of relief. They had anticipated that someone of such age would be a formidable opponent, yet she was merely a soul emperor, inferior to Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie's gaze swept over the elder's staff, as if recalling someone, and inquired, what brings you here? As he spoke, 7 soul rings manifested around him, visibly easing the elder's expression. The elderly woman gently inquired, greetings, esteemed soul saint. Might you consider relinquishing this phoenix tail chicken crest snake to this child? She cast a glance at the beautiful young girl beside her. Zhao Wujie, puzzled, looked at Yu and responded, this phoenix-tailed chicken crest snake was vanquished by my student. Why should it be given to you? The woman and the girl were taken aback. Was it truly this young lad who had defeated the 1,500-year-old serpent? The girl found it hard to believe, pondering how it was possible for someone who appeared 4 or 5 years younger than her to possess such prowess. After her initial surprise, the woman explained, you see, we encountered this phoenix-tailed chicken crest snake first, pursuing it all the way to this point. If you examine the serpent's abdomen, you'll notice 2 distinct wounds. Upon inspection, Zhao Wujie confirmed her claim. The woman continued, this snake soul ring is exceptionally suited for my granddaughter. I hope you might allow her to have it. The young girl, arms crossed defiantly, retorted, had we not injured it before, how could he possibly have defeated the phoenix-tailed chicken crest snake? Her glance at Yu was unmistakable, implying that had the serpent not been wounded, he would have stood no chance against it. Thus, she insinuated that their prior discovery and subsequent injury of the creature played a pivotal role in its defeat. Hearing this, Oscar chuckled, what a jest. My boss Yi could have dispatched this phoenix-tailed chicken crest snake with a mere punch. Do not presume that your prior injury enabled him to succeed. It has nothing to do with you. The elderly woman and the girl were further astonished. 1 punch? They found it hard to accept. The girl scoffed, huh? 1 punch. What a ridiculous fabrication. If you do not wish to part with it, simply say so. There is no need to concoct such a foolish excuse. He appears to be merely 11 or 12 years old. How could he possibly defeat this serpent with a single blow? Just as the girl was speaking, Zhao Wujie, the elderly woman, and Yu simultaneously sensed a disturbance in the distance. Whoosh! Yu suddenly moved, darting away at an astonishing speed, vanishing into the thicket hundreds of meters away. Boom! Roar! Following a loud crash and a piercing shriek, a massive serpent was propelled through the air, crashing to the ground between Zhao Wujie and the elderly woman, sending dust flying. As the dust settled, the sight before them left the elderly woman and the girl utterly stunned, for it was another, even larger phoenix-tail chicken crest snake, and it lay lifeless, the head obliterated. Whoosh! A shadow flitted by as Yu approached, casually leaning against a tree, arms crossed, saying nothing, requiring no words. Oscar exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, boss Yi, impressive." Yi sighed, "I may have been a bit too forceful. I accidentally killed it with a single punch." The elderly woman, the girl, Chapter 83, Dragon Prince? Both the elderly woman and the girl stood in shock, particularly the girl, who was utterly astounded. Previously, she had asserted that Yi could slay the phoenix-tailed chicken crest snake only because they had injured it. Yet now, another phoenix-tailed chicken crest snake lay before them, having been sent flying and killed with a single blow. Reflecting on her earlier words, the girl's expression soured, her face flushing as she felt the sting of her own words returning to haunt her. The elderly woman scrutinized the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, her disbelief palpable. It must be at least 1,800 years old. How could that be? She turned in astonishment to Yi and inquired, "My dear, how old are you?" Having just witnessed the creature's demise in a single blow, she was certain that no one, not even a member of the 49th Soul Sect, could have achieved such a feat given the snake's speed. Yi disregarded the elder's question and apologized to Oscar. "I'm sorry for being too forceful. It died unexpectedly. Had it survived, there would have been no need for a contest, but now it remains merely one." She then addressed both the elder and the young woman. "Do you truly believe my victory over this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake concerns you?" Upon hearing this, the young woman seethed with indignation, yet found herself at a loss for words. Oscar and the others were filled with elation, silently cheering. "Boss Yu is truly remarkable. Just look at their expressions, it's utterly delightful." Observing the once proud young woman now stripped of her arrogance brought immense satisfaction to Oscar. The young woman, her face reddening from embarrassment, glared at Yi. "You did that on purpose. If there were two snakes, there would have been no need for a contest. You deliberately killed it." Yi replied with resignation, "This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is 1,800 years old. I had to give it my all, or I would lose my life." The young woman was so enraged she could hardly articulate her thoughts, prompting the elder to raise a hand, signaling her to remain silent. The elder cast a penetrating gaze at Yi, astonished. Could she merely appear youthful? To dispatch the snake in such a brief span of time would require a strength of at least level 53. Oscar, reveling in the situation, remarked, "Now you no longer think this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake has anything to do with you, do you? Just because you encountered it first doesn't make it yours. This was resolved by Boss Yu. It cannot be relinquished to you." The young woman scoffed. "Humph, what is there to be proud of? I underestimated him. Blinded by his youthful appearance. He must be over 18. He simply has a baby face. If I were 18, I could achieve the same. If you have the capability, reveal your age." Initially astounded, she now believed Yi to be at least 18, which alleviated her surprise. Zhao Wujia interjected, "Little Yu, tell them your age." Yi nodded, "All right." She looked directly at the young woman and stated clearly, "I am 11.5 years old." "What?" Both the elder and the young woman were taken aback, their expressions reflecting shock and disbelief. 11.5? How could this be? The elder found it implausible, and the young woman was even more skeptical. She shook her head. "How is that possible? Even I, a genius, only reached level 29 at 15. How could you possibly defeat an 1,800-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake with a single punch at 11? Yi replied with pride. "There are disparities even among geniuses. I refuse to believe it. If you are truly 11, then we shall forfeit this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake," the young woman declared, clearly unconvinced. Yi nodded. "Very well, let this elder bear witness." The elder, though skeptical, was intrigued by the calm demeanor of her opponent. Could it indeed be true? Yet, how could that even be possible? The elderly woman had encountered many prodigies, yet she had never witnessed an 11-year-old capable of vanquishing an entity as formidable as the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, which equated to the strength of a 51st level Soul King. Nodding in acknowledgement, she stated, "Very well, I shall observe." As the woman approached, the young girl brimmed with confidence, convinced that the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was already theirs. For how could an 11-year-old, like Yi, possibly succeed? The notion that an 11-year-old could slay a creature of such caliber was beyond belief on the continent. As the elder drew nearer, the girl was resolute. Even a super genius with complete innate soul power could not attain such strength in a mere 5 years, at most. One might reach level 29, which was already monstrous. The idea of an 11-year-old possessing the power of a Soul King was utterly unbelievable. Ma Hongjun derisively remarked, "Long hair, short vision." Oscar interjected, "You are entirely oblivious to the extent of our leader Yu's talent." In fact, Oscar longed to add that just the previous night, Yu had slain a 33rd level defensive Soul King. As the elder approached, Yu extended his hand. The woman's fingers brushed against Yu's bone structure, and she was immediately struck with astonishment, her eyes widening in disbelief. Observing the elder's expression, the girl exclaimed, "Grandmother, what is the matter?" The elderly woman withdrew her hand, incredulous, and declared, I can hardly fathom it. It is indeed true. Bone age does not lie. He is truly 11 years old. Any academy that admitted students would have a teacher responsible for verifying bone age to prevent any fabrications. The girl gasped, is he truly 11? How can this be? Yi Yu inquired, this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is ours, is it not? The elderly woman nodded, affirming, I keep my word. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is yours. Now, let us depart. The girl, feeling a sense of unease, desired the snake for herself. The elder sighed, let us go. Had there been no soul sage present, she would have forcefully seized the snake, but with the soul sage's presence, she could not act so recklessly. As they prepared to depart, Ma Hongjun gleefully proclaimed, we have triumphed. The girl retorted angrily, consider yourselves fortunate. If my grandfather were here, you would not lay claim to the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Her words elicited a flicker of apprehension in Zhao Wujia, as he had discerned the identity of her grandfather. After the two had left, Oscar remarked, humph. Even if her grandfather were here, it would be of no consequence. Zhao Wujia shook his head, stating, Oscar, she speaks the truth. If her grandfather were present, acquiring that phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake would indeed be a challenge. Oscar, astonished, queried, Teacher Zhao, do you know who her grandfather is? Zhao Wujia nodded. If my deductions are correct, it must be the legendary dragon and snake. The elderly woman was the snake matriarch, and her partner is the dragon duke, Meng Shu. Given his current level, he has likely attained the rank of Soul Douluo. Upon hearing this, everyone, save for Yi Yu, was taken aback. If he were indeed a Soul Douluo, even Zhao Wujia would not stand a chance. Zhao Wujia continued gravely. The legendary dragon and snake share an exceptionally close bond and are never apart. Since the snake matriarch is here, it stands to reason that the dragon duke is nearby as well. Their greatest strength lies in their ability to fuse their martial spirits, instantly elevating their combat prowess to that of a titled Douluo. The revelation left all present, excluding Yi Yu, gasping in astonishment. How formidable! Oscar breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness her grandfather was not here just now. However, at that moment, only Yi Yu remained unfazed, the air of disdain returning once more. Unbeknownst to him, he felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim, Dragon Gong? Utterly worthless. Chapter 84, Misfortune Approaches. Yi Yu pondered, his disdain resurfacing, which he attributed to the character dragon in Dragon Gong. He speculated, could my second martial soul be related to dragons? Previously, when the teacher mentioned the blue lightning tyrant dragon, Yi Yu felt a sense of contempt, and similarly, when Yi Zhiqiu spoke of his Xian turtle as a top-tier defensive beast martial soul, he felt the same disdain. Now, upon hearing about the dragon Gong Meng Shu, he felt no different. Additionally, during his first encounter with Ma Hongjun, the latter's tremors and the fearsome phoenix martial soul had evoked no fear in him. Yi Yu began to wonder if perhaps there truly was a connection to dragons. Oscar commenced the absorption of his third spirit ring, a process that was not particularly arduous. And after half an hour, he succeeded. Curiously, Ma Hongjun inquired, Little Ao, what is your third spirit ability? Unable to contain his excitement, Oscar declared proudly, my third spirit ability is flight. Flight. At this proclamation, apart from Yi Yu, everyone else was taken aback. Flight was indeed a remarkable ability. But unless it was for long-range attacks, it offered little advantage in close combat. Dai Mubai urged, elaborate further, don't keep us in suspense. Oscar continued. The third spirit ability, Rapid Flight Mushroom Sausage, with my current strength, allows everyone to fly for 1 minute. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai remarked, that's rather trivial. 1 minute isn't enough to cross a wide river or valley. Oscar chuckled with satisfaction. What if we flew at the speed of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake? What? At this, everyone gasped. Flying at the speed of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake? That would indeed be impressive. Oscar added, with my current capabilities, I can fly approximately 3,000 meters in a minute. Instantly, everyone recognized the utility of this third spirit ability. It would prove invaluable in future battles, enabling aerial support and evasion of danger. Ning Rongrong was astonished by the swiftness of the flight ability, yet a sense of disappointment washed over her, as she realized she might truly be the weakest among the group. Oscar's food-based support abilities were not inferior to her 7 treasures, Glazed Tower. At this juncture, Tang San spoke up, Teacher, it seems we must remain here a while longer. I have reached level 30. This revelation startled everyone except Yi Yu. Tang San had reached level 30 at the age of 12. It was hard to believe. He was arguably the second youngest to achieve such a level. Yi Yu, with his innate full spirit power at level 30, could not be compared. But Tang San's innate full spirit power of level 10 and his achievement of level 30 at just over 11 years old was unprecedented. Zhao Wujia mused inwardly. Does the Haoyan Douluo possess such exceptional genes? Simultaneously, he glanced at Yi Yu, curiosity piqued. Who, then, is little Yu's father? Could he possibly be even more formidable than the Haoyan Douluo? Zhao Wujie speculated, considering the terrifying potential of Yi Yu, who possessed innate full spirit power at level 30. Undoubtedly linked to his parents' genetics. Tang San was a prodigy, his father immensely powerful, while Yi Yu was an anomaly. Could his father be even more terrifying? Zhao Wujie pondered the plausibility of his thoughts. Zhao Wujie remarked, "Let us prepare to enter the depths of the Star-Do Forest, Shao-san. What is your maximum requirement for the third spirit ring in terms of age?" Tang San pondered for a moment and replied, "Approximately 1,700 years." Zhao Wujie nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us proceed." As they journeyed forth, Dai Mubai took the lead, encountering numerous millennium spirit beasts along the way, all of which were deterred by Zhao Wujie's formidable presence. Although they crossed paths with creatures aged over 1,700 years, none were deemed suitable. The master had advised that the best choice for the third spirit ring would be the face-devouring spider. Meanwhile, Snake Lady and Meng Yiran convened with Long Gong. Long Gong inquired with surprise, "Did the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake escape?" Snake Lady sighed. "It has become someone else's spirit ring." Upon hearing this, Long Gong's expression turned cold. "Who took it?" Snake Lady replied helplessly, "It cannot be said that it was taken. They resolved the matter without knowledge of our hunt. We negotiated midway, but I lost and had to concede the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake to them." "Lost?" Long Gong exclaimed in disbelief. "Did they possess a spirit master of level 70 or above?" Snake Lady confirmed. "Indeed, their team included a spirit saint, with the others being young adolescents around 11 or 12 years old, one of whom was of similar age to Iran. However, the reason for our defeat was not merely the spirit saint, but rather." After recounting the events, even Long Gong found it hard to believe such a prodigy existed. An 11-year-old had vanquished an 1,800-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Unfathomable. Yet, he recognized that what his partner said was true. Meng Yiran pouted in grievance. "Grandfather, you must stand up for me. If you had been present, that spirit ring would have been mine. They took advantage of your absence to bully me. You must teach them a lesson." Long Gong chuckled fondly. "Fear not, my dear. We shall find an even better and more suitable spirit ring for you. With your grandfather here, we are sure to succeed in this hunt." Meng Yiran pouted. "All right then." At this moment, deep within the heart of the Star-Do Forest, the landscape transformed from dense trees to a serene, crystalline lake. The area was adorned with verdant mountains, flourishing flowers, and fluttering butterflies, resembling a celestial paradise. By the lakeside stood an enormous, raging giant ape, towering over 20 meters in height. Suddenly, the water began to bubble violently as a colossal creature emerged, causing the lake to splash tumultuously. A massive, bull-headed figure surfaced, its serpentine body extending over 100 meters, exuding an overwhelming presence. These two spirit beasts were the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python. The Titan giant ape felt confident, regarding the encounter as a mere trifle. The sky blue bull python cautioned, "Very well, I leave this to you. Although the human accompanying Xiao Wu is a friend, be careful not to harm them, or Xiao Wu will be displeased." The Titan giant ape acknowledged with a nod. "Rest assured, I understand. I shall exercise restraint." Meanwhile, deeper within the Star-Do Forest, Yi Yu and the others encountered the face-devouring spider, which Tang San narrowly defeated with hidden weapons. As fate would have it, they crossed paths again with Snake Lady and Meng Yiran, this time with Long Gong present as well. The situation mirrored the previous encounter, prompting Zhao Wujie to curse inwardly. "Not again. This time, capturing this spirit ring may prove challenging." Meng Yiran declared resolutely, "This time, I must obtain the face-devouring spider's spirit ring. With my grandfather present this time, let us see if you dare to seize it." Long Gong spoke in a measured tone. "I shall not hold past grievances against you, but the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider must rightfully belong to my granddaughter." The reason he was able to defeat the man-faced demon spider was due to the injuries he sustained because of us. This was indeed true. Unlike earlier circumstances, Yi Yu could have dealt with the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake even without being injured, but Tang San was not in the same position. Long Gong cautioned, "Should you continue to refuse, do not blame me for using my strength against the lesser." At that moment, Yi Yu suddenly sensed an extraordinarily powerful aura from a distance, one that Zhao Wujie and Long Gong were oblivious to. For some reason, the stronger the soul beast, the earlier Yi Yu could detect its presence. Could it be? Yi Yu felt it was indeed coming, contemplating whether Long Gong would dare to act, and if he did, he would test the waters with a strike against Xiao Wu, for the Titan Great Ape was on its way. Chapter 85, Unease. Long Gong turned to Tang San and said, "I, Long Gong Meng Shu, have traversed the spirit master world for many years, and I am not unreasonable. Your ability to slay the man-faced demon spider is indeed linked to us, and we were the first to discover it. Thus, I present you with two choices. 1. Relinquish it to my granddaughter. Or 2. Join my family and become one of us, in which case the man-faced demon spider will naturally be yours. Upon hearing this, Tang San resolutely shook his head in refusal. Senior, I cannot do that. Any spirit master can only join one family, and once committed, they must serve that family and cannot betray them. Long Gong turned his penetrating gaze towards Yi. You need not agree. For there is another option. If you are willing to join our family, the man-faced demon spider shall be given to your friend. Furthermore, in the future, when you seek soul rings, I, Long Gong, shall hunt the most suitable ones for you. Seeing Long Gong's eagerness to recruit him, Yi felt an inexplicable disdain and wished to retort. Do you even think you are worthy? Yi also declined. I cannot do that either. Long Gong's expression grew slightly colder. Then the soul ring shall belong to my granddaughter. Regardless, you shall slay the man-faced demon spider. Meng Yiran, gleefully, cast a triumphant glance at Yi and the others, approaching the man-faced demon spider with her dagger. At that moment, Zhao Wujia stepped forward. As the leading teacher, even in the presence of Long Gong and Snake Pe, he felt compelled to stand up for his students. Meng Yiran frowned slightly. What are you doing? Zhao Wujia addressed Long Gong, introducing himself. Senior Long Gong, I am Zhao Wujia. I kindly ask you to grant this man-faced demon spider to him. In the future, should you require assistance, I, Zhao Wujia, will certainly do my utmost to help. Long Gong raised an eyebrow. So it is the immovable king Zhao Wujia. However, do you believe I will grant you any favors? You are not worthy. Hearing this, Zhao Wujia felt deeply displeased, but a thought struck him. Senior Long Gong, may I have a word in private? Long Gong frowned slightly, showing signs of impatience. While Meng Yiran grew even more irritable. What more is there to discuss? This time, the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider is mine. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake has already been absorbed by you. You cannot take this one as well. Long Gong, feeling there was little left to say, was reminded by Zhao Wujia. One last thing. If Senior Long Gong remains resolute in his stance, then I, Zhao Wujia, shall take my leave. Long Gong was taken aback, pondering what Zhao Wujia was about to convey to him. Tang San and the others were equally puzzled. Yet Yi remained unsurprised, fully aware of Zhao Wuji's intentions. As Long Gong and Zhao Wuji stepped aside, Zhao Wuji whispered something into Long Gong's ear. His voice so soft that only Long Gong could hear, eluding even Shi Po's keen ears. However, Yi, with his sharp senses, caught the words. Upon hearing, Long Gong's expression shifted to one of astonishment, a flicker of trepidation surfacing in his eyes. Zhao Wuji glanced at Tang San while speaking, prompting Long Gong to look in that direction, his surprise evident. What Zhao Wuji revealed was that the boy was named Tang San, and his father was the renowned Hao Yin Duel. Yet, he requested that Long Gong keep this knowledge to himself. Long Gong's heart stirred. The youngest titled Duel, Tang Hao. His demeanor softened considerably, and after sharing this revelation with Shi Po, she too appeared astonished. Long Gong then stated, let us depart. Tang San and the others were immediately taken aback. Just moments ago, Long Gong had been resolute, and now he wished to leave? If Long Gong insisted, the soul ring would undoubtedly belong to Meng Yiran, leaving Zhao Wuji powerless, given the disparity in their strengths. Meng Yiran, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Grandfather, what is the matter? Are you truly going to relinquish the soul ring you desire for them? Yet again? I refuse. She planted herself firmly in place, visibly upset, her chest heaving. Long Gong sighed. Yiran, I cannot bully the weak, can I? Let us seek a more fitting opportunity. Meng Yiran shook her head defiantly. No? If we look for another, and then let it go to someone else, when will I ever acquire my third soul ring? I want it now. Long Gong, deeply fond of his granddaughter, found himself at an impasse upon witnessing her determination. Shi Po leaned closer to Long Gong, whispering, is it truly the case that the boy's father is Tang Hao? Words alone do not suffice. Her voice, though not overly hushed, was just low enough for Tang San and the others to remain oblivious. Yet Zhao Wuji was able to hear. Zhao Wuji stepped forward, recounting the events of the past few days, despite the embarrassment they entailed. Long Gong observed Zhao Wuji's face, still marked by bruises and dark circles, a testament to the formidable opponent who had inflicted such damage. Shi Po quietly expressed her skepticism. While there are no apparent logical fallacies, it remains mere hearsay. Zhao Wuji's expression soured at the doubt cast upon him. If they were not to believe him, he was at a loss. Long Gong and Shi Po, too, were not entirely resolute, caught in a web of uncertainty. If they were to seize the soul ring, but it turned out that the boy's father was indeed Tang Hao, the repercussions would be dire. Long Gong proposed, let us test them. If they can endure, the soul ring shall be theirs. Meng Yiran protested, Grandfather. Yiran, just observe for now. Perhaps they will falter, Long Gong replied. Zhao Wuji reluctantly agreed. Very well. But what manner of test shall it be? Long Gong declared, I will unleash a pressure equivalent to my level 40 soul power. Should any of them faint, they shall lose, and the soul ring will be granted to my granddaughter." At these words, Zhao Wuji's countenance fell. The proposal was tantamount to providing no real test at all. Long Gong's level 40 soul power pressure would be unbearable even for those at level 50 or above. Perhaps Yi Yu might withstand it, but the others would undoubtedly succumb. As Zhao Wujia prepared to speak, Long Gong calmly stated, "This is my final stance." Reluctantly, Zhao Wujia nodded, "Very well." Meng Yiran felt a surge of joy, believing that the soul ring was soon to be hers. Her heart swelling with pride. Grandfather is a soul Douluo, with a soul power of level 40, a pressure that even those of level 50 cannot easily withstand, let alone them. Long Gong stepped forward, unleashing his oppressive aura. Tang San and the others had already summoned their martial spirits and soul rings, elevating themselves to their utmost strength. Observing that all their initial soul rings were yellow, Long Gong marveled inwardly. They are indeed all prodigies. However, when Yi Yu's 3 soul rings appeared, purple, and black, Long Gong, Shipa, and Meng Yiran were all wide-eyed in astonishment. How could this be? Shipa exclaimed in disbelief. Meng Yiran was rendered speechless, utterly stunned. Long Gong's eyes widened in shock, equally incredulous. Zhao Wujia, observing the trio's astonishment, felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He approached them quietly and said, "Senior Long Gong, this child possesses far superior talent compared to the others." Tang Hao mentioned that his father might be an even more formidable existence. "Are you truly prepared to proceed?" Long Gong's expression fluctuated. He had initially thought that seizing the soul ring might offend Tang Hao, but now he pondered whether he might also incur the wrath of an even greater power. Yi Yu, witnessing Long Gong's hesitation, thought to himself, if he chooses to withdraw, that would be fine. However, if he insists on proceeding, he is sure to face dire consequences, for the Titan Great Ape is approaching. Chapter 86. The Arrival of the Titan Great Ape, Long Gong in Peril. After a moment of indecision, Long Gong declared, "Then I shall take a step back. They need only endure my 30-level soul power pressure." Although Meng Yiran was displeased with this repeated concession, she felt that even such a level of pressure would be unbearable for everyone but Yi Yu, as she believed that she herself would need to be at least level 40 to withstand it. Zhao Wujia refrained from further comment. Acknowledging that this was indeed a significant concession, he turned to Yi Yu, saying, "Now it is up to you. Yi Yu, your strength surpasses that of the others. Stand at the forefront and absorb the majority of the pressure for them." Yi Yu nodded, contemplating the necessity of this arrangement. Otherwise, even if the others were indeed formidable, they would be unable to endure. As Long Gong released his soul power pressure, the very air around Yi Yu and the others seemed to solidify. Except for Yi Yu. Everyone felt a heaviness in their hearts, making it difficult to move. At that moment, Long Gong was exerting a pressure equivalent to level 20. A burden that even many at level 30 would struggle to bear. With Yi Yu at the forefront absorbing most of the pressure, it had little effect on Tang San and the others. Tang San's physical resilience was beyond that of a typical 29-level soul master. He remained composed, while Oscar and Ning Rongrong displayed signs of distress. Despite Yi Yu standing at the front, the pressure enveloped everyone. Long Gong then escalated his soul power pressure to level 23, causing Oscar and Ning Rongrong to sway precariously. The two gritted their teeth, exerting all their strength to maintain their consciousness, determined to avoid losing awareness. Yi Yu, bearing the brunt of the pressure, remained unfazed. Long Gong was taken aback. This young man was truly extraordinary. Despite merely being a soul master, he possessed such formidable strength. The thought of Yi Yu effortlessly slaying an 1,800-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake left him in awe. Yi Yu was at level 40, while they had assumed he was at 39. When Long Gong elevated his soul power pressure to level 25, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu exhibited signs of pain. By the time he reached level 27, Tang San's expression also reflected discomfort. Although Tang San had not yet acquired an external soul bone and did not significantly surpass other soul masters of the same rank, the fact that he exhibited pain at level 27 was already impressive. Years of cultivation and refinement had honed his willpower, second only to Yi Yu's. Long Gong observed Yi Yu, who remained unfazed, standing resolute. He understood that Yi Yu was enduring the greatest pressure. Even a level 47 soul sect would struggle to withstand it, let alone Yi Yu, a mere soul master. After his initial astonishment, Long Gong focused, increasing the soul power pressure to level 29. Yi Yu remained composed, confident that he could withstand even a level 40 pressure. Long Gong's level 40 soul power pressure was equivalent to that of a soul king above level 55. Nearby, Zhao Wujia felt a deep concern. While Yi Yu was perfectly fine, the others were nearing their breaking point. Oscar and Ning Rongrong had already dropped to one knee, their faces pale with agony. feeling as if their veins and bones might shatter under the external soul power pressure. Yi Yu stepped in front of Oscar and Ning Rongrong, shielding them, causing their intense pain to dissipate. Indeed, they were all remarkable individuals. However, it was clear that someone would soon be unable to endure. Long Gong raised the soul power pressure to level 30, causing Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu to struggle even more, each dropping to one knee, their faces drained of color. Tang San stood protectively in front of Xiao Wu, but the pressure on him was even greater. The Xiantian skill operated swiftly, yet it could not alleviate the pain coursing through his veins from the soul power collision. At that moment, Oscar and Ning Rongrong were on the verge of collapse. Although they were reluctant to hold back and jeopardize their team, they had exhausted all their strength. Yi Yu's eyes flickered with a hint of sympathy as he thought, "Here it comes." At that instant, the Titan giant ape had silently approached their vicinity. Despite its massive size, it was the king of the forest, and neither Zhao Wujia nor Long Gong had sensed its presence. From 100 meters away, peering through the dense thicket, the Titan giant ape caught sight of the scene before it. Upon seeing Xiao Wu kneeling in pain, the Titan giant ape erupted with fury. Its wrathful gaze fixed on Long Gong, silently cursing, "You scoundrel! How dare you harm Xiao Wu?" Meanwhile, Long Gong, observing Yi Yu and the others, focused intently on Oscar and Ning Rongrong. In his heart, he mused, "This soul ring is meant for my granddaughter. These two children are on the brink of fainting." However, just as a smile began to form on Long Gong's lips, it abruptly froze. Simultaneously, Zhao Wujia's expression changed dramatically as he leaped to shield Yi Yu and the others. The relief was palpable. Oscar and Ning Rongrong collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, feeling that even inhaling was a blissful act. Zhao Wujia urged gravely, "Everyone, get up. Do not relax." Zhao Wuji unleashed his martial spirit, the formidable golden bear, which immediately enveloped him. The 7 soul rings surrounding him radiated brilliance. Witnessing this spectacle, aside from Yi Yu and Xiao Wu, Tang San and the others were astonished. "Teacher Zhao, what is happening?" Xiao Wu felt a sudden chill. The arrival of Air Ming weighed heavily on her mind, and she feared for the safety of Yi Yu and the others. Zhao Wuji, his expression grave, instructed, "Stay behind me. If I cannot withstand it, you must flee immediately." At the same time, Long Gong and Shipa swiftly positioned themselves in front of Meng Iran, shielding her. Seeing the tense demeanor of Long Gong, Tang San was taken aback. Even Long Gong seemed perturbed. Suddenly, they turned their gaze forward, where a massive figure emerged from the dense underbrush 100 meters away. Dai Mubai and the others widened their eyes, while Zhao Wuji's heart sank upon recognizing the enormous creature. Run! Before them stood a colossal soul beast resembling a gorilla, its ebony fur shimmering like the night sky, and its lantern-like eyes glimmering with a crystalline light. Its physique was astonishingly robust, each muscle bulging like small hills, brimming with unimaginable explosive power. Zhao Wuji immediately identified it as the Titan Great Ape, and its size indicated that it was undoubtedly over 50,000 years old. Tang San and the others comprehended the gravity of Zhao Wuji's and Long Gong's anxiety. This immense soul beast made them feel insignificantly small, akin to mere ants. Why was the Forest King, the Titan Great Ape, here? If it were any other soul beast, there might have been hope with the combined might of Long Gong and Shipa, but against the Titan Great Ape, Zhao Wuji's expression darkened further. He could not fathom why the king of the forest would appear in this place. Instead of attacking immediately, Zhao Wuji respectfully addressed the beast, esteemed king of the forest. "We mean no offense. If this is your territory, we shall leave at once." With a thunderous roar, the Titan Great Ape threw back its head, shaking the ground and leaving Tang San and the others momentarily disoriented. Zhao Wuji's face grew even graver. Encountering the Titan Great Ape was one thing, but the beast was also enraged. Why was that? Zhao Wuji braced himself for a desperate fight. Ma Hongjun was astonished. Could it be a 10,000-year soul beast? But even against such a formidable foe, with our teacher and the powers of Long Gong and Shipa, we shouldn't be this anxious, right? ISNT, it said that their martial spirit fusion technique can reach the level of a tidal Douluo. Tang San's expression was serious. This is indeed the Forest King, the Titan Great Ape. Among soul beasts, it is one of the pinnacle existences. If a 10,000-year Titan Great Ape were to confront another 10,000-year soul beast, it would dominate. That is the distinction. Ma Hongjun was taken aback. Was it truly that terrifying? Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the Titan Great Ape propelled itself forward, charging at tremendous speed. The earth trembled, causing Tang San and the others to sway as if they were on a turbulent sea, struggling to maintain their balance. Zhao Wuji summoned all his strength, the 7th black soul ring glowing fiercely, enveloping him in a powerful black light, and he began to transform into his true martial spirit form. Zhao Wuji exerted every ounce of his strength, preparing to unleash a devastating blow, when suddenly a fierce hurricane swept past him. Bewildered, Zhao Wuji noted that the Titan giant ape had chosen to disregard him entirely, charging toward the rear. Long Gong, equally perplexed, pondered the reason behind this unexpected behavior. Why was the Titan giant ape advancing towards him? Sensing the Titan's palpable fury, Long Gong felt a wave of panic wash over him. Chapter 87. The Titan Giant Ape's Disturbance. The Titan Giant Ape surged forward, causing an oppressive unease in both Long Gong and Snake Lady. Meng Yiran felt as if the very sky were collapsing, overwhelmed by an intense discomfort. Long Gong, confused and with little time to contemplate, summoned the radiant glow of his 8 soul rings while the dragon-headed staff in his hand emanated a dazzling emerald light. He gripped the staff with both hands, positioning it defensively before him, its form reminiscent of a dragon's body. With a resounding crash, the Titan giant ape struck the staff with a powerful punch. Despite activating his 6th soul skill, Dragon Body Staff, he found it woefully inadequate to withstand the onslaught. A sense of horror gripped Long Gong as he witnessed the terrifying power of the forest sovereign. An explosive thunderclap echoed, forcing Long Gong to stagger back, while Snake Lady, unable to restrain him, found herself swept along as they both skidded 10 meters before coming to a halt. Long Gong felt a searing pain in his chest, his blood surging, and he noticed blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his expression gravely serious. Though he had been struck, he dared not express anger. Addressing the Titan giant ape with respect, "O revered king of the forest, I remain unaware of how I have offended you." With a thunderous roar, the Titan giant ape showed no inclination to converse further, charging once more. Long Gong's face fell. The very presence of the Titan giant ape was unexpected and improbable. Yet here it was, furious with him. What on earth could have provoked such ire? Recognizing the futility of words, he exchanged a glance with Snake Lady, and together they prepared to confront the threat with all their might. Zhao Wuji, though equally bewildered, found a flicker of hope in the situation. Originally bracing for a desperate fight, he was astonished that the Titan giant ape had chosen to ignore him. "We must flee," Zhao Wuji shouted, seizing the unconscious human-faced demon spider from the ground and hoisting it onto his shoulder. Yi Yu and the others swiftly retreated, and after covering a distance of 1,000 meters, Zhao Wuji called out, "Oscar, provide everyone with flying mushroom sausages." 7 will suffice. I do not require any." Yi replied. Oscar nodded, quickly crafting 7 flying mushroom sausages. After consuming them, Tang San and the others found ethereal blue, translucent wings unfurling from their backs, reminiscent of butterflies. With a powerful flap, they ascended into the air, soaring at an astonishing speed, the rush of wind roaring in their ears. Ma Hongjun marveled, "Xiao Ao, your 3rd soul skill is truly remarkable. The speed of flight is incredible." Although Yi Yu and Zhao Wuji did not partake, their speed on the ground matched that of Tang San and his companions in the air as they darted away. Even after covering a distance of 4,000 meters in a mere minute, the echoes of the fierce battle still resonated loudly in their ears, indicating the terrifying conflict unfolding behind them. The distance was such that they could only hear the sounds of combat. The agonizing cries of those silenced beneath the cacophony of violence were lost to them. Together, Long Gong and Snake Lady were no match for the Titan giant ape. Fully realizing the formidable strength of this apex soul beast, suddenly besieged by the Titan great ape, he found himself the target of its wrath rather than Zhao Wujia and his companions. Now battered and bruised, blood spilling from his lips and pain coursing through his body, a surge of fury ignited within him. Long Gong and Shipur exchanged a glance, their respective dragon-headed and serpent-headed staffs resonating with an intensified brilliance. It was evident that they intended to unleash their most formidable technique, the fusion of their martial souls, which would grant them the strength comparable to that of a titled Douluo. The battle resumed, and although utilizing the fusion technique alleviated some pressure, they remained in perilous circumstances. The clash echoed like a confrontation between titled Douluos, obliterating everything within 1,000 meters, reducing the landscape to desolation. Meng Yiran had retreated over a kilometer away, yet she still felt the tremors of the aftermath, her brows furrowed in worry. Anxiety gripped Meng Yiran. Moments ago, her grandfather had stood proudly, confident in traversing the depths of the Stardow forest. Witnessing him unleash his might upon Yi Yu and others had filled her with pride. However, now her grandfather's imposing presence was diminished, as he faced brutal blows from the king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape. Meng Yiran seethed with indignation. Why did the Titan Great Ape choose to attack her grandfather instead of them? This felt so unjust. From her distant vantage point, she watched the cataclysmic battle unfold, her hands clenched tightly around her clothing, feeling helpless and anxious. In such a fierce conflict, she could offer no assistance. Retreating was the only prudent course to spare her grandparents any distraction in caring for her. After 2 minutes of relentless combat, Long Gong and Shipu were taken aback as the Titan Great Ape abruptly turned and charged towards Zhao Wujia and the others. Struggling to process this turn of events, they exhaled heavily, leaning on their staffs as they knelt on one knee, breathless. Cough, cough, cough. Shipu, being the weaker of the two, faced greater pressure from the Titan Great Ape, and she coughed violently, spitting blood and turning pale. Are you all right, my dear? Long Gong asked with concern. I'm fine. I won't perish. You should worry about yourself, Shipu replied, knowing that Long Gong's injuries were more severe than her own. Strangely, the Titan Great Ape had focused its assault primarily on Long Gong. Long Gong pressed his right hand against his chest, a grimace etched across his face as he said, Indeed, the Titan Great Ape is formidable. Even with the fusion technique, we are no match for it. Shipu nodded yes. This Titan Great Ape must be over 60,000 years old. What a misfortune that it has appeared here. Fortunately, it left abruptly, otherwise, we would have perished in this confrontation. Grandfather, grandmother. At that moment, Meng Yiran hurried towards them, worry etched on her face. Long Gong and Shipu rose. We must first leave the depths of the Star Doe forest. We can recuperate once we reach the outskirts. Do not worry, Yiran, your grandmother and I will be fine. Grandfather, did you repel the Titan Great Ape? Meng Yiran inquired. Long Gong and Shipu exchanged a pained smile. Even with our fusion technique, we were no match for the Titan Great Ape. We cannot fathom why it chose to depart so suddenly, although a myriad of questions lingered in her mind. With the Titan Great Ape having retreated, there was no time for contemplation. They needed to hasten their escape. The trio swiftly departed from the depths of the starry forest. Meng Yiran, filled with indignation, lamented the fact that those individuals had taken the human-faced demon spider away, though the Titan Great Ape had pursued them. Long Gong sighed softly, expressing concern that they were likely facing dire consequences. It was a pity, he noted, as each of them was exceptionally talented, particularly the youth named Yiyu, whose extraordinary prowess was unparalleled, perhaps never to be seen again in the annals of history. Shiba also felt a sense of loss, in her estimation. Even if Zhao Wujing and his companions had fled 2 minutes earlier, they would inevitably be caught, given the combined strength of herself and Long Gong. They were no match for the Titan Great Ape, let alone Zhao Wujing alone. Meng Yiran's anger dissipated, replaced by a twinge of sympathy. Although she had been robbed of her soul rings twice, her feelings did not extend to outright hostility. The thought that Yi Yu and his companions might lose their lives evoked her compassion. At that moment, Yi Yu and the others were making their escape at full speed. But 2.5 minutes later, Zhao Wujing's expression changed dramatically. The earth tremored with a resounding roar. Zhao Wujing knew that the Titan Great Ape was in pursuit. Casting a glance behind, he saw the distance rapidly closing, prompting him to halt and turn to confront the Titan Great Ape. Simultaneously, Yi Yu and his companions also came to a stop. Zhao Wujing shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and go." However, Yi Yu and the others were not about to abandon Zhao Wujing to flee alone. Zhao Wujing unleashed his full power, and the Titan Great Ape charged forward with a hint of aggression. Suddenly, a profound seriousness crossed the Titan Great Ape's eyes as they fixated on Yi Yu. Unbeknownst to Yi Yu, a trace of the malevolent black energy hidden deep within him began to emanate. Chapter 88, Pressing Forward. The Titan Great Ape was astonished. The human boy before it appeared to be merely 11 or 12 years old, yet he evoked a sense of unease. It felt as though an immensely terrifying force resided within him. The Titan Great Ape sensed a profound malevolence, and it realized that this malevolence was merely the tip of the iceberg. A far greater power lurked deep within the youth's being. The Titan Great Ape was greatly surprised. As a top-tier entity among spirit beasts, how could it feel unsettled by just a glimpse of this malevolence? What terror would be unleashed if it were to fully manifest? Previously, it had not sensed this malevolence as it approached, but as it charged with a hint of aggression, it became aware, as if being warned. This malevolence was perceptible only to it. Even Zhao Wujing, a soul sage, could not detect it, at the very least. One would need to be a titled Douluo to sense such a presence. The Titan Great Ape averted its gaze from Yi Yu, resolving not to attack him. As it had surmised, the malevolence receded from its perception. All of this transpired in an instant, unnoticed by Zhao Wujing, who was growing increasingly anxious. "You all need to leave now," he urged. "Teacher Zhao, I can help you," Ning Rongrong interjected. As a spirit master of the 7 treasure, Glazed tile, her support would be more effective when directed toward a stronger individual, so she resolved to stay. With her right hand, the 7 treasure, Glazed tile manifested, and she immediately bestowed 2 soul skills upon Zhao Wujing. The first of the 7 treasures is strength. The second is speed. In that brief moment of augmentation, Ning Rongrong felt her soul power, physical strength, and mental energy rapidly depleting as she was aiding a soul sage. With the enhancement from Ning Rongrong, Zhao Wujia's strength and speed surged by 30%. We shall not retreat, the others declared in unison, simultaneously unleashing their martial spirits. Xiao Wu sensed that the Titan Great Ape's aggression was not particularly formidable, which reassured her, as she understood that Ming would not harm them. He had merely come to find her. Yet, she could not utter a word. Zhao Wujia's powerful golden bear palm unleashed a barrage of strikes. His effort magnified by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, rendering his strength incomparable to that displayed during his previous battle with Yi Yu. The Titan Great Ape delivered a seemingly mundane punch, but in the next heartbeat, a scene of terror unfolded. Without any deadlock, Zhao Wujia was sent flying like a cannonball. Meanwhile, Yi Yu, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai had already flanked the Titan Great Ape from 4 directions. Yi Yu exerted himself fully, his 3 spirit rings pulsating with energy. The Titan Great Ape, astonished, mused, "Indeed, they are not ordinary humans." Yi Yu amplified himself with the skills of his 3 spirit rings and the 7 treasures Glazed Tower, delivering a fearsome punch that unleashed a torrent of power. Blue Silver Grass, Entangle, Phoenix Fireline, White Tiger Lightwave. The other 3 launched their attacks simultaneously. However, the Titan Great Ape needed not lift a finger. A single roar released a terrifying wave of black energy that shattered the blue silver grass and dissipated the flames and shockwaves. Even Yi Yu felt diminutive in the presence of the Titan Great Ape, a testament to the vast disparity in power that could not be compensated for by physical attributes or soul skills. The Titan Great Ape charged forth, not attacking, but its sheer presence sent Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun hurtling backward in pain. The Titan Great Ape's aura did not extend towards Yi Yu, nonetheless. Even if it did, Yi Yu's robust physique would withstand it. Xiao Wu was deeply concerned, although she knew Ming harbored no murderous intent. His overwhelming strength could still inflict harm merely through his aura. Tang San, alarmed, realized that the Titan Great Ape's target was not them, but rather Xiao Wu. His expression shifted in shock as his keen observation revealed that the Titan Great Ape was fixated on her. In an instant, he executed the Ghost Shadow transformation, but the Titan Great Ape's speed was too swift for him to react in time. Sensing impending doom, Zhao Wujia let out a furious roar, his body swelling to a towering height of 5 meters. He resembled a true giant bear, his tawny fur glimmering with a golden sheen, and without hesitation, he charged toward the Titan Great Ape. Reaching level 30 as a soul master is a significant milestone, but advancing to level 70 presents an even greater challenge since those who possess their martial spirit's true form at that level experience a substantial increase in strength. Zhao Wujia was currently embodying his martial spirit's true form, that of the Great Bear. Zipping through the air, Tang San, propelled backward, flicked his index finger, launching a barrage of poison needles aimed at the Titan Great Ape's eyes. He understood that given the Titan Great Ape's defenses, the hidden weapons would not inflict any harm unless directed at its vulnerable eyes. However, the Titan Great Ape's eyes were closed, and the projectiles were deflected by its eyelids, producing a series of metallic clinks as they fell to the ground. Zhao Wujia closed the distance, his palms crashing down upon the Titan Great Ape's legs as it charged forward. Utilizing his martial soul's true form, Zhao Wujia experienced a remarkable enhancement in his defense, increasing by 200%. This time, he was not directly knocked back. However, the disparity in their sizes and strength remained vast. Zhao Wujia continuously retreated, carving a deep trench 10 meters long in his wake. The Titan Giant Ape, with a mere shake of its calf, sent Zhao Wujia staggering back, forcing him to take 8 unsteady steps before regaining his balance, leaving 8 profound footprints in the ground. The Titan Giant Ape had already approached Xiao Wu, while Zhu Zhuqing swiftly maneuvered to its rear, attempting to unleash her ghostly claw, yet failing to inflict even a single hair's worth of damage upon the colossal beast. The Titan Giant Ape's overwhelming presence surged forth, causing Zhu Zhuqing to be repelled. With a mighty sweep of its hand, the Titan Giant Ape lunged toward Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu. Tang San's expression changed drastically as he cried out in alarm. The Titan Giant Ape internally vowed, "Xiao Wu, I shall take you with me." However, abruptly, its right hand came to an abrupt halt in midair, mere inches from Xiao Wu. Simultaneously, the Titan Giant Ape's thoughts ceased as well. Tang San, who was rushing forward with a tense expression, also halted in his tracks. An unsettling anxiety surged within the Titan Giant Ape as a shadow darted forth. Yi Yu. Behind Yi Yu, Xiao Wu was astonished, questioning why he suddenly stopped. Though she did not comprehend the situation, his pause was a relief. Otherwise, Yi Yu would surely be harmed. The Titan Giant Ape attempted to push Yi Yu aside to see Xiao Wu, so close to achieving its goal. Yet its hand remained suspended in midair, torn between advancing and an instinctual fear. The anxiety within intensified, as if the very thought of moving forward would summon a terrifying voice. Dare you try again? It understood that its target was Xiao Wu. Although the reason for this fixation eluded it, the target was right before its eyes, within reach, yet it inexplicably halted. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded that left everyone, including the Titan giant ape, in shock. Chapter 89. The Embarrassment of the Titan Giant Ape. Yu slightly raised his face, and all eyes were drawn to his eyes, which were entirely engulfed in black, the whites completely obscured. This was the first time Tang San had witnessed such a transformation in Yu, exclaiming in astonishment, "This ISN, mere phantasm. His external spirit bone has not manifested." And normally, his eyes turn golden when in phantasm. Zhao Wujia, possessing formidable strength, sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying malice emanating from Yu, causing him to tremble. Compared to the Titan giant ape, he would prefer facing it rather than confronting the sheer horror of this malevolence. "Brother Yu, what has happened to you?" Xiao Wu stepped forward, concern etched across her face as she approached Yu's side. Zhao Wujia frowned, noting Yu seemed somewhat unhinged. Ignoring the crowd, Yu fixed his black gaze upon the Titan giant ape and commanded, "Leave." Instantly, to the astonishment of all, the Titan giant ape involuntarily retreated 2 steps. This scene left everyone in a state of disbelief. This was the Titan giant ape. In the face of Yu, it felt a terror beyond measure. And upon seeing Yu's eyes, it recalled something profound. As Yu solemnly uttered the words of departure, it was as if a swirling mass of darkness manifested behind him, within which a dragon writhed and suddenly roared at him, causing his heart and soul to tremble, compelling him to involuntarily retreat 2 steps. The Titan giant ape felt a jolt of fear. Could it be? The Titan giant ape recalled a tale narrated by his elder brother long ago. Next to Yu, Xiao Wu was also taken aback, astonished that Yu had managed to intimidate Erming. With each step Yu took forward, the Titan giant ape retreated, afraid to act, as if any movement would unleash the malevolence lying dormant within the youthful human before him. At present, the boy seemed to retain a semblance of reason. But should that darkness emerge, the Titan giant ape sensed it would spell danger. Casting a glance at Xiao Wu behind him, the Titan giant ape noticed that, as all eyes were fixed upon Yu and himself, Xiao Wu subtly gestured with her right hand, signaling him to depart. Without hesitation, the Titan giant ape turned and fled. Even without her signal, he would have escaped. After the Titan giant ape's departure, Yu's obsidian eyes gradually returned to their normal state, and his mind cleared completely. He vaguely recalled the preceding events. Feeling a tremor within, was it due to my second martial spirit? Ma Hongjun gazed at him in awe, his eyes sparkling. "Wow, boss you are incredibly cool." The Forest King, the Titan giant ape, was actually frightened away by Yu. The others, including Zhao Wujia, were equally astonished, regarding Yu with newfound admiration. The rest were eager to hear more. Yu shook his head. "I am uncertain as well. This is the first time such a thing has occurred." Nonetheless, he was reminded of an incident from when he was 6. After learning about his mother, he had stepped outside, unsure of what transpired thereafter. Yu felt that perhaps it had been a similar situation. This time, however, he had barely managed to retain a shred of reason. Once the Titan giant ape had left, the malevolence that had filled his heart dissipated. Yu realized that had the Titan giant ape not departed, that darkness would have erupted, leading him to lose all rationality. He was deeply intrigued by what his second martial spirit could be. To instill such fear in the Titan giant ape, Zhao Wujia refrained from further inquiries, exhaling deeply. "It is good that the Titan giant ape has left. Tang San, you should begin absorbing the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider." Tang San nodded and commenced the absorption process. As he absorbed the energy, pain flickered across his face, intensifying with each moment. Zhao Wujia frowned. Although it is a 2,000-year-old man-faced demon spider, the difficulty of absorption is surpassing my expectations. Others began to express concern, while Yu understood that the source of this excruciating difficulty lay in the external spirit bone. The Titan giant ape pondered how he would explain matters to his elder brother, the sky blue bull python, when they met. Soon, they arrived at the core area by the lakeside, where the sky blue bull python emerged from the lake's depths. Its serpentine body rising to a height of over 100 meters, its bovine head gazing down at the Titan giant ape. "Second brother, where is Xiao Wu?" The sky blue bull python scanned the surroundings, noting the absence of Xiao Wu, unable to sense her presence. The sky blue bull python reasoned thus, believing there to be no other explanation. However, the words that followed from the Titan giant ape left the sky blue bull python in shock, utterly astonished. The azure sky bull python was utterly astonished, finding it hard to believe. "Second brother, with your strength, who could possibly make you flee? Not even a title Douluo could achieve such a feat," Who did you encounter? The azure sky bull python expressed its incredulity. Pondering the impossibility of the situation, it should not be so. I sensed the surroundings, and there were no titled Douluos present. Among the humans accompanying Xiao Wu, the strongest was merely a soul sage. I did detect the presence of soul Douluos nearby, but even if they joined forces, they would be no match for you. I have battled human powerhouses, and they indeed were no match for me. Second brother, do tell, the azure sky bull python urged, anxious as it noticed the Titan great ape's hesitance. Very well, the Titan great ape replied, nodding. To others, it appeared formidable, yet before the azure sky bull python, it was gentle, akin to a younger sibling. What? Before the Titan great ape could finish its words, the azure sky bull python was incredulous, doubting whether the Titan great ape was jesting. However, the seriousness in the Titan great ape's demeanor suggested otherwise. The Titan great ape continued, to be precise, it is due to a power residing within him. It recounted the peculiar events that had transpired, describing how Yi Yu's eyes turned pitch black, as if he beheld a dragon, and that malevolent energy was overwhelming, causing the azure sky bull python's countenance to shift repeatedly. Could it be? The azure sky bull python pondered, shaken. Chapter 90, Fortunate. Brother, do you also think it is that being? Upon witnessing the transformation, an unfathomable dread enveloped me, and I sensed that the malevolence was merely a fragment, just the tip of the iceberg. After glimpsing the dragon, I became convinced that it might be related to the tale you shared with me 9,000 years ago. The Titan great ape, still haunted by the memory, remarked. When you first spoke of it, I was skeptical. How could a soul beast surpass the likes of us? Yet, the mere aura of evil emanating from it made even your distant soul tremble. We are both top-tier soul beasts. Though I was merely a century old when I witnessed that scene 100,000 years ago, I now realize that I would be far from a match for it. Even 100 of my current self would not suffice. Listening to the azure sky bull python's words, the Titan great ape felt that such sentiments were no exaggeration. As for the soul beast the azure sky bull python had seen, it was unknown to it. It had never encountered such a being, only aware that it possessed an aura of extreme malevolence, a dragon with black eyes and scales. The azure sky bull python referred to it as the Black Dragon. However, its true name remained a mystery. When the azure sky bull python was still a century-old soul beast, it bore witness to that scene, where the Black Dragon was contending against the heavenly tribulation. The azure sky bull python was uncertain how many tribulations the Black Dragon had faced, but it was assuredly more than 8. It believed that the Black Dragon at that time was an 800,000 or even 900,000-year-old soul beast. Even now, the azure sky bull python vividly recalled the terror it felt. Even in its current form, it felt minuscule before that heavenly tribulation. The azure sky bull python firmly believed that the Black Dragon was undoubtedly the strongest soul beast. It even surmised that if it continued to grow, it would become the most powerful. In the face of that heavenly tribulation, the Black Dragon had succeeded, and now, 10,000 years later, the azure sky bull python knew that if the Black Dragon still existed, it would be even more formidable. Perhaps it has already faced its 10th tribulation, though the outcome remains uncertain. While it is indeed terrifying, one can only imagine how much more dreadful the final tribulation must have been. The azure bull python murmured to itself. The Titan giant ape, still trembling from its earlier encounter, felt fortunate to have refrained from confrontation. Had it truly provoked the Black Dragon spoken of by the azure bull python, the consequences would have been dire. The azure bull python continued. Since Xiao Wu is faring well outside, let her continue her revelry. At this moment, Tang San was engrossed in absorbing the soul ring from the human-faced demon spider, causing great concern among the onlookers. The sounds of cracking bones echoed from Tang San's body, and fine beads of blood oozed from his skin, a testament to the unimaginable agony he was enduring. Yet, through sheer willpower, Tang San persevered, and soon he succeeded, experiencing a transformation in both his blue-silver grass and himself. However, as he rose, an unexpected change occurred. His back arched, his clothing tore, and 8 sharp, purplish-black spider spears erupted forth, reminiscent of the legs of the human-faced demon spider, leaving everyone, except Yi Yu, astonished. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, "What was that just now?" Even Zhao Wujia was at a loss. Yi Yu suggested, "Perhaps it is an external spirit bone." At this, everyone's eyes brightened, feeling joy for Tang San. They had witnessed Yi Yu's formidable external spirit bone capabilities, and the rarity of such bones made them elated that Tang San had obtained one. Tang San sensed a transformation within himself. He felt stronger, though not yet on par with Yi Yu's physique. He had surpassed many soul masters of similar rank. With an apologetic tone, Tang San reassured them, "I'm fine now, sorry to have worried you. As long as you are well, let us depart swiftly," Zhao Wujia urged, concerned that the Titan giant ape might return. Although it had been frightened off by Yi Yu's malevolent aura, there was no guarantee it wouldn't return. And he feared that, should it come back, it might not be alone. After all, there existed an even more powerful entity, the Azure Bull Python. If the Titan giant ape was the king of the forest, then the Azure Bull Python was its emperor. Upon returning, their first order of business was to feast heartily. As Chef Xiao Xian had already begun preparing a sumptuous meal, in the dean's office, Zhao Wujie recounted the events to Flender. Flender's expression shifted continually, and he sighed. I was careless. Next time, I shall accompany you. They are all formidable beings, and Xiao Yu is an unprecedented prodigy. I cannot allow my negligence to jeopardize their future paths. Zhao Wujie replied. Boss, you need not blame yourself. Who could have anticipated that the Titan giant ape would appear in the depths? In the heart of the Stardow forest. The Titan giant ape considered the area merely peripheral. Despite their encounters with both the Dragon King and the Snake Lady, fortunately, everyone emerged unscathed. Flender remarked in astonishment. What is most unbelievable is that the Titan giant ape was frightened away by Xiao Yu, suggesting he harbors some mysterious power, even unbeknownst to himself. Perhaps his extraordinary physique is linked to this energy. Zhao Wujie nodded, pondering another perplexing matter. Boss, why do you think the Titan giant ape initially ignored us and directly attacked the Dragon King, appearing quite enraged? Although its battle with the Dragon King and Snake Lady was brief, it must have inflicted serious wounds. Yet, when it caught up to us, it did not strike with full force. This matter perplexed Flander, leaving him utterly baffled. Had he been aware of Yi Yu's differences from the outset, he would not have pursued him. Clearly, he had not noticed initially. Furthermore, it was indeed peculiar that the target was exclusively Xiao Wu. A voice resonated from outside the door, and upon hearing it, Flander joyfully exclaimed, Xiao Gang, you have arrived. The master entered, having overheard some of the earlier discussion. Even he found it difficult to comprehend. Flander inquired curiously, do you know anything about the malevolent black aura surrounding Xiao Yu? The master shook his head. I do not know. I have never seen it before. Flander pressed on. Then can you speculate on what it might be? The master continued to shake his head. Despite his extensive theoretical knowledge, this matter eluded his understanding. Not wishing to dwell on the unknown, he thought that, for Yi Yu, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Hoping that such situations would not escalate beyond Yi Yu's control, as the consequences were unimaginable. Chapter 91. The Seven Monsters Battle a Demon. Flander introduced the master to Zhao Wujie, who respectfully stated, So you are the master. I have long admired your reputation. I am Zhao Wujie. Flander felt immense satisfaction, realizing that his brother was indeed adept at teaching students, undoubtedly surpassing his own abilities. Very well, I shall grant you authority within the academy. You may manage the teachers as you see fit, just keep me informed of any significant matters. At that moment, Yi Yu and the others were ravenously enjoying a delicious meal in the cafeteria when the master entered. Yi Yu and Tang San greeted him cheerfully. Teacher, you have come. Ma Hongjun quipped. We only started eating well after Big Brother you arrived. Before that, our meals were quite poor. Oscar reminisced, lamenting, in the past, we only had dry buns and no oil in our dishes. Flander shot a stern glance at Oscar and Ma Hongjun, causing both to shrink back, silenced. The master stated firmly, regardless of the academy's financial struggles, we must not be negligent about our meals. Flander nodded, understood. The others were astonished, wondering who Yi Yu and Tang San's teacher was, especially since the principal seemed to have no objections. They found the master to be quite amiable, at least generous enough to allow them good food, thus forming a positive first impression of him. The master announced, tomorrow morning, gather after breakfast, I will instruct you. After he departed, Oscar remarked, Big Brother your teacher appears quite impressive. We shall have better days ahead. Yi Yu chuckled, reminding them, for you all, it will be arduous days. Arduous days? Why? Oscar was taken aback, as the master seemed so pleasant. Yi Yu smiled mysteriously, you will find out tomorrow. The following morning, Yi Yu and the others rose early and found a sumptuous breakfast prepared in the cafeteria. The food was delightful, albeit slightly cold. After satisfying their hunger, they all proceeded to the training grounds. At that moment, the sun had just risen, its rays illuminating the vibrant scene. The master stood with his hands clasped behind his back, sternly stating, you must not engage in vigorous exercise immediately after eating. Henceforth, I hope you will complete your meals by dawn. If the food has not digested before training begins, you shall bear the consequences. If you find it difficult to rise and miss breakfast, then you shall participate in the training with an empty stomach. The master's serious demeanor made Oscar and the others realize that he might be even more stringent than Dean Vlad. The master continued, starting today, I will subject you to rigorous training. Dai Mubai, step forward. Dai Mubai took a step ahead, and the master instructed, now, you shall defeat them one by one. With the exception of Yi Yu. Upon hearing the first part, Dai Mubai was startled, but upon realizing that Yi Yu was excluded, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, he still felt the pressure, as Tang San was exceptionally formidable. Tang San, you go first, the master reminded. You are not permitted to use your third spirit ability or any special weapons. Tang San nodded, while Dai Mubai, astonished, proposed, Master, this seems unfair. My spirit power exceeds that of Xiao San, and yet he is not allowed to fight at full strength, although your spirit power is greater. If he were to use his third spirit ring, you would stand no chance. In single combat, control-type abilities are the most potent, and he has just acquired an external spirit bone. Even if he cannot wield it freely yet, it greatly enhances his capabilities. If you wish for him to utilize his third spirit ability, that is also acceptable. As partners, you must understand each other. Though Dai Mubai felt somewhat disheartened, he recognized the wisdom in the master's words. He had witnessed Tang San's prowess during their first encounter. As the two began to battle, Oscar and the others watched with rapt attention, captivated by the thrilling spectacle. Excluding Yi Yu, Dai Mubai and Tang San were the strongest among them, and it remained to be seen who would emerge as the second strongest among the 7 monsters and 1 demon. When Tang San employed his third spirit ability, a large net swiftly descended. Dai Mubai could not evade it, and the net rapidly constricted, ensnaring him like a rice dumpling. Despite his attempts to tear free with his tiger claws, a powerful sensation of numbness and burning coursed through his body. Even in his white tiger Vajra transformation, he could not dispel this feeling. As a beast martial soul master, Dai Mubai endeavored to break free, but Tang San's blue-silver grass was no ordinary variety. As he struggled, his spirit power waned, intensifying the numbness, and the blue-silver grass tightened its grip. Enough, Tang San said as he helped Dai Mubai to his feet. Explaining, this is my third spirit ability, spider web binding. The master elaborated, while control-type attacks may appear weak, their capacity for control is formidable. Generally, an exceptional control-type master can restrain opponents with a spirit power difference of up to 10 levels. As a power-type spirit master, your nemesis is the control type. When facing a control type, you must maintain distance and exercise caution. Otherwise, once ensnared, no amount of strength will avail you. Every spirit master has their strengths and weaknesses. Master. Before he could finish, Ma Hongjun interjected, surely there must be perfect spirit masters, like Big Brother Yu. The master nodded. Indeed, with the exception of Yi Yu. He continued, aside from prodigies like Yi Yu, no spirit master is flawless. Thus, we must rely on mutual cooperation within the team, compensating for each other's weaknesses. Achieving perfect synergy requires exceptional rapport. In the time to come, I shall not only conduct rigorous training for each of you, but also cultivate your camaraderie and unity. As the narrative unfolds, Ma Hongjun and Oscar engage in a confrontation with Dai Mubai. After the skirmish, Dai Mubai is left feeling disheartened. Having suffered a setback that could be deemed a defeat, he harbors a sense of indignation, asserting that had he been in his prime, victory would have been assured. The master, with a serious demeanor, reminds him that despite the toll taken from his earlier battle with Tang San, he had cautioned him from the outset about the necessity of facing them in succession. In his current state, victory was entirely within reach. Although Ma Hongjun's offensive prowess was formidable, his soul power was rapidly depleting. The master questioned why Dai Mubai allowed Oscar's support in the form of his sausage to go unchallenged. Ma Hongjun, basking in his pride, is swiftly reprimanded by the master, who elucidates the errors made. Understanding his missteps, Ma Hongjun nods in acknowledgement. The training continues, and after a series of intense encounters, the master points out each individual's mistakes, prompting a collective realization of the peril inherent in their errors. As they prepare for the final battle, the master instructs the 7 of them to join forces against Yi Yu. He turns to Yi Yu, emphasizing the seriousness of the challenge, permitting the use of external soul bones and phasing. Initially taken aback by the master's words, Dai Mubai and the others settle into a sense of determination. The master reassures them that although Yi Yu is a prodigy, their combined strength significantly enhances their odds of victory. Encouraged, Dai Mubai consents to the plan. Ning Rongrong activates the 7 treasures Glazed Pagoda to bolster Dai Mubai and the others, while Ma Hongjun ensures the protection of Oscar and Ning Rongrong from a distance. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Xiao Wu prepare for their assault, with Zhu Zhuqing poised to exploit any openings. As the battle commences, Yi Yu adopts a semi-phased state, his 3 soul rings pulsating in shades of purple and black. Dai Mubai launches the initial offensive, while Tang San employs his 3rd soul skill to restrain Yi Yu with a web. Unfazed, Yi Yu remains unyielding, the web failing to bind him. While Dai Mubai's attack strikes with ferocity, the 1st soul skill's venomous barbs prove ineffective against Yi Yu's formidable physique, and the 2nd soul skill's parasitic effect, intended to incapacitate, is rendered moot as Yi Yu's terrifying constitution grants him immunity to the paralyzing toxin. With a powerful tremor, Yi Yu showcases his physical prowess, shattering the web that even Dai Mubai could not escape. As he retaliates with a right hook, the impact sends Dai Mubai reeling, once again experiencing the sheer terror of Yi Yu's strength. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing maneuvers behind Yi Yu during his assault on Dai Mubai, unleashing her phantom claw, yet failing to inflict any damage. From the rear, Ma Hongjun unleashes a phoenix fire line, but Yi Yu effortlessly evades the attack. From the onset of the battle, Dai Mubai and his companions are engulfed by a sense of helplessness. Yi Yu's ability to both strike and endure is unparalleled, exhibiting no vulnerabilities, with his speed, defense, and power at the pinnacle of excellence. Yi Yu makes his move, swiftly advancing towards Dai Mubai. Despite being an attacker, Dai Mubai refrains from confronting Yi Yu head-on, opting instead to consume the flying mushroom sausage provided by Oscar, ascending into the sky. In unison, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong also partake of the flying mushroom sausage, soaring into the air. In this manner, Oscar and Ning Rongrong breathed a sigh of relief, at least feeling secure. However, Yi Yu harbored no intentions of attacking them. The airborne Ma Hongjun soared gracefully, thriving in the sky as a ranged attacker, impervious to any soul master unable to fly. On the ground, Tang San continued to exert control, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing seized the opportunity to strike, yet all their efforts proved futile against Yi Yu. The intense heat of Ma Hongjun's flames scorched, causing Yi Yu to feel the searing heat as the phoenix fire relentlessly shot toward him. Yi Yu slightly bent his body, his knees flexed. In an instant, Ma Hongjun flapped his wings and ascended to a higher altitude, realizing Yi Yu was preparing to retaliate. Reaching a height of 100 meters, Ma Hongjun felt a wave of relief, thinking he was beyond Yi Yu's reach. Yet, his eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed Yi Yu springing off the ground, creating a crater as he propelled himself into the sky like a streak of black light. My heavens! Ma Hongjun was taken aback, unable to fathom Yi Yu's astonishing jumping ability. Realizing he could not ascend any higher, he assumed Yi Yu would also be unable to evade the oncoming flames. The phoenix fire continued to rush toward Yi Yu. As Yi Yu's 3 soul rings shimmered, his vitality and defense surged, and he raised his hands to shield himself, allowing the flames to engulf him. With his formidable physique, he emerged unscathed, merely feeling the heat. Yi Yu began to comprehend the source of his remarkable strength. His second martial soul was likely that of a dragon. Seeing that the flames could not harm Yi Yu, Ma Hongjun was infuriated. Suddenly, Yi Yu appeared above him in the blink of an eye, grinning. "Fatty, you're having quite the fun up there." With a powerful stomp, Yi Yu sent Ma Hongjun plummeting to the ground. Tang San extended his web, softening Ma Hongjun's fall and reducing the impact. As everyone anticipated Yi Yu's direct descent, they were astonished to see him skillfully kick off the air, seemingly running against the very atmosphere. This spectacle left all, including the master, in a state of disbelief. The master marveled. He is altering his trajectory mid-air through kicks, allowing him to attack from above. Ning Rongrong and Oscar were anxious, fearful that Yi Yu might charge at them, only to realize he was actually heading toward Dai Mubai. Tang San, witnessing this scene, was equally astonished. He thought he knew Yi Yu well, but was completely unaware of this ability. He pondered in awe, how is Brother Yu accomplishing this? Despite Yi Yu's formidable nature and exceptional physical prowess, executing such maneuvers was no simple feat. He understood that Yi Yu was generating thrust through rapid air kicks to achieve levitation and movement, a skill requiring astonishing leg strength, which was nearly impossible to master solely through human effort. As Yi Yu approached, Dai Mubai unleashed the White Tiger's radiant wave, only to have it shattered by a single punch from Yi Yu. Tang San commanded his blue-silver grass to ensnare Yi Yu's feet like a great serpent aiming to immobilize him, thus thwarting his aerial maneuvers. Yet, even amidst the air, Yi Yu's speed remained unmatched, evading the entanglement effortlessly. This technique was one Yi Yu had begun practicing at the tender age of 7, dedicating 3 hours daily to perfect it, and now he had mastered it exceptionally well. This maneuver is quite taxing, as it necessitates a continuous tread upon the air, placing a significant burden on the legs, which can easily lead to exhaustion and fatigue. However, due to Yi Yu's formidable constitution, this endeavor poses no challenge for him. He can sustain such efforts for an extended duration without fear of plummeting from the sky. Dai Mubai flaps his wings with impressive speed, propelled by the swiftness of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Nevertheless, Yi Yu descends with a powerful strike, his palm imbued with a vast force, causing Dai Mubai to suddenly feel his body grow heavy, his wings ceasing their movement as he begins to fall towards the ground. Seizing the moment, Yi Yu charges downward, while Tang San swiftly ensnares Dai Mubai with blue-silver grass, casting him aside to evade Yi Yu's assault. Upon landing, thoughts of flight dissipate. The consumption of Oscar's soul power proves futile, and they are left in awe, realizing Yi Yu's versatility. He possesses means to counter them even in midair. In the face of Yi Yu's onslaught, the combined efforts of Tang San, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun are rendered exceedingly strenuous. Dai Mubai furrows his brow and inquires, Xiao San, what shall we do? Previously, when confronting Yi Zhiqiu, they had not felt such immense pressure as a group of 7. Recognizing Xiao San's strategic prowess, they relied on his ingenuity for solutions. Tang San had devised a commendable strategy against Yi Zhiqiu, yet now, in the face of Yi Yu, he finds himself at a loss for tactics. Waging a war of attrition is unfeasible. They would only find themselves drained by Yi Yu. Fully aware of the latter's terrifying constitution, a direct assault is equally ineffective, yielding minimal results. After 5 minutes, Tang San and the others concede defeat. With Oscar and Ning Rongrong grounded, their soul powers nearly depleted, Ma Hongjun exclaims, Boss Yu is utterly terrifying. We initially believed that our combined forces would yield a considerable advantage, only to discover the vast disparity. Yi Yu reassures them, after all, I am at level 40. And I have maintained this level for quite some time. Utilizing Phantasm, I have even reached level 41. Your collaboration is already commendable, after all. I was able to vanquish Yi Zhiqiu. Yet, their spirits remained dampened, for Yi Yu had not exerted his full strength, his left arm, augmented by an external soul bone. When unused, Dai Mubai queries the master, our cooperation is sound, is it not? Following the previous corrections from their individual confrontations, they feel confident in their synergy. The master nods, indeed, you have no significant issues. He then turns to Yi Yu and asks, you clearly had the opportunity to swiftly defeat Oscar and Ning Rongrong, thereby expediting the outcome. Why did you allow them to assist? Yi Yu candidly replies, because I believe that if I had eliminated them first, the battle would have lacked any real challenge. All 7 of Tang San remained silent.